Our story begins with a guy celebrating in his room. After being hooked on a game for 10 long years, he finally managed to beat it. Of course, this wasn't just any ordinary game. Ever since the game was released over 10 years ago, no one had managed to clear it. But our protagonist, a gaming YouTuber named Classic Nerd, had finally conquered it. He was the first person to beat the game in 10 years, so all of his viewers were ecstatic for him. He had dedicated years just to clear that one game, though he admits it took so long because his playstyle was quite peculiar. But what's important now is that he beat the impossible game. However, some of his viewers weren't happy with the game's ending. You see, at the end of the story, the only survivor is the protagonist, who defeats the final boss at the cost of the lives of all his loved ones. Even the final screen of the game left a bad taste in your mouth, as we only see the hero standing on a massive mountain of corpses. Sure, it was all just a game, but that final screen was one of the saddest he'd ever seen in any game he'd played before. For a moment, our protagonist and his viewers fell silent, until one of them said that the game's creator should give him some kind of prize for being the only one to ever beat their game. Of course, our protagonist wasn't interested in any reward. Besides, the developer of that game hadn't released anything else in over 10 years. So, it was most likely that the development company had gone bankrupt, and there was probably no one left to even talk to about it. But then, out of nowhere, a message arrived from the director of the game, Empire Defense. This, obviously, completely blew the minds of our protagonist and his viewers. First of all, the director congratulated him for beating the game. After 10 years, he thought no one would ever do it. Our protagonist said it was no big deal. He also told the protagonist that his courage and intelligence were on another level, and that they needed his help. This was starting to get on our protagonist's nerves. But as he laughed, his mind began to grow hazy. Until, unable to stop it, he suddenly passed out. The last thing he saw were the words, "Thank you for playing Empire Defense." And then we see gigantic meteorites falling towards the Earth. They were making so much noise that our protagonist couldn't sleep, and he had to get up to see what was happening. And what was happening was that he was in a medieval castle, and part of a massive stone tower was collapsing right on top of him. This, of course, sent him into shock, and he screamed, asking what the hell was going on. All around him was nothing but noise and explosions, until he realized he could also smell gunpowder nearby. And of course it was nearby there was a massive cannon firing metal balls right next to him. The protagonist didn't understand anything and just stared in amazement at everything around him, until another cannon blast snapped him out of it. This allowed him to become a little more aware of the situation. In front of him, a huge army in shining armor, and he was in a castle with a bunch of soldiers trying to defend it. Everything was fire and chaos, and the terrified protagonist wondered what was happening. Though, taking a quick look, anyone could tell he was in the middle of a full -scale battle. Then a soldier calls out to the protagonist and runs towards him. But they were in the middle of a battle, so the soldier wasn't looking his best. The protagonist thought the guy was trying to kill him and backed away terrified. The soldier approached him, but our hero yelled at him not to, saying his weapon was scaring him. This made the soldier toss his weapon aside and apologize for being so rude. In fact, through tears, he begged the protagonist to forgive him for being so stupid and pleaded for his life. This left our hero completely stunned. In any case, our protagonist stood up and told the soldier to do the same. But then a massive green sphere appeared, glowing in the sky, and it crashed down with immense force right in front of him. He was almost taken out by the meteorite's impact, but at least he made it out alive. However, the soldiers in front of him weren't so lucky. Other soldiers yelled not to lose composure in the battle. Another wave of enemies was coming straight for them, and they had to stop them. The soldiers charged forward bravely, but long, sharp black legs pierced through them as if they were made of paper. Then, limb by limb, the bodies were dismembered right before the protagonist's stunned eyes. The massacre before him was unparalleled, and everywhere he looked, there was death, blood, and guts spilled all over the ground, until the cloud of blood cleared, and a sinister figure emerged from behind the castle walls. It was a giant black spider, slowly bringing its sharp mandibles towards our protagonist. The spider let out a massive war cry. It was so ferocious that it left him frozen in place for several seconds. Luckily for him, more soldiers rushed to his aid against the spider. Unlucky for them, they were brutally dismembered in a matter of seconds. He didn't understand anything that was happening, and his body could barely move from the fear. Pieces of mutilated soldiers flew everywhere, while the ground looked like a giant pool of blood. This couldn't be real. Surely that giant spider was just a figment of his imagination from playing so many video games for so long. And without a doubt he was about to be killed by a brutal spider. But then a massive sword, cloaked in light, made its appearance. It belonged to a brave warrior who leapt to the protagonist's aid. The spider had been easily eliminated, and now the shining knight was worried about him. About his king, who was looking a little different. Very concerned, the man asked if he was okay. And to our protagonist, that man's face looked awfully familiar. There was no doubt about it, that man was Lucas, the protagonist of the game Empire Defense. The knight immediately became concerned, as his behavior suggested he'd taken a nasty blow to the head and was acting strangely. But Lucas was happy, since the prince had never called him by his name before. Of course, our protagonist was still in shock, as he didn't understand a single thing that was happening to him. He even wondered if it could be true that he had the hero, Lucas, right in front of him. Putting the pieces together, our hero began to question where he was. And looking up, he could see a kingdom being completely besieged by ferocious beasts. There was no longer any doubt. He was in the world of Empire Defense. That game, despite being incredibly difficult, had fairly simple mechanics. Kill everything that moves before it kills you. Basically, it was a game where you faced endless waves of monsters. Kill or be killed. That was the game. At that moment, a massive assault on the castle was underway, with hordes of spiders launching enormous green projectiles. They hit the castle head on, reducing it to ashes, and the explosions were getting closer and closer to our protagonist. Lucas told the prince not to worry. As long as he was there, he would keep him alive. Right now, they were being besieged by the army of the Black Spider. And unfortunately, their base was about to fall. But if they could hold out until dawn, they might have a chance. Those spiders only fought under the sunlight, and if they could hold on for 30 more minutes, they could save the base. So Lucas sheathed his sword and faced the enemy with determination, while asking the protagonist to lead his men and hold out as long as possible. Of course, our protagonist still had no idea what he was doing there or why this was all happening to him. And what worried him most was that they kept calling him Prince. Somehow, the battle ended, and the spiders retreated as the sun set. Lucas sighed in relief, hoping it would be a while before the spiders returned. As for our protagonist, he just stared at the scene in silence. A scene of death and pure destruction, where the corpses of monsters and humans were piled up against the castle walls. The protagonist asked Lucas where they were, and Lucas didn't question it and simply answered. It was the last day of February in the year 649, and they were at the Crossroads Command Post, a fortress city of the Empire. The protagonist quickly processed where he was. And it was not a good place to be, because the very next day, monsters would completely wipe out the city. He knew this all too well because this scenario was the tutorial for the game Empire Defense. A tutorial that lasted 6 months in the game, but he was now on its final day. At least he understood that he was now AZ. The character leading this area, Ash von Hyder, Evil Black. Indeed, that was him. And he couldn't believe his rotten luck. Our protagonist had every reason to be unhappy. That's because this character was the absolute worst in the entire game. He was known as the Mad Prince, and because of his terrible management, hundreds upon hundreds of soldiers died in the war. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that, in the game, this character dies brutally at the end of the tutorial. In other words, our protagonist had been reincarnated into a character who had only 1 day left to live. Time passed, and our protagonist went to his quarters. There, in front of a mirror, he cursed out the character of Ash, calling him a miserable fool who deserved his death. At this point, our protagonist thought he was going crazy. And for good reason. He was inside Empire Defense, a game famous worldwide precisely for how impossible it was to beat. Sure, there were several game modes with easier difficulties, but the important one was the Sage Hell mode, a difficulty so brutal that he was the only person in the world to have completed it. At first, our protagonist believed he could survive in this world. After all, he had already beaten the game. Or he could have, if he were in the main character's shoes. But he was stuck as the most unreliable character in the game, one who, on top of everything, had only a single day left to live. There was little he could do in this situation, as the tutorial was the type where you were guaranteed to lose. The only survivor of the massacre was the hero Lucas, who set off on his journey after the battle, which is how the story began. The game's story took place over 3 years, But those spiders didn't appear until a year and a half into the game. Therefore, it was impossible for him to do anything to get out of this alive. But our protagonist slapped himself hard and said he wouldn't die here. After all, he had completed this hellish game. He just needed to calm down and use all the information he had. But there was nothing. No matter how he looked at it, his character was destined to die the next day, no matter what he did. At this point, he could only laugh to keep from crying. On top of that, his system alerted him to the enemy wave over 1,000 enemies at level 55 or 60. And his defenses were just a couple of magic cannons and a few hundred soldiers. He tried not to lose his cool and focus. He had played Hell mode before, a mode that didn't allow you to save, and where every action affected the entire future of the playthrough. So, he had developed the ability to choose the best possible option in critical moments. After a while of studying his system, he saw something that caught his attention. He burst out of his room, screaming for Lucas. He ordered Lucas to gather all his men immediately. This was a strange request for Lucas, since Ash, the prince, had never even spoken to his soldiers before. Our protagonist was well aware of that, but now he had found a way to survive, and he needed everyone's help. Lucas quickly summoned his men. Lily, who appeared to be a sorceress, a warrior with a mean look named Ken, and crouched in a corner, the timid Demian. The protagonist should have felt some attachment to these characters, if it weren't for the fact that he had seen them all brutally murdered, without exception, hundreds of times. He asked why Demian was curled up in a ball. Lily explained that a friend of his had died in combat the day before, so he was pretty broken up. In the game, Demian carried a strange curse from the very beginning, which always made him the first to die. This saddened our protagonist, as Demian was a healer, one of the most important classes, but unfortunately, he never got to use him in the game. On the other hand, Lily was a skilled fire mage who dealt a lot of damage from the start. Well, he ordered her to block the spider's attacks, which she found very strange. After all, she was a mage, and that job was more suited for a warrior. That's what Ken was for, a warrior skilled at drawing enemy attacks. But our protagonist sent him to infiltrate the enemy base and gather information from behind their lines. Finally, Demian, who was the healer. The protagonist was quite sure he could be a good sniper, so he would be the one to take down the enemies. And Lucas, the strongest warrior there who never failed, was ordered to stay back and wait for orders. Obviously, these bizarre orders left everyone speechless, until Ken exploded in rage, demanding to know what was up with this garbage plan. He questioned if Ash had completely lost his mind. Of course, everyone there had plenty of reasons to doubt Ash. After all, he had been leading them to their deaths for 6 months, though that wasn't our protagonist. Our hero understood that what he was saying sounded crazy, but this game couldn't be beaten using normal logic. You had to do crazy things. Besides, he didn't have time to waste on explanations. So he switched to an absolute villainous tone and, since Ken had raised his voice, asked if he wanted his head chopped off. Now that was an attitude more typical of Ash, so everyone bowed their heads, terrified. Everyone except Ken, who could already picture his head rolling on the floor. Luckily for our protagonist, the character of Ash was a textbook psychopath, and he intended to take full advantage of that. He rose from his seat and walked towards Lily, then suddenly drew his weapon, and brutally stabbed Lily in the shoulder with it. This obviously made her scream in pain, as her companions watched in horror. The protagonist had made up his mind. He had reincarnated into the body of a psychopath, so he would act like one until the very end. The group stared in horror at his barbaric act. They no longer had any doubt that Ash was still the same psychopath he'd always been. However, as he began to twist the knife in Lily's body, she started emitting powerful flames. This left everyone completely stunned. You see, our protagonist is no fool. After all, he had grinned this game to death to beat it. It turns out that the tutorial characters had certain hidden abilities that didn't correspond to their main classes. In Lily's case, she possessed Skin of Fire. She acquired it after being attacked by several goblins with knives, and it had the ability to render melee attacks useless against her. Of course, it wasn't free, but as long as Lily had mana, she was practically untouchable. This was clearly a tanking ability, so in the game, our protagonist was never able to use it. But now, he wasn't in the game, so he would use everything at his disposal to beat this hellish game once again. The protagonist felt bad for being so rough with Lily, but she was more intrigued by how he knew about her hidden ability. But that wasn't important. Now, He turned his gaze towards Ken. It was his turn. Ken hadn't had it easy in his youth and spent his time stealing everywhere, just to get something to eat and survive. This was information that no one knew, and Ken wondered how the protagonist could possibly know it. But once again, that wasn't important. What was important was that Ken possessed the ability Petty Thief, a classic rogue skill that allowed you to sacrifice some health in exchange for enemies not seeing you. Of course, being a thief was a crime, so Ken hid it as best he could. But with some kind words, the protagonist demanded the truth. And in the end, Ken confessed. He did indeed have an ability similar to stealth, something more suited for a rogue than a warrior. After confirming Ken's ability, he now set his sights on Demian. For the protagonist, Demian was the key to his plan. He asked him if he didn't happen to have excellent eyesight. That was why Demian was so terrified. Demian and his friend Bam had been close since childhood, but in the end, Bam sacrificed his life so that Demian could survive. Demian could only cry as he remembered it all. He asked our protagonist again what exactly he wanted from them. Demian had already lost his best friend because of Ash's idiocy, so he screamed at him to bring his friend back. The protagonist lifted Demian from the ground and said he was truly sorry for everything that had happened. But Bam had sacrificed his life so Demian could keep going, so he had to man up and take up arms again. Sure, he was a terrible commander, but that didn't mean Demian should give up the fight. Especially since the most important thing now was to avenge the deaths of all their friends. They would get out of there together, and after they found the spiders, they would burn them all to ashes. The protagonist asked Demian if he wanted to kill him. And Demian, without mincing words, said yes. Excellent, said the protagonist. And he promised Demian that if they made it out of this alive, he would place his life entirely in his hands. This was obviously unacceptable to his bodyguard, Lucas, who asked the protagonist if he'd gone stupid. But if the plan failed, they were all going to die anyway, so they could only move forward with his crazy plan. Demian got up from the floor, ready to fight. It seemed the hatred he felt for Ash was strong enough to make him fight. The protagonist was honest and admitted that hundreds of good men had died because of him. But this time he was sure his plan could defeat the spiders, or at least make them retreat. So for one last time, he asked his men to follow him into battle. The look in his men's eyes was firm now. It was clear they were all ready for battle. He still had no idea if his plan would work or not, but he would push forward with it anyway. As night passed and the first rays of sun appeared, the spiders returned to the attack. This time there were many more than before, and our protagonist was leading his army as the prince never had before. In essence, his plan was quite simple: withstand the assault of the smaller spiders. And in the meantime, the main group would find the spider queen and finish her off. For that, they had a huge mana cannon, which they had prepared exclusively to take out the queen. But of course, the hard part was finding the spider queen, as she would be well hidden. Finding her should have been impossible on such a massive battlefield. Or it would have been if our protagonist didn't have the map creation skill. When he used it, a flash of light emerged from his body. And with the speed of lightning, it expanded across the entire battlefield. And as if it were a scanner, it inspected every corner of the area. With that ability, our protagonist could turn the entire terrain into a super-detailed map. When he first saw his character stats, he was shocked, since everything was at level first, but at least he had the map ability. With this in hand, he searched for the Spider Queen everywhere, but she was nowhere to be found. This was bad, as finding her was the key to his plan, and he had bet everything on being able to find her with his map. Now we switched to Ken, who was about to begin his mission. He was still unsure of what to do, as the protagonist had given him tons of health potions. His mission was insane. He had to go out onto the battlefield alone and draw the attention of all the enemies. On the other hand, Lily the sorceress had an even worse mission. She was in a subterranean channel of the castle and had to block it using her own body. Lucas called Omen to arms, and ready for anything, they prepared for battle. The enemy was numerous, and the chances of victory were almost nil. Still, they would give it their all in this battle, and by the protagonist all the time in the world to take down the Spider Queen. Lucas watched him from a distance, certain that with any luck, from the look in his eyes, the protagonist knew exactly what he was doing. But reality was very different, and our completely stuck protagonist had no idea what to do. The battle then began abruptly, and the battlefield was soon blown to bits, but Lucas was sure his prince had everything under control. Son of a bitch, our astonished protagonist thought. But he needed to calm down and think. First of all, he was in a tutorial that was designed to be lost, so it was normal that there wasn't a boss-level enemy as such. But if they reduced the number of spiders, maybe one would appear by chance. Luckily, he didn't have to wait for that, as he saw a large cluster of hidden enemies on his map. There was only one reason for enemies to do that, so he asked Demian to take a look in that direction. And it didn't take him long to spot a horrible creature, half human and half spider. Without a doubt, that was the Spider Queen, and luckily, they were able to find her. Now that they had found her, everyone was safe. They just had to finish her off with a good cannon shot. For this, he asked Demian to be the shooter. This, obviously, left him very confused, as he had never fired any kind of weapon before. Remember, he's the group's healer. The protagonist then approached him and told Demian it was okay if he missed, as the blame would fall solely on his useless commander. So even if Demian failed, it was fine, because the one who truly failed was the protagonist. Demian was a soldier and Dash was his commander, so he just had to do what he was told without thinking about anything else. Although the protagonist asked Demian to think it over, since he wouldn't get a better chance to avenge his friend Bam. Those words ignited Demian's fighting spirit, and with great confidence, he aimed the cannon and pulled the trigger, firing a massive blast of magical power. It shot across the battlefield at full speed, until it exploded on the target, creating a small mushroom cloud. That should have been enough to finish off the queen, so the protagonist asked for confirmation. Everything was in flames, but there was no doubt the shot had hit its mark. So everyone celebrated the little healer's great aim. Demian said he didn't exactly understand what happened, but his body moved on its own, and he fired at the perfect moment. This was due to his unique ability, 1000 minus my lie, a super broken skill that made his shots always hit their target. In the game, Demian always died right at the start, so the protagonist never got to see this ability in action. But seeing it up close, it was undoubtedly an extremely useful skill. But at the end of the day, the idea was the protagonist's, so all the credit for the mission was his. It couldn't all be happiness. The enemies didn't even flinch at losing their queen and continued to march on the castle as if nothing had happened. At full speed, our protagonist grabbed a spyglass, and with it, he could see that the queen was still very much alive. Not only that, but she was now surrounded by tons of soldiers in a defensive formation. This was bad. Very bad. On top of that, the queen seemed angry, and all the spiderlings now seemed to be fighting with more ferocity than before. They had definitely hit the spider with the cannon, but it wasn't powerful enough to finish her off. In fact, the cannon shot pissed off the spiders so much that they were now heading in a swarm towards the protagonist's position. What a freaking game, exclaimed our protagonist. Meanwhile, what about Ken? He was tanking absolutely all the monsters and had only one health potion left. At this point, he was on his last legs and hidden behind a tree, wondered if he should flee. But he was a warrior of the Empire, and a little fear wouldn't make him back down from his duty. Unfortunately, this time it did, and Ken dropped to one knee on the ground, back with Demian and the protagonist. They fired another cannon shot at the queen. The shots were definitely hitting her. However, she didn't even flinch from the cannon's power, and the smaller spiders were getting more and more furious. For some reason, the cannon's power wasn't enough to defeat the spider. This was quite strange to the protagonist, as in the game, the Spider Queen was a fairly weak enemy that could be taken down with just one good hit. But of course, now he was fighting the tutorial Spider Queen, an enemy he had never seen in the game, and she could be very different from the ones he knew. With no data on his enemy, the protagonist wondered if it was even possible to defeat this queen. On top of that, the cannon didn't have much ammo either, and they had already fired 2, so they had 3 shots left. But that's how things were, and those 3 shots would have to be enough to win the battle. Unfortunately, Demian's ability was at its limit, and he could only make one more precise shot. Luckily, the castle walls were strong and holding up quite well. Or so they were, until the protagonist saw a demolisher approaching in the distance. That was an advanced combat unit, one so powerful it shouldn't even be in the tutorial. Everything was getting out of hand, and there was little he could do to get out of this situation. The soldiers fought the demolisher with everything they had, but it was no use. And as soon as the enormous being arrived, chaos erupted. With a single push, it completely brought down the massive castle wall. The spiders immediately took advantage of this and began their invasion of the castle. an image that left the protagonist terrified. But Lucas, weapon in hand, swore to fight to the end for his prince. As for the protagonist, all he could do was keep firing, so he prepared the cannon again. They had to take down the Spider Queen, no matter what. Any other outcome would mean the death of everyone there. Demian, for his part, did his best to fire the cannon again. And once more, his shot hit the mark, but the spider continued as if nothing had happened. That there was no time to lose, and the protagonist ordered them to fire the cannon again. Switching now to Lucas. He was proving why he was the hero of this story, as he annihilated hordes of monsters with simple sword movements. But even with all that power, he couldn't stop an entire army, and they were losing more of their men little by little. From a tower, the protagonist watched the fierce battle. Although, in truth, it hardly resembled a battle. His men were dropping like flies, while the enemy's numbers were increasing. When he played the game, he didn't notice the deaths, as they were just a number on the screen to him. But now, seeing everyone being annihilated firsthand was leaving him quite shaken. The cannon was about to become useless, and Lucas and his men couldn't hold back the enemy's assault for much longer. The protagonist was paralyzed by fear, and no good ideas to get him out of this mess were coming to mind. Then Ken miraculously appeared behind all the enemies, and after taking his last health potion, he challenged all the enemies to battle. His ability to draw enemies was absolute, so all the enemies in the battle area turned towards Ken. Of course, he didn't plan on dying a heroic death and ran for his life in the opposite direction of the castle. And seeing a large rock in his path, he felt safer. With his petty thief ability, he could camouflage himself in the shadows. Unfortunately, Ken had miscalculated and had very little health. Remember, to use that camouflage ability, Ken had to sacrifice some health. But if he didn't have any, he couldn't activate the ability. So Ken was left completely exposed and surrounded by hundreds of enemies. At that point, he could only regret having trusted him. He wanted to be a hero and ended up as monster food. And from a distance, the protagonist could only watch as Ken was dismembered piece by piece. It wasn't Ken who had failed. The protagonist had made the wrong choice. And now, another life had come to an end entirely because of his mistake. At least Ken's sacrifice bought the other soldiers some space, allowing them to counterattack. Although there was little they could do as soon as they reached the enemies. The soldiers were brutally mutilated. In the game, he never hesitated to sacrifice whoever was necessary to advance in the adventure, because that was the cruelty of the game. And even though it was designed that way and it wasn't his fault to get an item, complete a quest, or simply advance the story, someone in the group had to die. And in the end, it was just a game. So he killed them without a second thought. Seeing it from this perspective, he now realized he was an arrogant fool who never questioned his actions. But now it was different. Real people, flesh and blood, were fighting for him, and they were all giving their lives. He erupted in fury and swore he would destroy those monsters. But monsters wouldn't be stopped by words, and one was already lunging at him. But a sort of brilliant light pierced its head, saving the prince. As long as Lucas was nearby, the protagonist would be safe. But our protagonist drew his own weapon. And with a clean cut, he decapitated another nearby spider. He had forgotten something very important about. The soldiers informed him that the cannon was ready to fire again. And Demian, his face covered in blood, promised to make a good shot. And the fourth shot was fired. The Spider Queen saw a massive blast of magical power coming right for her. It hit her head -on, annihilating her entire guard. Unfortunately, once again, the spider was fine, as if nothing had happened after taking such a massive magical blast. This was starting to destroy everyone's morale. They were pouring blood and sweat into every attack, but it was all for nothing. Besides, the cannon was at its limit. If they fired it again, it might explode. At this point, the soldiers didn't have the strength to keep fighting, and some were even asking to just accept their fate, an idea that didn't seem so bad to our protagonist anymore. The cannon was about to be destroyed, and his soldiers were on their last legs. And even if they could fire again, Demian was writhing in pain from overexerting himself. There was no hope left, and he had to accept reality. But then, a soldier screamed out to him. It wasn't much, but there was no doubt that the last cannon shot had indeed damaged the queen. The protagonist was impressed by that soldier. Everyone else was beaten, but he was still at his post, observing the enemy like a good soldier should. Like a true soldier, he was fulfilling his duty to the very end. An end that came in the form of a huge green cannonball that fell on top of him. The entire tower collapsed immediately, and the protagonist fell from the top. Luckily, he opened his eyes, safe on solid ground. Though it came at the cost of Lucas's sacrifice, who would gladly give his entire life to keep his prince safe. The protagonist told him not to say such foolish things and asked if he was okay. But he was far from okay. He asked the protagonist if he remembered when they met 20 years ago. That was impossible as he had only been in this body for a few hours. It turns out that when the original Ash recruited Lucas, he told him that he probably wouldn't become emperor, but he would try to be the coolest person in the world. So he asked Lucas to also be the coolest warrior in the world. At the time, they were just kids, and it was just cheap talk, but it still meant the world to Lucas. And to this day, after all the crazy things the protagonist had done, Lucas would continue to trust his prince and friend, whenever and wherever, no matter what happened. But those were his last words, as his strength failed him, and a pile of rocks fell on top of him. Luckily, Lucas was still alive, but in very bad shape, and our protagonist had to keep him alive at all costs. After all, he is the hero of this story. He couldn't waste any time, and quickly assessed the forces he had left. Unfortunately, the entire artillery team had fallen, and they couldn't go on. In fact, his forces were so devastated that he wondered how they were even still alive. And of course, the useless fool had forgotten someone very important, the one he had sent to be a wall, a human wall against those beasts. The powerful sorceress Lily, who even with 100 daggers in her back, was still standing, defending the castle. Lily was on her last legs, yet she continued to protect her prince. Her time had come. Now it was the protagonist's turn to avenge the deaths of all who had sacrificed themselves there. He was struck by Lily's bravery, so he wasted no time and, with the few men left, tried to fire again. But the cannon was on its last legs. But there was no other choice. Either they fired again, or everyone would die. The problem was that without Demian they couldn't fire, and on top of that, the castle ruins were blocking their view. Luckily, the protagonist knew that Demian could fire the cannon again. He didn't know exactly how his ability worked, but if Demian fired, his shot would hit the target no matter what. From Demian's perspective, all he could see with his blurry eyes was the protagonist asking him to fire one more time. And of course, at that point, Demian wondered if any of this made sense. No matter what he did, nothing changed. But the protagonist assured him that one more shot and the Spider Queen would surely fall. Although, that's not what Demian was referring to. Let's say they defeated the Spider Queen. In a few days, they would have to face a horde of even worse enemies, so he didn't see the point. Demian wanted to stop. He didn't want to live in an eternal battle of blood and bone. The protagonist was sick of all the whining, so he yelled Demian's name out loud. You think fighting sucks? Of course it does, damn it. Did you think the rest of us are here because we enjoy getting hit? They were in an irrational world where every action had consequences. That's just how life was, and crying about it wasn't going to change it. In fact, it was quite simple. As many had said long before him, if you want peace, prepare for war. Otherwise, what's the alternative? Sit down and just let yourself die? Of course not. You have to keep fighting until your body gives its last breath. So if he wanted peace, he had to be much stronger than his enemies. The protagonist handed Demian a sword and told him to slit his own throat if he was truly tired of living. If not, they were in a battle right now and needed someone who could fire the cannon. Demian shouldn't think. He just had to follow his commander's orders. Right now, Demian was the key to victory, and he didn't think about anything else. That motivational speech ignited Demian's fighting spirit, and the protagonist unlocked a new ability, Indomitable Commander. This is an order, Demian. Shoot those bastards in the face. Yes, my commander. Demian shouted, almost as if he had been brainwashed. With Demian sorted out, the problem now was the cannon. No one even wanted to get near it, as it was about to explode. So the protagonist decided he would fire it alongside Demian. Demian was completely blinded and could barely even move his body, but it would be fine. The protagonist just needed him to pull the trigger. The moment came and they activated the cannon again. It was on its last legs, expelling a ton of magical radiation, which he could feel burning his own skin. But of course, that powerful image of their prince holding the cannon motivated his men, so they all quickly ran to the cannon to help their prince. The spiders had already broken through to where they were, and with a desperate cry, they all made their final shot. a shot so powerful that not even 10 men could withstand the weapon's recoil. Unfortunately, the protagonist was well aware that this was all for nothing. They had just fired the cannon into the sky, and it was impossible for Damien's ability to be so convenient as to hit the target. And yet, the cannon shot, which was heading in the opposite direction of the spider, began to turn. Its movement made no sense. It ignored the distance and all the enemies in front of it, until it found the Spider Queen, crouched in a corner. And boom! The shot hit the queen squarely in the head, a head that flew off her lifeless body. "Dude, are you insane? How did you manage to beat that?" Those were the first words he received when he became a streamer. He was so happy at that moment that he doesn't even remember what he replied to the guy. But there was no time for dreaming. The protagonist woke up badly injured and covered in bandages, and a sweet voice asked him to rest, as Damien had used a lot of magic to heal him. It was the beautiful Lily, alive and well, hoping her prince would recover soon. He was surprised to see her as if nothing happened. But more importantly, he was alive too. Lily explained that after the Spider Queen died, all the others fled the battlefield. So yes, they had miraculously won that impossible battle. While he slept, the rest of the soldiers repaired the castle and buried the dead, including the dead spiders, which were piled up and burned in a bonfire. Lily asked him to take it easy. His body had received many burns from the cannon, and even if they went to a healer, he would be left with many scars. But he didn't care about that and said he was fine. More worried about Lily, he asked how she was doing. Unfortunately for Lily, she had been stabbed in the back several times. Several nerves in her body were damaged, and now she couldn't move her legs. He was shocked to hear that. But Lily told him not to worry. After all, she had survived an impossible situation, and that was more than enough for her. In the end, the only survivors of the army were her, Lucas, Damien, and 5 artillery soldiers. The protagonist had commanded over 300 men in that battle. And at the end of it, only 9 people survived. Looking sadly at Lily, he wondered if there wasn't a better way to have handled things. Some had survived, but Ken, for example, had died for nothing. Just like the hundreds of soldiers who had only served as a meat shield for him. Lily told him not to worry about the situation. Yeah. Of course, to begin with, they were there because of the original Ash, but it was too late to regret that now. Now, he was in the body of Prince Ash, so he would have to take the blame for all of his past. Lucas then burst into the room shouting. And through tears, he expressed his joy that his prince was safe and sound. Lucas seemed like an overbearing mother, wanting to check every part of his body to make sure everything was okay. Of course, the protagonist was pretty banged up. However, Lucas, being the hero he is, only took a couple of hours to heal all his wounds, which made our protagonist quite envious. Then Lucas asked him to seal the manuscript with the names of the fallen. It was very sad because for some, only parts of hands and feet remained, and they didn't even know their names. He shot up from the bed and asked to see the dead, but obviously, Lucas forbade him. So instead, he decided to visit Damien. Apparently, Damien hadn't trusted at all. Right after the battle ended, he started healing the wounded, even while being blind. The protagonist thanked Damien for all his work, as none of them would have survived without him. So, as he had promised, he would reward him with so much gold and riches that he would never have to step on a battlefield again. Damien was a mercenary, not a warrior of the Empire, so he wasn't bound to it and could do whatever he wanted. But Damien remembered that he was now the prince's trigger. Besides, he was very curious to know the origin of the monsters, where they came from, and why they did what they did. And above all, Damien wanted to know why his friend Bam had to die for him. So Damien, with determination in his eyes, asked to continue following his orders. A fabulous idea for him, who immediately accepted having Damien in his ranks. After that, and with more calm, they held a ceremony for all who had fallen in battle. He replayed in his head all the things he could have done differently. But in the end, he could only choose one path, and his choice led to the deaths of hundreds. A burden on his shoulders that he didn't expect to be so heavy. He ordered for all the soldiers' belongings to be collected and sent to their families. In that world of life and death, the funeral of a loved one could be a huge financial burden for the family. So he declared that he would build a cemetery in that place. And every year, they would return to honor the sacrifice of the brave who fought for the lives of their friends. For a moment, he remembered when he used to kill hundreds of his men in games without a second thought. But now it was different. He felt firsthand the pressure of having the power to decide between the life and death of others. At that moment, he decided to make an oath. He swore before Lucas and his men that this massacre would not happen again. But for now, they had to leave the battlefield and head to the headquarters, Crossroom. We also see that the system had completed the tutorial and rewarded him with a small gift in his inventory. 3 days later, he and his group were heading to the headquarters. They don't say anything here, but they show a close minus up of his necklace, so it's probably important for later. But for now, our protagonist is quite bored. And like a little kid, he kept asking Lucas over and over how much longer it would be. Meanwhile, we see that he had to choose a class. As soon as he completed the tutorial, he leveled up to level 5th. The bad thing was that his stats increased randomly, a nonsensical lie. But the important thing was that at level 5, you had to choose a class. You know, warrior, mage, rogue, etc. The problem he had was that he had a class called Beginner Commander. It was the first time he had seen that class in the game, and it seemed to be a reward for beating the game in Sage Hell mode. And of course, just recently he had unlocked the Indomitable Commander ability. It was almost as if the system wanted him to choose that class. The Indomitable Commander ability was quite good, as it nullified fear in the minds of allies. However, at the beginning of the game, it was a pretty useless ability, as true fear didn't appear until much later in the game. But of course, he couldn't blindly choose a class he had no information about. At this point, everything was becoming a headache for him, when suddenly Lucas informed him that they had finally arrived at Crossroad, the majestic fortress of the Southern Empire, the impenetrable and fortified Crossroad. When the war against the monsters began, this fortress was key to the Empire. But, as the years went by, the monsters moved to other places, and most of the soldiers were stationed at other bases. So most of the soldiers there were second-rate mercenaries or villagers desperate for a few coins. The Empire just needed cannon fodder, so anyone who entered there was directly turned into minced meat for the Empire. Since everyone there was nothing more than villagers and mercenaries. Death-trap locals popped up everywhere. In fact, at this point, this place wasn't even called a fortress anymore, but the street of self-slaughter, the city where you went to die. In this world, that wall separated monsters from humanity. And in the game, he couldn't appreciate it, but the truth was that the wall was bigger than it seemed, although it was also quite run-down. In any case, it seems our protagonist is going to take charge of this city. The prince's entourage paraded through the streets, but everyone around them looked at them with quite a sour expression. And that reaction was completely normal. After all, Ash had just arrived in the city, and because of him, the entire city's army had died. Luckily, he was already prepared for this situation. After all, they had defeated hundreds of demon spiders, high-level monsters. So they dropped a ton of valuable crystals. Each one was so valuable it could retire a person at 15th. It made sense. Right now, his reputation in the kingdom was a disaster, so he had to win the people's love, no matter what. And of course in games, raising friendship with NPCs was super easy. You just had to shower them with gold, and they would be your most faithful friends. Just like in real life, right? In fact, he hadn't even done anything yet, and he could already see the citizens' hearts warming up. After a while, they arrived at the mansion of the Fortress Lord, which would now be his home, and he was obviously blown away when he saw it. It was nothing like his small apartment, and he even felt uncomfortable with how big it was. Then, someone rushed out, very worried about the prince. This man took his hands and thanked the heavens that he had returned alive. His name was Ader, and honestly, he gave our protagonist the creeps. In the game, he was the NPC in charge of the city, the one the player had to talk to organize defenses, build, and handle other management tasks. Our protagonist hoped it was the same in this world, as he was a very useful NPC. But to start, Ader invited the prince to a nice bath, and then a good dinner. That was music to his ears, so he accepted immediately. He also told Lucas and the rest of his men not to do anything else and to rest for a good while. "There are no breaks for a bodyguard," shouted Lucas. But the protagonist was firm and ordered him to rest once and for all. Though they wouldn't be far, as Lucas's room was right next to his. Ader took him to the baths, and there, he told him he could leave him alone now. Haha, you didn't see this coming. Ader called him Classic Nerd, his streamer name, which obviously left him quiet. Ader closed the bathroom doors with a malevolent smile and said he didn't expect the protagonist to actually clear the tutorial. Those words made him suspect the worst about Ader. And he gladly confirmed that Ader was the director of the game Empire Defense. And bam, without another word, he drove his fist into Ader's face. That reaction was normal, After all, he was in this life minus or minus death situation because of this guy. But Ader from the floor asked him to calm down and, on his knees, apologized for kidnapping him out of the blue. But he did it for a good reason. This world needed classic nerd's help. This was obviously none of his business, and he pounced on Ader with claws and fury. The beating was long and brutal, and he didn't stop until Ader couldn't even move. To be clear, he asked if Ader was the same director who had sent him messages in his world. He confirmed it, saying he did it for a good reason. The protagonist asked for that reason. Ader explained that, in fact, this world had an authentic ending, one that not even the protagonist had unlocked. You could say it's like the original ending of this world. Ader had reset this world hundreds of times, but no matter what he did, he couldn't even get close to the true ending. So at some point he decided to seek help from outside this world. That's where video game players from the real world came in. Ader sent his world in the form of a video game to hundreds of worlds, but the most capable always ended up being humans from Earth. However, even among humans, there was no one who could beat the brutal story of that game. No one except our protagonist, of course, although he didn't reach the desired ending either. However, he was special, because he completed the game in Sage Hell mode, something not even Ader could achieve. That's why he was here, and Ader had full confidence that he could lead this world forward. The explanation was all well and good, but he still called Ader every name in the book, words I can't repeat, but you can imagine. And he fully deserved it, as none of that changed the fact that he was kidnapped. And it wasn't just the kidnapping. The thing is, Ader didn't know why he was in that loser's body either. This was really starting to piss him off, and he was ready to give the director another beating. But Ader stopped him and said he didn't expect him to save this world for free. If he completed his mission, Ader would grant him any wish he had. Ader wasn't a god, but he was something similar, so he had that kind of power. However, with blood streaming from his nose, he didn't inspire much confidence. But Ader reaffirmed his promise, swearing that after completing the game, he would return him to his world with a great reward. He asked if he could ask for something like $10 billion. A rather amusing request for Ader, as he could give him all the money in the world if he wanted. Still, he didn't trust him one bit and was sure the director was scamming him to his face. It seems our protagonist wasn't really interested in great riches. But Ader knew him and knew he had a wish far more valuable than gold. A wish that he had stopped fighting for because he thought it was impossible. He knew it then. Ader had been studying him very well before even summoning him to this world, because he knew he had a great regret deep inside him. No one says what happened, but from the hospital bed, we can imagine. Of course he didn't have to worry, as Ader assured him he could grant the wish he longed for so much. The protagonist then asked Ader why, with so much power, he couldn't save this world by himself. And it was actually quite simple. In this world, Ader was nothing more than an ordinary human with no powers whatsoever. That's precisely why he had to summon someone exceptional like our protagonist. To be sure, he asked what would happen if he died here. And well, it was obvious you die. And that's it. They were in a 1- life game. There were no save points or ways to load a previous game. Every action he took would shape the future of this world, and there was no going back. But if he still refused, Ader could return him to his world to continue his life. In fact, Ader would have liked to ask him before, but due to certain system errors, he couldn't see him earlier. So now, our protagonist had a choice. Would he return to his world and his life as a streamer, or fight for this world and fulfill his wish? Ader would respect his decision, whatever it was, so he could feel free to choose whatever he wanted. Here, he lost his mind a little. He was partly terrified by the idea of dying, but on the other hand, he loved the idea of getting out of there alive. He had already completed the game in Sage Hell mode, so he knew every detail of this world and what was about to happen. So what the hell, why not? Our protagonist said with a smile. This was magnificent news for Ader, who couldn't help but burst with joy. Of course he expected Ader to cooperate with him at all times, and also to fulfill his wish at the end of the story. Yes, go for it, Ader said cheerfully, already expecting him to leave and be left alone. And with everything clear, he gave Ader a long list of tasks. Some were quite simple, but others, like selling the spider gems, were difficult as it was already night and the market was closed. That's your problem, you lady minus waiting. Get out there and do your duty like the mangy dog you are. He was going all out, and Ader didn't argue, fearing another beating. The number of gems they had collected was insane, and Ader asked what he would spend it on. A very stupid question, as obviously. It was for the gacha to get good characters. With all that money, he would have enough for 100 pulls, so he was sure to find some powerful mercenary. Luckily, Ader had completed his mission perfectly. In just one night and with a lot of effort, he managed to get tons of gold for a protagonist. He and Lucas headed to the mercenary guild to recruit some men. But since it was a shady place, Lucas asked to go in first. A completely unreasonable request for our protagonist, of course, who kicked the door wide open, immediately drawing the attention of all the mercenaries. A few stood up and threatened to kill him. A completely inappropriate reaction for our protagonist. After all, he was the lord and master of the entire city. And if they didn't want to lose their heads, it was best for everyone to stay quiet. His reputation as the Mad Prince was well minus established in the Empire, so everyone quickly backed off. He explained that the Mercenary Guild is where the player goes to select new characters for their party. Of course, they came in different tiers from normal to super rare, with the latter being the ones who are truly useful in battle. And he couldn't believe it. An old woman with an aicha, who seemed quite happy to see the prince there. She introduced herself as Jupiter, a lightning sorceress of super rare grade. He noticed she was wearing a military uniform, though it was slightly different from the Empire's. She explained that they had been in the business of death for over 30 years, so her uniform was from the previous empire. She once commanded imperial forces but now made a living as a mercenary. Of course, she wasn't doing it for the love of the art. The thing is, he was right there to recruit good men, just like her. But Jupiter retorted, asking if he was looking for soldiers or just more cannon fodder for the monsters. That was insolence, so Lucas was about to put her in her place. But she was right, and the story of the Mad Prince who lost. An entire army had already spread throughout the kingdom. Jupiter and the rest of the mercenaries stood before him. They fought for money, but they weren't stupid enough to charge head first into death. But he asked if they were kidding him. Everyone there was a low-minus-life mercenary, fugitives from the kingdom or worse, so the fact that they were afraid of death was a bad joke. Besides, no one could fool him. Jupiter was acting all high and mighty. But he knew she was discharged from the army for stealing funds for weapons. In other words, she was corrupt. So everyone in that place wasn't much better than him. Jupiter was caught smuggling and doing worse things in the army, yet she still wore the military uniform. To him, that woman had no shame. Jupiter's story was quite eventful. She was corrupt, no doubt about it, from selling weapons to doing favors for those who could pay. That was Jupiter, the lightning sorceress, corrupt to the core, but with power and intelligence beyond the norm. Still, Jupiter was a soldier, so she told him to watch his words, to which he asked for how much money she would sell her pride. Jupiter smiled and said that although it might not seem like it, she was quite expensive and wouldn't work for less than 100,000 coins a year. "I'll give you 200,000, he said. In that world, morals didn't matter. Being good or bad was for dead people. So if he could buy a super rare grave with money, he would give everything he had and more. And the offer wasn't just for Jupiter. Every soldier who wanted to fight in his army would be paid double the normal rate, and whoever accepted the deal just had to find him later. He didn't have any more time for talk and had to head to the city church. There, in front of an angelic statue, he seemed to be receiving a healing ritual. He was almost fully healed, but unfortunately he would be left with several scars on his body. The saint of that church was a hidden hero of the game, a rare class character, Saint Merita. In the game, it was possible to recruit her if you met certain conditions, and that's why he was there. First things first, money up front. And with a good payment made, the saint summoned all available healers. Among them was Demian, and he was glad to see him well. With everything ready at nightfall, everyone gathered on the outskirts of the city. There, they held a full parade for all the soldiers who had fallen in battle. In front of each grave stood a soldier with a rifle. And around them all, a large choir bidding farewell to the deceased. In that city where life and death were worth the same, this kind of ceremony was rare to see, but at least it comforted the families of the dead. Everyone was murmuring about the massacre of that day. But he didn't see it that way. That day was a great day, the day when the soldiers of the Empire gave their lives for humanity. After the ceremony, he presented himself to the entire city. Ash von Hyder is the protagonist. Evil Black, or as they usually call me, the Mad Prince. He lived up to his name, as his first words to his people were that they were all going to die. He was clear from that day on. This cemetery would get bigger and bigger. and they would hear the choir sing so much that the tunes would be ingrained in their minds for life. He also emphasized something very important to his people. The death of each soldier was more expensive than if they stayed alive, as the cost of compensation to a family was getting higher. It was unthinkable for the prince. Money should be spent on the living. So, as the greedy prince he was, he promised his city to keep as many people alive as he could, so he wouldn't have to pay anyone. It was his duty as a prince to use his people on the battlefield. But it was the citizens' duty not to let themselves be killed for nothing. They didn't have to fight for the empire, but to get paid and spend the money on their families. With those words, he ended his speech, unsure if his words were appropriate or not. After all, until he showed results, he couldn't face his people. But anyway, the story continued, and it was time to move on to the first stage of the game, one that would begin in 3 days and 1 hour. After the soldier's funeral, Lucas and the protagonist were behind the mansion, next to a pile of loose rocks. As he approached them, the system asked if he wanted to activate the teleport, which he obviously wanted, so he pressed yes. The stones then began to move, and formed a circle, creating a portal. This completely blew Lucas's mind, who asked stunned what that portal was. "It's obvious," he replied. "It's a back door to the enemy base." Here, he explains that the game Empire Defense is a combination of two types of games: Tower Defense and Dungeon Offense. It was quite simple. The stages were our defense style, where you had to defend against waves of enemies. But between stages, there was a period of free time that let you attack the enemy or clear dungeons. That was the Dungeon Offense part. In theory, he shouldn't start attacking until after the first stage, as the dungeons are quite difficult. But his start in this world was the best he'd ever had in all his playthroughs. Not only did he manage to save Demian, who is a very broken character, but he also acquired Jupiter, a very powerful attacker for the early game. Not to mention he still had a good sack of coins, so he could prepare as much as he wanted and hire a lot of soldiers. The opportunity to be overpowered from the beginning didn't come often, and he planned to take advantage of it. To not overthink it, in one panel, he explains to Lucas that he sees the world as if it were a video game. Because Lucas, who lives in a medieval world, knows what a video game is, of course. The point is, he explained that these portals were like a way to spy on the enemy or something. And Lucas, who also didn't want to overthink it, just said yes to everything he said. This is a rather comical scene that I can't really explain. Well, he's confused because Lucas isn't asking him anything about all the crazy things he's saying about other worlds and video games. Lucas just replied yes and to go ahead with everything. Hell yeah. This was very strange to him. After all, with him being alive, Lucas's whole life had changed suddenly, as Lucas was the hero who should have been setting the pace of the story. However, Lucas did absolutely everything he was asked, almost like a puppet with no will of its own, which he found quite strange. To be sure, he got serious and asked Lucas if he really had no doubts about him or the crazy things he had just told him. For a moment, Lucas put on a firm look, and he prepared to lose the hero of the story. However, with a hand on his chest, Lucas said he had no questions and would follow him to the end without question. Lucas affirmed that he was his sword and shield, and for that reason he would act as such without asking questions. He wasn't stupid and knew that tons of questions must be running through Lucas's mind, but this seemed to be Lucas's way of expressing that he trusted him completely. This almost made him cry, and he promised to give Lucas a raise at the end of the day. But right now, with everything ready, they were heading into the very mouth of hell. A fantastic idea for Lucas, as long as he could be with his prince. As they approached the portal, they saw a panel with different destinations, but the only selectable one was the lakeshore. Here, he and Lucas got loading screens, complete with the typical newbie tips for games. This confused Lucas a lot, and it pissed our protagonist off quite a bit, as he had to wait for loading screens even in real life. But after that, they arrived at their destination. This place might look like a simple, calm lake, but, in reality, it was a source of dark energy from which atrocious creatures emanated. In fact, it didn't take them long to find them, as the lake suddenly split in two. And from the depths, a lot of things began to emerge. Dark armors imbued with black magic. These enemies were called the living armors. Usually, in the first levels of a game, you face goblins or very small creatures. In this game, they made it a bit harder, and there were some sirens that were quite difficult to kill. Just in case, he had prepared himself for the possibility of even facing a dragon. Well, to hell with his bad luck, because these armors were much tougher than all the previous ones. The enemies were only level 5. The problem was that there were over 1,000 of them. Lucas saw him looking quite pale and worried about him. And he wasn't just feeling bad. He was sorry to be so honest with Lucas. But it seemed he had messed up badly, and now they were well and truly screwed. 741 times. That's how many times he had to restart the game from the beginning. There were many reasons for each of them, but many were because when he encountered the living armors in the first level, he simply restarted the game. As the enemy's name suggests, they are living armors, meaning they are actually ghosts. So physical weapons barely did any damage, and fighting them was quite difficult. Of course, once you unlock magic a bit later in the game, these enemies weren't that big of a deal, but in the early levels, they were fearsome. So that was the situation, an entire army of the undead in front of them, and they had no way to defeat them. This was just bad luck, so much so that it almost seemed intentional. But anyway, the first assault on the enemies had been a total failure. Until next time. So they would have to flee and prepare the defenses for when it was time to defend against those monsters. As soon as he arrived at his mansion, Ader informed him that they had 526 soldiers for the defense. That was not enough by a long shot, and he cursed the original Ash for getting so many of his city's soldiers killed. There was no time to lose, so he proposed recruiting in other cities for double the price. This had to be done. Clearly, a huge invasion of monsters was hitting them, and they needed to recruit as many as possible. In addition, he asked to call for reinforcements from the Empire, something Ader advised against. If they did that, a quite devastating event for the world would occur later on. But they would have to think about that later, as the alternative was to die in the first battle. He also asked to recruit every villager in the city, carpenters, masons, and others. Ader protested, saying that, if they cut off trade, they would go bankrupt. Well, better yet, let's all die and let our spirits enjoy the money, right? He asked with quite a bit of malice. Ader got the message and went to the city to recruit anyone he laid eyes on. At this point, he couldn't waste any more time. The game's difficulty was much higher than anything he had ever experienced. And everything was getting out of hand very quickly. So he bet everything on the commander class getting him out of this mess. Upon selecting it, the system congratulated him. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. It was a debuff of minus 50% strength on him. Wait, what? He asked. Don't you wait, machine. There's still more, because it also reduced the effects of used items by half. This has to be a joke, he exclaimed. There couldn't be a class that only gave you debuffs. This was a total scam, so he grabbed a fire poker from the chimney and set out to find Ader to crack his head open. Luckily, it didn't come to that. With the poker in hand and a very understandable rage, a bunch of system screens opened up for him. There were a lot of abilities related to commanding, like increasing the attack of soldiers for a period of time. That's why his character had so many debuffs. In fact, after a bit of investigation, he realized his class was actually quite broken. Depending on his affinity with other characters, he could share abilities between them or even make them change classes. For classic nerd, who is a fan of tinkering with menus and strange options, this commander class was a perfect fit. You're safe for today, Ader. And he put the poker back in its place. The next day, we see Ader explaining to him that no one wanted to be recruited by him. So he had no choice but to kidnap the leaders of the city's guilds to talk to them. You went a bit too far, don't you think? He asked. There was the leader of the blacksmiths, the carpenters and masons, and the alchemists, who turned out to be part of the imperial family. Ader had gone way overboard, and as always, he would have to calmly de-escalate the situation. Or better yet, threaten to kill them all. After all, he was the Mad Prince, and that's exactly what he did. He asked the leaders how they dared to speak to the prince with such foul language. Am I not a good prince? Do you want to hurt my feelings? Being a Mad Prince had its advantages, and with a series of death threats, he made the leaders calm down completely. Of course, he wasn't a tyrant and promised that all the gems they got in battles would be used exclusively in the city. Additionally, they would be paid 20% more for each piece in the future. In exchange, he wanted the full cooperation of the city's leaders, and when he proposed it, when he wanted a war economy, everyone would have to accept without complaint. This was a hell of a deal for the city leaders, something everyone craved in the end, so they all accepted without conditions. Suddenly, everyone there was a faithful servant to their beloved and generous prince, so everything would be fine with them. It's good to have money and power, our protagonist thought. But now, There were 2 days and 13 hours left until the start of the first stage. After the meeting with the city leaders, he met with his men. With everyone together, he explained that they were going to be besieged by living armors, which left everyone with a clear expression of "we're so screwed." But there was no time for whining, and he would give everyone their tasks. To start, Lucas would be the commander of the army, so his first task would be to train the newbies, which was practically the entire army. Lily was in a wheelchair, but that didn't stop him. At least she wouldn't be in combat. Technically, Lily was a city official, so she would work for the prince for her entire life, no matter what she did. As for Jupiter, she asked if she would get a raise if she did extra work on her missions. Jupiter had a curse that made her addicted to money, and unfortunately, it seemed to be incurable. It was a pretty big disadvantage for a character, but as long as she had money, she would serve him. She would be the captain of the independent soldier unit and expected him to have her money ready and fresh after the mission. To Damian, he gave a normal level 10 crossbow, and it was clear what he expected of him to be his great sniper, something Damian now accepted without complaint. He also noticed that Damian was no longer wearing glasses. Damian explained that he didn't really need them. The point is, since his eyesight was now necessary, he would no longer wear the glasses. This made Ader very happy, as he wanted to be the only character in the story with glasses. "You shut up, you filthy scum, or I'll cut your head off," he kindly requested. Ader was a real piece of work. With that, the meeting ended. And now, he went to inspect the castle walls. Unfortunately, they had been neglected for quite some time, so they were in pretty bad shape. This was entirely Ader's fault, and he asked him why he let that happen. "Because before you arrived, we didn't have a single coin. It's simple. Remember, that base had been forgotten by everyone, as no monsters had appeared there for years. Still, it was the Empire's responsibility. If monsters were to reappear, as is the case now, they would be in serious trouble, as is the case now. But anyway, whatever will be, and he would use all the money he had left to try to improve the walls. So he went to the carpenter's workshop and asked for his first favor. He wanted everyone to start building walls. But of course, no matter how many walls they built, they would be made of wood, so they wouldn't be very useful against the beasts. But he told them to just make as many wooden walls as they could, as he didn't plan to use them for defense. He did clarify, however, that he wanted the largest and sturdiest wooden walls they had ever made. "All right then," said the carpenters. After that, time flowed by, with each member of the group fulfilling their role. For him, time flew like a lightning bolt, until only 30 minutes remained before the assault began. Oh, it was calm. Until the moment the counter hit 0, the living armors appeared in the distance. The drums of war sounded throughout the city, and both armies prepared to fight their enemies. The army of armors took the initiative and charged straight at the fortress, which began to tremble from the steps of the enemy army. But there was nothing to fear. The enemy was nothing more than weak beasts, and they were great soldiers of the Empire. Actually, no. The living armors were the most difficult enemies until at least halfway through the game, and his army was just a mishmash of mercenaries, each doing their own thing without even any training. On the other hand, they had the fantastic quantum magic cannons, but in reality, they weren't that powerful and were quite old. Still, he exclaimed that it would be an easy battle and no one had anything to fear. They just had to follow the plan to the letter. And he swore that that very night, they would be celebrating in the bar. The battle was going to be bloody and fierce. But luckily, they had Jupiter, the queen of the storms, and he hoped that all the money he gave her would truly be reflected in her actions. The operation began. And something good we have here. The armors were extremely dumb. They only moved with the desire to kill everything in front of them, so that was taken advantage of by Jupiter and her group, who diverted a bunch of armors into a deadly trap. It was a fairly simple trap, where the armors fell to the bottom of a hidden pit, and it worked perfectly. With a lot of armors gathered in the same spot, it was time for Jupiter to her keep, and she used the ability Bleaching Zone, leaving all the armors well minus fried. Even so, they were still moving. What a way to insult your elders, Jupiter thought. But there were still another 900 enemies waiting behind. The first wave of enemies was to prepare the ground, so he told Jupiter to fall back, which she and her group did immediately, followed closely by the army of armors. From his perspective, the image of the enemy was imposing, but for now, his plan was going well. After a good run, Jupiter and her men reached the wooden walls. And here they completely played the armors. They were so focused on chasing Jupiter and her group that they didn't realize they were being surrounded by tall wooden walls. Now it was the armor's turn to choose the best option: tear down the walls or think of another plan. Neither of those, because they only moved to kill, so they continued straight towards Jupiter. Here we can see a little better how the wooden barriers funneled the monsters. Since they were dumb, they didn't destroy the wooden barriers or go around them. They just kept moving forward, piling on top of each other. After a while, the armors were so tightly packed together that it was time to act. And for a moment, the entire city trembled as all its cannons fired at once. The rain of fire on the living armors was something never seen before. And with little they could do, they just took the fire from the skies. He was applying the basics of defense games, controlling the enemy's path. Once you achieved that, they would be reduced to ashes by artillery fire. Specifically, he designated a kill zone, where all the enemies would arrive, and the cannons wouldn't stop firing for a second. For now, everything was going quite well. And Demian asked if they hadn't already won with that strategy. The monsters were unable to get past the barriers, and more of them were dying. But of course, that wasn't all. And as soon as he said that, heavy footsteps were heard in the enemy army. It was the enemy's armored unit, which, with a firm step, made its way through the explosions. Obviously, it couldn't be as easy as just shooting and killing, but a few shields were going to stop his plan, as he knew the armors would do that sooner or later. To counter them, he had Lily well prepared, who, along with a bunch of sorcerers, activated a magical artifact. This was the gravitational ring, and it created a large area with immense pressure over it. This left the armored armors completely immobile. And it didn't matter how strong an enemy armor was. Under a rain of heavy artillery, not even the most powerful shield could do anything. Something that was demonstrated right away. Under a bloody rain of enormous arrows, the armored armors were decreasing in number. His plan was working perfectly, and he had trapped all his enemies in a vortex of attacks from which it was impossible to escape. Of course, that plan couldn't work forever, and sooner than you could say. The armors began to surround the wooden walls. To control those who were sneaking through, he sent Jupiter and her squadron to control the situation. The armors were about to reach the city wall. But before that, they were intercepted by Jupiter, who, with a burst of lightning, kept any approaching enemy at bay. The right side of the wall was controlled by Jupiter. Now he had to control the left side. On that side, Demian was well prepared for action, who, with his superhuman aim, fired arrows uncontrollably, landing each of his arrows in the enemy's heads, which annihilated them with just one hit, and Demian was happy about it. Usually physical attacks didn't do much damage to the armors, but with Demian's ability, the arrows went straight to the enemy's core and annihilated them with a single blow. He had no doubt Demian's Thousand Eyes ability was one of the most broken skills in the entire game. Now let's review the battlefield. The center was controlled by the crossfire, and the wooden barriers were holding up well. Jupiter protected the right side. And under Demian's gaze, not a single enemy could pass through the left side. The pace of the enemy massacre was going great, and they would soon reach 500 enemies killed. He only had a couple of days to organize the defenses, but it seems he did a pretty good job. But then something happened that surprised him. The spirits of the fallen armors were gathering in a whirlwind in the sky. This happened as soon as the kill counter reached 500. And this terrified him, as out of nowhere, after the whirlwind, the level's boss appeared. His name was the Spectral Knight, and he was level 25. And the bad thing was that humans weren't the only ones feeling terror. She tried to fight to keep control of her horse, but in the end she fell backward and hit her head hard on the back of her neck. Her vision was slowly blurring from the blow. Meanwhile, a bunch of living armors were heading straight for her to dismember her. The members of her group jumped to her rescue, which worried him a lot, as not only was Jupiter in danger, but those soldiers would be part of the heroes group in the future. Lucas proposed changing the direction of the cannons and clearing the area so that Jupiter and her group would be safe. But that wasn't an option. If they cancelled the kill zone, all the armors would disperse and annihilate them as if it were nothing. Besides, many soldiers were still terrified from seeing the boss circling around. So the kill zone had already reduced its firepower, and reducing it further would be the end for them. The number one priority right now was to maintain the artillery zone. He felt sorry for Jupiter, but she would have to find a way to survive on her own. For her part, she woke up suddenly on the ground. wondering what she did wrong to still be fighting at her old age. Then, one of her men told Jupiter to snap out of it, as they were slowly being surrounded. The warrior told Jupiter to wake up and run away from them. But then he was attacked from behind by an armor. Luckily, he was a quite skilled warrior, so he dodged the attack and counterattacked with a strong mace blow to his enemy's face. Unfortunately, no matter how hard you hit a living armor, it had little effect on them. So the only thing they could do was hit the armors to make them retreat. Unfortunately for the soldier, he was surprised and stabbed in the back by a defeated enemy that could still move its body. And as soon as the warrior let his guard down a little, the other armors pounced on him. And in a whirlwind of spears and blood, the soldier lost his life, screaming and calling for help. A little scene that really pissed off Jupiter, who tried to charge some magic. But for some reason, she couldn't control it well. Immediately after, they caught a girl who was protecting Jupiter's back, and through tears and cries, they stabbed a spear into her head, who, after seeing all his friends die, could do nothing but run in the opposite direction. It was no use as from. "Damn creatures from hell," exclaimed Jupiter, as they closed in on her. Slowly, at the last second, Jupiter managed to activate her magic again, incinerating most of the enemies in front of her. But her power was at a quarter of its strength, and there was little more she could do. She was weak and completely surrounded by enemies. Even she understood that she was well and truly screwed. The assault group had failed, and only 2 members remained. So Jupiter told the remaining one that at least he should survive, as she would use what little magic she had left to buy him some time. But the kid with the spear had the biggest pair of balls in the world. So, with spear in hand, he said that the duty of warriors is to protect sorcerers until the very end. Besides, he didn't have a horse to flee, and if they fought together, he might survive in the end. Jupiter was surprised to see the young rookie's courage. In fact, he fought quite well. He didn't attack to kill. He would try to stop the armors as much as possible. Meanwhile, Jupiter could charge her magic. Luckily for them, Demian was giving them a hand from time to time. All his shots were perfect, but even that wasn't enough to protect Jupiter. And then, just when Jupiter was able to charge her magic, her young protector was brutally pierced through the chest. This made Jupiter explode in a rage of helplessness, unleashing a huge storm of lightning on all her enemies, incinerating absolutely every enemy. And if only she had managed to do it a second earlier, the young rookie would have been saved. He was still alive, shattered on the ground. And Jupiter asked him what the #1 rule of a mercenary was. The young man had trouble speaking, but he respected the word. He answered, "Never accept a job that pays too much, because you'll most likely end up dead." After that, the boy called for his mother through tears, until he finally breathed his last. For Jupiter, what the boy said was true, at least if you wanted to live to an old age. But Jupiter saw it differently. If you wanted riches, fame, or power, you had to fight in battles that constantly pushed you to the brink of death. And above all else, never befriend a sorcerer. And much less, feel sorry for one. Why, you ask? Well, because the warrior will sacrifice his life for the sorcerer, and then the sorcerer will take all the credit for the mission. It's that simple. And well, to begin with, if you wanted to live, it was foolish to become a mercenary. After her magical ordeal, Jupiter was so battered that she couldn't even light a cigarette, something that left her quite impressed. And Lucas just gives her this smug, super chat-minus-earning look. Now, let's rewind a few minutes. We see our MC on the wall, smacking his men around to snap them out of their fear of the boss and get them to react, for God's sake. Luckily, with some effort, the MC managed to activate his indomitable commander skill. This sent his men's fighting spirit skyrocketing, which scared our protagonist a little bit. Turns out, his skill didn't just remove fear. Realizing this, the MC changes his plans slightly. From now on, he will be the one in charge of the men on the wall. Meanwhile, the MC gives Lucas the insane order to leave the castle and go rescue Jupiter. Of course, Lucas didn't even flinch at receiving a suicide mission and accepted it for the sake of his prince. He didn't hesitate for a single second. He just hopped on a horse and charged head minus on at the enemy. But the MC had no time to admire Lucas's bravery. And that's when we return to Jupiter's rescue. Lucas grabs Jupiter by the neck, and throwing her onto his horse, they make a run for it. This really pissed off the suits of armor, who in response launched a crazy barrage of spears at them. But hey, this is the hero Lucas we're talking about, so with a simple swing of his sword, he repelled every attack. This left Jupiter so impressed that she promises to introduce Lucas to her beautiful granddaughter after the battle. That is, if they manage to get out of there alive, of course, since the battle was far from over. Jupiter laughs and simply thanks Lucas for saving her. But he didn't need thanks, as he only came to her rescue on his prince's orders. This makes Jupiter think that whenever Lucas wasn't near the prince, he became a pretty serious and dark person. Keep an eye on that, huh? Still, he regrets not being able to arrive sooner and save the rest of the team. That really pissed Jupiter off, and she swore to burn it to ashes. Meanwhile, thanks to the MC, the kill zone was still holding. He sees that unfortunately, the only survivor from the assault team was Jupiter. But he wasn't in a game now, and he didn't consider that horses were living beings too and could obviously get scared. The MC had to sharpen his senses even more. Another real minus world outcome the MC didn't account for is that wood burns. Yeah, it might sound stupid, but in video games, it usually doesn't matter how many explosions happen. The stage remains intact. However, due to the continuous artillery fire, the wooden walls were slowly coming down, and the living armor was getting closer and closer to the castle. At least the MC calms down when he sees that most of the enemies have already been eliminated. So for now, no matter how bad things looked, the MC still had control of the board. A few minutes later, Lucas arrived safely with Jupiter. And here we learn that apparently Lucas didn't like Jupiter at all, as she was expelled from the army for corruption. But that didn't matter now, and Jupiter feels terrible for not being able to meet the MC's expectations. Above all, she feels guilty that the 4 youths who helped her lost their lives, as it was clear they had great potential. But that was the MC's fault for not predicting that the horses would get spooked by the final boss. But Jupiter disagrees. So Jupiter faces the spectral knight and swears he will pay for her fatal mistake with his flesh and blood. Meanwhile, the living armors continued their advance. The castle's cannons didn't stop their assault for even a second. Unfortunately, the kill zone had been completely destroyed, so the MC orders a ceasefire. He also tells Demian to take a break, as he'll need him later to deliver the finishing blow to the boss. After a few seconds, the living armors finally reached the castle walls, and since they couldn't break down the walls, they simply scaled them like monkeys. So the MC tells the warriors to prepare for close quarters combat. Armed with large maces and sturdy shields, his soldiers answered the call. The tricks were over for the MC. Now the true battle for survival was beginning. The armors slowly reached the top of the wall, but as soon as they did, they were met with a rain of enormous heavy rocks. It was just castle debris and scraps of metal, but it was more than enough to smash more than one suit of armor. Plus, falling from such a height, some armors shattered completely, killing them for good. Of course, most of them just got back up and continued their march to the top of the wall, where this time they were met by soldiers trying to push them back with long spears. At that moment, the MC decides to use his broken commander skill, group synergy. The group was the MC, Lucas, 3 sorcerers, Lily, Jupiter, and Demian. This made the entire group resistant to fear and mental effects, plus everyone in the group, even if they weren't fighters, had their physical and magical power boosted by 20%, which sounded beautiful to the MC. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the wall could no longer avoid the battle. Inevitably, the living armors managed to climb the wall and face the MC's army. This stresses the MC out immensely. Even though his soldiers were well trained, they could barely do anything to kill the enemies. At least, that was the case until Lucas put on a good show of power and annihilated several enemies with just one sword slash. He truly had the power to eliminate them. So he tells his men to hold the enemies back while he picks them off. That was something the soldiers could do. So with their strength at its peak, the soldiers charged the enemy. Without wasting time, the MC tells Lily to activate another one of the artifacts. This time, it was the magical artifact haste. It increased the soldiers' movement speed by 5%. That, combined with the attack and defense buffs from the MC, made his soldiers much stronger than before, so they held back the enemy onslaught with great vigor. Of course, it wouldn't last forever. And in just a few minutes, the soldiers' forces were dwindling. Meanwhile, Lucas was doing what he could to eliminate as many enemies as possible. What Lucas used to eliminate enemies was the strike of will. It's a skill that makes you stronger for every enemy you defeat, and with that power, Lucas was single-handedly defending the right side of the castle. But it wasn't enough, as the left side was a disaster and about to fall. You didn't have to be a genius to look around and realize that in just a few minutes, The tables had turned, and now they were losing the battle. Demian asks the MC to let him go to the front lines and thin out the enemy numbers. But the MC needed his power to fight the final boss. Plus, he also needed Jupiter's power for that, so the MC didn't know what to do to get out of this mess. His problem wasn't that serious. Then, from a corner of the wall, a flash of enormous light was seen. It was a huge explosion of fire. Unleashed by Lily from her wheelchair, her immense power incinerated the armors to ash. Thankfully, Lily's magic was more than enough to wipe them out. Holy crap, that's right, Lily's a mage, our protagonist exclaims. To which I personally and Lily are both asking, did you seriously forget that? You've gotta be kidding, right? But nope. It seems he wasn't. Lily can't believe she has such a faultless boss. But the MC grabs her from behind, promising to promote her later. Right now, he needs more of her firepower. Poor Lily, she just wanted to retire, but no. Victory demands blood. The MC screams, then grabs Lily and charges forward, using her like a human flamethrower. Lily saw her life flash before her eyes, but thanks to the MC's power boost, her power reduced the enemies to absolute nothingness, which blew both the MC's and Lily's own minds. Though, she was a little more concerned about being used as a tool. At least the MC's side of the wall was now under control. And as for Lucas's side, his men blocked while he eliminated the enemies. Though, of course, the one who had it worst was Lily, who was forced to chug mana potions one after another and continue her fiery cleanse. But thanks to her pain and great sacrifice, the living armors finally ceased their advance. The soldiers couldn't believe it. It finished forming its enormous body. As soon as it was fully formed, it landed heavily in front of the wall. Holy hell, everyone on the wall screams. The wall shook so violently that it knocked everyone to the ground. The armor was beastly and gigantic. So much so that it looked down on the MC from over the wall like it was nothing. That paralyzed the MC with fear for a second. But this was still just the boss of the first stage, so the MC wasn't going to back down over something so small. Suddenly, the castle's cannons roared to life again. They didn't leave a single one unused. The entire fortress of Crossroad unleashed all its artillery power on the enormous armor. Explosions of all sizes rained down upon it. But the armor barely flinched and slowly moved towards the walls. The artillery fire was quite accurate and its power was quite destructive. But still, the gigantic armor did not stop its advance. Then the MC calls for Lily, who is terrified, thinking he's going to send her to fight that thing. Luckily, he just wanted her to activate the third magical artifact. This artifact was simpler than the rest, as it was just a magic multiplier and only worked on one person. Of course, the artifact's target was Jupiter, and her power increase was over 100%, something the old woman quite enjoyed. With all that power coursing through her body, she felt like a young girl again. Yeah, you senile old hag, stop wasting time and take out that thing, the MC yells. She charges her magic with great intensity and just hopes she doesn't take the castle with it. Even the cloudy sky began to resonate with Jupiter's magic, until an immense barrage of lightning bolts struck the spectral night all at once. That attack was truly powerful, so much so that it even exposed the enemy's spiritual core. Now it was Demian's turn. From a distance, he waited patiently over a huge mounted ballista. Demian focused his gaze and in less than a second, he took his shot. He released a massive harpoon that hit the enemy's core dead minus on, and it seemed to work like a charm, as it could be seen cracking. With that, the knight should have been toast. But she tells them not to worry. After all, everyone knew you shouldn't point metal at the sky during a thunderstorm, something the armored knight was not aware of. And after being marked by Jupiter with her first attack, the second one came. 1,000 times more powerful than the last, coming from the heavens themselves. Still, after the brutal lightning attack, the armor managed to launch its own attack, one that came with force and power against the wall. Lucas jumps on top of the MC, and the armor finishes its attack, completely devastating the wall, with all its soldiers on top. They were sent flying everywhere. Luckily, Lucas protected the MC from the blow, and he was perfectly fine. On the other hand, the wall turned out to be better than expected, as it completely withstood the armor's attack, which, after taking one last look at the MC, disintegrated into nothing, thus ending the encounter with the game's first boss. But the Spectre had one last surprise for everyone. In a violent, macabre whirlwind, the spirit writhed before them all. The sight was terrifying, and Lucas worries about the situation, but there was nothing more to fear. It was nothing more than the last gasps of a dying beast. Though he admits it could knock normal people insane. Luckily, the MC was no longer a normal person, and with a firm gaze he declares that from that wall onward is human territory, and nothing will take a step past it. So just disappear, you beast. And with a scream of pain, the horrible creature left this world. It burst into a sea of small lights. That was because of the MC's commander ability, which dispelled the soldiers' terror with pure, shining light. Finally, the clouds in the sky cleared, and the sunlight returned. And with it, humanity's victory over the monsters. Looking at the enormous swords stuck in the wall, they can't believe they actually survived that madness. But that was nothing, as the MC promises they will have even crazier victories. The MC could even see hope returning to the hearts of his battered soldiers. The MC isn't sure if they were acting this way because of his commander ability or because they truly had hope. But as long as they hold on to some light, they will keep fighting against the shadows. But for now, everyone shouts in victory with great euphoria. Stage 1 had been successfully completed, so the MC received a good reward. Furthermore, we see it was Jupiter who swept the stage and accumulated the most damage possible. And that's it for this new part of the story. I honestly can't believe how intense this manga is. That said, I want everyone to give a big F in the chat for all the brave heroes who gave their lives in battle. They won't be able to tell their stories. And that's it. That same night, after the great battle, a huge festival was organized in the city. Everyone was celebrating their victory after cheating death. After all, they defeated an army of living armors. And the one who got all the praise was the MC, who, from a large stage, tells his people to enjoy the night. That's exactly what they did, and throughout the night, alcohol and joy reigned in the city. On the other hand, the great prince kept to himself a bit. The MC was quite sad, so Lucas tries to cheer him up. After all, he achieved the feat of defeating 1,000 living armors, something pretty epic. But what the MC was worried about were all the people who died in the battle. But he got over it quickly when he realized the city's beer tasted like donkey piss. Though the biggest problem wasn't its taste, but that it contained almost 25% alcohol, which tore up the MC's throat. The point is, yes, they won the battle without suffering many casualties. But every life lost, no matter how small, was very important. Of course, the MC understands very well what kind of world he's in. But still, if he had only been a little more careful. From Lucas's perspective, his prince did a great job, so the MC shouldn't worry so much. In fact, they were at a huge festival, and if the city saw its ruler sad, morale would plummet. So the MC had to see it as a side quest smile to keep the soldiers' morale high. And then Ader appears out of nowhere, giving the MC a good scare. He had brought a large plate of vegetables for the MC to cheer him up a bit. He also congratulates him for completing the first level of the game. The MC thanks him and takes an apple. And as soon as he starts eating it, Ader shouts at the top of his lungs that the prince was so generous he was saving all the meat for his people and only eating vegetables himself. This makes the whole city burst into cheers for the MC, as it seems Prince Ash had a great reputation as a carnivore who never ate plants. In fact, some guards even got angry when they realized the MC wasn't eating meat. So they grabbed him forcefully and shoved a good piece of meat in his mouth. No double meaning there. The point is, they started celebrating. This made the MC a bit uncomfortable, as he actually wanted some peace and quiet to think about the coming years and the movements of the war. And then a completely wasted Lily shows up. Between sobs and slurs, she begs the MC to let her retire or fire her once and for all, because her body couldn't take it anymore. "Oh, my little drunkard," the prince says tenderly. "But no, there's no retirement. You're gonna work until you drop," our protagonist says with a smile. Poor Lily will keep working for a much longer time. But at least the MC promises her a good salary raise. Lily left, but then another drunk appeared. This time it was Demian who, despite being a kid, was as drunk as a skunk. Turns out the hilarious Jupiter was getting the kid drunk. But of course, to Jupiter, Demian was no longer a child. So she, as his self-proclaimed grandmother, will teach him to drink and smoke like a real man. And well, you know, other adult things. Gambling, animal fights, and places where the ladies are more affectionate than usual. What a disgusting old hag, the MC thinks for the umpteenth time. But at least Demian seemed to be having a good time, although he confesses that he's still traumatized by the first battle of the story. Every time he closed his eyes or was alone, all he could see was his dead friend. But at least when he was with the prince and the others, he didn't feel so overwhelmed. And he was about to say something more profound, but then he slammed his face into the table. Actually, that feeling Demian had around the MC was one of his passive abilities. But if he told him that, his morale would probably drop. So the MC will keep it a secret for now. In fact, Jupiter did notice. When the MC ordered her to do something, somehow, she became stronger. That was due to the bond ability, which basically made them all 25% stronger. But of course, that was a very complex system ability, so the MC didn't know how to explain it to Jupiter. On the other hand, Lucas also admits that he has recently become much stronger fighting under the MC's command. So the MC asks him if that was the reason he was always by his side. To which Lucas surprises us all and just replies maybe. But anyway, for the survivors and the fallen, everyone makes a big toast. But then everyone realizes that the MC wasn't actually drinking a single drop of his beloved beer. So the ones who made it prostrated themselves before the MC and begged for their lives, as it was clear the beer was horrible and now they would lose their heads. Seriously, the original Ash was way too harsh with his people, the MC thinks. But anyway, to avoid any crying, the MC grabs a couple of mugs and chugs them down, hoping they will finally leave him alone. But from there, everything got blurry for the MC. And before he knew it, the party was over. The MC was wasted and wanted to sleep. But he had to check his level rewards before doing so. Those chests were low minus rank in Q3, typical for the first level. Still, the loot from one of the chests was a max minus level legendary item. That completely blew the MC's mind, as it was a super rare class item. "I'm gonna lose my shit," the MC yells, throwing the gloves against the wall. And yes, that item was of the highest class, but at the same time, it was the worst of them all. Its name was the Lucky Punch, and although it might seem to have high attack power at first, its damage was random with every hit you made. It was fine for a laugh, but as a combat item it was practically useless. Still, it was a super rare class item, so instead of throwing them away, he puts them on. The MC decides to be optimistic about the item, since with some luck, he could land a good hit now and then. But no, I'm gonna lose my shit again. The MC yells, "I'm so pissed, man." The thing is, there were tons of super rare class items, and many lower minus class ones that were better than this, so luck was definitely not on our protagonist's side. The next day, the MC leaves his room looking like a mess. He wasn't the only one, of course, as Lucas looked like he was about to die at any moment. But they both had to give it their all that day, so no pain, no gain. And then Hader appears, cheerful as always, and gives the MC and Lucas a nice cup of milk with honey, something that revived them immediately. And without wasting a second, they head off to prepare for the second stage. The walls were busted, not to mention the enormous sword stuck in them. The workers say it will take at least 2 weeks to repair the wall, as removing the sword will be a very tough job. Time they didn't have since the next battle would be in 9 days. So the MC orders all the soldiers in the army to help the workers. On the other hand, they did end up requesting reinforcements from the Empire, and in theory, they should arrive soon. For now, everyone was focused on the repairs, so there was little else the MC could do. So the time had come for the MC and Lucas to make their second assault attempt. Though this time would be different, as they would go well minus prepared in with the full group. Before the mission, we see the MC had already organized the entire group, with Lily cursing her luck, since they weren't going to let her rest even outside of battles. The next morning, the entire group gathered at the portal. Of course, some were confused, as the MC had only told them they were going on a field trip. The MC asks for patience and activates the portal. Portal technology had been lost for centuries, so Jupiter is amazed by it. The MC briefly explains that beyond those portals was the enemy base, and the 5 of them as a group will pay it a visit to thin their numbers. Their objective in the dungeon was simple: eliminate as many enemies as possible and, if possible, destroy the source of the monsters. Although that was the final objective of the game, so it wouldn't be an easy task. The MC gives everyone a brief overview of how the levels and dungeons work, and sooner rather than later, they all arrived at the Black Lake, a place that was quite familiar to Jupiter. Apparently 20 years ago, they tried to fill that lake with earth to stop the enemies. An idea so stupid it even angers the MC a little. The thing is, hundreds of mages were summoned to the lake, and using earth magic, they tried to wipe the lake off the face of the earth. But it was useless, of course. Everything that went into the lake stayed there, as if it were a bottomless pit. Well then, we're going in head first, says the MC, which obviously makes Lily very happy. Then another entry screen appears, this time to go to the Lake Kingdom. And upon accepting to go to the location, a warning alerts everyone that they won't be able to leave until they reach a safe point. A warning that doesn't scare the MC at all. After all, he saw that same message thousands of times in the game. And with everything ready, they head to the entrance of the Lake Kingdom. And another system tip appears, this time warning the MC that people usually die from some stupid mistake. So he needed to keep his guard up. As soon as the group arrives at the Lake Kingdom, it was all darkness and no one could see anything. Until Lily hands out some torches, and now they could see each other. But Lily uses her fire magic to get a better look at the area. And everyone is blown away when they see where they are. They were in the Lake Kingdom, a forgotten kingdom under the waters of the Black Lake. And of course it was home to terrible beasts. They were several hundred meters underwater, but the mana emanating from the hidden kingdom was so strong it kept the water at bay. This was driving Lily a little crazy, as the magic she felt in the place was very powerful. And then a strange figure appears in the background. The sinister figure slowly approaches the group, her long hair waving. Lily wanted to get out of there, but the MC calmed her down, as that figure was not an enemy. Turns out, the first time you enter a dungeon, a local NPC acts as your guide. In this case, it seemed to be a girl with large blue eyes who warns the group to get out of there as soon as possible. The dungeon of the Forgotten Kingdom was quite large, home to a total of 100 non-aggressive NPCs, and when you entered, one of those NPCs would randomly become your guide. The MC had repeated this stage 740 times, and yet this was the first time he had seen this character. But hey, who cares? Says our protagonist. The point is, the group explains to the NPC that they were there to defeat the source of the monsters. The monsters were coming out of the lake and attacking the city non-stop, so they had to stop the threat no matter the cost. But the NPC makes it clear that the dark nightmare was eternal and the source of the monsters would never disappear. Great nations and brave heroes had tried before, and all of them without exception ended up dead. And the worst part wasn't death, because if by some miracle you survived, the only thing that awaited you beyond was endless madness. And here the MC doesn't even pretend. He also says something about saving the people and stuff, but very briefly. In any case, even if they wanted to enter the city, before them stood an immense stone gate that didn't look like it would move. So the MC asks the NPC to please guide them through the dungeon. And she, without protesting, agrees to do so. She just hopes they don't blame her when they're all dead. But before continuing, the MC asks the NPC her name, but it had been so long since she used it that she had forgotten, so they could just call her Nameless. And with introductions out of the way, the MC's group followed Nameless through the outskirts of the city for over an hour. This drove Lucas mad. But the MC is the prince, so they just have to follow the waifu without complaining, period. And so they did, until they reached the city sewers. And for a good while longer, they were crossing narrow damp corridors. Until they reached the first area of the dungeon, the dry sewer. There were some loose stones on the ground there. And with them, the MC formed the portal back home. They had managed to reach the first checkpoint, and the next time they entered the dungeon they could start from there. Let's go already, why, Lily pleads. But how can we go already, sweetie? We just got here. Seriously, I feel so bad for Lily. The point is, the group had already managed to enter the dungeon, so the NPC would continue on her way alone. With one last warning and a piece of advice. This place was shrouded in darkness, so they should try to keep a light source nearby. And with those last words, she ventured alone into one of the dark alleys. And yet Nameless was walking around without any kind of light, which also leaves the MC a bit speechless. But hey, that dungeon was huge, and even he, who had been through it hundreds of times, didn't know all its secrets. Upon reaching the end of the first corridor, they found themselves in the first room and also met their first enemy. 14 level 3 sewer rats, which pounced on the group with great ferocity. Luckily, the first encounter was against simple rats, something his group would have perfectly under control. Everyone except Lily, of course, who seemed to be looking for things to be scared of. But anyway, Lucas, I choose you. Attack. He sent Demian to cover him, and Jupiter and Lily to charge their magic in case the rats got past Lucas. And the MC, like a good coach, to watch his pawns fight to the death. Luckily, this was an easy battle, and in a matter of seconds the rats were purged from the earth. There were 13 dead rats, so Lucas asks if they should collect their cores. But they were such a low level that it wasn't worth the time. Wait, 13? Weren't there 14? Indeed there were, and the remaining rat attacked the MC stealthily. The MC screamed like a little girl, but even while terrified, he managed to land a good punch with his hand. Remember he was wearing the lucky fists? Well, he was lucky enough to roll max damage, so he left the rat nice and squashed, just as it should be. This surprised the MC, as that item almost never gave that result, and usually hit like a wet noodle. Lucas, of course, is surprised by the punch and asks the MC how he could pull it off. And the MC is tempted to explain the whole thing about level rewards, rare items, and so on. But it was easier to say that the prince's fist was a miraculous fist. Princess had extraordinary superpowers. Just like that. An excuse that Lucas swallowed whole without a single objection. The rest didn't look very convinced, but hey, he's the prince. So, on to the next room. That room was empty, but if it was because something was hidden. And it was Demian who found the prize. And behind it, a nice treasure chest, but they had to be careful opening it as it could be trapped. Traps, my ass. I'm opening it, yells the sicko Jupiter. Her gold addiction had kicked in, and when that happened, nothing could stop her. Luckily, when she opened the chest, it didn't explode into 1,000 pieces or anything and was full of gold. So Jupiter took a nice commission for herself and gave the whole chest to the MC, untouched. Damn, that old hag is disgusting. The MC thinks again. But anyway, time to kill more rats. And they did so easily, until they reached the final boss door. After defeating the boss, they would return home. So they had to give it their all in this fight. And so they enter the final boss room, where there was only blood and dead rats everywhere. And at the top of a mountain of corpses, an enormous rat. Its desire to kill rats. All of them had to be annihilated, until none were left. Its mission was always to purify the lake kingdom of rats. The enormous rat was speaking in human words, and this surprised Demian a little. But it was no time for surprises. They were facing the final boss, the Ratman, administrator of cleansing. This weird name caught the MC off guard, especially because this enemy seemed more human than monster. In any case, the giant rat screams death to all intruders and lunges to attack. Not more rats, please, screamed Lily, and she started spewing fire like there was no tomorrow. All rats must die, Lily screams, until she single-handedly left the Ratman nice and toasty on the floor. Even so, after all that scorching, the rat was still eager for a fight, an eagerness that Jupiter will quickly extinguish. She landed a tremendous headshot on it with a lightning bolt, which then caused it to be completely electrocuted. The rat fell defeated, and even without strength, its last words were death to the rats. Luckily, thanks to Jupiter and Lily, the first boss was quite easy. And now we can go, right? We can go now, right? We're leaving, right? Lily pleads through tears. And yes, they could leave now, but first, the boss loot. And just in case, the MC asks Lucas to keep Jupiter in check. And he literally had to hold her back, and quite brutally, as the old woman wouldn't stop with her greed for gold. Inside the treasure chest was the Rat Slicer, a sword that, despite its name, had pretty good damage. Lucas, you hit the jackpot, and the MC gives it to him as a reward for the stage. Although it turns out the sword Lucas already had was much stronger than this one. But the MC still asks him not to sell it and just to keep it for the future. As a second reward for the stage, it was the fixed prize, a summoning scroll for an automatic defense turret. That was the item the MC most coveted from his excursion, and with it in his possession, he could leave in peace. After leaving the sewers, they finally entered the city into the second area, called the Hidden Alley. The buildings of that kingdom were very advanced, so much so that the MC finds it hard to imagine what kind of people lived there in the past. In theory, that kingdom reached the pinnacle of magical technology and was very prosperous. Subtitles made by the Amara, or community. And yet something very horrible must have happened for not even the sun's rays to reach it now. Right now, that city was nothing more than a swamp of death and darkness. The MC then activates the second checkpoint of the area. And the system also warns the MC not to even think about advancing further into the dungeon. Something the MC had no intention of doing, not even as a joke, as he knew perfectly well that if he took one more step, they would all die instantly. So for now, They had to retreat and continue with the game's story. And we're shown how in this adventure, the MC Lily and Demian had leveled up. It wasn't much, but it's better than nothing. And now we're shown this sinister character in the submerged city. He recognizes the MC as the last player this world will receive. And somehow, he's managed to survive until now. They don't tell us anything else about this strange character, but with a strange dark flute, he begins to play a macabre melody. And with it, all the rats in the city came to him. Everything they were about to do was for the Lake Kingdom. So please God forgive our sins. That's grim, but for now, our group of heroes arrives home. There, the MC congratulates everyone on the trip as they did quite well, and they all deserved a good rest. Lily will gladly do so, but Jupiter was still freaking out about having been in a hidden castle under the dark lake. What unsettled her the most was the darkness of the place. Jupiter asked the prince for more information, but he says he will provide it in due time. Actually, no, because the MC has completed the game several times on various difficulties and never managed to uncover the mystery behind the Forgotten Kingdom. But this time it was going to be different, as it would undoubtedly be more difficult. He will have to reveal all its secrets, and for that, he counts on the help of his entire group. Jupiter will gladly do so, but she planned to spend that night drinking, as her head was a complete mess. An idea that Lily loved, and she also wanted to be unconscious for a good while. And without another word, both of them went off to tour the city's bars. Demian was quite tired, so he will return to the temple to rest. The MC and Lucas were also exhausted, so they needed to rest. Lucas asks if they will return to the dungeon, to which the MC says they will, but after the next defense mission. Besides, they got what they were looking for: information about the next enemy to defend against. They had fought rats in the sewers, so the rats would seek revenge by assaulting the city. With that information, they could prepare well. But upon entering the mansion, Ader shouted everywhere that they were in a major crisis. Turns out, the reinforcements from the Empire had not arrived in the city. Apparently, the nearby cities were also short-staffed, so they couldn't send anyone. And in such an urgent situation, Lucas's stomach growls loudly. "Forgive me, my prince. I will cut off my head as an apology." "Easy there, son. There's no need for that. In any case, it was late and we were tired, so let's eat and sleep." And the next morning, now for real, the MC asks what was happening in the other cities. And it was quite simple. The other cities were also fighting waves of enemies and couldn't spare a single soldier. And the worst part is that almost all the troops were being sent to the areas furthest from there. So it was highly unlikely they would be able to send anyone. Something was wrong with this situation. Not because of the battles themselves, since they were in the Empire, which loved war above all else and was always at war with neighboring countries. Still, it was very strange that just when he asked for reinforcements, all the soldiers go in the opposite direction. On the other hand, they were also recruiting mercenaries, but they weren't abundant, so they had few. The thing is, their last major battle was just a couple of days ago, and it was normal for everyone to be either exhausted or not in the mood to fight. The MC rubs his head hard while Ader smiles. "What are you laughing at, you scum?" The MC yells. If Ader knew something the MC didn't, he had to spill it immediately. Ader knew how to get more soldiers for the city. And for that, he meets with the MC and Lucas outside the mansion. They were going to see the city's former governor. He was the Frontier Count. This means he wasn't just any ordinary noble. The Count's family had kept that frontier safe for many, many years. Even the city of Crossroad owed its name to the Cross family, to which that Count belonged. And if this Count was so good, why did he leave the city? Asks the MC. And it was simple. As a Frontier Count, being in a region surrounding the Empire, he held more power than even the Emperor. Still, he was the one who renounced the city and handed it over to the Empire. And that's exactly why the MC was now ruling it. This catches the MC a bit by surprise, as a family, no matter how proper or renowned, doesn't just abandon lands they've held for generations. In any case, they were arriving at the Count's home and he would surely give them more information on the matter. After the Count left his post as governor, he went to this summer mansion, which he had owned for quite some time. Although the place seemed rather abandoned, Ader assures them the Count was there. In fact, as they approached the mansion gates, an old man with a bottle in hand came out shouting curses at everyone. That was the Frontier Count and also the former governor of Crossroad, and he seemed quite friendly with Ader. The Count scolds Ader, as he had told him 1,000 times that he didn't want anyone brought to his home. But he had brought the current governor of his former city, so at the very least, he should be curious about him. The MC maintains his composure and introduces himself as the emperor's youngest son and the city's current governor. Even though the MC was a tyrannical prince, before Frontier Count, he had no power whatsoever, so he had to maintain proper decorum. Something that should be normal among nobles, but still, this old man tells everyone to screw off. He didn't use gentle words either. Even for a Frontier Count, insulting a prince like that was a crime, and a serious one at that, so that old man was playing with fire. But of course, when it came to playing with fire, no one could beat our protagonist. After all, he wasn't in the Mad Prince's body for nothing. So he also yells right back at the Count. This could only be resolved in one way, a knife fight to the death between the two of them. But that old man was crazier than he looked. So the MC decides to hide behind Lucas and let him handle it. That old Count's name was Charles Cross. In the game, his name only appeared a couple of times in some dialogues, but the NPC was never seen. So the only reason the MC knows this character is because he is the father of the best tank in the game, Evangeline Cross. Evangeline Cross was one of the most broken characters in the entire game, so the MC had to figure out a way to get along with the crazy old man. For now, the prince has no choice but to retreat from the place. As for the Count, he had a good army under his command, not only well-trained but also among the most loyal. He definitely had to win the old man's favor and then get him to lend him his troops. Though, of course, he highly doubts he can achieve it with words. But, in fact, there was a better way, says Ader. The Count was a heavy drinker, so maybe as fellow drunks, they could understand each other. There was some logic in what he said, but the MC, who wanted a chaste and sinless life, was heading straight to hell with earthly pleasures. But oh well, he has no other choice. So he stands before the old man again, with a cart full of shiny bottles. It seems that was something the old man loved very much, and he hopes that with this the two of them can get along. Rewinding a bit, Prince Ash was actually the closest thing to a modern -day pre-hippie type. Orgies and parties were his daily bread. And it turns out his private pantry was stocked to the brim with good alcohol. So he loaded it all onto a cart and took it to the Frontier Count to have some drinks together. The Count's attitude changed drastically, and he runs off to get some glasses to taste the prince's magnificent liquor. But first, for a moment, let's see poor Lily suffering from nightmares about the Ratman. Poor Lily, seriously, I hope everything goes well for her in the future. Returning to the Count's mansion, the MC was a bit taken aback upon entering. The stench of alcohol in the house was super intense and made it clear to the MC that the Count was a serious alcoholic. The old man gives the MC a glass, and he just hopes he doesn't catch some disease from drinking out of it. But more importantly, the Count was blown away to see a bottle of Royal Pacemaker whiskey, an alcohol so valuable it was priceless. Pacemaker was the name of the current emperor, so that whiskey was distilled in the same year of his birth, meaning it was a brutally expensive and unique drink. And with both glasses full, the big shots make their toast. The old man swallows half the bottle in one gulp and shouted delicious, something the MC doubts, since drinking so fast he could barely taste it. But those were rookie mistakes. The MC isn't a drinker, so he didn't know if that's how it worked or not. But hey, to each their own. The MC tries to talk to the Count about something other than alcohol, but he said that if they weren't talking about alcohol, the MC could leave. That old man didn't even bring out some snacks for the drinks. He was drinking straight booze. But to show he's not a beggar, the Count pulls out a bag of dried fruits. He made them himself from the orchard he personally tended to day after day. But after trying one, the MC spit it out in disgust. He doesn't even know what he felt eating that. Was it bitter? Was it sweet? Who knows? This annoyed the old man, as he put all his passion and effort into creating those delicacies from the field. Though as soon as he swallowed one himself, he also ended up vomiting it. The old man gets super pissed. So he takes the entire bag of fruit and gives it to the MC as a gift. It was a useless item and served no purpose, just like the prince, so they'd be better off together. A very based man right here, of course. But anyway, it was crystal clear that the old man was in his own world. And not wanting to argue, the MC takes the rancid fruits. In theory, the southern lands of the empire, where they were right now, were the most fertile lands for cultivation. You didn't even have to try. But over the years and with the continuous monster attacks, they tainted the entire land with corrupt blood. The place was alive, but at the same time cursed, where everything dies and nothing could grow. That's why there were no fields around the city of Crossroad, and all you could see were wastelands for miles. For the Count, that cursed orchard was both his hobby and his greatest regret. The MC then silences the old man and forces him to listen for a while. They were being brutally besieged by terrifying monsters. The last assault was just a couple of days ago and involved 1,000 living armors. They won by a pure miracle. The city walls were destroyed and, unfortunately, they didn't have enough personnel to fix them. Subtitles made by the Amara org community. The MC is clear if the Count didn't help them with his troops, the next assault would be the last for the city. Unfortunately for the MC, it turns out the old man's army was as old as he was. So most of the soldiers were either retired or discharged, and it had been a long time since they had seen battle. And even if the Count called them to fight and they answered, it wasn't worth fighting for that land. Instead, the Count asks the MC to abandon the city and force his men to go to other cities. That way, at least they'll stay alive for a while longer. The old man is clear that territory had been cursed for a very long time, so they would gain nothing by fighting for a bit of dust. The old man knows what he's talking about, as he himself defended these lands for decades, but in the end, it was all useless and he only lost everything. The MC has no choice but to leave the crazy old man with his nonsense. He couldn't make the crazy old man see reason, but he didn't expect to achieve it in just a few hours either. He'll just have to put in a little more effort and listen carefully to the old man's words, since that was what Ader told him to do. What was undeniable is that the second wave of enemies would come without fail, whether they were ready or not. On the other hand, the MC's enemy counter kept rising. At first, it was 1,000, but in a short time, the number increased to 3,251. The next day, the city's workers had blown up the large sword that was in the middle of the wall, and now it was time to repair the wall. Not wanting to waste anything, the MC ordered all the sword fragments to be thrown in front of the walls, as they would serve as protection against the rats. The bad news is that the damage to the wall was much greater than it seemed, and they would need at least 10 days to repair it. Time they didn't have, as the first enemies would arrive in 6 days. The Crossroad Wall isn't just any ordinary wall. It's a masterpiece of human engineering, and for that same reason, it couldn't be repaired haphazardly. In any case, they didn't have 10 days to make the repairs, so the MC resorts to exploitation and forces the workers to work around the clock. The MC was a bit freaked out by the enemy numbers. Rats by themselves weren't a fearsome enemy, but if there were 3,000 of them, things changed. Against that number of enemies, they had to have the walls ready, no matter what. Subtitles made by the Amara, or community. The workers resign themselves to working 25 hours a day, but the MC at least promises to pay them well. And so the wall repairs progressed, purely by the crack of the MC's whip. But at night, the MC would sneak into the Count's house and try to convince him to help. Although truthfully they spoke little, as the Count only agreed to drink, but without any serious conversations. Luckily, thanks to the workers, the walls were being repaired at a good pace. But the MC, who could barely handle alcohol, was destroying his liver with the old Count. And on the 4th night of binge drinking with the Count, he surprised the MC by asking him if he loved anyone. The question caught the MC a bit off guard. But thinking about it, aside from his friends in video games, he was completely alone. No one looked for him, nor did he look for anyone. He simply lived his life and had fun with his channel followers. Sure, he had many companions with whom he played and laughed, but it was all quite superficial and just for laughs. So the MC, thinking about it coldly, realized he had neither loved nor been loved. Something that makes him quite sad. The MC had answered, so he asks the old man the same question back, since he was alone in a large mansion. And obviously, if he had a granddaughter, it meant he had a loved one. His beloved and beautiful wife, the light of his every day. 3 years ago, she went out to water the plants and some beasts completely dismembered her. So little was left of her that her funeral had to be with an empty coffin. The Count explains that a great curse resided over his family. Each of the city's rulers at some point must choose between the city or their loved one. And there were no exceptions. It had happened to all his relatives. No one from the Cross family could escape the touch of that curse. And of course he was not going to be the exception. Just about 20 years ago, the monsters in that area were practically eradicated. So the entire area enjoyed great peace and harmony. It was then that the Count's wife told him it would be a good idea to have a crop outside the city. After all, there were no more monsters. Sure, there were still other beasts like fierce wolves and such, but nothing to worry about. So the Count prepared a large plot of land and began to plant. To everyone's surprise, the land was super fertile and abundant, and the first harvests from the orchard were fabulous. The Count could even remember the first grapes his beloved wife gave him directly. At that moment, the Count was the happiest person in the world, as everything around him had a sweet taste. It was then that the Count had the brilliant idea to stop being the frontier count and dedicate his entire life to fruits with his wife in the villa. Obviously, that didn't go well, and that's how the Count ended up as a bitter drunk. In his second year away from the city, it was attacked by 100 enormous creatures. He was retired, but he still went to the battle. The bad thing is that when he arrived in the city to defend it, he learned that there were two enemy groups. One of the groups was attacking the city, but the other had spread out through the fields and was attacking the farmers. That's when the curse hit the Count, and he had to choose: save his city and his people or be selfish and save his wife. In the end, the Count chose to save the city, like all his ancestors before him. The city survived without many casualties. But when the Count arrived at his home, all that was left was blood and guts everywhere. Count Cross had fulfilled his oath and protected the city, but in return he had to give up the most important thing to him. There were many things that could have been changed so that no one died that day. But there was no doubt that the Count chose to save the city over his beloved wife. The Count's daughter obviously saw him as a total lunatic, as she couldn't understand how her own father would protect the city instead of her mother. A few days after the accident, his daughter left the house and he never saw her again. That was the great reward for decades of sacrifice for others. His wife dead and his daughter hates him. Rotting slowly in that hole wasn't such a bad idea for the old man. Although the old man's sad story is just one of many in that city. After all, they were in the city of tombs, the place you went if you were already fed up with your life. The point is, the Count warns the MC that if he continued to protect the city, sooner or later he would have to sacrifice what was most important to him. But Count Cross was fed up with the curse on his family, so he will be the last Count, and his daughter will be free from the curse. The Count was finished. Evangeline Cross, the most powerful tank in the game and the one the MC most longed to recruit, was also the daughter of the crazy old man who was desperate for her to live peacefully. The point is, the old man is firm. The MC wanted them to protect the city, but he had already more than fulfilled that role, to the point where he had no family left. The Count's gaze made it clear to the MC. There wasn't a hint of hope in his eyes. He was simply waiting to die of a heart attack among his plants. With everything clear, the Count asks the prince to finally leave him in peace. But he does ask the MC that when the time comes to choose who to save, he chooses well, or at least not to regret what he chooses. Now we return to the city walls, where there were only 2 days left until the assault. Luckily, the work was going quite well, plus the MC was bringing food to the workers, which boosted their morale. What a bunch of suckers. You give them a few crumbs of bread and they applaud you like monkeys, says the MC. But even though he said that, thanks to the MC, the work was going wonderfully, as he got extra personnel and tons of supplies. In fact, everyone was quite confident they would have the wall ready just in time for the assault. And that was perfect because they could finally use that. Something a certain mad sorceress was eager to do. If you remember, the MC got some magic blueprints in the dungeon. These could only be used by special mages after studying them for several days. And that day had come, so the mage activated the magic scroll. That made the MC obtain the summon automatic defense turret magic. With that ability, combined with an enemy core he obtained earlier, it could be activated. And a map of the city opened up before the MC, asking him where to place the turret. The MC selected a safe spot, and as soon as he did, a bunch of shields and wall debris began to move, until an enormous automatic turret with a cannon was formed. Not only was it advanced and powerful, but it also aimed automatically. What a rhyme. That was simply beautiful. And now, thanks to his summoning magic, the walls will become more and more powerful. Subtitles made by the Amara org community. This made everyone euphoric and encouraged them to continue working on the wall. With that done, the prince's next stop is the blacksmith, where they had made a new suit of armor for Lucas, and he couldn't be happier. It was spectral armor, created from the body parts of the spectral boss from chapter 1st. It was very durable and had good passives. The downside is that it broke after just a couple of hits. However, it granted the ability Spectre FY, which made you untouchable for 5 whole seconds, an extremely useful skill. Lucas can't believe his prince would give him such a tremendous gift, so he swears once again to follow him to the death. Lucas's attitude amused the MC, and he decided he had to give him more gifts to see him like this more often. As for the blacksmith, he was very grateful to the prince, as he was always bringing him very rare materials, so he asks him to visit again. At this point in the story, the blacksmith wasn't very necessary, but later in the game, he will be a critical part of the story. But with that sorted out, now there was only one thing left: the funeral for those who fell in the battle against the living armors. Just like the first time, trumpets were played and rituals were held to bid farewell to the dead. Luckily, this time the casualties were much lower than the first, but it still wasn't enough, not by a long shot. After the funeral, the retired count appears before the MC. Apparently, he was allocating a lot of the war funds to the relatives of the dead. That was very noble of the MC, but the count reminds him that they were on the frontier, with the kingdom of monsters right in front of them, and if he threw money away like that, eventually funerals would be the least of their problems. But it seems the MC didn't like this reality very much, so he just tells the count to get lost, or at least go get drunk somewhere else. But he wasn't there to get drunk. The count had been talking to his old comrades and asked them if they wanted to protect the city again. And luckily for the MC, those who were still alive seemed eager to return to combat. The MC wasn't very sure about the strength of the count's army, but all help is welcome. In fact, he enthusiastically thanks the count for his help, but he reminds him that it's an army of old men, so he shouldn't expect miracles. Still, the MC couldn't be more grateful to the count, who just hopes the MC knows what he's doing. With everything clear, the count retreats to his mansion and asks the prince to send him some alcohol from time to time. The MC knows the count's lonely fate in his orchard and for a second is tempted to take him with him. After all, even though he didn't look it, he was a warrior who protected the wall for decades. But the count had already lost so much, so dragging him back into battle was something not even the MC dared to do. Unfortunately for the MC, he didn't yet know that this was the last time he would see him. Days later, the wall had been repaired and the second stage was about to begin. The workers did everything they could to reinforce the wall as much as possible, so they hope it will hold up quite well. The ammunition was ready and the count's army had arrived in the city. Originally, there were more than 1,000 soldiers, but now only 300 remained. But they were all silver minus ranked warriors, meaning they were very experienced veterans, so they would surely do their job well. Not to mention they now had the super automatic cannon, which the MC kissed non-stop as if it were his precious baby. Just like in the first battle, they prepared the area so that all the monsters would fall into the wall's kill zone. Everything was ready, and the assault could begin. "You got it," says a sinister figure, one that slowly approaches the walls alone. But, oops, I stand corrected. No, he wasn't coming alone. An enormous dust cloud accompanied him towards the city. The second stage was about to begin, and everyone on the wall prepares for combat. This time, the MC felt extremely confident in his victory, as he had met all his objectives and was prepared for whatever they threw at him. And then the figure of the Piper of Amelie appears, one that leaves the MC very, very stunned. Who the hell is this guy? For the MC, it was the first time he had seen this enemy. The MC is in shock, so he asks Lucas who that guy was. But when he looked again, he had disappeared. He asked Demian to look for him with his vision, but he couldn't find anything either. "I'm gonna lose my shit," the MC thinks. Did he imagine it due to exhaustion? Or was there really someone strange there? But there was no time to hesitate, as the enemy wave was about to arrive. For now, the MC couldn't doubt his judgment. He was there for only one thing: to stop any enemy advance. The cannon squad loads their weapons, and with perfect precision, they cover the sky with fire. The kill zone was working like a charm, and the rat death count reached the hundreds in seconds. "Kill all the damn rats," exclaims the MC. And yes, the number of rats was overwhelming. And for that very reason, even they had trouble moving, so they were perfect targets for the cannons. And so, 30 minutes passed peacefully, and they had already finished off almost 1,000 rats. For now, everything was going smoothly and quite well. That was until a few rats started jumping over the wooden fences. There were so many rats that they piled up into mountains and overcame the barricades as if they were nothing. This was bad, because not only were they getting over them, but they were also destroying them with their weight. This completely caught the MC by surprise, as in a split second, the kill zone had been totally dismantled. The first defenses had fallen, so it was time to focus on the second line of defense. This was composed of the wall of iron fragments and a squad of skilled crossbowmen. However, the latter turned out to be quite ineffective against the rats, as they were small and moved very quickly. This frustrated the crossbowmen's squad, who saw their arrows were completely useless. The MC did it again and didn't take into account that they were in the real world and not a video game. The rats weren't just going to charge straight ahead without moving, and certainly not blindly. They had their own minds and their bodies were quite agile. The MC underestimated them for being just rats, and now more than 2,000 of them were about to reach the city. Then the automatic turret kicks into action. It began firing cannonballs left and right, causing a reign of death and terror for the rats. This surprised the MC and also left him in awe of such firepower. The automatic turret was one of the best defenses for the wall, but by itself, it wasn't enough to eliminate a large horde of enemies. Besides, every time it fired, the turret had to reload, and that took a good amount of time. On the other hand, the rats didn't rest and continued their advance relentlessly. The metal fragments stopped some rats, but it didn't help much. It was only a matter of time before the rats climbed the walls, and then all that would be left was to fight hand minus to minus hand. And then there was a ray of hope, arriving in the form of completely perfect shots. It was the result of the army's joint effort. The Silver Army was indeed old and weak, but the combat experience they possessed was on another level. So they guided the rookies as best they could, and it certainly paid off. The old chief steps forward and swears to his prince to lead the young ones to victory, an attitude so energetic that it stunned the MC. And with new energy, the bloody battle had to continue. On the left side of the wall was Lucas's squad. Previously, the MC tried to explain the basic strategy to Lucas, repeatedly, but he simply didn't seem to understand a single word of what the MC was saying. However, when it came time to fight, somehow Lucas guided his men in the most orderly and firm way possible, just as a video game protagonist should. Damien, for his part, every shot he made was a guaranteed kill. Of course, the downside was he couldn't shoot very fast, as the crossbow he had was limited. Still, every enemy killed was important, so he was doing a great job. Lily, like last time, was in charge of the magical artifacts, which were being charged to be used immediately. Despite being in a wheelchair and in a battle to the death, she gave her all and shouted orders at the top of her lungs for everyone. It's almost as if she wanted to make it clear to someone that the MC felt very sorry for her, as he will have her working until she draws her last breath. Seriously, if anything happens to poor Lily, I'm going to lose it. The point is, the entire group was giving 100% in the battle. Everyone except Jupiter, who for some reason was comfortably lying on a bed, sipping a drink. The MC had sent her to await orders a while ago, but she took it too literally. The MC swears to cut her pay if she doesn't get her act together, as she reluctantly gets back to work. And the MC won't say it enough, but seriously, what a disgusting old hag. But anyway, thanks to everyone's help, except Jupiter's, they were holding back the onslaught quite well. What was causing the most chaos was the automatic turret, as with each shot, it eliminated hundreds of enemies. The enemy slaughter was insane, and at this rate, they would finish the stage in no time. In fact, the MC was licking his lips at the thought of finishing the stage without any significant casualties. And then the strange figure from before appeared again. It couldn't be a hallucination anymore, so the MC opens his map. And he sees very clearly that this guy was a hostile NPC, something very strange for the second stage of the game. During defense missions, various random events could occur that made things more interesting for the players. One of those events is the appearance of a dungeon NPC with a very bad attitude. The motives of each NPC varied, but they all had the same objective: to screw over the player's life as much as possible. On top of that, Ader wasn't around to ask about this guy. The MC then asks Damien to look at him. Without a doubt, this time he could see him, so he was very real. So without wasting a second, the MC orders him to take him out with one shot. But that guy looked like a human person, not a monster, so Damien hesitates at that order. Something that wasn't important at that moment, as the MC remembered who that NPC was. It was the bastard bard with the flute, an enemy they had to blow the head off of as soon as possible. Still, Damien didn't want to shoot a person, which was frustrating the MC, until he heard a faint whistle. It was the product of the enemy bard's flute, and all the rats stopped dead in their tracks. And for a few seconds, silence reigned over the entire battlefield. Then, all the rats entered a mad blood frenzy, and in a stampede, They all united to charge a single location, and they weren't going just anywhere, but to the center of the wall, where the repairs had left some gaps and it was weaker. Immediately, the MC orders all weapons to be directed at the enemy column, and immediately fire rained down on the rats, but they were so numerous that it didn't have much effect. The rats seemed endless, and on top of that, they continuously changed direction. At one point, the MC saw something rather strange. One of the rats had crashed against the wall, and it wasn't alone as others followed to do the same. This left the soldiers bewildered as they watched the rats try to knock down the wall with their heads. These monsters are seriously insane, thinks the MC. But the thing is, that exact area had been repaired just a few hours ago, so it was still very weak. Those damned rats knew the walls were full of cracks, so they were trying to bring the wall down using the power of their own heads. Eventually, large cracks began to open up in the wall, and for every rat that smashed its head against the wall, the cracks grew larger and larger. At that moment, the MC looks at the enemy leader, who looks back at him as if mocking him. And that's it. The battle continues, and as the MC had already guessed, this character was called the Piper of Amelie, a rather disturbed enemy who could manipulate monsters with the simple sound of his flute. The Piper was a fearsome enemy and they had to eliminate him as soon as possible. But Damien still couldn't bring himself to shoot a person. Until finally, the Piper simply vanished into the dust. Damien feels terrible for his failure, but he really couldn't shoot a human. This didn't surprise the MC much. Still, this is a battle Damien had to overcome, as they will fight many more humans in the future. For now, the MC couldn't solve Damien's problem, so he will focus on the urgent matter. The cannons fired non-minus stop, but they weren't enough. So the MC asked Jupiter for help, and with a storm of thunder, she cleared the vicinity of the wall. Now, it was Lily's turn to activate her squadron of magical artifacts. This time, they used the Great Fire artifact that worked like a flame harrower. Explosions, thunder, and fire. The wall seemed like a great colossus that could manipulate the elements. This made the MC euphoric, as he watched his beautiful wall destroy every enemy in front of it. The Empire's walls were strong and resilient, and combined with the MC's strategies, they were unbeatable. At one point in the battle, the stage boss is revealed. 3 champion- class rat men, level 30. And as soon as they were revealed in the system, they appeared on the battlefield. 3 giant humanoid rat creatures that seemed to command the rat infestation. Just like the normal rats, their objective was the same: to break through the cracks in the wall. So they charged at them with all their strength. Those rats couldn't be allowed to reach the walls, so the MC orders to concentrate fire on them. But even while taking fire from all sides, they did not slow their advance. Those rat men were 3 times larger than the boss they fought in the dungeon, so if they reached the walls, they would tear them down. Then the automatic turret came into action, with a great rain of fire. It left the first rat well -charred. That was perfect, but there were still 2 others following close behind. So it was time to activate the monomultiplication artifact, which is used at maximum power on Jupiter. And with all her power boosted, Jupiter summoned a great lightning storm that devastated the entire combat zone. Jupiter's power was so brutal that some rats were even disintegrated into nothingness. All except the champions who, although they took a lot of damage, continued their advance as if nothing happened. They had taken damage, but it was nowhere near enough to bring them down. So the MC orders Lily to use the flame harrower. But the artifact was on cooldown, so they couldn't use it. But the MC reiterates that he wants a flame harrower, not an artifact. And just as Lily feared, they placed her on top of a tower and she started spitting fire through her ears. The flames weren't as powerful as the artifacts, but they were strong enough to take down another of the rats, so only one was left. But it was already quite close to the wall. That's when Lucas springs into action. He threw his sword at full power against the rat. It was a direct hit, but the damage wasn't enough to take it down. It was Damien's moment to correct his earlier mistake, and with great precision, he stuck an arrow in the rat's eye. But in true Uruk-HAF fashion, the rat kept advancing. It didn't matter what they threw at the rat, until suddenly it managed to reach the walls and tore a large hole in them. The wall had fallen, and the monsters were in the city. In the distance, Count Cross watched the battle. He couldn't explain exactly what it was, but he felt that these monsters were not normal. He was stunned by the brutality of the battle and couldn't believe the MC had survived 3 of these battles. He believed the MC was nothing more than a womanizing drunk. At least, that's what everyone said about him. But they must have been lies, as few men could fight in that kind of battle. For a moment, the Count is tempted to join the battle. But the memories of his wife's blood kept him chained. He had already done his duty and more, so he would go to die peacefully in his orchard. That's when he heard the loud crack of the wall being breached by the enemies. This drove the old man mad. He wanted to return to his orchard at full speed to once again defend his beloved. Meanwhile, in the city, the MC orders an immediate evacuation. There were still tons of enemies left and they were about to reach the city. At this point, they were fighting desperately, and all the warriors would have to go out to defend the breach in the wall, with Lucas in charge. The MC lets Jupiter act on her own judgment, as long as she doesn't stop killing rats. She obeys without question, although she's not exactly swimming in mana. As for the artifacts, only haste could be used. Pointless, thinks the MC. After all, we have the best flame hardware in the world, and that counts as an artifact. In any case, the MC calls for haste and asks Lily to use all the fire she can. As for Demian, he was crying in a corner. He was still blaming himself for his earlier mistake. Luckily for him, the princess kindly forgives him immediately. So far, Demian had been doing perfectly well, so a couple of mistakes now and then wasn't a big deal. Demian was a super broken hidden character who also always died at the beginning of the story. And as long as he doesn't die, he will be the MC's most valuable tool. So as the MC always told him, he is just one man. He just had to do what he was told, as everything else was useless. For now, Demian's mission will be to eliminate the rats that sneak into the city. Something Demian swears he will do perfectly. Everyone was in position, and all that was left was to hope for luck in the battle. The enemies began to arrive and surround their dead boss, and thus began to sneak into the city. They were immediately met by the edge of Lucas's sword. This time he was wielding the rat slicer sword, and with it, they wouldn't leave a single one alive. But then the MC saw something that terrified him. The damn rats were making the hole bigger and bigger, and therefore, more enemies were getting in. Meanwhile, the fire artifact was ready to be used. But Lily's screams alerted the MC. The rats had reached the mages, and they were being devoured. Lily was frozen, unable to move a finger, just watching as her friends were brutally murdered. Until the prince comes to the rescue with a good punch. And by a stroke of luck, he rolled high again and sent the rat flying. Turns out, the rats had not only broken through the walls, but were now climbing them to eliminate the mages and Kanun-ers. This enraged Lily, who, seeing her fellow mages being eliminated, erupted in a sea of fire and tears. A power so overwhelming that it dwarfed the fire artifact. Returning to the front line, the battle there was brutal. And it wasn't just the hand-to-hand combat where they were having problems. They were so overwhelmed with enemies that even the MC had to jump in and fight. They were holding on for now, but what the MC was sure of is that this was a huge disaster and there would be great losses for the city. And then a halo of light was seen in the distance. It was the shining spear of the frontier count. His polished armor gleamed under the sun, and without any fear, he charged against the rats. The count screamed and insulted the rats in every way possible. And with the glint of his armor, all the rats began to focus their attention on him. It was all intentional, of course, because now the old man wouldn't leave a single one alive. Charles Cross, the frontier count of the city of Crossroad. Throughout his long life, he dedicated himself to killing everything that moved. At least, that was until a beautiful girl came to the city. Back then in that land, there was only blood and death. But that girl came to that city to sell flowers. Something so ridiculous that it left the count very confused. They were in a city of death and blood, so they needed swords and shields, not stupid flowers that withered in a few days. But that's precisely why people need flowers, the girl defended. Flowers are so beautiful precisely because they die and wither very quickly. At that moment, the count didn't understand anything she was saying and thought the girl was a spy from a neighboring country. For that reason, the count started going to the florist's shop just to get evidence of her reason. But he spent so much time inside that shop that he eventually memorized the name and scent of every flower in the place. And yet he still didn't understand why flowers were so beautiful. That was a sweet memory from the past, but now let's return to the present, where he charges head minus on against a horde of ferocious rats. It reminds him of the day his daughter was born. He had just come from a bloody battle, and as soon as it ended, he was able to hold his beloved newborn daughter in his arms. Evangeline Cross, a beautiful name for a beautiful girl, her father thinks. It was at that very moment that the Count seemed to understand why flowers were so beautiful. Back to our protagonist. He was organizing the chaos inside the wall as best he could. He also asks Lucas to go rescue the crazy old man. That old man had suffered enough, so letting him die would be very selfish on his part. Lucas didn't hesitate at the order to leave the wall. In fact, this was the perfect opportunity to prove his worth. So he will go out there and not only rescue the old man, but also finish off every last enemy. With his weapon held high, Lucas gathered a group of brave men, and together they charged against the waves of enemies. The old man, for his part, was no pushover. With every movement of his weapon, he eliminated dozens of enemies. The old man had already decided he wanted to die peacefully next to his wife's grave. And yet, there he was again, weapon in hand and covered in the blood of his enemies. Subtitles made by the Amara.org community. While taking hits from all sides, the old man wondered why he was still fighting. He had already given it his all. Damn it. All he had left was blood and bones. But even lying on the ground and covered in blood, the old Count gets up again and again. To his last breath, he will continue to fight. Maybe he does it for a beautiful flower from the past, or perhaps for a daughter who now hates him. But the fact is, those two things were what kept the old Count ready for battle whenever and wherever. His two precious flowers had to be protected. And the only way the Count knew how was by killing monsters. And it was true, his beloved wife had left this world, but his daughter was still alive. Somewhere, and he will protect her until his last breath. Not one will pass. This is my city, you damned beasts, the old man shouted with tears in his eyes. But in the end, his body was old, and the wounds were getting deeper. He is no fool and knows very well that everything he does is useless. His days of peace and happiness with his family will never return. But at least he will take down as many enemies as he can before he falls. And so he did, until the last enemy fell. After the battle, Lucas feels terrible for not having fulfilled the MC's order. They had arrived too late, and the Frontier Count was on his last legs. Not even Damien's healing magic was enough to mend his wounds. So the MC takes out a miraculous potion he got from one of the reward chests. But the Count stops the MC and tells him it was okay. But it was not okay at all. The wall had partially fallen, but luckily not a single enemy passed through it. That's good, says the old man. And in front of him, his entire old army shedding tears. Are you children? The old man asks. This is Crossroad. Life and death don't matter a damn. So no one should be sad about the death of an old man, but rather be happy to be alive one more day. Indeed, they were in the city of tombs, but even life blossomed in the darkest places of the world. The Count asks the MC not to obsess over funerals, and especially not over the dead, because in a world at war, the only ones who mattered were the living. Something the MC understands and promises to do. Lastly, the Count would like to ask the MC for a small favor. He wanted to give a message to his daughter. And if at any point the MC were to see her, he wanted him to tell her that her father loved her and that he was sorry for being such an idiot until the end of his days. And of course, for her to have a long and happy life. In the end, the old man regrets not fulfilling his beloved wife's wish to take care of the orchard and raise their daughter strong. But the MC reminds him that he has beaten the game of life several times in a row. He had saved the human world about 20 times throughout his life, so he had well and truly earned his rest. The world is in your debt, old man. But the old man was already in a coma, so he barely heard the MC and just mumbled words of regret. Until the MC remembers he still had the Count's dried fruits on him. So he takes one and puts it in the old man's mouth. This didn't heal the old man or anything like that. But at least his last thoughts were of being happy with his beloved. And with a big smile, the great Frontier Count, Charles Cross, hero of humanity, leaves this world. As if announcing his death, enormous bells rang throughout the city. The monsters had been eliminated, and its citizens were finally safe from all danger. The MC held the Count's body, not knowing what to think. That man not only hated the city but had lost everything because of it. And yet he came back at the last second and gave his life for the city. Was that the burden of a Frontier Count? To give your last breath on the battlefield? That's a very heavy burden, says our protagonist. But that's what it meant to be a ruler, at least a good one. Psh. I honestly broke a little inside here. I don't know about you, but I felt very sad for this poor old man. But hey, life goes on, and the second stage is finally complete. The one who did the most damage in the battle was Lucas, who is congratulated by the system. On the other hand, there were no deaths in the Allied army, but they did lose Charles Cross, a brave warrior and beloved father. The MC then returns to his mansion, where he is greeted by Aidr, who worries greatly for his prince upon seeing him covered in blood. But at that moment, the MC was in no mood for nonsense, so he grabs Aidr by the neck and slams him against the wall. The MC's patience was reaching its limit, and nothing that was happening there was normal. The MC wanted answers from the game director. This world was 1,000 times harder than the game. The tutorial stage was understandable because it was the tutorial and was supposed to be impossible to complete. But in the first stage he was attacked by living armors, the toughest enemies in the entire first part of the game. And now in the second stage, hostile NPCs are already appearing, something that didn't even happen in Hell mode. Without a doubt, Aidr was messing with the MC, and he asks what kind of horrendous creature will be next, or what trick he will use to nullify all his strategies. And above all, he wanted to know why he was chosen to save this world. Aidr understands that the MC doesn't believe him because of his attitude, but he insists that he was on the MC's side and everything he did was for him to be victorious. This doesn't convince the MC, who, tired of the director's lies, begins to squeeze his neck. Finally, Aidr says that the world's exaggerated difficulty was because of the MC's necklace. If you remember, he received it as a reward from the tutorial. The thing is, the necklace got stronger with each level they completed. And when the MC reaches the third mission, the necklace will reveal its true form and power. And it will also give the MC any answers as to why all this was happening. Aidr understands that it was difficult for the MC to process, but he asks him to be patient and above all, to be well-prepared for what's to come. Aidr just hopes that the MC will continue to protect this world even after knowing the whole truth. A phrase that hits the MC a bit below the belt. But Aidr clarifies that he won't be able to escape. Escape from what? Asks the MC. From this world, obviously. And now we can see what Cal Cross's last moments were like. In his mind, only one phrase repeated: one more enemy, and I'll stop. One more enemy, and I'll stop. Such was the great frontier count, the one who with his mere presence could change the course of a battle. But there was something strange. There were no enemies anywhere. Of course not, says Lucas. The battle was fierce, but it is finally over. And thanks to you, the city is safe. You gave your life and blood to protect the city. And now it is finally time to rest. 3 days have passed since the last battle, and victory flags fly in the city. Although there was no time to celebrate, as they had to prepare for the next battle. On the other hand, there was no way to get information out of Aidr. Although it seems the MC got something very good from the system rewards. He then announces that the next stage would be in 12 days. A rather generous amount of time, thinks the MC. Then, as he was returning to his mansion, he encountered a sinister figure at the door. She didn't say a word to the MC. Something the girl regrets at the moment, as she only intended to give the prince a little scare. Lucas makes sure the prince was okay after that blow. And after that, he prepared to slit the throat of the infamous woman who dared to attack his prince. Although the enemy this time was just a little girl, so the MC doesn't take her very seriously. Big mistake, says Lucas. That girl was wearing the military academy uniform, so she was a soldier, and a very well-trained one. The girl calls the old guy next to the MC Oscar. Just like that. And even though it was nonsense, Lucas and the MC burst into fury. The thing is, the girl says that this was her house, and she was there because it seems the MC had taken it over, so that's why she attacked him. Something the MC protests, as she could have just talked to him first. But she was a genius from the military school, so her instinct told her who the villains to defeat were. And without a doubt, her instinct told her that the prince was her enemy. While she was away, the mad prince took over her home. This pisses Lucas off a bit, since that mansion belonged to the frontier count. That is the mad prince. I mean, Ash von Hyder of Evil Black. But the girl says that made no sense, since the frontier count was her father. And finally, Lucas and the MC realize who the girl is: the daughter of the frontier count, Evangeline Cross. Her eyes, identical to her father's, made it clear to the MC. Although he felt confused because in the game, Evangeline Cross was a very beautiful and quite tall woman. Nothing like the little squirt in front of him. And the MC maliciously lets her know it. The thing is, every other character he'd met was exactly like in the game. But she was the first one who was a little different. In any case, Lucas explains to the MC that generally, Messing with a woman's size can only lead to trouble. Something the prince caught on to, and he quickly apologized to Evangeline. But she didn't seem to appreciate the jab about her size. So, she swears to destroy the MC over and over again. To that end, she draws her shield and readies her spear for battle. The previous attack was just a greeting. But her home had been stolen and she'd been made a frontier count, so she wouldn't lower her weapon for anything. After all, the MC had to be an imposter, since there was no way the Mad Prince would be there, battling with commoners. Those words stung the MC's soul a little. Although Lucas, looking very serious, proclaims that he was also from the military academy, which is why he was so strong. And not just him, as it seems Prince Ash was a legend at the academy. This surprised the MC, who asked more about his past exploits. Turns out there were no great feats. He was last in his class. And for that very reason, everyone knew him he was a legend. In any case, if everyone present now were students of the academy, Evangeline, as the #1 student, would put them to the test. And once again she charged at Lucas, who blocked every one of Evangeline's attacks with great mastery. Both warriors were of a super rare class, so they were both extremely powerful. And though it might sound a bit cruel in a world at war, the truth is the MC was quite enjoying watching the fight. But someone could get hurt, so the MC shouts for them both to stop. And with sweet words, he tried to calm Evangeline down and explain the situation. But there was nothing to explain, and she preferred to just throw down with Lucas. This left the MC a bit heartbroken, but seeing how focused they both were on the battle, it was no surprise they were ignoring him. The MC had no choice. Of course, he didn't have to defeat them or anything, just land a small blow to get their attention. And so, the MC attacked Evangeline in a rather stealthy way, with the good or bad luck that his punch rolled a critical hit, multiplied by 10. Holy crap, can it really do that much damage? The MC wondered, completely stunned. Evangeline didn't know what happened. She just saw a flash of colors. And then, absolute nothingness, as the MC had sent the girl flying through the air, along with part of the mansion. Lucas was a little stunned by this, and this time he asks the MC what the hell that was about. But the MC plays dumb, saying they had to rescue Evangeline from the rubble. Though that didn't surprise Lucas either, as he expected the MC to be a bully of little girls sooner or later. That annoyed the MC a bit, though he hoped Evangeline was still alive. We now see some of Evangeline's childhood memories. In her early years, the city was always under attack, so the cannons on the walls never stopped firing. However, she wasn't the most scared. Though it wasn't out of fear of the monsters, but because her beloved husband, her father, might not come home. Though it might sound contradictory, it was this situation that encouraged Evangeline to follow the path of a warrior. She then wakes up with a jolt, though she calms down upon realizing she was in a familiar place. Her childhood room, a place that brought back great memories. The MC enters through the door and Evangeline, like a child, covers herself with the sheets. The MC sits beside Evangeline in silence. And she, believing the MC was her father, asks how he's been, since they hadn't seen each other for over 3 years. Sarcastically, Evangeline hopes her father had a good time hunting peacefully in the countryside. And that's when the MC cuts her off and tells her he's not her father. She stares at him for a few minutes. Until, jogging her memory a bit, she manages to remember that he was the old guy who knocked her out. "Don't call me old, or I'll end up wrecking you," the MC warns. But now a bit calmer, the MC introduces himself as Ash Everblack, the third prince of the empire and the current frontier count of the city. This still didn't add up for Evangeline, since the only frontier count of the city was her father. In fact, she scoffs, saying that if a brute like the MC was a prince, then she could be one too. In fact, she teases the MC quite a bit with the idea of him being a prince. At least that's what she thought until the MC showed her the official insignia of the empire. There was no doubt. This drastically changed Evangeline's attitude, as it seemed she was Prince Ash's biggest fan. She even forced the MC to sign several autographs for her, with some rather dark dedications like from the Cruel Prince and such. You see, the MC had a reputation for doing whatever he wanted in the craziest way possible, and Evangeline loved that. In fact, she was just like him. She loved chaos and destruction, just like Prince Ash. Above all, she imitated the MC by tarnishing her family name, as she had also abandoned her father. Though she couldn't rebel too much, since at the military academy, she actually became a model student. In reality, Evangeline had only been away from home for the 3 years her training lasted. So the whole destruction and chaos thing hadn't started yet, but she was eager to get going. And even more so now, since she had finally met the fabulous Mad Prince, someone who hates the imperial family so much that he causes trouble and chaos wherever he goes. Apparently, the original Prince Ash really did enjoy messing with the Emperor, even commissioning a jewel-encrusted rug just to piss him off. He was undoubtedly the perfect role model for Evangeline, who asks Prince Ash to be her disciple. The MC doesn't know what to think. Evangeline Cross became his fan because of how much of a psycho the original Ash was. Well, at least he did one thing right in his life. Thanks. But anyway, enough talk. Where's my father? Evangeline asks with a smile. She didn't go to train for 3 whole years just to slay monsters. The MC just puts on a rather sad expression, which starts to worry Evangeline. There's no good way to say this, but your father is dead. The MC explains to Evangeline that just a couple of days ago, he sacrificed his life to save the city. His death was heroic, and his name will go down in the history books as a great hero. Ava remains silent while the MC tells her the funeral will be in 3 days. The light in her eyes suddenly fades, as she says with a laugh that she should have known this could happen. Her father had already told her several times he would die fighting for the city, although the MC confesses that he didn't do it for glory. Subtitles by the Amara org community, so we'll take all of Evangeline's hatred, and she could take it out on him if she wanted. This surprises Ava a little, because the Mad Prince from the stories and newspapers couldn't be more different from the one in front of her. Please, stop calling me the Mad Prince, the MC says. He says goodbye to Ava and asks her to get some rest and, above all, to think things over. But before he leaves, Evangeline apologizes for attacking him earlier and for wrecking his carriage. That was something she didn't need to worry about. The MC tells her to rest for as long as she needs. Back with the MC and Dater, he explains that Ava was 16 years old at that moment. That's why she looked so different from how the MC knew her in the game. In the game, Evangeline didn't appear until the 3rd year, and of course, a lot can change in 2.5 years. Checking Evangeline's stats, despite being so young, she was by far the most powerful person in the city. Evangeline was so powerful that the MC was drooling at the idea of her joining his party. However, Ava had a rather strange skill that wasn't in the game. Young Miss. Since Evangeline was so young, she was inexperienced in combat, so there was a chance she could mess things up royally in battle. This leaves the MC with a face that says, "Oh no," though it was partly understandable. After all, Ava was just a kid and should be out playing instead of on a battlefield. This triggers a memory for the MC where someone calls him brother. A memory that disturbed him so much he completely lost focus. The thing is, the MC decides not to recruit Evangeline. This confuses Ader greatly, as Ava was the best tank in the game, and having her from this point on would be magnificent. And of course the MC wanted her, because with her, he would have the super rare class members in his party. But he had already promised her father that he would keep his daughter safe and give her the freedom to choose whatever she wanted. It was the last wish of that crazy old man, the one who gave his life for the city. So the MC will keep his word and let Evangeline do as she pleases. Sure, that's what he said, but his face expressed the complete opposite, and he couldn't be more broken inside. The MC was sure he would regret it later. But at least he wanted to maintain some humanity and not be a total tyrant. This confuses Ader since the MC had beaten the game's Hell Sage mode precisely by being a total tyrant. But that was in his previous playthrough, and in each new game, you have to improve your playstyle. That doesn't convince Ader, who warns the MC that this mentality will get him killed. But the MC didn't care what he said. Yeah, well, if you want to be a good guy, go repair Evangeline's weapons. Yeah, don't play dumb. Evangeline's weapons were op- quality, made from the most expensive materials in the Empire. And the MC shattered them like it was nothing. Those items were so expensive you could buy a kingdom with them. And now the MC had to find a way to repay Evangeline. The MC's brain melts calculating the money he'll need to pay Evangeline back, so he asks all his blacksmiths to forge something better for her. He even considers selling the gloves of luck, but they wouldn't even cover half the bill. What a screw minus up, the MC yells. Assemble the party. He had no choice but to go into the dungeon and farm it out of materials. And in just a few hours, the entire group gathered at the portal. Everyone seemed excited for another thrilling excursion. Everyone except Lily, of course, who, poor thing, just wanted to rest in peace for more than 2 consecutive hours. The MC promised Lily he would find more people for battles and raids. And indeed, the MC managed to recruit several heroes, but they were all normal class. So it would take some time for these warriors to get strong enough to be used in the dungeon. And until then, he'd need Lily's help. And suddenly, Evangeline appears asking where they were going. At first, everyone wonders who this rude kid is, and the MC explains that she's the daughter of the frontier count, which made everyone change their attitude towards her, especially Jupiter, as she had seen her father in combat more than once, and without a doubt, he was magnificent. Ava thanks them for the words of condolence. But more importantly was the party, count me in, and she's surprised to learn they were going to the Dark Lake dungeon, a forgotten kingdom that only appeared in legends. Besides, according to the stories told in the city, once you entered, there was no way out, which prompts the MC to tease the little girl for believing in fairy tales. The thing is, the existence of that dungeon under the lake was only known by a handful of people in the entire world, so it was normal for Ava to take it as a joke. In any case, wherever they went, Evangeline was strong, despite being a kid, so bringing her along would only benefit them. Besides, she's the only one from the Count's family who didn't know about the dungeon, so the prince owed it to her to at least show her around a bit. In the end, the MC agrees to take her with him. But first he asks how she's feeling inside and, most importantly, if she's okay for combat. I'm sad and all, she says, but let's go smash some faces. Alright then, Evangeline, you're in. Words that lit up Lily's eyes. Had her replacement finally arrived? And honestly, she thought the MC would force her into something else, but the MC is kind and lets Lily go back to bed. Lily is out of the party and is replaced by Evangeline. Now they had 2 warriors in the group, which increased everyone's defense by 20%. Unfortunately, Evangeline will have to fight with normal weapons, but being as strong as she is, she'll manage just fine. They had managed to form a pretty strong group, so it was time to head to the dungeon. The MC activates the dungeon portal, and Ava, like the good kid she is amazed by the strange magic, but it was too soon to be surprised. Upon entering the dungeon, the system notifies the MC that depending on how he talks to NPCs, they will become enemies or allies. So he should watch his words and actions very carefully. Arriving at the dungeon, they first reached the dry sewer. They had a new group, so they needed to practice with something familiar. This confuses Lucas, as in theory, they had already killed all the monsters in the area. But the MC assures him that the dungeon had changed and was once again full of monsters. In fact, they could spend the entire day just killing low-minus level monsters to farm items and experience. The idea is to have 2 full groups of heroes. The first would clear the dungeon, and the second would train in the already cleared areas to get stronger. The second group's objective was more about exploration than completing levels, so they are in charge of farming items and finding new areas to explore. Of course, they had a long way to go to reach that point, as they were the main group and had returned to the first level. Evangeline then started to gag from a stench in the sewer. Lucas teases her, calling her a weakling. Shut up, old gray minus hair, she retorts. This kid is gonna get it, Lucas thinks. The 2 of them were the most powerful characters in the group, and they seemed to want to make it clear who was the strongest. In any case, this dungeon was insane, and Ava asks the prince how he could have found it. Because I'm the almighty prince, what do you think? The weak minus-minded were impressed by those words. The brainwashing was going wonderfully. In this world, if you were royalty, you could just say everything was because you were royalty. For some reason, people in this world treated the emperor's position as if he were some kind of god on earth. In any case, thanks, parents, I don't know. Being an emperor is good. With everything clear, the group heads into the first level. This scares Ava a little, as darkness wasn't her strong suit. But the darkness was the least of their problems, as their first enemies made their appearance. A huge level 8 stone golem. And it wasn't alone. These monsters were serious business, especially since they would have to face them in large numbers during the sieges. For the moment, Ava gets into a defensive stance, although her nerves as a rookie were showing. But it was time to give it their all in battle and show what their skills were capable of. So she's the first to attack. And she is enthusiastically greeted by a golem's heavy fist. The blow was brutal, but Ava used the skill absorb damage. No matter how strong an enemy's hit was, it was defenseless against that skill, as Ava would first absorb the damage and then return it with even more force. Without a doubt, one of the best technique combinations for a tank. With that combo from Evangeline, the first golem was eliminated, and Ava faced the rest. The absorb damage skill wasn't infallible and could sometimes fail, but Evangeline had mastered it to such a degree that she was practically a living trap. And it was working out wonderfully until her clumsy passive activated and she tripped over nothing. This left the MC completely dumbfounded. "Somebody do something. They're going to kill the kid," the MC shouted desperately. Luckily for her, Lucas was nearby and eliminated all threats with a single sweep. After that, they continued clearing the level of enemies right to the very end. Though Ava wasn't very happy about her mistake. But at least everything turned out well, and it didn't take them even an hour to clear the entire level. The group had undoubtedly gotten stronger and were doing quite well. With the warm -up finished, they could now go to the next level, the hidden alley. The time had finally come to seriously explore this damn dungeon. But before heading in, they took a good rest, as the second level was 1,000 times worse than the first. And just so everyone doesn't die down there, the MC pleads with Avi and Lucas not to fight with each other. "By the way, Damien, I have something nice for you. Here, a big -ass shotgun." It was actually a mono weapon, the level 25 Hunter's Justice, and it had a passive that guaranteed a critical hit if it struck from behind. It looked like a rifle, but not at all. In fact, my description of a shotgun is much more accurate, as it was a weapon with a lot of recoil and was quite difficult to handle. But if Damien used it, that didn't matter. For now, the MC just asked Damien to grab that cannon and try it out whenever he wants. Something Damien will do. Poor Damien, the MC thinks, as he was already plotting how to turn him into a living tank in the future. In fact, at that very moment, several exclusive weapons for Damien were already being created in the forge. In the game, a character was limited to using only one weapon in battle, but this was real life, so Damien could carry a bunch of weapons and use them all if he wanted. That was something the MC would exploit no matter what, and Damien had to get stronger to meet his expectations. After a while, and with everyone rested, they started the hidden alley, the second level of the dungeon. Just like on the first level, they would have to clear 4 rooms of enemies and then defeat the boss. With torches in hand, the group entered the enormous abandoned city. The MC hadn't noticed when he played on his PC, but this place was much scarier in person. Not to mention that any type of enemy could pop out from any corner. "What the hell?" everyone shouts as a huge, colossal golem appears out of nowhere. "This has to be a bug," the MC yells. But it was no bug. Since the entire stage is just narrow alleys, the MC didn't realize they had reached the first room of the level, and it caught them completely off guard. The golem is the first to attack with its enormous body, though Lucas jumped to stop its attack with great skill. But as he did, another golem appeared from his left. This caught Lucas off guard. Luckily, Ava was quick and stopped the second golem's attack. While Avi and Lucas held off the golems, the MC had to organize a plan of attack, so he tells Damien and Jupiter to focus their attacks on Lucas's enemy. Even though Avi and Lucas were the same class, Lucas was more of an attacker type, while Ava was a tank through and through. She had much more resilience and therefore could withstand enemy blows better. On the other hand, if Lucas took a direct hit from the golem, he would have a very hard time staying on his feet. Without wasting a second, the MC tells Lucas to make that golem stagger. And Lucas immediately obeys, and like a wild beast, he breaks part of one of the golem's legs, which made it fall to its knees. That was Jupiter's moment. This caused the golem to take a massive amount of damage. But it wasn't enough to defeat it, so it was Damien's turn. It was the perfect moment to test his new weapon, so he concentrates all his mana into it and fires. As we already knew, the weapon's power was so immense that it sent Damien flying. Luckily, the MC caught him mid-air and got him to safety, then showed Damien just how strong he'd become by blowing a nice hole in the golem. Lucas sighed in relief. "Yeah, well, whenever you guys are done chatting, you could help me," Ava yells. "Crap, I forgot about the kid," the MC exclaims. "Come on, people, we have to help our friend," the MC says, trying to play it cool. Anyway, after that, they continued fighting several golems, but after defeating the second one, they became so easy to kill that they continued through the level as if it were nothing. Although, along the dungeon path, the MC almost got eaten by a mimic, a terrifying monster in the shape of a chest that, when you got close to see what was inside, would eat you alive. Of course, The MC is a prince and claims he let himself get eaten on purpose for the good of the group. Of course, Your Highness, they all say while cracking up. At one point, Lucas climbs up one of the buildings and tries to leave the dungeon's path, but in doing so, he runs into a black goo. It seems free exploration was out of the question. You could only walk along the path indicated by the system. In fact, you couldn't even enter the buildings. Not only were they blocked by planks, but they were also protected by powerful barriers that not even Jupiter could remove. The most terrifying thing wasn't that mysterious power, but that the barriers were placed from the outside. Meaning, there must be something inside those buildings that they didn't want to escape. The MC had no idea what was inside those buildings, but it wasn't very important at the moment, so they would press forward. And so they did, until they reached a huge plaza. This must be another room, so more enemies should be appearing soon. Although they didn't arrive, and while exploring the area, they found a huge stone statue on top of a fountain. The guy in the statue seemed to be an ancient king of the place. The strange thing is that he had other statues around him, but they were broken. And then Damien sees a light that catches his attention. Subtitles by the Amara org community. And the light that wasn't coming from the main group meant there was an NPC nearby. So the MC tells everyone to be on high alert. It was actually very simple. What could be scarier than a monster in a city of monsters? A person who can live inside it. Will they be an ally? An enemy? A question the MC repeated 1,000 times in his head. One false move and they would all end up dead. So he couldn't let his guard down for even a second. To everyone's surprise, those lights belonged to the remains of other defeated golems. And the one responsible for their deaths, a girl we've seen before. The NPC nameless. The girl who wandered without light in the darkness. Facing their former travel companion, everyone raises their weapons on guard. It didn't matter if she was friendly before. The MC had never seen this character in his more than 700 playthroughs of the game, so they had no idea what she was really capable of. Nameless plays it cool, saying she was just there killing some monsters to pass the time. Then she gives a thumbs minus up and congratulates the group for making it this far. And suddenly she lifts a large red cloth, and the entire group braces for a huge battle. But there was no need, as Nameless presented them with a little shop full of items. It turns out Nameless was nothing more than a merchant NPC, which really threw the MC for a loop. This annoyed Nameless, as she wasn't just any merchant, but one who would give them a fabulous 30% discount on their first purchase. How about that? Well, alright then, so much for the suspense with the shady girl. Let's see, what are you selling? And oh boy, the MC did not regret taking a look, as all the items the girl had were of the highest quality and impossible to get outside the dungeon. However, Nameless didn't accept normal money, but rather magic stones or enemy cores, which was quite logical for the MC, since in the human world, cores were exchanged for money, so it made sense for it to be the other way around here. The problem was that until now, the MC had been selling all his stones for money, so he didn't have a single core. He didn't have a single core to trade with Nameless, but if he let such valuable artifacts slip away, they would most likely never appear again in the entire story. So the MC and the group gather all the gems they had found up to that point. There weren't many, nor were they of much value. But since it was the MC's first purchase, she'll let him choose one of the items she has for sale. Jupiter suggests choosing a magic ginseng, which would make her 10 years younger after eating it. Buy it with your own money, you crazy old hag. The MC proclaims with considerable tact. On the other hand, Lucas suggests a pair of agility boots, which would make you much faster and more agile when worn. They weren't for Lucas, of course, but for the prince to be able to flee from combat whenever he wanted. The MC should be offended by that, but the fact that Lucas worries about his life touches his heart. Just you wait, Lucas is the final boss, you'll see. The point is, they had to choose a more useful item, and Damien proposes a portable item that could create potions. If they placed it on the wall during battles, any wounded person could heal immediately. Without a doubt, that was a great idea. But after all, potions could be bought with money. Everyone was making a big fuss over the items, until the MC is surprised to see that the youngest member didn't want any of them. But she already had her ultra-minus legendary weapons. And they were crazy expensive, so she didn't need any more gear than that. Holy crap. That's right, these two sigh. The main objective of going to the dungeon was precisely to get new equipment for Evangeline, something these two had completely forgotten about. Luckily for him, Nameless had the perfect spear and shield for her. They were super rare level items, and they were pretty too. Surely Ava would forgive them if they gave her these weapons. The good thing about this is that the two items were part of the same set, so having both made you super strong. The bad thing is that the MC could only choose one of the two, and this was eating away at his mind. Nameless sees the frustration in the prince's eyes, so she takes both items and hands them to the MC as if it were nothing. In return, all she asked was for them to visit her again from time to time and to buy lots of items from her. That was the kindest act of generosity the MC had ever seen in his life. He even started to fall in love with that NPC. But anyway, with both items in his possession, the MC calls over Evangeline. And he confesses that he broke her favorite, ultra minus expensive, to minus die minus for weapons. To the MC's surprise, Evangeline understands. After all, she was the one who started the fight, so the MC didn't have to pay her anything. In that case, Evangeline's new weapons won't be a payment, but a gift from a prince. Officially, a prince of the empire had given her a gift, so Ava had to be grateful to him. Which she does, blushing and thanking the prince. "And where's my gift?" Jupiter shouts from the background. And while we're at it, Lucas doesn't want to be left out either. Although the MC was already preparing something very good for him. The only one who behaved well was Damien, though he'd better. After all, the MC had just given him a legendary weapon. But Jupiter couldn't leave empty minus-handed. So she pulls out a hidden gem and buys something on the sly. What a disgusting old woman, the MC thinks. With the shopping done, the MC asks Nameless about the Piper. In the Hidden Kingdom, there weren't any characters with mysterious powers, and it seems the Piper was one of the most famous in the place. This surprises the MC, since in the game, the Piper was just a run minus of minus mil NPC, without even much dialogue. Nameless suggests the group move on, as they will soon reach the city's base camp, where the few sane people left in the place left. The MC knows this area well and was eager to get there, but he still had 2 more levels to beat. In the base camp, there were a ton of NPCs and also different shops, and even if the Piper wasn't there, they could surely get information about him. And after marking the path on the map for them, Nameless disappeared back into the shadows. Lucas didn't like that woman one bit, because even though she seemed very calm and docile, there was no doubt she was very powerful. The MC is well aware of that. In fact, that woman is on par with Lucas at the end of the game with max minus out stats and legendary gear. Totally broken. So yes, that girl was indeed a monster, but for now she was friendly, so the MC thanks the heavens. After all, she practically gifted him a legendary set. So she couldn't be evil even if she wanted to. After that, the group continued hunting golems until they reached the boss room. The bad thing is that the only possible path led inside one of those boarded minus-up houses. And the worst part is that it looked like something had recently broken out of it with considerable force. This had the younger members a bit freaked out, who begged the MC to please go back home. But they couldn't leave without seeing the final boss, so everyone had to suck it up. Upon entering the room, it looked like a large abandoned warehouse. Though they noticed there was moss and algae on the walls, so it must have been underwater some time ago. And then Damien sees him, the final boss. Street Cleaner Beak, a level 20 giant steam golem. The enormous giant rose from the ground, ready to kill the intruders. And the MC wonders why a golem had a human name. It reminded him a bit of the Rat Man, but as the fight began, those thoughts took a back seat. Our group of heroes had awakened the street cleaner from his slumber, and he immediately fired 2 lasers from his hands. Luckily, Lucas and Deva reacted quickly and deflected both attacks. Those lasers were light magic, a magic so ancient it was thought to be forgotten. That golem was going to be a tough enemy, but nothing a good strategy couldn't overcome. Besides, the MC had already beaten this golem over 1,000 times and knew exactly how to deal with it. In reality, this golem wasn't much different from the rest, just a bit bigger, and they had to destroy its core to finish it off. But of course, being such a large enemy, it had a total of 10 cores controlling its body. Usually it would be enough to break all the orbs. With patience, but that would take a very long time. Instead, the first thing to do was disarm its hands and then focus on the rest of the cores. Jupiter and Damien take out the hands with their attacks. And seeing itself damaged, the golem retreats a bit. But before it could do anything, Lucas and Deva went for its legs. The golem resisted, of course, but with Ava's damage absorption, she destroyed the golem's right leg. This pissed off Lucas, and out of sheer competitiveness, he sliced the golem's other leg in two. It falls to its knees on the ground, and turning its enormous body towards Evangeline, it murmurs that it was tired of cleaning the city. It actually wanted to go to the higher academy and be a mage like Jupiter. Those words didn't distract Jupiter, who blew the golem to bits with a powerful lightning bolt. It was on its last legs and, in the meantime, continued to take heavy hits from the group. And as it did, it just kept repeating over and over that it only wanted to help its friends. Until finally the golem falls, defeated, and without any mercy. Lucas finishes it off with a powerful mortal blow. With that strike, they had destroyed almost all the cores, so the golem shouldn't be able to move anymore. But, surprise, the one in its head was still intact, and with a strange movement, it tried to attack the MC. Chupa-Trendamian Warp, really useless when attacked. So the MC clenched his butt and punched with all his might, with his usual good luck on his hits, and he blew the golem's head off with just one good smack. Though the scare almost made the MC wet himself, and he thanks the heavens for having such good luck with his gloves. Now, the golem was truly on its last legs and couldn't even move. And since the MC was the lowest level in the group, it was ideal for him to finish off the boss to level up more. The MC wonders if it was right to take the golem's life when it hadn't done anything. And for a moment, the golem even begs for its life. Not a chance, buddy, says our hero, who finishes it off once and for all. This made the MC quite happy, as he was sure that when they left the dungeon, he would gain several levels at once. On the other hand, there were the treasure chests, which were almost destroyed by Jupiter. Although unfortunately for the MC, the reward turned out to be an orb of screams. A pretty good item, but it was only for mages. So, reluctantly, the MC gives it to Jupiter. But at least it increased her power. Besides, that item was part of a 3-piece set, and if you had all of them, enemies around you would fear you. In addition to the orb of screens, there were also 2 high-quality monocores, which would fetch the MC a good sum of money. With the area cleared of enemies, they had finished the hidden alley, so they head to the next zone of the dungeon. In the next zone, the first thing they found was an endless spiral staircase. They spent hours on hours climbing those stairs, to the point where no one could continue. No pain, no gain, people. We're almost there, the MC repeated over and over, and after a very long walk, they reached the top of the stairs, with the MC cursing the system for not giving him a loading screen on the stairs. Jupiter, for her part, was about to have a heart attack, so she was going to smoke her last cigarette, the complete opposite of Lucas and Deva, who could face anything with just a little water. In any case, they finally reached the next zone and also the next checkpoint. So Jupiter runs to the portal at full speed, as she was so dead tired she wanted to see her bed as soon as possible. She was eager to get to her room and also drink a good glass of whiskey. But then, before reaching the portal, Jupiter stopped dead in her tracks, as did everyone else when they saw the outside of the building. From the ground it couldn't be appreciated, but from the heights, it made it clear to the entire group that they were in another world, a huge and rather dark one, although there were also small glimmers of light in so much darkness. In some areas of the city, there were magic stones that kept the monsters at bay, and in those areas, there were usually non-hostile NPCs who would tell you their life story and such. Of course, the light that caught the most attention was that of the Palace of the Lake Kingdom, a place they wouldn't reach for a long time, as that was the final zone of the game and where they would fight the final boss. In fact, on this little map, we can see that despite walking a lot and defeating many beasts, the group had barely explored 5% of the city. In any case, they were done for the day, so it was time to return home. And not because they didn't want to keep exploring, but because literally the entire group was dragging themselves on the floor. Upon returning through the portal, we can see how the whole group gains several levels, with the MC gaining the most, reaching level 15th. Now he was only half as pathetic as his men. In any case, that day's exploration was a great success, so the MC congratulates everyone and tells them to rest well. Without realizing it, they had spent more than 24 non-stop hours in the dungeon, so everyone was exhausted. But for our MC, there was no time to rest. So he reviews the items he got in the dungeon, like a torch that never goes out, an extremely useful item. The biggest enemy in the dungeon was the darkness, so an item that never went out was very useful, but apart from providing light, it didn't do much else. That item didn't surprise the MC much, but he was surprised to receive a boss summon scroll. It was a 1- time use item, but being able to summon the golem boss to help you was undoubtedly quite useful. The MC spent almost the entire night organizing his inventory, until hunger forced him to go get something to eat. To his surprise, he found Avi and Lucas raiding the kitchen like pigs. In public, they acted like they couldn't stand each other, but they were undoubtedly partners in crime. Though pretty terrible ones, since neither of them knew how to cook, so they were just chewing on raw ingredients. Seeing such a pathetic sight, the MC decided to cook something for them. He pictured what he wanted to make in his mind, and got to work. At first, it was quite difficult, but after much effort, he managed to create a complete sandwich. It was just a simple sandwich, but for the prince himself to prepare something for Lucas to eat was a great honor. One he could even tell his children about. Even Ava had to admit that the prince knew what he was doing, as that sandwich was the best thing she had tasted in a long time. This made her remember her father. Since he was always fighting in battles, he almost always ate that kind of fast food. Every night, her father would arrive covered in blood. He'd approach the fire, throw something in, and a few minutes later, eat it however it came out. The count was truly a useless father, but his daughter loved the meals he made for her. She especially laughed a lot when her mother found him wrecking the kitchen. Those were great memories from her childhood, and sadly, the next day they would hold her father's funeral. Until Prince Ash arrived, funerals were not held in that city. So the MC asked Seva to lead the funeral in honor of her father. But the thing is, even though her father died fighting, Ava still couldn't forgive him. Her father fought for the city and let her mother die. That was something she could never forgive. She understands that her father was a person of great honor, and after all, defending the city was precisely his job. But it's not just that he didn't protect her mother, but also, he didn't go to the burial, and she had to do everything by herself. Her father was the frontier count, so he couldn't waste time with the dead and dedicated himself to reinforcing the city walls during her burial. The day of her mother's funeral was when Avi understood something very important. She could never live up to the same honor as her father, and she didn't intend to, of course. So Ava makes it clear she respected her father as the great warrior he wasn't for the lives he saved. But as a father, he was horrible, and she doubts she could ever forgive him. And with tears in her eyes, Evangeline leaves the kitchen. Ava's story was quite sad and complicated, but it's not like either of the two people there could do anything for her. Lucas then reminds the prince that his situation with his family was also quite complicated, and asks if that's why he was helping Evangeline so much. Here, our MC breaks down inside, as the only thing he knew about the original Ash was that he was a playboy, but it seems he also had issues with his family. Lucas wanted to know why Prince Ash, the Mad Prince until just a couple of weeks ago, now cared so much for a little girl he hadn't even known for a few weeks. That question confused the MC a little, as he didn't know if Lucas was asking out of his own interest or because he knew he wasn't the original Ash. Suddenly, the MC felt miles away from Lucas, and he really didn't know what to answer, as he truly had no idea what the original Ash's relationship with his family was like. The MC just stammers out some words of excuse and confusion. But, before he could say more, Lucas apologizes for putting him in a tough spot, as he had undoubtedly crossed a line with his questions. Whatever happens, he was sure Prince Ash would end up on good terms with his family. Son of a, give me more information, the MC screams internally. But oh well, Kusira Sara, whatever will be will be. But it wasn't whatever, because as soon as he was alone, the MC started freaking out about his family. In fact, looking at his hands, he remembers that this wasn't even his body. And living someone else's life was certainly not easy. In any case, there's no rest, and the next day, preparations for the Nexus all began. The third scenario was going to be a bit different from the rest, as they wouldn't be fighting large numbers, but elite units that, although few, were all deadly. They had about 8 days to prepare for the battle, and the MC hoped it would be enough to fight against the golems, especially because an unexpected event could occur and leave them devastated. So the MC goes into hardcore irate mode and forces the entire city to work their asses off. And the next day, they prepared the funeral. Luckily, and also unluckily, in the second battle, they only lost one man, the great hero Charles Cross. As he was the only one who fell, he was given a full ritual throughout the city. And being the frontier count, the one who protected the city for decades, the entire city came to bid him farewell. And after a few hours they arrived at the cemetery, where the rituals would conclude and they would say their goodbyes, as his body would be buried next to his wife in their orchard. Here, the MC repeats his first speech again. Every life was unique, and upon death, a lot of money had to be paid to the family. But the Count's death was different, as literally everyone in that city was alive thanks to him. There was no money on earth that could pay for the death of a great hero, one who dedicated his entire life to the happiness of his people. The Count had only one wish for all his people to be happy. But on this day, they could not fulfill the great Count's last wish. No one in that city could be happy after losing their beloved hero, the one who defended them for so many years. But that was the city of Crossroad, and without a doubt, many more people will continue to die in the battles to come. But as long as just one of them remains alive, every fight will have been worth it, and no death will have been in vain. Indeed, they had to mourn the fallen. But with the rising sun, they too must step forward, and keep moving forward, no matter the cost, just as the Frontier Count would have wanted for them. After the funeral, the Count's body is buried next to his wife, and there the Count's old comrades met his daughter, one who, at the foot of her mother's grave, is happy to see familiar faces. They had also spent 3 years without knowing about their beloved friend's daughter, so they were all very worried about her. And everything seemed to be fine for her until she saw her father's lifeless body. Her father was really dead, and with his passing, he had left his legendary weapons behind. They planned to bury those weapons with the Count's body, but they thought they would be better off in his daughter's hands. But she refuses the weapons and asks that they be buried with her father, something all the soldiers do without protest. Another day in the fabulous city of Crossroad, where life and death didn't matter, but at the same time was the most important thing in the world. The Count showed the MC in person what it meant to be a Frontier Count, and the MC said no. The MC wonders what will be the first thing he has to give up to achieve his goals. Seeing the MC looking very thoughtful, Ava approaches him, although she should be the one who is deep in thought. But she was surprisingly okay. In fact, she was very close to being on another battlefront, far from here. So the fact that she's at her father's funeral is almost a miracle. Of course, Evangeline didn't plan on staying there a second longer and intended to sell all of her father's properties and forget the Crossroad name. The MC will approve of Ava's selfish choice and help her be as free as she wants. This surprises her quite a bit, as she thought the MC would try to stop her somehow. She planned to trample on her father's name and then live her life as she pleased. And still, the prince said nothing. But the MC knew that the Cross family had already suffered more than enough defending that city. So he will allow Evangeline to do as she pleases. The MC will help Ava with whatever she needs and let her be the most carefree girl in the world. This had Evangeline very confused, as Prince Ash was not very different from her regarding his family. But he was still giving his all for the city. Although the MC confesses that he wasn't doing it all out of good faith, but that a god promised him a wish if he completed his mission. Basically, the MC wasn't causing all this trouble out of good faith, or even a good heart, but because he truly had a selfish wish he wanted to fulfill with all his might. And then a loud roar was heard, signaling a nearby beast. Luckily, it was just Ava, who was starving. "Give me food, my lord," Ava says with this cute face. Something so cute that it made the MC laugh. The thing is, the dead were finally resting, and the living had to prepare for the next day. After that, the MC had to split his focus in two. On one hand, he was working his people as hard as possible, and on the other, he had to manage the entire great fortune of the Cross family. The MC wanted to keep it simple, sell everything, and give all the money to Ava so she could do whatever she wanted. This saddens Ader, as they were really going to let the best tank in the game just leave. But that was Evangeline's own wish, so they will honor her father's request and let her go her own way. And that was all well and good, but after all, the Cross family's properties were numerous, and selling them all would take quite some time. Almost everything the Cross family owned was land and mansions, and to sell them, they would first need buyers. There was 1 week left until the next assault, and the MC didn't want Evangeline to be there. So he decides he will buy everything himself so Ava can leave. The entire Cross family was dead, and the only survivor was Evangeline, so at least she should have a life of peace. At least before she loses her smile from remembering all the bad memories. With that settled, time passed until there were 8 days left until the assault. And after much reflection, the MC decided he would not win this game at the expense of others' lives. and he will reach the end as a human being. A week later, in the forge, the blacksmiths were apologizing to the prince. He had ordered them to create 5 mono weapons for the next battle. But mono weapons are practically epic items in this world, so it took a lot of effort and materials to create just one. So in the end, they could only create 2 mono weapons. Whoa, what is this monster? The MC asks, seeing one of the weapons. One of the weapons was the Black Queen, a legendary, max- level weapon with a passive that could practically kill you if one of its bullets grazed you. To create that weapon, they used the core of the Spider Queen from the tutorial, an enemy that, in theory, wasn't even supposed to be defeated. Although the MC expected something like this. After all, Spider Queens didn't appear for another 2 years, so a big reward was normal. Though it seemed too good to be true. Because that weapon in Damien's hands could give him enough power to practically get through half the game by himself. This made the MC laugh out loud, as finally something was going right for him in this crappy world. With that weapon, the blacksmiths had truly outdone themselves, and the MC congratulates them for it. Unfortunately, the second weapon was a normal -rank weapon. But with the first one, they would be more than set for a good while, so the MC will pay the blacksmiths a handsome sum. Lucas asks if that weapon was really that impressive, and the MC assures him that it is, and that with its help, they will pass the next assault without a single casualty. And it arrived at the perfect time, as there were only 20 hours left until the assault. Upon returning to his mansion, he found Evangeline at the door. She had received her father's money and was quite happy about it. But Ader, after giving her the money, slammed the door in her face and yelled at her to get out of there. This really pissed Davy off, but since she was now homeless, she was literally on the street. Yeah, kid. I want you to leave, the MC says bluntly. If she was going to leave anyway, it was stupid to drag it out. So the MC asked Eva to leave now. She tried to say something, but the MC tells her to shut up and get out of there already. She says if it was because of the upcoming battle, it was fine by her, as she planned to help one last time and then leave. Help? A spoiled brat like you? Asks the MC, and then he shouts Evangeline's name out loud. This scared the poor girl. The thing is, Ava had already decided to erase her entire past in the city. And now that she had to get out of there without looking back. Indeed, Ava had left everything behind. And yet something inside her seemed to be calling her to the battlefield. I don't care, says the MC, your father's last wish was for you to be happy. And he planned to fulfill that last wish. Besides, Ava already said she wanted to be a bad daughter. So what better way than to just leave? The MC is being quite harsh, and now that Evangeline had nothing to do with the city, he wanted her out of there as soon as possible. Evangeline tries to talk to the MC, but he simply turns his back on her and enters what is now his mansion. So in the end, Evangeline has no choice but to resign herself and leave the city. But first, she thanks the MC for everything he did for her. After the farewell, the MC was left a bit shaken. He didn't want to be cruel to Evangeline, but if he wasn't, she might have stayed there forever. At least now the MC was certain that Ava would live as she pleased. Goodbye Evangeline, the best tank in the game, whom I will remember for the rest of this playthrough. But anyway, with that, at least the MC got some good karma points. And with his energy through the roof, the MC meets up with his group. A group that wasn't as cheerful as he was. And the least cheerful of all was the great Miss Lily, who, not seeing Ava anywhere, fears the worst. And she was right. So the MC hopes Lily enjoyed her vacation, because now she'll have to make up for everything she missed. Please, just kill me now, Lily begs as the MC reassures her. But no, after all, despite being a low -rank hero, Lily's power was extremely high. By the way, Damien, another little gift for you. But before he could explain the weapon's details, a soldier came running and shouting. The enemy monster wave was about to reach the city. This was ridiculous to the MC, as his timer told him there were still hours left until the assault. Look again, his necklace says, as now there were only 30 minutes left. Oh great, now even the system is scamming me, says the MC. But there was more to it than that. It seems the enemies had split into 2 groups. One was heading for the city, and the other was going straight for the Count's mansion. This terrifies the MC, as he was sure Evangeline was still there. But she wasn't the only one in danger, as everyone on the wall was scrambling to prepare for the assault. And they had to do it quickly, because not far from there, they could already see the huge golems marching towards the city. The MC had already defeated a few of these golems in the dungeon, but seeing that many was quite intimidating. It was practically as if two enormous walls were about to collide. Lucas then asks the dreaded question, "Are you going to leave Evangeline alone?" A question that really annoyed our MC. Because to begin with, why did the monsters split into two groups? It made no sense at all. And there was no way it was a coincidence. Someone was definitely pulling the strings from the shadows. To start with, there was his necklace. It was as if someone wanted to ruin his game at all costs. Then the army of old men arrives, and they begged the prince to let them go after Evangeline. They were the last line of defense and had nothing to lose if they died, so they get on their knees and beg to go after their friend's daughter. But the MC has to make them see reality. They were not a last line of defense, much less useless cannon fodder. Besides, they were besieged ahead of schedule, so they were short-staffed for placing the cannons. So if they left, it would be a huge blow to the wall's forces. Besides, even if they went to rescue Evangeline, how would they do it? The combat zone would be nothing but an open field without firearms, and the enemy was more than 50 elite golems. So the dumbest thing the MC could do is let the old men go after Evangeline. Their advantage against the monsters was the Great Wall of Crossroad. Fighting outside of it was complete nonsense. Still, the old men want to go save Evangeline. But the MC stands firm and says they will not carry out such a crappy plan. And that's final. The MC yells. The MC was not going to accept any plan that was suicidal. But their time was running out, and someone had to go for Evangeline. And as much as it hurt them, they had to face reality. No matter how strong Evangeline was, she wouldn't survive against 50 golems on her own. To rescue her, it would be necessary for at least the entire main group to go fight. But if they did that, the city's defenses would fall in minutes, and it would all be over. This reminds the MC of the dilemma the Count had to face in his life. And it was certainly not an easy dilemma to solve. But in the end, there was only one possible path, and the MC orders that no one will go to rescue Evangeline. The answer was very obvious. He couldn't lose a single soldier for anything, so they will focus on the battlefield in front of them. After all, they couldn't put the life of one person above thousands. The MC is frank with his men. If that wall fell, humanity would fall with it. So as painful as it is, everyone will fight on the wall and leave Evangeline to her fate. Meanwhile, at the country mansion, Eva was enjoying the plants in her orchard for the last time. Being there, she realized something important. When her mother died, she left the place. But her father stayed to take care of the orchard until the very end. Her father's fruits always tasted terrible, but he kept cultivating, hoping for a good harvest someday. Evangeline's parents were really quite foolish. The Cross family had defended these lands for over 100 years. And at the end of the road, all they received was death and dust. But at least one of the Cross family will break away and follow her own life as she pleases. "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry, but I'm leaving," Ava said, almost expecting her parents to scold her for it. But instead, she felt the ground tremble. This made Evangeline think her parents were still watching over her. So with a smile, she prepared to leave for her new life. But a huge golem that appeared right behind her stood in her way, landing a tremendous punch that set her flying against the wall, which destroyed part of the mansion and also caused massive damage to Evangeline. Now we see other memories from Ava's childhood. In them, she asked her mother when it would be her turn to defend the city like her father. Back then she didn't understand. But now she knew why her mother had such worried expressions when she asked that. Ava was very young and didn't understand her mother. After all, she married her father knowing he would have to fight in battles over and over again. And of course, her mother wasn't a fool. Even at Ava's birth, she knew that she too would end up on the battlefield. And yet, she mustered her courage and, knowing what awaited her, never looked back for even a second. But back to the present. Evangeline awakens from a brief coma. She's coughing up blood, and her weapons are far from her. Not to mention a huge golem heading towards her to crush her. She desperately lunges for her weapons. Unfortunately, as she did, she was slammed against the mansion by a powerful blow. Luckily, she was able to grab her shield and defend against the brutal attack. But seeing the enormous golem enter her house as if it were nothing, she wonders if this was some kind of sick joke. But it was no joke, as suddenly two other golems surrounded Evangeline. She defended herself and fought as best she could. But in the end, they were more numerous and stronger. So it didn't take long for them to completely surround her and give her a beating. Still, Ava was a true tank, and no matter how much they threw at her, she remained standing. She fought with skill and managed to take down several golems. Her strength was unstoppable, and she pierced through the metal golems as if they were paper. 3 enormous golems had attacked her and left her for dead. She was completely wrecked, but at least she came out alive. But why was there so much noise outside? She wonders. Because more than 50 golems were heading right for her. The ones before were just scouts. But her horse had broken free, and now she was alone. So she decides to run to the city. Or she would if her body could take it. But one of her legs was completely busted. But there was no other choice. And then a strange flaming golem appeared, floating in the sky. Without a word, it charged enormous orbs of magic in its hands. Without a doubt, that was going to be a very powerful attack, so Ava had to defend herself. But she had the bad luck of activating her clumsy girl passive, so she tripped over herself and fell on her back, making her unable to defend herself, and she took the golem's spell head minus on. The attack was savage and left Evangeline bleeding on the ground. She could barely stay on her feet, and a huge wave of enemies was approaching her. It was clear what was going to happen. Not even on a real battlefield, but by some beasts that attacked her from behind. Ava lowers her gaze and regrets all the things she hasn't been able to do yet, like dating someone and falling in love, or drinking and smoking all night like the adults. And what the hell, at least reaching adulthood. But it was all over. There was no sadness or anger, just the calm of acceptance. And of course, a lot of regret. After all, she wants to live. Then live, shouts RMC. If you wanted to do adult things so badly, the first thing you have to do is stay alive and grow into a beautiful lady. Ava couldn't believe what her eyes were seeing. The Mad Prince was really there, in front of her, to rescue her. Rewinding a bit, we go back to the point where the MC orders everyone to stay on the wall. Because, in fact, the rescue squad would be him alone. Something Lucas obviously wasn't going to allow the prince to do. He had already made it clear that going after Ava was a suicide mission. And now, he's saying he'll go alone. Of course, the MC didn't plan on marching to his death. He was a rather special type of character in the game. He was of the extra rank. His abilities were very different from the combatant type, but used well, he could get out of more than one tight spot. Of course, the MC doesn't like to gamble by risking his neck. But for Ava, he'll make an exception and asks his entire group to let him go. This time, the MC had really planned everything and swears he will emerge victorious from all the upcoming battles. While the MC is gone, he leaves Lucas in charge, something Lucas rejects with tooth and nail. But recently, the MC had resolved to reach the end of the game while maintaining his humanity and morale as high as possible. And if he left Evangeline to her fate, he was sure he would regret it for the rest of his life. So, as he had promised several times, he will save everyone he can reach. As for Lily and Jupiter, they both knew how to act without the MC present, so he knew they would do a great job. It was Damien who was given a special command. But without knowing what it is, the MC leaves the walls alone. Protect my house, pups, and don't be dogs. You guys are pissing your pants, the MC yells. And shortly after that is when our MC arrived to rescue Ava. No matter what happens, the MC promises to protect Evangeline, whatever the cost. The MC lifts Evangeline from the ground, while she asks him if he's stupid or what, since now he'll be crushed by the monsters too. In fact, Evangeline begs the prince to leave her there while she buys him some time to escape. But it was too late to escape. In total, there were about 5 magic golems on the whole stage, and the MC had to face 2 of them. These magic golems were not only powerful, but the system treated them as if they were almost mini-minus bosses. Evangeline sees that the prince is daydreaming, so she jumps in front and raises her shield, ready for battle. She was just an orphan with a cursed surname, so the MC should leave her there and run. Can't you see what a pain this kid is, says the MC, while forcing her to drink his fluids. Be good for your big brother and take your medicine without complaining. Evangeline was still a child, so she shouldn't be so overconfident and should leave the big problems to the adults. In fact, the MC had something pretty cool for this occasion. And without wasting a second, the MC creates a huge summoning circle, from which emerged the golem boss they fought in the dungeon. This was a unique 1- time - use skill, and it was so impressive that it almost made Evangeline faint from shock. Upon completing the summon, the golem and the MC linked their minds. And in pure Iron Man style, The MC could control it as he wished. Without warning, a rain of light magic fell upon the golem. But the MC raised a huge magic barrier and blocked it as if it were nothing. This left Evangeline a little bewildered, as she still didn't understand where the golem had come from. But that was something she didn't have to worry about. From now on, she just had to watch the fabulous show the prince would put on for her. Seeing that ranged attacks were useless against the golem, the enemies began their assault, which made the MC euphoric. He sent his golem to destroy everything in its path. The MC's golem was the first to attack. It took a huge leap and then crash-landed, crushing dozens of enemies. The MC explains that there were generally 3 types of monsters: normal, elites, and bosses. The latter were the most important, as they were vastly different in power from the rest. That's why the MC wasn't surprised to see his boss golem reduce enemies to nothing in a matter of seconds. For the enormous golem, its smaller versions were nothing more than toys. The MC even felt a little bad seeing the carnage of the golems. But, in the end, no matter how hard a lion fights, if it's surrounded by hyenas, its seconds are numbered. Of course it would resist until the end. But in any case, it was completely impossible for a single unit to defeat 50. It was like watching a bug fight, and the first to give in would be the one to lose its head. Either way, the MC didn't expect his summon to be able to defeat all the enemies. But while they were fighting, they could now escape. Unfortunately, Ava's leg wasn't in very good shape. "No problem," says the MC, who uses another of his potions on her leg, and with her recovered, they now make a run for it. Luckily, the MC had prepared some horses up ahead, and they just had to reach them to escape. That is, if the enemies would let them, of course. Many enemies had completely ignored the boss golem and were heading straight for them. And even worse than that, one of the magic golems shot a beam of light at them. Luckily, Evangeline's Ultra- shield managed to block the attack. And even after saving the MC's life, he had to make a joke about Evangeline's size, since to take cover he had to crouch down a lot. The MC goes too far sometimes. The thing is, with the magic golems flying around, they wouldn't get very far. So he sends the boss golem to take care of them, which did a great job of quickly eliminating one of them. Unfortunately, the ground ones were still on their heels. Luckily, Evangeline could fight against them, and with some nice flips in the air, she destroys her pursuers. Acrobatics so impressive that they left the prince speechless. But there was no time for that. But of course, look at the poor horse. As soon as it saw what was coming, it started screaming like a madman. And worse than that, a golem attacked the tree, and the horse bolted. "I'm going to lose my goddamn mind," RMC shouts. Luckily, he had a plan B. B for beat them up before they beat you up. It's live or die. And now all they had left was to fight to the death. They just had to organize themselves well. And the MC asks Evangeline to focus solely on defense, as he, with his fist of luck, will be the attacker. "Really? How does that fist work?" Evangeline asks with her mouth agape. And for now, the only explanation the MC could find is that the goddess of fortune really liked him, as it hadn't failed him once so far. You know how luck works. It's at the moment you need it most. That luck looks you in the face and laughs its head off, because you trusted in something so unpredictable. In the MC's case, it wasn't just a bad roll, but a negative roll which even inflicted tremendous damage on the MC. The MC saw that coming. To begin with, relying on luck to win a battle is for total losers. And yet he took the risk, and in the end, ended up with a shattered arm. This scared Evangeline immensely. Luckily, the MC had already anticipated this happening, so he had healing potions ready to use. Still, the pain the MC felt was infernal, and he would need at least a few seconds to recover. Time they wouldn't have, as the golems quickly surrounded them. The MC didn't want to use it so quickly, but in the end, he pulls the Black Queen weapon from his inventory, and with a single shot, he eliminated 3 golems as if it were nothing. This left Evangeline completely stunned. With such a broken weapon, the MC's plan was to eliminate absolutely all the golems. Despite being such a powerful weapon, the good thing about it is that anyone could use it. The bad thing is that this weapon was practically made to be used only by Damien, and by the 3rd shot, the MC felt his body falling apart. Luckily, those last shots were enough, as with the last of her strength, Evangeline defeated the last golems pursuing them. For now they were safe, and the MC feels relieved. But the reality is that there were still dozens of golems coming after them. For the MC, there was only one way out. Kill every last golem, just the two of them. If they could reach the mansion, the MC was sure he could win with his traps, but if they stayed in the open field, it would be their end. For the moment, the MC's golem had served its purpose. So as a final gift to his enemies, he makes it explode. Poor Evangeline was so exhausted that she couldn't even be surprised by the explosions, while the MC bids farewell to his brave warrior who fought to the end. And the golem really did its job well, as out of the 50 enemies, only 14 remained. Some were wounded from the battle against the golem. But still, if they surrounded Evangeline and the MC, they would be eliminated in a matter of seconds. The MC and Evangeline run towards the country mansion. But one of the light beams from a magic golem blocked their path. Luckily, only one magic golem remained, but it was being quite persistent. Luckily, after running for their lives, they managed to reach the mansion. But before they arrived, they were attacked again by light magic, with the bad luck that this time Evangeline's great shield was destroyed. She was left completely defenseless, and more light magic was heading towards her. Luckily, she still had her enormous spear, and with a good strike she managed to block the magic attacks. But just like the shield, the spear was on its last legs, and now even more beams of light were heading towards her, so the MC had no choice but to jump to her rescue before she was incinerated. And with a rush of running and jumping, they both managed to get inside the mansion. Those walls would protect them a little, but if they didn't do something quickly, they would end up dead anyway. The stampede of golems was approaching the mansion at full speed, and Evangeline hoped the MC had a good plan. And look here, folks, because this is where the MC pulls a huge move and catches us all off guard. He takes a high-minus quality monocore, and after throwing it on the ground, he used the summon, creating in the middle of the mansion one of the super-minus broken automatic turrets. It immediately aimed at the enemies, and in a matter of seconds began to annihilate enemies as if they were made of paper. The explosion of stone and fire made the MC euphoric. For a moment, he really thought he was going to die, but it seems they'll stay alive a little longer. The bad thing is that it seemed these golems were smarter than the rest, because when they saw their companions being annihilated by the turret, they stopped advancing. In fact, this high intelligence from simple golems was bothering the MC. Golems weren't much different from other types of brainless monsters and should practically be running straight at humans without thinking about anything else. Be that as it may, it seems they at least got a small break. For now, they were still alive thanks to the MC's potions, but when they run out, they'll be in deep trouble. For now, they had to hold out until nightfall. If they could last until then, the MC could use another of his traps. Unfortunately, Evangeline was on her last legs, and not all the healing potions in the world were enough to heal her. It was understandable, as she was fighting hand to minus hand against those enormous beasts. So the MC asks her to wait while he goes to look for bandages or something similar. Luckily, he found some quickly and managed to bandage Evangeline. And since the Count was a huge drunk, they had alcohol everywhere for the wounds. "Excuse me, my father was a what?" Evangeline asks innocently. And the MC doesn't hold back and confesses to Evangeline that her father was a drunk, and a serious one at that. This surprised her quite a bit, as she had never seen her father drink in her entire life. The MC tells her that her father suffered unspeakably every day, and alcohol was the only thing that helped him get through to the next. That hits Evangeline quite hard. But that didn't change the fact that she hated her father, and at this point, nothing was going to change that. And something they didn't tell us is that when the Count had to choose between the city and his wife, it wasn't really like that. Because Evangeline was in the city at that time. So in reality, he had to choose between his wife or his daughter. Her father hadn't abandoned her mother. Evangeline is not stupid, and she is well aware of that. But if she couldn't blame her father for her mother's death, then who could she blame? Her mother wasn't just murdered. She was brutally dismembered, and they played with her corpse as if it were a doll. Of course, she hates the monsters for doing that. But that wasn't enough. She kept telling herself that it was all an accident. But accidents are usually caused by someone else. Evangeline realizes she's nothing but a coward, and since she couldn't find the monster that killed her mother, she took it all out on her father. But what else could she do? If she didn't blame someone, she felt like she was going to explode inside. Her father decided to take all the blame for her mother's death. And she, being the selfish person she is, let him. And even hated him for it. But in the end, It was her own father who accepted the blame. So Evangeline wasn't going to forgive him just because he's dead. The MC understands Evangeline's feelings quite well. Rather than suffer in misery, it's better to blame others for your troubles. It was a defense mechanism commonly used by humans. So, if Evangeline just needed someone to take the blame, the MC will be that person. So she could forgive her father and now she could vent on him. He is now the frontier count of the city, so he will inherit all the evils of her father, and the Cross family will finally be free. After all, the only thing Evangeline's father ever wanted was for his daughter to be happy. Evangeline was so mesmerized by the MC's speech that he had to snap her out of it. Then he promises Evangeline that he will protect her with everything in his power. This left Evangeline silent and somewhat blushing. But there was no more time for talk, as the golems had completely surrounded the turret. With that tactic, as soon as the golems attack, the turret can only eliminate a couple, and in the meantime, the rest will destroy the turret. These creatures were really smart, and they had to do something before they were finished off. Unfortunately, Evangeline was completely defenseless without weapons. But she already knew exactly what the perfect weapons for her were. The golems then begin their assault. And the turret, of course, doesn't just watch. The MC takes his weapon and tells Evangeline to run, and then blows up another couple of golems. With that extra time, Evangeline managed to reach her parents' grave. And unfortunately for her, she had no time for reflection or sentimentality, as the golems were hot on her heels. At full speed, she dug into the earth with her bare hands. And in no time, she found a wooden box, inside which lay the weapons of the Cross family, which had been used in battle for several generations. When she saw the weapons for the first time, Evangeline became sad. But as soon as she held her father's weapons in her hands, her eyes filled with fury and destructive rage. Subtitles by the Amara org community. We go back 3 years in Evangeline's mind. When she was about to leave her home, her father wanted to give her his weapons to protect her. But she threw them on the ground in fury. She didn't want to throw them, but she was so angry with her father that she couldn't hold back. In fact, she expected her father to scold her, but instead, he wished her a good journey. Even though she was leaving home, her father would always be there waiting for her, so she could visit him whenever she wanted. After those words, her father just stood there watching in silence as he saw his daughter leave home. That pitiful image of her father was the last thing she remembered of him. An image as pitiful as the state of the family weapons. When she was a child, those weapons shone like the sun, and if her father wielded them, she knew no monster could defeat him. Her father looked so cool and strong with those weapons, so Evangeline wonders how her father ended up so badly. "Kid, snap out of it. There's no time for tears," the MC yells. And he was absolutely right, so Evangeline asks the MC to use his last resort. "All right," says the MC. He gets behind Evangeline and tells his last resort to finish off all the enemies. "Excuse me," asks Evangeline. "Relax, Evangeline, I forgive you. Now get out there and defeat them all." Something she would have no choice but to do, as the golems were right in front of her. So with determination, she gripped her father's weapons tightly. At that moment, great memories of her father came to mind, training with him for hours and hours during the day. And with weapon in hand, she planned to use everything she had learned. The first golem attacks Evangeline head minus on. And she, remembering her father's teachings, focuses on a vital point of the enemy. And as soon as the golem reached Evangeline, it only found a wall even stronger than itself. Behind it came to other golems. But at that point, nothing could stop Evangeline. And she pierced through golems as if they were made of butter. For some reason, she felt very comfortable with those weapons, almost as if they were guiding her in battle. Evangeline let herself be guided with pleasure and, in a beastly manner, eliminated her enemies with great brutality. Until at one point, she snaps out of her trance. And even she doesn't know how she did all that. But the MC did know what was happening. The weapons Evangeline possessed were exclusive weapons only for her, which also had special passive effects. Passives? Exclusive weapons? What are you talking about? Asks Evangeline. And of course, for someone who can play video games, it was normal language, but for ordinary people, it was like speaking to them in Chinese. In any case, Evangeline was doing fantastically. And now they only had the magic golem left to defeat. It charges its powerful lasers. And Evangeline wonders what to do against it, as the enemy was flying very high and The MC's mono weapon was already out of bullets. "No problem," shouts her hero, as night had already fallen. So the MC orders Evangeline to charge head minus on at the golem, as he will take care of bringing it down. Evangeline charges forward, and the golem fires its powerful lasers at her. Evangeline is not the same as before, and instead of blocking the attacks, she evaded them with great agility. Meanwhile, the MC grabs the infinite torch and prepares to end the fight. He looks at the golem and throws the torch at it. But, lol x 1000, the MC's strength was minus 10,000, so the torch didn't even fly half a meter from him. The golem stood there in silence, looking at the MC, as if wondering what it had just witnessed. Even Evangeline had a "you've got to be kidding me" look on her face. But suddenly, a huge red can blast blew the magic golem's head off. Where did that shot come from, you might ask? From a place very far from the mansion. None other than from the wall itself, where Damien, with his great precision, made the deadly shot. In reality, Damien couldn't even see his target, but he was still pretty sure he had hit the mark. And indeed, his shot hit its mark, and it was Evangeline's moment to finish off the golem once and for all. So she leaps towards the golem, and pierces it through the middle, causing it to explode into 1,000 pieces, allowing Evangeline to land like a hero. But after that, her childish side took over, and she collapsed to the ground exhausted. The MC approaches her and congratulates her on her work. They really managed to defeat 50 golems, just the two of them. Nothing about that fight was normal for Evangeline, and she was sure no one would believe them when they got back to base and told the story. But for the moment, Evangeline couldn't take a single step. Another step. So she leans on the MC and sleeps peacefully. A few hours later, the MC approaches the city, and luckily, everything was in order. It had cost them dearly, and they had taken a huge risk. But at the end of the day, thanks to Evangeline, they achieved victory. Although to be more precise, it was thanks to the relic weapons of the Cross family. They were practically about to break. But the important thing about them is that they were exclusive weapons for the character of Evangeline. In that game, super rare class characters had hidden weapons that could only be used by them. In the case of Evangeline's weapons, when she wielded them, the battlefield would become clear in her mind, and she could instantly choose the best path to follow. In the game, you could only use these exclusive weapons if you maxed out your friendship with that character. So the MC was horrified to see that those weapons were going to be buried. But since it was Evangeline's wish, he said nothing at the time. At that point, the MC hopes that, wherever the Count is, he was able to see how he helped his daughter one last time. Evangeline and the MC rest, their bodies completely shattered. Meanwhile, in the city, the fires of combat could still be seen. Although most of the enemies had already been defeated, so the MC was sure they would manage fine in the city. And unable to do more, the MC falls into a deep sleep, where he can be seen at the foot of a hospital bed, and on the bed, someone who seemed to be in their last moments. An image that made the MC wake up with a jolt. This worried Evangeline, as the MC was usually always calm, except for all those previous times, you know. In any case, the best thing to do was to get comfortable there, as they couldn't go battle and the city was over. And then another enormous beastlier ore was heard. Luckily for everyone, it was again little Evangeline who was completely starving. So the MC rummaged around inside the mansion. And as expected, he only found alcohol in the old man's dried fruits. As soon as she took one of the fruits, Evangeline almost threw up in disgust. But then the MC told her it was her father who had personally harvested those fruits. So Evangeline just calls her father an idiot and continues to eat the dried fruits one after another. Evangeline had already fought in a real battle, and what's more, she had emerged victorious. So she asks the MC to let her drink alcohol. But if the MC let her, her father's ghost would haunt him forever. So, no way in hell. But you know, there was no stopping Evangeline, so after much insistence, the MC had no choice but to pour a few small drops into a glass. She was immediately delighted, but since it was her first time drinking alcohol, she almost threw it all up. Evangeline thinks of her father and can't believe he spent 3 years eating stale fruit and drinking alcohol only to end his days in battle. Aim and does what a man has to do, explains the MC. That's the world of adults. Then I don't want to be an adult, says Evangeline. Something so cute that the MC couldn't help but laugh. At one point, Evangeline remembers her father by her mother's grave. Back then, Her heart was completely closed off, but she knew perfectly well that her father was the same. Still, he had to die and leave her alone. And now she has so much hatred inside and didn't know what to do with it. Evangeline went on a rant about her father for a good while. But from one moment to the next, her face broke into tears, and she shouted to the heavens that she wanted to see her parents again. The MC sees firsthand how Evangeline breaks down inside. But he doesn't say a single word to her. After all, this world was cold and brutal, and she had to learn quickly that she would only survive if she relied solely on her own abilities and nothing else. Hours passed, and after calming down a bit, Evangeline managed to fall asleep. Although her face was swollen from tears, and she kept repeating, "Where are you, Dad?" As for the MC, there was only one thing he could do. Approach the Count's grave with a bottle in hand, and have a good drink to his health. After that, the first rays of light appeared over the mountain, and Lucas and company go in search of the prince, who were greatly relieved to see their beloved prince was still alive. And after that brutal night, another scenario of the game came to an end. Subtitles by the Amara.org community. Now we go to the city's temple, where the MC was receiving treatment from the priestess. Unfortunately for the MC, he had gone way overboard using the legendary weapon, so his left arm was permanently damaged. He could still move it a little, but not much else. A small price to pay for all he achieved. In any case, the priestess will take care of the MC as much as she can, so she asks him to visit her from time to time. As for Evangeline, there was no need to worry. After his treatment, Lucas recounted the battle to the MC. Apparently from the beginning of the battle, Damien eliminated the magic golems, so they only had to eliminate the ground golems in an orderly fashion, although it took them more than 6 hours to do so. The MC asks about casualties, and there were over 200 wounded. But luckily, there wasn't a single death in the fight. This made the MC burst with joy, as it was the first battle with no casualties. The MC even congratulates Lucas, as it was clear he was a better commander than the MC. Something Lucas didn't want the prince to say even as a joke, as the reality is that everyone in the city was terrified without the prince there. And of course, the MC hadn't realized it, but the entire city was under the effect of the MC's indomitable commander's skill. It gave them courage and strength, but without him there, the soldiers fell apart. The MC thought that passive only strengthened his men a little, but it seems it's much deeper than that. Until now, the MC hadn't realized, but every fighter near him acted as rationally and calmly as possible in battle. In itself, his passive ability wasn't bad, but it undoubtedly created a dependence on the MC, so he had to think of something to solve that. And it had to be very, very fast, as Lucas was completely out of his mind and swore on his life that he would never leave the MC's side again. Okay, relax a bit, says the MC. After all, we were victorious, and everyone is safe. Although the most affected by the battle was Damien, who had overdone it with his abilities, so he was currently in the temple being healed. But at least everyone was safe, so the MC goes to his mansion to rest. And he was doing just that in his garden, until suddenly Evangeline appeared to bother him a bit. She approaches the MC and sits on the bench abruptly, then looks at the sun and like a girl thanks life for being alive. And then she tells the MC that she won't be leaving the city. This really threw the MC for a loop, as her father wanted her to live in peace, and of course, far away from that city. But that was precisely why. She wanted to be a bad girl, so she won't obey her father's last wish and will stay. Evangeline wanted to be able to understand her father's feelings, and she could only do that if she stayed there and eventually took his place. So she tells the MC with a smile that she regrets her choice. So she wanted all her ends back in the title of Frontier Count. You're right, buddy. She was the strongest in the military academy and had already fought to the death for her life several times, so she was sure she could handle whatever the city threw at her. Besides, she was still young and was sure that in a couple of years, she would be a tall and beautiful lady. And regarding her growth, the MC was sure she would do well, like her third promotion, acquiring ultimate skills, or when she would level up her exclusive equipment. But that will be for the future, so for now, Evangeline asks to protect the city alongside the MC. This sounded like ambrosia to the MC. After all, one of the strongest characters in the game was asking to join the group. But then, obviously the MC laughs in her face. The city, the army, everything belonged to Prince Ash, and he had no intention of giving anything back. Poor Evangeline. She was so heartbroken by the prince's response that she didn't even know what to say. But the MC wasn't heartless, so if Evangeline insisted, the MC would take her on as a maid. And if in the future Evangeline really became a fabulous person, the MC will return all her things without exception. A proposal that doesn't deter Evangeline, and she swears that in a couple of years, she will be the perfect woman and will get all her property back. Here the MC seems like a good guy, but in reality, he totally played Evangeline, since in 2.5 years, the game will be over. And he will simply vanish from there. Besides that, Evangeline wanted to ask the MC something. After all this time, she still couldn't understand her mother. She knew from the beginning the life that awaited her with the Frontier Count, but she still went ahead with it. Evangeline didn't understand anything her mother did in her life. So she asks the MC if he knew anything. But the MC just gives Evangeline a little flick for being so silly. It was crystal clear that what her mother wanted most was for her little daughter to grow up strong and beautiful. In any case, the MC welcomes Evangeline to the army and hopes she gets along with everyone. Still, Evangeline kept trying to understand her mother. She knew perfectly well that with the Frontier Count she would only suffer, but she still married him and had her. She loved her father as much as she could, and after that, she passed the torch to the future generation. Of course, her mother wasn't the only one. A city where spring had just arrived, and new tree shoots were peeking out of the earth. Someday, those shoots will grow, wither, and turn to dust. Also that the next generation can do the same. Nothing seemed to make sense in this vicious cycle. But as long as she was alive, she would keep spinning within it. Evangeline's body was completely covered in wounds, but for some reason, it felt as if her soul had been repaired a little, as if the fresh breeze of spring was carrying all her troubles away. And with that, the third stage of the game comes to an end. And incredibly, the one who dealt the most damage was the MC with his legendary weapon. This made our protagonist quite happy, and in his room, he waited for the stage rewards to arrive. But then the MC's necklace began to spark. It notified the MC that it was about to awaken all its functions. In the end, the item became the trader's necklace, an exclusive collar for the world's player, which granted access to a special shop where he could use special points. All of this left the MC a bit stunned, but if they gave him a shop, it had to be a good thing, right? Upon opening the shop, an avatar of Ader appeared and recommended that the MC buy a dark event tracker. As its name implied, if a dark event appeared in the missions, it would be automatically marked on the map. The problem was, the MC had never heard of dark events in the game, and they seemed to be events sent by someone else to mess with the player as much as possible. After learning this, the MC didn't hesitate for a second and hit the buy button. As he did, the item activated immediately unrevealed a long list of dark events that had already happened to him. To start, there was the attack by the living armors on the first level. Then the hostile NPC appearing in the second stage. And on the third level, the monsters were separated into two groups. In other words, the MC had been right all along. There was no doubt that someone wanted to see them fail. What he didn't understand was why. What would anyone gain by preventing him from saving this world? Putting that aside, let's review the world map. In the center of the continent was the Empire's capital, Everblack or New Terra, which was also considered the very center of the world. In any case, in the city center stood the Palace of Thorns, named for its countless spiral towers. Well, in one of the palace offices was the Minister of Resources, and at the same time, the MC's older brother. They had just received a letter from his brother asking for reinforcements against the monsters, since things in the city of Crossroads were getting completely out of hand. But for the minister, this was the third time the Mad Prince had asked for reinforcements. So, he completely ignored him. To which his secretary informed him that things in the southern part of the continent, specifically in Crossroads, were indeed getting really bad. But with this friendly minus-looking face, the prince said he didn't care. Right now, they were in a struggle against the Western Kingdom, so he couldn't send a single soldier to Crossroads. The first priority was to secure the Western region, and if Prince Ash failed and monsters entered the continent, they would go and clean up later themselves. Prince Ash was just a nobody who made a fuss over every little thing, so the minister wasn't going to pay him any mind. In any case, their battle with the Western Kingdom seemed to be going well, and in a week or two, they would have defeated their enemies. Besides, it seems his older brother was fighting on the front lines. He was the first prince of the Empire, Larkavalanche Everblack, commander of the Imperial Army, and for that reason, he had to be at the forefront of everything. In theory, Lark shouldn't have to do anything at all, since he is the heir to the throne and should be safe in the palace. The eldest brother was a battle maniac and the youngest brother was a major psycho. To the middle brother, his family was certainly a pathetic bunch, and his father was no exception. The emperor of the kingdom had locked himself away in the deepest part of his palace long ago, only occasionally sending letters to his sons with nonsense or ordering some foolish thing. So technically, the first and second princes were in charge of the entire empire. The problem was that the emperor hadn't appeared in person for years, and this was starting to annoy a few nobles, not to mention the common folk who had no idea what was going on. In any case, the middle brother's job is to handle the empire's paperwork. And on this occasion he had to sign off on some prisoner executions, something he would do with pleasure, as killing traitors to the empire was his greatest delight. But then, a light bulb went off in his head. Instead of just killing them, it would be better to use them as cannon fodder for the Mad Prince. To the MC's brother, being a soldier for the Mad Prince was 1,000 times worse than being executed. Although his secretary asks the second prince to think twice, since these prisoners were not exactly normal. But it didn't matter. In Prince Ash's hands, they had only one possible path, ending up in the stomach of a violent monster. So the second prince, like the good brother he is, will send him 5 prisoners as a form of help. What he does with them will be entirely up to the MC. I don't know who, but someone is absolutely cursing me out right now, says the MC. He was with Damien, who was still blind from the battle. The MC apologizes to him for always pushing him so hard in combat. But that's precisely Damien's job, so he asks his prince not to worry about him. Luckily, Damien wasn't into bad of shape, and the MC hoped he would recover soon. Of course, the MC planned to continue exploiting him as much as possible. So he promises Damien that as long as he has that incredible power, he will be his right-hand man no matter what. This makes Damien quite happy, as he planned to use his power to its fullest to eliminate every last monster in the world. Something he can do as long as he maintains the clairvoyant skill. The MC asked Damien if he still hates him for killing his friend in the tutorial. And honestly, Damien has been so busy that he's barely had time to think about it. One day, the monsters will be gone from the world, and peace can finally return. Perhaps at that moment, he will have an answer for the prince. A day that the MC promises will come. Whether they want it or not, and in whatever way it happens, the end will arrive in less than 3 years. And whatever answer Damien gives him, the prince will accept it without complaint. Right now, the MC needed to use Damien as much as he could, but he also hoped that one day in the future, Damien could find all the happiness in the world. No matter what end they reach, the MC hopes Damien makes it to the very end. The day after the battle, the MC was still wandering around the city. He didn't see the battle, so he had to go out and ask everyone. Apparently, they had all done a great job. And even Lily behaved well and didn't complain about all the extra work she had to do. Come on, MC. You've got the ultimate if you right in front of you. Make a move before someone else snatches her up. Anyway, outside the mansion, they were celebrating the victory with music and food. But the MC was so exhausted he didn't even plan on showing up. By the way, what happened to Jupiter? Where could she be? The MC wonders. Well, whatever. She's super reliable, so I'm sure she's doing something good. The MC was so wiped out that he wanted to sleep immediately. But before that, he had to check his system, more specifically Lucas's stats. It seems Lucas was ready for a class promotion. Upon doing so, Lucas's stats took a nice jump. And not only that, he also unlocked his second special skill. Moment of Determination. It was like a quick dash towards the enemy, usable without any restrictions. That skill in the hands of a good warrior was super broken. So now, all Lucas had to do was learn his ultimate skill, get his exclusive equipment, and then complete his special missions. After that, Lucas would become a true god of war. But after all, he was the hero of the story, so he had to be powerful. In comparison to Lucas, the MC started at level 0 and after a ton of effort, managed to reach level 20 and could finally promote to his first class. The MC's happiness was about to peak, as he was sure that after promoting, he would get a bunch of cheat skills. He leveled up to Intermediate Commander, but the MC was shocked to see his stats remain the same, though that didn't matter for a class like his. It was called Mystic Eye of Command, and honestly, it was pretty broken. Basically, it allowed the MC to control any enemy with less magic than him. It was a pretty impressive skill, to be honest. Mostly because the MC was expecting something like Archon's sight or something to scout the map. In any case, to find out what this skill was capable of, he had to test it in combat. But before that, the MC continues with the rewards, and this time he got a golden chest. Special chest that only appeared 10 times throughout the entire game. Right away, the MC wishes for a good weapon for himself, since he wasn't a big fan of the Fist of Luck. Please, God of War, I implore you, give me a broken weapon for myself. Subtitles by the Amara or community. And he certainly got a broken weapon, as the famous Maestro appeared. It was a unique super rare class weapon. Generally, it was for mages. But this weapon had the ability to create blades around it and then launch them at enemies. The MC was no mage, but with this weapon, he could certainly fight like one. Additionally, it had a strange ability where if you physically hit an ally with it, their power would increase. Wait a moment, says the MC. Am I really thinking about hitting my allies with this stick? Hell yeah, of course I am, the MC says. But how do I do it without them getting pissed? He wonders. Where should I hit them? A spank on the butt. A good whack. The MC really wasn't sure, but he would spend all night thinking of ways to hit his dear friends. The next day, the MC prepared for the next battle. The first thing he wanted to do was repair the Crossroads advanced base, the wall where they fought the spiders in the tutorial. Of course, that base was completely destroyed, so it would require a lot of effort to repair it. In the game, maintaining that base was tough, but if you did, the city of Crossroads would be much safer. The second thing to prepare was anti-air artifacts. A rule of this world was that there would be aerial enemies every 5 waves, no exceptions. And they were about to start the 4th wave, so there was a high chance of fighting birds in the next battle. The MC pushed Lily hard to prepare the defenses, but no matter how much he pushed her, Lily always carried out his orders perfectly. She was absolutely thrilled not to have to go back to the dungeon. So whatever the MC ordered, she would do it without complaining. With that settled, the MC dedicated himself to other things around the city. Like what? Making a casino appear out of thin air? Or tasting the fantastic dishes at the restaurants? 3 days later, the group gathered at the dungeon portal. There were 7 days and 9 hours until the next assault. So they were a bit tight on time and needed to know what they were up against. The MC apologizes for working his people so hard, especially during their rest time. Although for some reason, Evangeline was a bit restless in a corner. How cute. The MC approached her to see what was wrong, but she, red as a tomato, looked away and said she was embarrassed to look at him. Embarrassed about what? Asks the MC. They fought together, life or death, so they should at least be comrades minus arms. And yet, Evangeline didn't want the MC to get too close, so she asked him to stay away, which hurt the MC's feelings. But oh well, young girls are crazy, he thinks. But the thing is, Damien was acting the exact same way. What the hell is wrong with these people? The MC wonders. Both of them were blushing intensely because of the MC, and Jupiter was laughing her head off. Ah, the beauty of youth, she says, laughing. The MC didn't understand a thing. But luckily for him, his loyal friend Lucas was perfectly fine. And of course he was perfectly fine, because if he wasn't, what would happen? The prince would die. Because who would cut down his enemies? Who would protect him? Nobody. He dies. He just dies. Alright, fine. I see all the crazies are gathered, says the MC. So it was time to continue exploring the Hidden Kingdom. Sure, the MC says explore, but in reality, the dungeon is just a straight corridor. There were a few dead ends here and there, but for such a huge city, you could only move through a very small space. The point is, since it was all a straight line, the only way to advance was to defeat every enemy you encountered. Luckily for him, he had assembled a pretty strong group. With everything ready, the group entered the dungeon. The system tips informed the MC that he could use a second group to farm already visited areas. This really pisses off the MC, since he barely has a group of 5 as it is. In any case, they returned to the Lake Kingdom. To be more precise, to the city's north wall, where the views of the city continued to leave the group speechless. As soon as the MC stepped into the 3rd area of the dungeon, his objective was seared into his mind. It was a fairly simple area, a normal room followed by the boss battle. But that wouldn't distract the MC, because the easier something seemed, the more likely it was to be very difficult. And as soon as they advanced a little, the enemies appeared. This time, they were ferocious gargoyles. They didn't waste a single second before lunging at the group. Just as the MC expected, they were flying enemies. These enemies weren't very complicated for the group. The problem was that they would keep appearing until the boss was defeated. So they had to charge straight ahead until they found the boss controlling them all. A task the group would accomplish with force. At the beginning of the game, 2 types of flying enemies could appear. The first were the Wyverns. Their bosses carried the title of dragon in their names, though they weren't actually dragons. Still, they possessed a much higher magic resistance than others, so the MC always had a tough time facing them. In exchange for that magic resistance, they were weak to projectiles like arrows and crossbow bolts. In contrast to the bootleg dragons were the gargoyles. These possessed high physical resistance but were very weak to magic. So all you had to do to fight them was put a good tank in front and fry the enemies with magic. In other words, this was Jupiter's time to shine. And she did so splendidly, launching lightning bolts with her new magic artifact with barely any effort. This made her extremely happy, because if she killed more than anyone else, the MC promised her a raise. And well, for the MC, any money spent on mages was money well spent, so he let her do whatever she wanted. Damien asks if he could do anything in this battle. But Damien's vision was still blurry, so if possible, the MC would leave him out of this battle. Besides, the main fighters were already engaged. To strong, super super rare class warriors at the front, and a powerful super rare mage eliminating everyone from the back. Damien and the MC fought hard in the last battle, so they'll let the brutes clean up the trash. Seriously, how do you even translate that last part? Note original was a bit nonsensical, erased for flow. The MC watches, and after a while, we see how they cleared the entire wall of enemies. So yeah, Jupiter was a total lunatic. She practically swept the level by herself. So they continued walking along the wall for a few hours until they reached a huge wooden door, which was also the entrance to the boss room. So far, things were going great. Just kill the boss quickly and go home to sleep. Upon entering the room, they came face to face with the final boss, a level 30 golden gargoyle named Mercenary. According to the game's lore, these gargoyles used to decorate the castle in the past. And just from its appearance, it was clear it would drop something very valuable when defeated. So the MC was about to explain his plan to defeat it to everyone. But, you know, Jupiter was a gold addict. And obviously, seeing all the golden armor on the gargoyle, she couldn't help but charge straight at it. This old woman couldn't be more insane, the MC thinks. As for the gargoyle, it suddenly stands up. It had been the city's centurion for 20 years and wanted to retire so badly that it would kill anyone in its way, including a useless old woman possessed by gold fever. Lucas and Evangeline rushed to her rescue, but they were quite far from her, and it was pretty clear what was about to happen to Jupiter. But she just smiled as a steel mace prepared to crush her. Luckily for her, Damien was paying attention. Though a single shot wasn't enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And on the 6th shot, he managed to deflect the enemy's mace, saving Jupiter, who is now lying on the ground, wondering what just happened. "It's because you're a crazy old lady," shouts Lucas, grabbing her like a log and running off with her. Fortunately for them, Evangeline served as a distraction for their escape. Though keeping that beast distracted didn't come cheap, and Evangeline learned that firsthand. The gargoyle pummeled Evangeline blow after blow, while the others rested safely in the rear. Jupiter apologizes to the prince for her behavior. But the MC doesn't forgive her. After all, she was the oldest of them all, and yet she was the craziest. But at least it seems she understood what she did wrong, so she promises not to lose control again. In the game, Jupiter only lost control over treasure chests, but in the real world, it affected more aspects of her life, and the MC had to fix that. But for now, Lucas charges into battle, while in the background Jupiter charges her magic. The MC couldn't do much either, as moving his left arm sent an unbearable pain through his entire body. But that's what Damien was for, though the MC stops him. The MC could see in Damien's eyes that he was actually completely exhausted. So the MC tells him to rest, as he has a new weapon he's eager to try. And without further delay with his new weapon, Maestro, he summoned blades in the air. The MC had used half of his total mana and still only managed to summon 3 swords, but it was the first time he had ever performed real magic, so he was quite happy about it. The MC wasn't too sure how this power worked, but since it was an automatic weapon, the spellcast itself, and of course the poet. The MC was quick to pat himself on the back, as his superintelligence and mastery were on another level. "But enough nonsense," exclaims the MC, and launches his powerful swords at the gargoyle. A solid hit managed to break part of its great armor. Unfortunately, the MC's swords also shattered. As for the gargoyle, it goes into a frenzy. Not only was it not allowed to retire, but it was also forced to protect this stupid door for the rest of its days. Evangeline didn't understand a word the beast was saying, but with her absorbent return damage skill, she inflicted a tremendous blow on the gargoyle. The gargoyle sheds a few tears, until it realized something very strange. Why was its entire world an endless dark rain? Something we'll never know. Because Lucas cut its head off with his willpower strike, immediately finishing off the pitiful beast, whose enormous body made the whole floor tremble as it fell. "By the way, Jupiter, I'm docking your pay for a week," says the MC. Jupiter tried to protest, but the MC's friendly look convinced her to say nothing and just be grateful she was still alive. The MC wonders how Jupiter ended up with this gold fever, since according to her history, she was a great soldier of the Empire. The MC asks Jupiter to be mindful of her actions and not tarnish the little honor she has left. Jupiter's obsession with gold was a passive skill that couldn't be removed, so there was little the MC could do for her. He could only hope she could resist it herself. She, of course, promises to do so, and if she doesn't, she'll pay with her life. "No," says our MC. "I'd rather take your money. I'm sure that'll hurt you more." Anyway, apart from the little incident with the gold, they completed the level perfectly. Unfortunately, the useless gargoyle didn't drop any good equipment, but it did drop a lot of expensive items. However, the final chest of the stage held something pretty good. The Robe of Screams, the second part of Jupiter's set. With that, they now had 2 of the 3 items in the set. And that should be good for the group, right? But this is the second time in a row that everything they did only benefited the corrupt old lady. In any case, they completed another level of the dungeon, and beyond the stairs behind them, they would reach the next floor. A pretty good one, as they were about to reach the city's base camp. That place inside the dungeon with shops, blacksmiths, and NPCs who tell you their life stories. The MC's first objective was to recruit at least one new hero for the group. In fact, that was the main reason the MC pushed so hard to reach this area. Later in the game, in about a year and a half, the city will be more famous and it will be easier to recruit new soldiers. But right now it was very difficult, and the hidden city had good soldiers. The MC asks Evangeline to keep an eye out for any good people in the dungeon. Something she doubts they'll find. After all, they were in a dark dungeon, and there was no way anyone good lived there. Although for the MC, if they listened to him and obeyed his orders, even a zombie would do as a soldier. The thing is, just as they had to climb a long staircase to reach the wall, they now had to go down another one. Luckily, the descent was much gentler than the ascent, and they reached their destination very quickly. They were now on the other side of the city's main gate, the one that wouldn't open. It only took them 3 dungeon levels and 2 assaults, but they finally passed through the first gate of the city. Lucas looks around for a way to open the gate and leave it open, but the MC informs him that the gate only opens on one occasion, the moment when the city's monsters gather and march against Crossroads. Only at that moment does the huge dungeon gate open. But that didn't matter to them for now, because they had finally reached the real dungeon. After advancing a bit, they reached a large open area, and there were a ton of gargoyles turned to stone, the same ones that would attack the city much later. There were hundreds of them, all neatly arranged, which was perfect for Lucas, as the ideal thing would be to finish them all off as soon as possible. But it would be useless. And even if they defeated them, they were inside their dungeon, so another would just appear to replace the dead one. As much as it pained them, there was little they could do right now. Besides, at that moment, they had another objective. So they passed through the huge room and continued to the next area. And at the end of it was the place the MC had been looking for, the base camp. The base camp inside the dungeon. The place was filled with lamps and lights everywhere. This surprises Evangeline, as until now, everything had been darkness and decay. There was even a fire in the center of the camp that warmed the entire group. It was so comfortable in that place that it was clear it was a safe zone. But even so, Lucas didn't let his guard down. After all, there were supposed to be other people around. But, surprise, after a quick look around, the MC realized there wasn't a single soul there. This confuses the MC a lot, because even though it's a bit early in the story, there should be at least 5 or 6 NPCs around. Something is definitely not right, the MC thinks. And as soon as he said it, a group of hooded figures surrounded them. They had caught the group completely off guard, and Damien, without resisting for a second, surrendered immediately. The MC looked his ambushers up and down. Not to mention they even placed a cannon on the roof. Their ambush was perfect, and the MC fell right into their trap. Of course, in the game, in a safe zone, you couldn't use weapons or fight against other NPCs. But clearly the reality here was very different. In this world, there were no restrictions on anything you did, and the MC was about to learn that the hard way. Inwardly, the MC was terrified of these people, as he had no idea who or what they could be. But, on the outside, the prince maintained his composure perfectly, so as not to reveal his weaknesses. The MC takes a step forward and, almost joking about the situation, just says, "Hey, how's it going?" and asks how things are around here. The MC and his group were just small-time adventurers seeking glory and fortune, and they happened to be passing through. The MC continued with his nonsense for a while, but absolutely no one responded. "That's very rude," says the MC. "It's not about matters, it's our custom," says a voice. "The custom of hunting the rats that sneak into our home uninvited." The voice delivers a threatening speech, but since the MC can't see him, he thinks it's all a hallucination and they're just messing with him. Finally, a strange silhouette appears in the background, and to the MC's terror, the threatening voice turned out to be the Piper of Amelie, a name he didn't know he had, since humans had given him so many names throughout history that he no longer remembered his own. So he simply introduces himself as Crow, the last mage, jester, a musician of the Lake Kingdom. And of course, for him, it was also a pleasure to meet the last player of the game. Words that completely blew the MC's mind. In the game, this NPC was only known by the name Piper of Amelie. He only appeared a couple of times throughout the entire game and you never even fought him. He would just show up on the battlefield, make the enemies stronger, and then vanish as if nothing happened. Although he does remember something about him apparently, he was present in the first room of the final area of the game. But, at point in the game, the protagonist group is always super broken, so they would just steamroll him without even knowing what he was doing there. He was a simple enemy that fell after a few minutes of fighting, but now, things were very different. And not just because they had them cornered, which was bad enough, but because the NPC called him a player. This world was secretly governed by the system that controlled the MC. Is it possible this NPC is aware of everything? What is happening here? The MC wonders. The MC had so many questions for Crow. But for now, he just asks why they're fighting him. A very foolish question, according to Crow. His group was exploring a city far beyond their comprehension, so before they got hurt, he wanted them out of there. So in reality, they were doing it more for the MC's group than for themselves. Finally, they introduced themselves as the Night Trailers, the last line of defense of the Forgotten Lake Kingdom, and anyone who dares to approach their darkness must be expelled or eliminated immediately. The situation between the two groups seemed pretty clear, and Crow was about to give the order to finish off the MC's party. This terrifies him, of course, because if Crow gives the order, there's little they could do to defend themselves. The situation was extremely dangerous, and worst of all, they had nowhere to run. On this occasion, the MC could only use his strongest stasis, like his newly acquired Mystic Eye of Command. Upon using the skill, the world stopped for the MC. The system detected 12 possible targets, and he just had to assign them orders. The more difficult an order, the more mana it used and the higher the chance the enemy would resist. So he had to give simple orders, like just telling them to turn around. It was a very basic order, so it took effect on 7 of the targets. This completely stunned Crow. But the MC remained alert and, with that distraction, told his group to run for the portal. Lucas led the way, clearing the path with pure sword swings. After taking down a couple of enemies, they broke through the camp. Immediately, Crow knew they had used some kind of mind trick on his men, and without a doubt, fun days awaited him with the last player in the world. But for now, his men fired arrows at the group relentlessly. Arrows that were perfectly blocked by Evangeline's enormous shield. But it wouldn't matter as an insane rain of arrows was coming down on them. But the MC still hadn't realized he was with the best tank in the world, who used her spear to send all the arrows flying. Seeing that the arrows weren't enough, the enemy used the mounted cannon. This was Damien's moment. He fired at the same time as the cannon, causing an explosion that blew up the center of the camp. With that distraction, the group tried to reach the portal, something Crow was not going to allow. So two mages appear and channel different attack spells. By fusing earth and wind magic, they could create a huge spell capable of destroying everything. So if they hit the group with those spells, they would have a hard time surviving. In fact, they were about to become victims of the powerful spell, until Jupiter appears, who, with her above screams, acts as a shield for the group. The clash of magics was brutal, and for now, Jupiter was holding on. But she was just one mage against several. So with tears of blood, she begs her prince to run away from there. The MC and his group didn't want to, but in the end, they had no choice but to run and leave Jupiter behind. The MC reaches the portal and manages to activate it, but he doesn't go through until he's sure everyone else has passed first. Luckily, Damien had managed to pull Jupiter out of the mess, and she was still safe. Although it wasn't because of anything they did, but because the enemies simply stopped chasing them. The MC had no idea what Crow was thinking, but that smile definitely sent shivers down his spine. "Just you wait, you son of a piper. I'll be back, and I'll take your head," the MC threatens. He's well aware that he just said a line from a Pocahontas villain, but he still swears to return there unfinished off those ghosts of the past. And with those words, the dungeon exploration came to an end. The MC, Lucas, and Jupiter managed to raise their levels. But unfortunately, Jupiter barely survived by a miracle and was now seriously injured. Upon returning to the city of Crossroads, the MC had no idea what to think. His enemies were now other people. In other words, to protect his people, he would have to kill other people. When he played Empire's Defense, he never hesitated for a second. Sure, he was just killing hostile NPCs, and that was it. But now it was very different. Every drop of blood spilled belonged to a person who lived and breathed for others. Until now, the MC had fought monsters without a second thought. But now that he had to face humans, the same doubts that plagued Damien began to assail him. For some humans to survive, they had to kill other humans, something that made no sense to the MC. Although what truly terrified the MC was reaching the point where killing other humans became acceptable to him. After meditating alone for a while, the saintess from the temple arrived. She had finished healing the entire group, and luckily, everyone was fine. However, Jupiter nearly died, and her magical state was unstable. Unfortunately, Jupiter entered a state of magical drain. Basically, Jupiter's mana was destroying her body from the inside, so the temple was extracting her magical power, something that would likely leave her unable to use magic forever. But there was nothing to be done. This caught the MC completely by surprise, as Jupiter was supposed to be the main attacker in the next assault. With her magic, she would sweep the stage in seconds. But that's how things were. Jupiter was so broken that she couldn't even receive visitors. So, with nothing else he could do, the MC leaves the temple. He then meets with the group to explain Jupiter's grave situation. Everyone feels sorry for Jupiter, but at least they were all alive. And that was a small miracle in itself. Still, the group's faces could only express unease. After all, an unknown enemy had ambushed them and given them a beating. But there was nothing to worry about, says the MC, as they would seek revenge and put all the hooded figures in their place. Those agents from the lake dared to mess with the wonderful Prince Ash and his royal guard, so there was no way the MC wouldn't make them pay dearly. The MC didn't like to pick fights just for the sake of it, but since they were the ones who started it, a little revenge wouldn't hurt. Of course, the MC wasn't going to rush in. The enemy was unknown and very strong, so the MC will start working on a plan that will lead them straight to victory. Revenge is a dish best served cold, and the MC planned to enjoy his dish slowly, without leaving a single bite. But until then, it was time to rest and fool around a bit, so the MC encourages his group to take a long break. And now, back in his mansion, the MC was already planning his next defense. The main attacker was going to be Jupiter, as she possessed powerful area minus of minus effect magic. In her place, they would have to use Lily, but her magic was more direct and didn't cover a large area like Jupiter's. And then, Ader comes shouting for the MC, and without being able to do much about it, the MC threw him to the ground. To kindly give him a little beating for always being missing when he's needed. But there was no time for that, as Ader wanted to warn the MC that they were in serious trouble. In fact, the next assault could be fatal for everyone. The city's prisoners had escaped. "Wait a minute, what prisoners? What are you talking about?" asks the MC. Long story short, The Empire was fed up with the Mad Prince asking for reinforcements over and over, so they sent in 5 rather strong prisoners. The problem is, they had escaped while on their way to the city. "What a great summary, my lord," says Ader. This drives the MC crazy. Ader's job was precisely to keep order in these kinds of things. But Ader reminds him that he's not infallible. In any case, AIDER shows the names of the prisoners to the MC. And as soon as he sees them, the MC's attitude changes rapidly. There wasn't a single second to lose. These people were condemned to death. But even Ader knows it would be worthwhile to have them. Because these people were quite broken and possessed rather strange abilities. But first, they needed to know where they were. Ader wasn't sure. But he thinks the criminals were hiding somewhere in the mountains north of the city. Not wanting to waste a second, the MC wanted to go to the location immediately. The hills north of the city were where the city's crops were grown. There were very few, and barely any fertile land. But what there was of the highest quality. The downside of the place was that it was barely civilized, so it was all just fields and rocks. This annoyed the MC immensely. But it was no problem as Lucas, like the good knight he is, offered to give the MC a piggyback ride. "Would you really do that for me, Lucas? You truly are the best." Evangeline looked at the MC with a "you've got to be kidding me" Mad Prince expression. To which the MC asks if she's jealous. So he grabs Evangeline and together, they climb onto Lucas's back. Something so strange for everyone that they couldn't help but scream in embarrassment. Changing the subject, they were there because of the captain of the prisoners. Something the prince didn't really care much about, as it would just give them some extra exercise. But the captain knew you couldn't trust a word the Mad Prince said, so he throws himself on the ground and begs for his life. The thing is, the MC has a long list of great things he did in the capital, so it's no surprise to Evangeline that people fear him. We can't even begin to imagine how much of a brute the original Ash was. He was truly a special kind of awful. In any case, they were there because of other people's sins. On top of that, the useless fools ran into the hills of Crossroads when they could have fled to any better place than that. But apparently there were several groups of bandits in the mountains, so Evangeline thinks these people actually wanted to become kings of the place. In fact, inspecting the prisoner's cart, they see it's very possible many more people were around. So the MC thinks it's very likely one of the escapees wants to be the new king of the bandits. There wasn't much proof of what he was saying, but the setting was perfect for a new bandit king to emerge. So for a good while, they searched the mountains, until they found a small wooden fortress, which was likely the bandits' hideout. Lucas draws his weapon ready to be the first one in. But going alone was madness, so Evangeline and the entire army go with him. Quickly, the MC's group began to surround the fortress. Usually, when assaulting a fortress, you'd be showered with arrows from all sides, but this space seemed deserted. In fact, the only thing that could be smelled in the place was the sad scent of blood. So the MC's group hurriedly invades the fortress, only to find an absolute bloodbath. A butchery had occurred there, but what happened? The MC wonders. Luckily, after searching a bit, they found a small boy. He was also a bandit, but the MC promises not to kill him if he tells them everything that happened there. The boy starts trembling and says his group of bandits wasn't bad. The thing is, they went to rob the prisoner's carriage, thinking there would be valuables or food inside. However, upon opening the carriage, there were only 5 prisoners inside. And among the 5 of them, they eliminated all the bandits. According to the prisoner captain, they had escaped on their own. A very different version from what this boy was telling him. It turns out the prisoner captain had lied, just so Prince Ash wouldn't send him to the gallows. So he gets on his knees and begs for mercy. The MC wonders if this guy is an idiot, or what. His lie would have been discovered anyway, and he really didn't understand what he gained by lying to him. But oh well, the MC had already gotten used to the people around him doing a lot of nonsensical things. The point is, they had 5 escaped prisoners causing a ruckus in the mountains. But, surprise! You didn't see this coming. The prisoner's carriage was in a corner of the fortress, and at its feet were the 5 prisoners, waiting to be executed by the prince. They were even still chained on the ground. The prisoner makes it easy for the prince. But the MC wasn't impressed by those words. But because these people had a green tint to their hair, something very strange even within the empire, which meant these prisoners were actually elves. They remained on their knees and begged the prince to execute them as soon as possible. If possible, they wanted a clean cut to the neck so they would suffer as little as possible. These declarations were making the MC's head spin. But the thing is, The MC had just found his second group of heroes, and there was no way in hell he was going to let them die. Thanks for watching the video. The MC approaches the prisoners and orders all his soldiers back. The MC was about to reveal one of the Empire's biggest secrets, so no one else should be around. The elf introduces himself as Gotham, from the Empire's 8th Aegis Squadron. This leaves Lucas and Evangeline stunned. And for good reason, as the Aegis Squadron is the Empire's highest elite, and their only master is the Emperor himself, or in his absence, the Prince. They were the throne's loyal dogs, basically the ones who handled the Empire's dirty work. The elf leader's name was Gotham, but that wasn't even his real name, as the Aegis Squadron lived only foreign by the Emperor. However, for some reason, they were prisoners for high treason, something the elf denies. The MC asks the elves what happened to them, but those 5 had already been judged in the capital, and whatever they said now wouldn't change anything. So the elf asked the MC to just end their agony and eliminate them once and for all. The MC was getting really weirded out by this elf, but the MC was crystal clear these elves were going to be his, one way or another. The question was how to do it. But for the moment, the only thing he could do was make it clear to the elves that they were not facing the Prince Ash they knew. To start, the MC knew that the elves were arrested in the county of Belinger, which astounds the elf. It's not that the MC had an information network throughout the Empire, or anything like that. It's that his system provided him with basic information on almost anyone in the world. The issue with the elves is that they were in Belinger County a year and a half ago, and 6 months later, the Empire's ambassador died there. This sparked war between the Empire and the county that continues to this day. The Aegis Squadron's job is to infiltrate, gather information, and if necessary, assassinate their targets. Here, the MC is just talking out of his ass, as he really has no proof. But the fact is the Empire wanted Belinger County for itself, no matter what. And since they didn't have an excuse for war, the death of an ambassador there came in handy. So the Empire's plan was simple and cruel: send their ambassador to the county, send assassins to kill him there, and then eliminate the assassins to leave no evidence. It was all explained very well, but it was still just words. Something the MC doesn't believe to be the case. After all, the Aegis group was arrested as soon as they returned to the Empire, were sentenced to death in a quick trial. There was no doubt in the prince's mind that the Empire wanted to silence these elves one way or another. And here, the elf tried to be difficult with the prince. But they had already completed their mission, and their reward was death. So at least they wanted to end their days with a clear mind. But then what will happen to the rest of the elves? Asks the MC. It turns out that all the elves in the Empire were their slaves. 100 years ago, there was a great war against humanity. Elves, dwarves, and other races united to fight against the vile humans. But in the end, they lost the battle, so currently, all non-human races are slaves to humans. For this reason, all the elves on the continent were imprisoned in the palace, and there were only a handful of them left. That's why the condemned elves didn't say a single word. So that little group of elves only had two options: accept their death or have their families die. The MC asked them if he was wrong about anything he said. And the elf replies that even if it's all true, so what? It's not like the Mad Prince is going to change anything. The Emperor had already sentenced them to death, so it didn't matter what they did or said. It was all over for them. The elf asked the prince if he was telling them all this as part of some macabre game, just to laugh at them. Which, at this point, could be true. After all, the letter the MC received about these prisoners only said execute, but it didn't specify how or when. So technically, the paper the MC held gave him supreme authority over them, and he could do whatever he wanted with the elves. And since they were on a battlefield, he'll just send them into battle, and if they die, so be it. Besides, the MC had asked for reinforcements like 5 times, and in the end, they only sent him a handful of elves. But, before the MC puts them to work, he asks Gotham if he wants to live. Or to put it another way, if your family wasn't threatened, would you want to keep living? A question the elves can't even comprehend. So the MC clarifies a bit. Wouldn't the elves like to do whatever they want? A joke in such poor taste that the elf was starting to get tired of the prince. It was clear the prince just wanted to give them false hope, only to slit their throats from behind later. They had already accepted death, so they could be cut into pieces and fed to the dogs. After all, false hope is what can hurt a slave the most. But the MC stops him and says he has no intention of giving them hope. In fact, that's something even he couldn't do. The MC just wanted to give them a chance to keep living at least for a little longer. This confuses the elf quite a bit, who didn't understand why the Mad Prince would want them alive. Duh, because we're at war and we need soldiers. It's not that hard to understand, says the MC. The mercenary guild was overloaded, so the MC had to get soldiers from anywhere he could. Besides, the MC makes it clear to the elves that if Crossroads falls, the elves' prison falls too. And therefore, their entire species will be wiped out in an instant. So the MC isn't talking to the elves as if they were slaves, or even soldiers, but rather as slaves. Note the original was repetitive, adjusted for clarity. The city of Crossroads really needed help they were asking from the elves. Unfortunately for them, they already had a pact with the Emperor. If they died without resisting, all the elves would receive food for a whole year. They had already accepted their fate, and of course, none of them wanted to die. But the elves' situation was unique and very critical. There were only a handful of them left, and if they did anything wrong, they risked being completely annihilated. So Gotham, on his knees, begs the MC to please kill them already. But it was already clear that the MC was going to use them, no matter what. So he just hopes the MC will take responsibility for what is about to happen. Something the MC, as the third prince of the Empire, swears to do. And with the MC's oath, the elves broke their chains as if they were made of clay. They could have escaped whenever they wanted. They were as fast as an arrow, and as powerful as a bullet. And yet, they made no more noise than a breeze. Such were the elves of the 8th Aegis Squadron, and now they swear allegiance to Prince Ash. Something he is grateful for, as he just got a second group in one go. A complete squad, and a pretty decent one at that. After a while, the entire group returned to the base, and of course, the prisoner captain was expelled from the city. On the other hand, Squadron 8 was housed in the MC's mansion. Although they were well hidden, because in this world, humans and other creatures hated each other to death, and there was little that could be done about it. For now, the MC checks on them in their new room. And at the moment, the elves couldn't be happier. They were sleeping in real beds, something they had never had. In addition, they were given food and comfortable clothes, so the younger ones were ecstatic about the place. They were so happy they couldn't help but play around with joy, until the MC makes his appearance. And at lightning speed, the elves formed up before the MC. The 8th Aegis Squadron was the cruelest and coldest in the Empire, so the MC could order them to do anything. And that was fine with the MC, but for now, he brought them something to eat. They had already eaten, but they were still hungry, as who knows how long it had been since they last ate. But something made the MC uncomfortable. The elves were too well trained, even chewing their food at the same time, so as not to disturb the MC. In any case, the squadron leader was named Gotham and was a super rare class. He was an iron mage, so he could manipulate the steel around him and use it for combat. The girl with the chubby cheeks was named Bodhi, a rare class. She could use telekinesis, and a pretty strong one at that, with which she could even lift people meters into the air. The girl who looked the youngest was named Olga, a rare class. She was a short range shooter and used a short range crossbows to fight. The fourth member of the squadron was named Skull and was the only normal class in the group. He was the sniper, something his body didn't reflect, as it was completely covered in blade cuts. Finally, there was Burnout, a super rare class in the group's attacker. Additionally, she was the only one still wearing her muzzle. She used a special type of crossbow and apparently still didn't use her abilities correctly. Something the MC didn't care about, as he knows very well what that girl is actually capable of. They were all high level soldiers, but seeing them up close, they just looked like normal people. That's why the MC finds it hard to believe that people with so much talent should be sacrificed for the good of the Empire. The MC brought them some food to see if they would open up to him so he could ask them some questions. But they were quiet and barely looked up. So the MC limited himself to asking basic things, like asking the leader how long they had been a group. The 8th Aegis Squadron was formed just a year and a half ago, but they had all known each other since childhood. The elf squadrons are very special. For that reason, from a very young age, they are brutally trained for combat to become the Empire's elite. However, that was useless, as each squadron only participated in a single mission and was then eliminated. For the Empire, it was a win-win. If the elves' missions failed, the Empire lost nothing. And if they succeeded, the elves were eliminated. And that was that. Of course, for all humans, this was the most generous thing they could do. After all, the elves were humanity's greatest enemy until the war ended. The Empire certainly used a very effective method to get rid of the elves, so much so that it even seemed cruel. The MC asks who the commander of the squadrons was. Something the MC should already know. After all, the Aegis Force was only known to royalty. In any case, Gotham confirms it for him. It was Fernan. Note original name Fernan Izamito is very Spanish, will simplify or generify. Urkpur, second prince of the Empire and minister of resources, and also the creator of the elves' brutal collars. These collars had a very powerful bomb inside them, and with the push of a simple button that the MC possessed, all their heads would fly. The second prince of the Empire was undoubtedly a beastly person, and the MC had to be careful of him, as he never appears in the game, and they knew nothing about him. But changing to a happier topic, the elves were very happy with their room. They spent 3 whole months in a cell awaiting death, so this seemed like paradise to them. And it wasn't just the room and the clothes that were great, but the mansion's chef prepared vegan food for them. The youngest were especially happy, as they had never been treated so well in their lives, or even as normal people. Generally, elves were destined to be used and then discarded, something that didn't happen thanks to the MC. In fact, they asked the MC to just treat them as objects, but well, in the MC's era slavery wasn't exactly well regarded, and he wasn't about to start it up again. In any case, for now, they all treated the MC with great respect and fear. After all, he possessed the power to cut off their heads in a second. Although some of the young ones were already showing a smile or two. The MC left the room but couldn't help but eavesdrop a little. And it seemed everything was fine, as they all thought the MC was a good person and that they should show him respect. In any case, the MC didn't get what he wanted most to know, if it was the elves who started the war over 100 years ago. The war between the Empire and the Principality of Belinger also didn't happen in the game. Because of this war, many people joined the mercenaries, and thanks to that, you can find many high-class heroes, but also many NPCs with hostile intentions. At this moment, the MC had to be very careful, as his city could fall not only to monsters but also to other people. In the game, the MC took control of the county's war in a matter of seconds, but now he had in his group the ones who were likely the cause of that war. Without a doubt, many variables would affect the future, and the MC had to be prepared for anything. And then the MC realizes that Lucas had been following him the whole time. Like the good toxic girlfriend he is, he couldn't leave the prince alone with the criminals. Something Lucas shouldn't fear. After all, the prince had the detonator for their heads. After that, the MC headed to the smithy, where the blacksmith, with a huge smile, had something special for him, and something quite valuable, as it was an ultra-rare class magic core. The blacksmith got it by recovering materials from Evangeline's broken weapons. Luckily, in this game, nothing was wasted, and if you were lucky, you could recover certain materials from broken weapons. Besides the core, the blacksmith prepared 3 weapons for the MC. These were created with the cores of the rat-men from the second stage. All 3 were identical, and for that reason, the MC named them Kerberos. They were only rare class weapons, but they were still quite powerful. Although that didn't matter, as all firearms in Damien's hands were 100% deadly. The blacksmith even took into account that all these weapons would be for Damien, so he made them small and easy for him to handle. The MC couldn't be more satisfied with these weapons, so he thanks the blacksmith for his great work. But his work wasn't over yet, as the MC now gives him the gargoyle's core from the dungeon and several pieces of gold. These materials were of the stage minus boss type, meaning they could only be obtained from large, very powerful beasts, like the Spider Queen's core. Of course, these cores were very special, and only certain types of weapons could be created with them. For example, in the case of the first level's boss, the Ghostly Knight, its magic core could only be used to create the Sword of Wrath, a huge sword that only a couple of characters in the game could use, so the MC didn't even bother creating it. In the case of the Gargoyle's core, it could be used to create golden armor, although the MC asked the blacksmith to make it as thin and flexible as possible. This surprises the blacksmith, as the armor would offer little protection then. But the MC planned to use this armor as a mage, not a warrior, so it was all good. With that ready, the MC headed to the alchemy lab. There, they were preparing artifacts to fight against the flying beasts. And luckily, everything was going swimmingly. Although the MC didn't really go to see the artifacts, but the beautiful Lily, who, with a just kill me now face, asks the MC what he wants from her. And here, the MC does feel a bit bad for Lily, as he really only called her to work her to the bone. Something that didn't bother Lily much anymore. After all, being born a mage meant you were condemned to work for life. At that moment, Lily couldn't help but start crying from all the over-minus exploitation by the MC, so she asks for a big favor to keep working. She wanted the MC to force all future mages to address her as a great mage. The thing is, despite the power Lily demonstrated, she was just an average mage. And a shabby one at that, whom even the professors at the Magic Academy refused to teach. So Lily's plan was to make it seem like the place was full of elite mages, and when powerful mages arrived in the future, she could retire quietly. She's the most senior mage in the fortress, but still, as soon as more mages arrive, she'll be the laughingstock of the guild. So Lily is clear with the MC she won't keep working unless she's treated like a goddess by the other mages. Something the MC agrees to immediately and even promises to beat up anyone who doesn't call her the great mage Lily. The truth is, Lily didn't expect the MC to accept, but she's resigned to being the MC's pawn. So it's back to work, as there's no other choice. With Lily in the defense group, the MC goes to his mansion, thinking about how horrible it is to lose Jupiter, his highest DPS, right before a defense. But luckily, he had acquired a subgroup of 5 members, and strong ones at that. And then the MC's necklace started to glow like crazy, which meant that right at that moment, someone was doing something very, very bad to his city. It was a dark event from the MC's enemy, and this time, it added an extra boss to the stage. The MC checks his system, and indeed, he will now fight against 2 unknown bosses. The MC knew very well who the gargoyle boss was, and it was a rather difficult enemy to defeat. But if there were 2, things became impossible. But not everything was negative, he thought. Our MC, that is, because if he beat them both, he'd get double loot. In the game, it wasn't rare to face multiple bosses at once. But with tactics and strategy, you could achieve victory. The MC just laughs like a lunatic, or like someone who has lost their mind, and swears to his enemy that whoever they are, he will defeat everything they send his way. And of course, later he will make whoever it is pay for all this extra work they made him do. And now sit tight folks, because Lily is about to tell us her backstory. Since she asked to be respected by the junior mages, the MC, being the great genius he is, had a brilliant idea to introduce her to Gotham first. Yes, the elf mage. This completely freaked out Lily, who grabbed the MC and dragged him far away from the elf. You couldn't fool Lily, and although he was slightly covered, Gotham was clearly an elf. The MC actually thought Lily wouldn't mind. But, nothing could be further from the truth. And she shows it with this face of absolute disgust. She asks the MC if he remembers how she got her fire skin ability, to which the MC replies that it was because some goblins attacked her. And that's exactly what happened, but the ones responsible for her being attacked were a family of elves. That family was being chased by some elf slavers. But Lily's father rescued them and took them into his home, with a 1-year work contract so they wouldn't be pursued. But the day after that year ended, the elves went to the walls and opened the gates for the goblins. The elves were furious with the humans who had mistreated them in the past, and in the end, Lily's entire village was razed. Lily's entire family was brutally murdered, as she was left alone in this world. So Lily asks the MC not to trust elves. Humans treated them terribly for many years, and that hatred for humans wasn't going to disappear overnight. Lily didn't want to be rude, but she warns the MC that, in the end, he will be betrayed by the elves. It didn't matter how much pity their faces inspired. They were professional spies, and you shouldn't feel a shred of compassion for them. The MC asks Lily directly if she hates elves, and without trying to hide it, she says yes. Something the MC already expected. After all, that was the reality in this world. Without the MC and Lily noticing, Gotham had positioned himself right next to them. He apologized for it, but since he had spent his whole life as a spy, he couldn't help but overhear the entire conversation. This terrified Lily, who, pale-faced, could only look at Gotham with eyes of terror. Gotham won't apologize for the actions of other elves, as they have little to do with him. But he does swear to Lily that he is not there to harm anyone. Right now, all races have a common enemy, and they are much more horrible than themselves. Only by joining forces can they face the evil that is to come. But no one was buying that story, least of all Lily. After all, Gotham should be the one who hates humans the most. After all, his country was destroyed and his race completely enslaved. Their races had been at war for over 1,000 years, so there was no possible way they could get along now. Lily de Savos the Elfin warns the MC that if he shows him around, the soldiers' morale will plummet. In fact, she scolds the MC quite a bit for bringing the elf to the city and very seriously asks him to reconsider kicking them out. But if you do that, then you'll have to fight on the front lines, says the MC, hoping to make her see reason. But not even that convinced Lily, who would rather work in a mine for life than fight alongside an elf. Of course, she wasn't the only one, as Lucas was also very wary of the elves. Gotham tells Lily that he does indeed hate humans, just like all elves. But the thing is, that doesn't matter in the slightest. The elven race was completely destroyed and imprisoned by the Empire. Their only way to survive is to do as the Empire dictates. The alternative is absolute extinction. So it doesn't matter how much an elf hates a human, because elves are just tools for humans. The only thing Gotham could ask for was for his friends to live to see the next day. And he was sure that Lily could understand that too. For elves and humans, reconciliation was impossible. But as long as they have the same enemy, they must join forces to survive. For Gotham, there was no greater reason than staying alive to put everything aside and help each other. Still, this didn't quite convince Lily, so she makes it clear to the MC. In this battle, she'll accept the elves because it's too late. But after the battle, she wants them out of the city, where she'll leave herself. And with that threat, Lily leaves the room. To the MC, Lily was one of the sweetest people in the world. And that's why he found it hard to believe that she actually harbored so much anger within her. The wounds of Lily's past were deeper than the MC thought. So the MC feels sorry for Gotham. But that didn't matter to Gotham. He had been treated well by some humans before, but they all did it with a certain look of disdain in the background. However, with the MC, he didn't feel that look and was genuinely grateful that the MC saw them as normal people. And here, the MC would like to pat himself on the back, but he's from Korea and isn't exactly open to other cultures outside his country. In fact, even he admits that in his world, he was quite close-minded. In any case, Gotham promises his prince that his group will dominate the city's next defense. The MC wasn't worried about their combat efficiency, but that they might end up killing each other. Regardless, the MC was clear that the elves were going to fight in the next defense. So a few days later, the MC brought them new uniforms. Something they couldn't believe. Food, lodging, and new clothes. This was definitely paradise. Although in reality, the elves were going to be the MC's guinea pigs to test. Their new uniforms. In the army, the most important thing was a sense of unity. And for that, there was nothing better than dressing everyone the same way. Initially, the MC wanted well-equipped and useful uniforms. But what the hell? A uniform had to look cool so people would want to wear it and show it off on social media. To create them, he got help from many people in the city. The one who contributed the most was Evangeline, as she wanted pretty uniforms to show off her skirt. Although the elves' uniforms also had hoods added, so they could fight without others seeing that they were elves. With these uniforms, the 8th Aegis Squadron was definitively dead. And now they would be the new shadow unit of the 3rd Prince, Ashiver Black. They were in the middle of a war, so with this name change, the MC hoped he wouldn't be asked too many questions if the elves survived the combat. According to the Empire, the elves weren't really dead. And now, they were one with the shadows. Therefore, it was time to hunt some monsters. Ones that didn't take long to arrive at the city in waves. For that reason, the MC held his first real group meeting. And after it, they prepared for the Gargoyle Assault. 2 bosses of unknown level, 366 level 15 gargoyles, and another 360 level 21s. Those were going to be the enemies of Stage 4, and the MC was more than ready for them. The problem was the weather wasn't on the human side, and a storm was brewing. But snow or thunder, the duty of the entire city was to stop all of humanity's enemies. This time, the MC doesn't give any speech. He just tells his men to kill everything that moves and finish quickly so they can go have dinner. And that's exactly what they set out to do, placing countless cannons on the wall. And then, unleashing the full fury of the Crossroads Fortress. The entire city trembled as the cannons fired in unison, and the huge cannonballs clouded the enemy's vision, until a rain of fire fell upon them, leaving behind only a smoky haze in the wind. But To everyone's horror, the gargoyles continued their advance as if nothing happened. But whether they were taking damage or not didn't matter to the MC. The important thing was to not stop firing. So the soldiers gave it their all, continuing to fire the city's cannons without a second of rest. The MC wasn't being careless in his attack. The gargoyles weren't on the ground, and since they couldn't be blocked normally, he created a kill zone over the city. Cannibals didn't do much to the gargoyles, but they forced them to follow the route chosen by the MC. Luckily, the men of Crossroads had gotten used to skeet shooting, so they did a great job with the artillery. At this point, the MC only had to point his hand, and his soldiers would blow up the target immediately. That's how a wall of stone, iron, and dust was maintained over the skies of Crossroads. The explosions didn't stop, but the gargoyles' advance did. The plan was going wonderfully, and the intense artillery fire was keeping the gargoyles at bay. This was perfect, of course. It didn't matter that the gargoyles were very resistant to physical damage. If you hit them over and over, they would eventually burst into 1,000 pieces. So when the first gargoyles died, the MC couldn't help but be happy. Even if it was slow and gradual, the damage was accumulating on the gargoyles. The city's defenses were working at full capacity, and now even the gargoyles were retreating. At one point, the gargoyles changed their formation to a column, making them much harder to shoot down. Fire rained down all over the city, everywhere except for a small area in the center, where the MC hoped the stupid gargoyles would fall right into his trap. But if they pass through there, how will we shoot them down? Asks Lucas. After all, Jupiter is out of commission. Before explaining how, the MC asks if they know how gargoyles fly. With their wings? Damien innocently replies. And yes and no. They use their wings, but they actually use wind magic on them to stay in the air. And what happens if two identical magics collide? Asks the MC. The higher minus level 1 absorbs the lower minus level 1, Lily replies. So it was simple, shoot a higher level of wind magic than the gargoyles. And that's it. Something Lily set out to do. Activating the newly created wind artifact. It was a relatively useless artifact, as it was very low minus class and could only shoot wind. But that was going to be more than enough, as the gargoyles couldn't handle that much wind magic on their wings, and they fell headfirst to the ground. Their bodies were rough and heavy, so upon hitting the ground, they shattered into 1,000 pieces. And so the battle went on for a while. Artillery fire all over the city, a small gap where the gargoyles would slip through, and then they were smashed against the ground. Now it was time to see how the gargoyles would react. And they did so in the simplest way possible, by charging straight at the human enemy. For now, everything was going well, but they had to time the artifacts perfectly. A single mistake would let hundreds of enemies invade the city. Luckily, Lily had everything under control, and with the wind artifacts, she kept the entire swarm of enemies at bay. However, a few gargoyles managed to reach the wall, and with their huge stone bodies, they began to destroy it. Until finally, inevitably, some gargoyles managed to reach the wall, and others that fell to the ground just climbed up the walls. In a short time, the gargoyles were present on the wall, and they set out to dispatch all the soldiers. But not on Evangeline and Lucas's watch. United in battle, they destroyed several gargoyles with pure kicks and strikes. Now it was Damien's turn. Looking sharp in his new uniform and with his legendary weapon in hand, he promises to take down many enemies. Something he won't do alone. Because with his wand in hand and his companions by his side, the MC's group is the city's only line of defense, as all the soldiers were focused on firing relentlessly. Evangeline protected the group with her enormous shield, while Damien annihilated each enemy fatally with his weapons. Meanwhile, Lucas and the MC kept all the enemies that were slipping onto the wall at bay. With that simple formation, the group managed to repel the first ones to reach the wall. But the battle was far from over, and many more gargoyles were on their way, and they arrived in a second wave of over 100 gargoyles. Some of them learned that it was better to go along the ground and then climb the walls, something the MC was watching very closely. With his flying swords, he kept them well away from his soldiers. This made the MC very happy, as he had practiced a lot to be able to use his wand in combat. Remember that the MC had a debuff of minus 1,000 on everything he did, so it was incredibly difficult for him to be able to use those flying swords. But the MC didn't give up, just like Crossroads, which was slowly reducing the enemy numbers. Then, Lily informs the MC that one of the artifacts was running dry, so with no other choice, they activate the third one. They had a total of 3 wind artifacts, and for that reason, they had a major flaw in their plan. Each artifact could shoot wind for 5 minutes. After that, it needed 15 minutes to recharge. Since they only had 3, when they finished using the third one, there would be 5 minutes left before they could use the first artifact again. So during those 5 minutes of combat, they would be completely defenseless in the sky. Something that was about to happen in just 1 minute. The MC sees the massacre in the city sky and wonders if they can really hold out for 5 minutes of fighting. The wind then stops abruptly, and the gargoyles brutally destroy the artillery on the walls. This annoys the MC a lot, but he had to keep his cool and think rationally. It wasn't a matter of if they could hold out for 5 minutes. The MC quickly gathers his group to come up with a plan of action. Lucas suggests they move the artillery to the wind zone. But the artillery positions were calculated to the millimeter, and if they move them, many gaps would leave them vulnerable. So the MC doesn't sugarcoat it. A 5-minute fight to the death awaited them. And worst of all, the stage boss hadn't even appeared yet. So to cheer everyone up a bit, the MC wanted to hit them with his wand, as a good luck charm, which leaves the group a little weirded out. Lucas asks the MC if he really wants to whip them with a stick, and since there wasn't much time to explain, the MC says yes, he wanted to hit them with the stick. Remember that the MC's wand could give you a very good buff if you were hit by it. The MC didn't know how to explain this to his people, so he simply lined them up to hit them. Lucas begged for mercy, screaming and pleading with his prince not to mistreat him, but he still got whacked, which granted Lucas a buff that allowed him to use half the mana for every skill used. A pretty powerful buff that Lucas felt instantly. So seeing that incredible power, Lucas knelt before the MC and asked for more whacks. Evangeline felt a bit of second-hand embarrassment seeing Lucas, but it was clear the MC's stick gave powers, so she asked to be punished. In her case, she received the 10% increase in her defense, which for a defensive tank like her was perfect. In the end, Evangeline also asks to be hit more than once, to which the MC, joking around and forgetting that Evangeline is 16, asks where he should hit her. Even the MC realized that sounded as perverted as possible, so he apologized for it. In any case, it was Damien's turn, who, although trembling, also asked to be hit. It seems Damien suffered a lot of abuse in the orphanage that raised him, so clear signs of trauma were visible on his face. But the blow was for his own good, so the MC hit him with his stick, and Damien received unlimited stamina for 3 minutes. Something Damien felt instantly in his body. With such an overpowered buff, Damien could face anything. This made him very happy. With him ready, only the beautiful Lily remained, although she was terrified of the MC's stick. And honestly, she didn't seem too thrilled about being hit. In any case, the wind artifact ran out of mana, and the gargoyles in the sky were free from their wind prison. Thus began the third wave of gargoyles, charging straight at Crossroads. This wave had over 100 gargoyles. Luckily, more than half were annihilated by artillery fire. Still, there were 50 other gargoyles left that would be a great threat to the group. The MC stands before his group and summons his weapons, and with a smile, sends his group to have some fun. Something they'll do by smashing their enemies' heads. To the MC's horror, many more gargoyles than expected slipped onto the wall. But that didn't matter, as he had worked so hard to be able to fight with his comrades, and for that reason, he prepared to dispatch some gargoyles. But Lucas got ahead of him and with a "My lord, don't get your hands dirty," he relieved the MC of all action. Damien, Lucas, and Evangeline had top -tier buffs, and as soon as an enemy entered Lucas's sight, it was brutally annihilated in a matter of seconds. Remember that Lucas obtained the step of perseverance skill, which allowed him to confront his enemies in a matter of seconds. In fact, Lucas moved so fast that the MC couldn't even follow him with his eyes, which was normal, because with the buff of using half the mana on skills, Lucas was abusing his powers like crazy. It didn't matter which part of the wall you looked at, right, left, or center. Lucas was there, dispatching an enemy. In the game, seeing a tank act like this was normal, but seeing it in person was driving the prince a little crazy. As for Evangeline, she remained a pure tank, so she was always under attack by dozens of enemies. Evangeline was already strong on her own, but combined with the MC's buff, she became a true iron wall. While Lucas and Evangeline kept the peace on the ground, Damien did the same in the sky. The weapons Damien possessed were very powerful and unique, and for that reason, they had a great recoil. But with the unlimited stamina buff, Damien just kept pulling the triggers of his guns over and over, without a care in the world. Damien was physically very weak, so with that buff, he could show off what he was really capable of. Damien really was a broken character in the story, and the MC thinks that maybe he should make him gain some muscle, just in case. Everything was going fabulously, including his maestro wand. In the game, it was a pretty broken weapon, but of rather limited use. But in the real world, those limitations didn't exist, and the magic swords were perfect weapons for a strategist. The battle continued its course, and Lucas was entertaining the last enemies of the third wave. So the MC sends him to lead all the enemies to one area, while he goes to find Lily, who for a moment thought the MC had forgotten about her. But not at all, and he hopes Lily is ready to receive the power of his stick. Lily grabs it with both hands and begs the MC not to do it, as his stick was too big and she was too small. But nothing stopped the MC from turning this story into a hentai, so he hit Lily really hard with his stick. As for Lucas, he reached the area designated by the MC, and that was Lily's moment to act. But after receiving the MC's powerful rod, she wasn't feeling very motivated. But she remembers that because of the MC, she'll most likely end up dismembered by some monster, so she unleashes all her magic at once. The mana accumulated and accumulated in Lily's hands, until in a moment, she had a huge fireball above her. It didn't even have to be fire. Of course, as expected, that powerful spell left Lily completely drained. After that, Evangeline gathered the remaining gargoyles, and Damien quickly fired his new weapon, but he didn't shoot at the enemies, but at Evangeline's shield. The bullets ricocheted like crazy and in an instant, finished off the gargoyles. This left the MC very surprised, as Damien's mental calculation was on another level. With Damien's perfect work, Evangeline dispatched the last remaining gargoyle. And with that, they had annihilated the entire third wave. As the MC expected, all his men are elite, so he congratulates them on their great work. Compliments that, blushing, they all gladly accept. A few seconds later, the wind artifact started working again, which made Lily happy, I think. I can't be sure, but I think so. The point is, the wind artifact was once again controlling the city skies. But Damien informs his prince that he was running low on ammunition. Just as the fourth wave of gargoyles began, Damien's main weapons were already overheated. And as for Lily, it's better to leave her aside for a while, as she couldn't even move. For the moment, the MC prioritizes reorganizing his forces. And for that, he calls his Shadow Squadron. They had been watching the main group's actions in the battle, and now the MC was asking them to do something similar. If necessary, the MC would lend them some strength. Something that won't be necessary for Gotham, and his prince could rest easy. Lucas was quite skeptical about the elves, but Evangeline was eager to see what they were capable of. The elf, well, she just continued hating from a distance, to the point where it seemed she was about to explode like her fire. Even Damien felt her hostility, thinking an invisible fire covered the entire city. But the MC asked him to calm down, as that was something beyond his control, but it's something they should get used to. After all, the group of elves won't be the last lunatics the MC brings into the city. But for now, Damien and the MC watch group to march into battle. The first gargoyles face the elves. Then they, unfazed, seem calm, until Gotham grabs a piece of a gargoyle and orders his men into anti-demon formation. The elf group was quite extreme to mages and 3 archers, a combination you would never use in a game. Their team had only one objective: cause as much damage as possible without worrying about casualties, which is why they didn't use healers or tanks. Instead, the 2 mages were strong in support, and had powerful defensive spells, like stone walls. In addition, thanks to the MC's union skill, the entire group, being attackers, received a 30% damage bonus. If his group worked well as a team, they could wipe out an entire nation. The problem was their low defense. Gotham sends Bodhi to distract the enemy, while the 3 archers supported with covering fire. They were armed with the usual abow. Olga used her to crossbows, and I don't know what this is, but the last one pulled a turbo-nuclear death crossbow out of her pocket. With the group ready, the gargoyles began their assault, and they were met with a rain of arrows. But of course that didn't even tickle the gargoyles. Confirming that their attacks were useless, they switched to using skills. So suddenly, a wind-imbued arrow blew a gargoyle's head off. That arrow was fired by Skull from a good distance. This left the MC quite impressed. Then, Bodhi jumped into combat. With her agile movements, it wasn't hard for her to evade the giant rock statues to easily get behind them and stick some good arrows in their backs. Unfortunately, they weren't strong enough, and Bodhi had few arrows. So it was Burnout's turn, who tells her group to duck and unleashes a volley of projectiles. They were just normal arrows. But, Burnout had the passive ability to turn all her projectiles into explosives, so the simple rain of arrows turned into a cruel rain of fire. The elves' performance was pleasing the MC greatly, and he knew that if he trained them well, they would become much stronger. Back to the combat, some gargoyles were about to reach the archers. But that's where Olga intervened. With repulsion magic, she sent the enemy flying far away. As for Gotham, he seemed to be a melee mage, and upon touching the gargoyles, they simply disintegrated at his feet. And so, in just a few minutes, Group 2, the Elf Shadow Squadron, had wiped out an entire wave of enemies. Damien was surprised by Skull's abilities, and if he learned to shoot like him, he would surely be much stronger. Those words made the MC very happy. There was no doubt that Damien was very special, but he was already unique, so he didn't need to learn anything from anyone, just be himself. Damien is moved by the MC's words, but the MC knows perfectly well that Damien is a healer, and no matter how much he practiced, he would never learn shooting skills. In any case, the Shadow Squadron did much better than expected, and as the MC watches the enemy massacre, he thinks everything is going great for the moment. And then the gargoyle bosses appear in the system. This surprises the MC, as no matter how much he searches the battlefield, he can't find them anywhere. But surprise, the enemy wasn't coming from the battlefield, but was falling like a meteor from high up in the sky. This completely surprised the group, and when the gargoyle fell, the entire elf group was sent flying. One was even brutally hit in the head and fell unconscious. The boss gargoyle was huge compared to the elves, and even more so to its minions. In addition, it was quite different, possessing 4 arms and carrying enormous maces. Bodhi was terrified to see that enormous beast fall from the sky. So without thinking much, she fired her weak arrows at it. It was useless, of course. As with a brutal mace blow, the gargoyle crushed Bodhi. At that moment, Lucas asks to join the combat. But they had their own problems, as the second gargoyle was coming from the sky. And this one was smarter than the first, as it aimed directly at the wind artifacts. Lily was there, so the MC is desperate, and asks her to get out of there. An order that came too late, and the huge gargoyle fell on Lily. It then proceeded to smash her to pieces with its mace. Luckily for Lily, her passive fire skin activated, and the enemy's mace passed through her as if she were nothing. Still, Lily had her limits, and if she was hit again, it would all be over for her. So the MC orders Bodhi to rescue Lily, and she does so, using her telekinesis to send Lily flying far away, to then be rescued by Gotham. I'm so sorry, MC, but I warned you. You were slow, and now the elf has stolen your waifu. In your face. Gotham leaves Lily in a safe place, and she abruptly moves away immediately. Is it just me, or is Lily standing? Let me know in the comments if you think Lily is faking it with her chair. After her rescue, Bodhi gathered the rest of the battered group. And with them out of the game, it was the main group's turn to return to the battlefield. The enemy bosses were a bit more intelligent than the normal enemies, so they focused their attacks on the target they believed to be the most important. In other words, the MC is pretty sure his first target will be him, as he is the commander of the defenses. And fighting the bosses was already bad, but they couldn't forget they were still under siege by hundreds of gargoyles. Only the last wave of enemies remained. But with the wind artifacts broken, the gargoyles weren't touched. Gotham brings Lily to the MC, and he asks her if the other artifacts were okay. Luckily, Lily placed other artifacts in hidden places on the wall, along with a bunch of support mages. Knowing this, the MC orders her to use the magic amplifier on him. And Lily would like too, but to do that, she had to get to the artifacts. So the MC orders Gotham to carry Lily everywhere, an idea Lily disliked so much that she called Gotham thing, to which the MC tells her not to be a brat, as they were in the middle of a battlefield. So in the end, very uncomfortably, Gotham carried Lily around the wall like a princess. With that ready, the MC asks of Angeline and Lucas to buy him some time, something they both promise to do with all their strength. But the MC tells them not to be complacent. These gargoyles were on another level, and if they let their guard down for a second, they would lose their heads immediately. With that in mind, Lucas and Evangeline launched into combat. As for Damien, with his Kerberos weapons, he had 18 shots in total. But he doesn't think he can pierce the thick armor of the boss gargoyles with them. The gargoyles were already very resistant to physical blows, and these also possessed powerful magic armor. These creatures were walking tanks, and to take them down, they first had to strip them of their armor. Of course, that was easier said than done. So the first thing the MC does is check his firepower. As for the elves, they were completely broken, and their weapons were quite broken too. So the MC sends Damien to heal the elves. In any case, as soon as the elves are well, the MC wanted them to return to combat, which they promised to do. And as predicted a while ago, a storm began to hit the city. Something that could even work out well for the MC and his group. With the stage set, the gargoyles began their charge against the heroes. The entire wall trembled from the giant's steps, and even Lucas was like, oh. As for the MC, he could only watch for the moment. And he wished Lucas and Evangeline a good fight against the ferocious beasts. The gargoyles hit the tanks with all their might, a force so powerful it pushed back the two strongest tanks in the game. Even Evangeline's legendary shield was cracked by the blow. Defeating one boss gargoyle was hard enough, but it was just insane. But at least for now, they seemed to be holding up well and buying time, which was what the MC wanted. Finally, the cute, beautiful, and lovely Lily reached the artifacts and immediately used the magic amplifier on the MC, granting him double magic damage with his spells. With all that magical power, the MC used the Mystic Eye, which gave him total control over one of the bosses, and the MC was clear with the orders for the boss to destroy the other boss. But that order was so complicated that it used all the MC's mana at once. Luckily for him, the gargoyles were dumb and had very poor magic defense, so his mental control over the gargoyle was absolute. And happy as a child, the MC sent his Digimon into combat. It immediately hit its companion, breaking part of its armor. And the thing is, monsters are, well, monsters. So without thinking twice, the two gargoyles began to beat each other up. The battle between them was titanic, and each blow made the entire wall rumble. Despite being identical, the MC's gargoyle had a disadvantage. The smaller gargoyles also saw it as an enemy. But that was great for the MC, as the enemy gargoyle sent the allied gargoyle right where the small gargoyles were. Thus began another fierce battle between the boss gargoyle and its former allies. The enemy boss tried to join the fight to finish off the allied gargoyle, but the MC's group intervened. It was a fairly simple tactic to carry out. They put one of the bosses to fight for them against the small ones, and in the meantime, they could now face the other boss properly. It was so easy to pull off that even Lucas is surprised by the MC's genius. In any case, with one of the bosses out of the game, the defense became simpler. Still, Lucas and Evangeline were defensive and needed firepower if they wanted to take down the boss. The attacks on the gargoyle were useless, and until they removed its armor, the fight was in vain. And suddenly, the Shadow Squadron presented themselves again, ready for battle. Their bodies were broken, and their weapons even more so. But still, they swear to the prince to give it their all in the battle, so the archers no-ked their arrows. And Burnout prepared her thingy. As for Gotham, he summoned a bunch of rock spears in the sky, and all together, they fired all their firepower at the gargoyle. Their attacks were quite effective on it, and they managed to break part of its armor. This pissed off the gargoyle quite a bit, and it launched its attack. Evangeline jumped to block it. But, LOL, her clumsy girl passive activated and she tripped over herself, making her a perfect target for the gargoyle, which sent her flying with a strong mace blow. In fact, the blow Evangeline received was so powerful that she went over the wall. She almost crashed to the ground. Luckily for her, Lucas went to her rescue. This made the MC's heart race. But there was no time to get distracted, as the brutal battle continued. The elves fired everything at the gargoyle, but these had little effect against the charging gargoyle. So Gotham came up with something different, and with his great agility, he ran across the enemy's body, touching several parts. He wanted to melt part of the metal of its armor and thus pin it to the ground. But not everything could be that easy, as the gargoyle was so strong that it just lifted its foot and destroyed the rock beneath it. Free from its restraint, the gargoyle charged at the MC. Damien fired his weapon at the beast, but his weak bullets didn't make the enemy flinch either. Nothing seemed to be able to stop the stone behemoth, and the entire group was about to be crushed. But then Lily appeared with a huge fireball above her, and she screamed at the gargoyle that she was the boss. She was the most powerful mage in the kingdom, and after firing her spell, she asked the MC for a raise. Lily's spell was monstrous and almost reduced the gargoyle to nothing. Of course, now it looked like a walking corpse, but it was still alive. And worse than that, it had now targeted Lily. The MC yelled at Lily to run. But there was nothing good in that situation, as remember, Lily couldn't walk. Lily didn't even protest upon seeing the huge beast heading towards her, as she knew that sooner or later, this would be her end. She didn't even have the strength left to complain about her bad luck in life. But that was about to change when the Giga- Chad elf Gotham went to her rescue. An image that was seared into Lily's retina, as the elf's blood covered her from head to toe. Subtitles by the Amara org community. The elf's blood sprayed everywhere. Luckily, Gotham was a great melee mage, so using all his metal power, he disintegrated the right side of the gargoyle. With its core exposed, it was Lily's turn, who, with a huge fireball, completely destroyed the enemy's core. Between the two of them, they had destroyed one of the stage bosses, but Gotham was left completely shattered. Lily rests Gotham's head on her lap and asks him why he jumped to rescue her. Something Gotham didn't think he had to explain. The gargoyles were weak to fire, so for that reason alone, he went to her rescue. Back to the group, Evangeline and Lucas returned to combat. And luckily for everyone, the smaller gargoyles had taken care of the second boss, so only 40 normal gargoyles remained. After dispatching them, they will have finished the fourth stage. However, there was a catch. Everyone in the group could barely lift their weapons. The Shadow Squad was completely out of commission, as were Damien and Lily, who had both completely exhausted their power. Only Evangeline, Lucas, and her protagonist were left to fight against 40 gargoyles. Something our MC knows is impossible, but then the cannons from the city wall were heard. They were aimed directly at the remaining gargoyles. The waves of gargoyles were over, so the rank minus and minus file soldiers could return to fighting as usual. The soldiers' work was so impeccable that the MC couldn't help but congratulate them on their composure. And with the arrival of the first rays of sun, the last gargoyle stopped moving. This made the city of Crossroad the winner of the battle, although something bothered our MC. The rain started when the combat began and ended right as it finished. And the truth is, fighting in the pouring rain was tougher than he had thought. In any case, this time, the MC didn't give any victory speeches and quickly ordered the evacuation of the wounded. Besides, several mistakes had been made during that battle. They had to review every single misstep so it wouldn't happen again in the future. Only by doing things this way could they ensure fewer casualties in future battles. Of course, after our protagonist's harsh words, it was time to eat like crazy and drink until dawn. The soldiers cheered for the prince, while in the shadows, Gotham was carried away on a stretcher. Everyone was euphoric over their victory, everyone except Lily, who for some reason was completely pale. Anyway, with this scenario comes to a close. To no one's surprise, the one who caused the most damage was Lily. However, Gotham was gravely injured in the battle and will be out of commission for a while. We follow him to the infirmary. He was barely conscious, and the only thing he could hear was the saint saying that Gotham was mangled from the waist down. And with those words, Gotham lost consciousness. Outside the cathedral, our protagonist informed his men that Gotham would need to have both of his arms amputated. "Theft, is that all? No big deal," one of them said. It turns out both of Gotham's arms were already fake. Certainly, in this world, losing a limb or two was no big deal. But even so, the elf shouldn't take it so lightly. But that was the life of an elf. You were either useful or a miserable death was all that awaited you. In fact, none of the elves dared to even look our protagonist in the eye. So he had to force them to tell him if they had any injuries or anything worse. Luckily, they were all fine and would wait in the cathedral until their leader was back on his feet. Wounded aside, the fact is the elves did very well in their first battle. So the MC congratulates them on their work, and they immediately cheer up. After that, as was customary, a huge festival was held. And for a change, the city's beer still tasted like donkey piss. Ader was at the party, handing out food and alcohol to everyone, until our MC saw him looking way too happy with the world. That was absolutely not allowed, so after torturing him a little, the MC tells him to take food to the cathedral and also take care of the wounded for a while. But someone appears and offers to take the food to the elves. The gorgeous Lily, of course. But not wanting to be a party pooper, our MC serves drinks to everyone in abundance. And throughout the night, the alcohol made the city witness things even stranger than monsters. Elsewhere, we see Gotham waking up. As he does, he realizes he's missing both of his arms. Lily was by his side and informed him that they operated on him as best they could. Gotham would have a fever for a while, along with intense pain in his arms. But there was little they could do about it. While Lily was telling Gotham how messed up he was, the snores of the other elves could be heard. They hadn't left Gotham's side for a single second, to the point where they fell asleep in a corner. Changing the subject, "Why did you save me?" Lily asks quite aggressively. From Gotham's point of view, to win the battle, they needed Lily's power. So that's why he jumped in to rescue her. But Lily wasn't buying that excuse for a second. No matter how crazy someone's plans and strategies were, nobody would lose both arms on purpose. Besides, the elves had just joined the city, so that demonstration of loyalty smelled very suspicious to Lily. Gotham tells Lily that he just saved her life and the least she could do was be grateful. That wasn't going to happen. Elves never did anything out of the goodness of their hearts, so Lily asks once more what he was trying to get from her. Finally, the elf loosens his tongue a bit and confesses to Lily that she reminded him a lot of his mother. His mother couldn't move her legs either, and because of that, she had a terrible time as a slave to the humans. When Lily was attacked by something bigger than her, it reminded him so much of his mother, and that's why he jumped to her rescue. Lily sighs at what she just heard. If what the elf was saying was true, he lost his arms just because he saw a cripple on the battlefield. Lily thought elves acted more logically and coldly, and similarly, the elf thought Lily would be more emotional and sentimental. But there she was now, with her icy gaze fixed on the person who had just saved her life. For now, it was clear that Lily's and Gotham's worlds were very far apart. But as long as they stayed alive and managed to defeat their enemies, they could smile the next day. Gotham thanks God that Lily made it out of the fight alive. To which she replies, "I don't like you one bit." Very harsh words for someone who just saved her life. In any case, Gotham needed to eat something. Though he protests when he sees Lily won't let him drink any alcohol. Well, because he was injured obviously. Although come on, it didn't matter anyway because he has no arms. So Lily will help him out this time. She takes a glass of water and places it on Gotham's lips. Lily finds the situation quite funny, as it was a mage without legs and another mage without arms. For Lily, that night probably didn't mean much. But for Gotham, it would remain in his memory forever. That's why he asks Lily if they could work together from now on. The proposal caught Lily a bit by surprise, so without knowing what to say, she grabbed a piece of bread and nearly choked the elf. After that, Gotham and Lily didn't speak to each other again. Lily just focused on feeding Gotham for half the night, until the voices from the party outside finally went to rest. The next day, our protagonist wakes up in an unknown place, looking like this, and of course, with no memory of anything. And hold on, because it looks like the guy scored and brought a girl home. But, nope. It was one of the old blacksmiths. In fact, he wasn't alone, but surrounded by a pack of wild old men. The chief of the old guys, I'm still calling him that because they don't say his name, tells the MC that he went way overboard with the drinking last night. In fact, the prince went so crazy that he ordered all the soldiers to strip naked and be free as children. The MC puts his hands on his head, not remembering ever getting that wasted in his own world. Without a doubt, being in the Mad Prince's body was slowly messing with him. The thing is, the soldiers were very grateful to the prince, as he showed them a hidden world they never knew existed all night long. Our protagonist wasn't very interested in knowing what happened, and lucky for him, Lucas appeared to rescue him. Although he was also stark naked, just like the MC, who was only wearing a tiny scrap of cloth by some miracle. The cold and the knees run through the poor prince's body. He couldn't remember anything that happened last night. But from the clues around him, he thinks it's better to forget everything. Our MC felt like he'd been put through the ringer, so Lucas suggests they go to the city baths to clean up a bit, an idea that made the MC's mouth water. In no time, Lucas, Damien, and the MC arrived at the spa. Damien and Lucas were very excited for a good rest. But our protagonist, royally pissed off, wonders where the beautiful waifus of the story were, so he could see a little fan service, a mandatory spa event in any good game. But alas, there are no waifus in this story, nor an extra bit of skin, so our MC won't be getting any eye candy. Anyway, it's the life he has to live, so at least he'll take a good, relaxing bath. Lucas didn't want to bother the prince with his presence, so the MC almost had to force him into the tub with him. He hadn't noticed before, but Lucas's body was completely covered in scars, although Lucas asks his prince not to worry about him. In fact, they should be more worried about Damien. He seemed to be fine. The bad thing was that he was barely reacting to external stimuli. It seems our MC also went way overboard with Damien. And the best thing for everyone is for what happened last night to stay in last night and never be spoken of again. And suddenly, a mob of people arrived at the spa. It was the army of old men who arrived in high spirits and, in a matter of seconds, filled the entire spa with their old, oily muscles. The MC was about to have a breakdown and didn't know where to hide his face. And better yet, upon seeing the MC, the army stood at attention before him and in their birthday suits, gave him the official salute, which almost made our MC puke. He thinks he's never seen so many birds together in the same place. After the bath, the MC retreated to the rest area, where this time it seemed like he was actually resting. Until suddenly something as chaotic as it was cheerful peeked through the door. Evangeline lived nearby and was almost always at the spa. On the other hand, Lily was accompanying Evangeline. Apparently, Lily and Evangeline had gotten somewhat close after so many life minus or minus death battles, and now they were resting there together. Although, in truth, only Evangeline looked cheerful, while Lily seemed a bit distant. But our protagonist knew perfectly well what was going through Lily's mind. On one hand, she wanted to be friends with Evangeline. But, Evangeline was the future border countess. And if she got too close to her, she'd have to work for the city for life, which she didn't want. In any case, the girls were there to rest from work, so they say goodbye to the MC, and Evangeline whisks Lily away at full speed. And as those to leave, these two arrive. It was Margarita, the saint of the cathedral. Without all her robes, our protagonist barely recognized her. She spent a whole day rummaging through Gotham's body, so she needed a very, very good bath. Our MC doesn't remember her either, but apparently he was at the clinic like 20 times asking how Gotham was doing. He was luckily fine, and since he was out of danger, the saint went to rest a bit. The MC asked the saint if she regretted being in the city. And she, being the good saint she is, says that her job is to clean the spilled blood of the brave. And for her, there was no better place for that than the city of Crossroad. It was a somewhat dark answer, but quite normal for someone living in a continuous war. After that, the saint left with her friends, momentarily cheering up the protagonist, knowing there are more women in this story. The thing is, Lucas and Damien were taking a bath and were taking quite a while. Something that was driving our MC crazy, since in his world he would be having a siki with a hard minus boiled egg right now. Honestly, I have no idea what that is. I thought it was sake, but no, it's not sake. I guess it's a typical Korean food. If anyone knows what it is, explain it in the comments. The point is, after a while, Damien and Lucas showed up. They were very sorry for being late, but they had a lot of trouble at the black market, as getting hard minus boiled eggs wasn't easy. And not just hard minus boiled eggs, they also got some potent mead. The MC didn't understand a thing, but without a doubt Damien and Lucas were his soul brothers. And of course they were, since they got it from the black market to eat it just between the three of them. Something that was overheard by a sinister shadow lurking in the mists. It belonged to the future Duchess of the city of Crossroad, the sweet Evangeline, who after shedding sweat and blood with her comrades, can't believe they would keep such a delicacy for themselves. There was no argument. And after that brief moment of fun, it was time to prepare for the fifth scenario. Every fifth scenario could be considered a boss stage, one where the difficulty spike went through the roof. As our protagonist fears, the fifth scenario will be very complicated, as they are given 28 days of preparation, the longest time yet. And then a boy appears behind our protagonist. He was Diane Edgar, one of the heroes the MC recruited a while ago. He was only of normal class. It might not seem like much, but he was several times stronger than a regular soldier. As you can see, Diane belonged to a subgroup of the MCs, which was training, and for now, they were quite weak. But the thing is, Diane was there to complain to the MC. something that Lucas didn't like very much, but ever since the MC recruited them, the group of heroes had only been kept training and had not yet entered a battle. Dian and his group were mercenaries just like the rest, and for that reason, they also wanted to fight in the defense battles. They all stand at attention before the MC, and with a hand on their chest, the entire group asks to enter combat. The 5 members were of normal class and not very different from the soldiers of the regular army, but they all had poison in their eyes. And the one with the most was Dian, who showed great potential. But confidence wasn't enough, so they will have a trial duel with the main group. Dian asks when and where, and not to make him wait long, the MC proposes to do it right at that moment. So they immediately gather in the military barracks arena. On one side were Evangeline and Lucas, very sure of their strength, and on the other was Dian's group, who were ready for battle. Lucas was sure the flaglings would have a good strategy to fight them. Unfortunately, the prince was watching, so he planned to break all their bones. The combat will be simple fight until one can't anymore. If you go out of the battlefield, it counts as a defeat, and for the audience's safety, OP skills were forbidden. With the rules clear, the combat began. 1 went for Lucas and 3 for Evangeline. Dian, who went for Lucas, was quite agile, so much so that he even managed to avoid being decapitated. He only had a wooden sword, but if Lucas hit him with it, he would most likely lose a chunk of flesh. On the other hand, Evangeline was happy, as went for her, which meant she was 4 times stronger than Lucas. Therefore, sure of her strength, she met the entire group's attack with brute force. That was exactly Dian's plan. Just by pushing, they were going to get Evangeline out of the battlefield. That pissed Evangeline off quite a bit, so she used some strength and sent her attackers flying. But then a girl with daggers, who was well hidden, appeared and attacked Evangeline from behind. But with great agility, she evaded the attack. But of course, by evading it, she lifted her leg. And being clumsy as she is, she simply fell on her back outside the combat ring. Evangeline complains about the result, of course, since in a clean fight, she would have won for sure. But the reality is that a group with less strength defeated one with much more power by using a good strategy. Without a doubt, Dian's group was quite strong. So now it was time to go after Lucas. He was so tired of waiting that he was playing with Dian as if he were a ball. Lucas threw him to the ground without mercy and then fixed his gaze on the rest of the group. And boom, there was no resistance at all. Lucas didn't hold back one bit, and in a matter of seconds, he wiped out the entire group, leaving him as the sole winner of the combat. Although that combat was completely rigged, since just by looking at the differences in classes and levels, it was obvious who was going to win. Dian feels bad about his failure. But that wasn't entirely true. After all, he alone held Lucas off for a good while. That's why within his group, they'd travelered him the giant slayer, which he found quite funny. Although it was something the prince also thought, and without a doubt, Dian had a lot of potential. Besides, they had more than proven their strength. So from that day on, Dian's group will also see action. The group was overjoyed by the news, but the MC wondered if this would turn out well. They were all normal rank, and in the game, you wouldn't touch them with a 10-foot pole, as they would die just from being touched. In any case, Dian's subgroup was the first that the MC hired, so he called them Dian's first group, Super Original MC for sure. With the first group truly formed, it was time to make use of them, and that came with automatic exploration, which is when you sent the weaker groups to clear already cleared areas of the dungeon. They would level up and could collect items left behind. Also, since it was their first time, he left Evangeline in charge of them. That auto farming made the MC very happy, as he planned to organize a large fleet of strong exploration groups. On the other hand, Lucas wasn't sure that everything would go well. After all, they were talking about the Lake Kingdom, and the worst thing there weren't the monsters, but the group of psychos called the Night Claws. If Dian's group were to run into them, they would have a very hard time getting out of there alive. But as long as they don't leave zones 1 to 3, everything will be fine. Because our MC, by torturing Ader a little, he told him that he created the dungeons so that the first 3 levels would be safe for all newbies. But after the 4th zone, anything goes, including PvP assaults. In any case, as long as they don't enter the dungeon's base cap, they will be safe from other NPCs. And then Damien arrives, informing the group that Jupiter had finally woken up. But in the meantime, at the north gate of the city, A beautiful woman makes an appearance. And swaying her curves, she was sure that this city would bring her a lot of fun. Back to Jupiter, she was quite surprised, since she slept for more than 10 days, but at least she was still alive. Jupiter would like to say she was fine, but unfortunately, her magic veins were completely scorched. The MC asks if she can recover, and Jupiter says she will with time, but she will never be the same as before. Either way, Jupiter will remain a member of the MC's group. After all, he planned to have her working until she kicked the bucket too, something that Jupiter finds quite funny. After all, she can't leave until she gathers much more money. The MC asks if she wanted to build a castle with that much money, an idea that didn't seem bad to Jupiter. But that was far from happening, so for now, the MC was thinking of building a luxury hotel. And when it was ready, Jupiter will be the first to be able to stay there. This makes Jupiter very happy, who already imagined herself in a luxury room, with a whiskey in one hand and a big cigar in the other. But to see that, they first had to survive. Luckily for them, they had plenty of time until the next defense. After that, the MC went to see Saint Margarita, and she made it clear to the MC that Jupiter wouldn't be able to fight in the next battle. The MC couldn't believe what he was hearing. He had suddenly lost his super-rare mage, just like that. The MC thinks about everything that was about to happen, like the battle against the Great Goblin or the reconquest of the First Wall. And Jupiter won't be able to participate in any of it, so there was no other choice. So the MC and Lucas returned to the Mercenary Guild, the same place where they had already recruited Jupiter. The MC prays to the god of fortune and asks for a broken mercenary. And LOL, is that a gold class I see? The MC couldn't believe it. It was a super rare class. And the MC couldn't help but pounce on her like a beast. The girl was the same one we saw arriving at the north gate of the city. And unfortunately for the MC, she was just having a drink and was not a mercenary. She was looking for her grandmother who used to be around there, but unfortunately she couldn't find her. There was no doubt about it, an old mercenary who spent her days in a bar. It could be none other than Jupiter. And indeed, she was her grandmother. And the cute girl introduces herself as Jupiter Jr. The MC is a bit in shock, as he never saw this character in the game, which was quite strange, since she was of the highest class there was. Besides, there was no doubt she was Jupiter's granddaughter, as she also carried the curse of gold. But the most impressive thing is that her class was elementalist, meaning she could use almost all types of magic and at a very high level. Within the Mages Guild, the elementalist was the most useful, and the MC had to get her on his side, no matter what. The MC confesses to Junior that Jupiter never told him about her, something that annoys her a little, because if she had a cute granddaughter, she would be showing her off as much as possible. And without anyone noticing, a cute girl at a bar was being harassed. So she asks for our protagonist's name. The MC apologizes for his rudeness and introduces himself as Prince Ash. This made Junior's attitude change abruptly, and taking advantage of that bug, the MC laid it all out at once. He asked Junior to be one of his group, as the city was short on mages. Of course, she wouldn't do it for free. Unfortunately for the prince, Junior was only in town to see her grandmother. But after seeing her, she would seriously consider the offer the MC made her. This cheers him up a bit, so he tells Junior that her grandmother was being treated at the temple. So Junior says goodbye to the MC with the "I'm not going to do anything bad" smile and promises to see the prince much later. With her gone, Lucas and the MC found it hard to believe that those two were family, since apart from their mage aura, they didn't look much alike. Although the most incredible thing of all is that Jupiter had children, something that caught them by surprise. Jupiter acted like a total lunatic, but the truth is she had children and even grandchildren, which was quite strange. Though even stranger must be Jupiter's husband, these two think. And out of curiosity, they don't know whether to ask Jupiter directly. And back to her, she wasn't having the best thoughts as she felt like everything was coming to an end. She had done everything for an extra penny, to the point where no one wanted to be around her. Looking back at her past, she herself admits that she didn't have a place to call home, or even a place she particularly wanted to be. And amidst so much hardship, Junior burst through the hospital door shouting, "Hello, Grandma." This surprised Jupiter so much that she was in shock. Junior sits on the bed with her grandmother and asks why she didn't say anything. And she didn't say anything because Jupiter was more terrified of her granddaughter than 1,000 dungeon beasts. Junior raised her hand, and with it open and a huge smile on her face, she asked her grandmother for money. Jupiter gave her everything she had on her, but it was too little for Junior. So she asks her grandmother if there was anything of value in the city to steal. Well, she knew there was. But of course, they were in the border city, and absolutely everything was super guarded. Besides, there was Prince Ash, who, under his hawk-like gaze, seemed to let nothing escape his control. The MC was paying her a very generous salary, so there was no need to steal, and it was better to have some patience than to risk being caught by the authorities. If her grandmother said so, it must be true. So since Prince Ash himself had already offered her a job, she would work there for a while. But that threw Jupiter for a loop, because Junior had promised her grandmother that she would never use magic again. But she leaves with a laugh, then shows horrible scars under her face, which left Jupiter in shock. Jupiter asks her granddaughter to talk things over, but it wasn't necessary. Her dear grandmother had worked hard and done everything to get one more coin, and now it was her granddaughter's turn to do it. She leaves, and Jupiter, remembering a fiery scene, says it was all her fault. Now we return to our protagonist. He was still checking the system for the second group of heroes. They had spent 8 hours in the dungeon, and besides leveling up, they got some items and no one was injured. But then he noticed something that gave him a very bad feeling. Among the items were bloodstones. Those items were only dropped by a certain type of enemy. One of the most famous in video games and stories, the deadly vampires. Ones that shouldn't appear until well into the story, and they were very high -level monsters. For a change, that crappy game was messing with the MC again. The MC puts his hands on his head and is quite sure that with his current group, he can't win against a vampire assault. This was too much, and the only solution is to have more of everything. More land, more soldiers, more weapons, more heroes. Oh, but what's this? A total bombshell of a mage is walking alone on the street. So our protagonist didn't beat around the bush and went all in. He stood before Junior and presented her with 2 options: work for him the easy way or the hard way. And let's remember that this is perfect for Junior, so without much fuss, she accepted the prince's proposal. And now, as our protagonist headed to his mansion, he was already beginning to realize that all hell was about to break loose. And then, our protagonist wakes up from an intense dream, shouting the name of the Piper of Amelie, a piper who mysteriously also wakes up with a jolt. For a moment, the piper thinks to himself, when did he put on these clown clothes? When did he start expelling the kingdom's enemies? He had been doing it for so long that he didn't even remember anymore. I'm sure most of you know the story of the Piper of Amelie, but just in case, I'll summarize it for you. A town infested with rats hired a magical piper to take all the rats away. But since the town was very poor, after the piper did his job, he received no payment. So in revenge, the piper took the town's children with the same song he used for the rats and made them disappear too. But this story is really dark, isn't it? The piper thinks. With no time to ponder further, one of his soldiers comes to get him. It seems the Demon King was gathering the army commanders. And the piper, as the representative of the Lake Kingdom, had to attend without fail. He entered a long hallway full of demons alone, and although they were all ace, he always had to watch his back. The piper walked through the middle of all the monsters as if it were nothing, and they just laughed at him for the clown getup he was wearing. At the end of the hallway, the piper entered a room full of sinister dark figures. And what appears to be a werewolf was furious at the clown's tardiness, since he was a human and dared to make the Demon King wait. Not to mention his clownish appearance and unhinged attitude. In fact, everyone at that table, when they saw the clown, couldn't help but want to laugh at him. Which was quite normal, says the figure on the throne, since everyone present in that room wore personifications of human nightmares. Of course, just because it was inevitable didn't mean the Demon King liked it. So he also mocked the clown by hitting him hard with his powers. It was partly out of pure hatred, but he also did it because the clown was human and should never forget that to demons, they were nothing more than livestock. In fact, the clown should be thanking him with tears in his eyes for being allowed to be there with the rest of them. Leaving the pathetic clown aside, they were gathered there for something important. The Great Flood had arrived, and one of those present had to take the army and wage war on the humans. They were at the beginning of a grand plan that was yet to start. So he decides that the lower -level ones will attack, that is, the werewolves. But someone offered to go in place of the mangy wolf, this cute boy named Salandia, the lifeless King Nosferatu, Dracula, Van Helsing. Well, You get who he is, right? The Demon King is surprised by Sel and Dion's offer, as he usually never lifts a finger. Apparently, the Spider Queen from the tutorial was named Orlop, and she was a good friend of his. And that's why he now sought revenge against all the vile humans. It seems the Spider Queen Orlop was going to become one of the Demon Lord's generals, but she ended up being absurdly killed as if it were nothing. But the Demon King asks everyone to calm down, as in the next cycle, he will keep the Spider Queen alive. Words that greatly confuse his vassals, but it was something the Demon King couldn't explain. I think it's pretty obvious that the Demon King is another one like our protagonist, right? In any case, the Demon King finds it funny that Sel Endion is showing up ahead of schedule, so he allows him to go. With that clear, the Demon King starts talking about economics in the market, just like our protagonist. But just before he can govern as he would like, a demon arrives shouting. The one who lost her name was on her way. Something that left everyone surprised, although the Demon King already knew that would happen. And then the advising demon is cut in half. The culprit, someone we already know. The nameless merchant of the Lake Kingdom. The Demon King laughs at Nameless for the endless fight she maintains all by herself. But that was just her job, and although she was newly created, she had gone there to eliminate every last demon. The Demon King laughs out loud and wonders if it had been more than 1,000 years since he first saw Nameless brandish her sword. Nameless knew absolutely nothing about what was happening or what was going to happen. And for that very reason, the Demon King pitied her, as Nameless wandered through hell, swinging her sword left and right without even knowing why. But if fighting forever was her destiny, Nameless would do it gladly. The clown suddenly gets up from his seat, and as if it were nothing, he leaves the place. Something that the Demon King found quite amusing, since each character there was really quite unique. The thing is, Nameless wasn't in the mood for nonsense and was screaming for a fight. But all resistance was futile. Countless people before her had tried to bring light to that kingdom, and now it was up to Ash's group and his companions to face the challenge. Prince Ash will follow in their footsteps later on. And throwing herself into combat alone against all the demons, she was sure that in the end, someone would bring light to the kingdom. The clown calmly leaves the place, listening to the bloody battle in the background. A battle to the death that repeated itself over and over. And the clown didn't even find it funny anymore. Many strange things happen in the Lake Kingdom, no doubt, but for now we return to Crossroad. The MC's second group had successfully exited the dungeon, and everyone was euphoric about their victory. But putting the joy aside, they faced monsters they had never seen before. Zombies, to not drag out the scene. They were the lowest ranking monsters among the vampires. But it made it clear to our protagonist that a bloodbath was coming. Those monsters weren't a big deal, but their disgusting appearance kept Evangeline quite terrified. Of course, if it hadn't been for her, the whole group would probably be zombies by now. So they put Evangeline on a very, very high pedestal. A place where Evangeline loved to be. The MC would like to joke around with the rest, but vampires are a serious matter in this world. And these vampires weren't like the ones from Twilight. They were real vampires, who would drain you dry with just a look. If it were a normal defense, there wouldn't be many problems, but this was Scenario 5. So our protagonist was quite sure that a final vampire boss would appear, Bloodlord. The Lucas doubts that will happen, since vampires haven't been seen in the Empire for over 200 years. I don't care, says the MC. This was the final boss scenario, so he will appear no matter what. Besides, there was his nemesis who did everything possible to create chaos, so he was sure that the final vampire boss would make an appearance. The vampires had several named bosses, who belonged to the same family, and each one of them would send you to a game over if you weren't extremely careful. But, listen and laugh with me. Because our protagonist didn't want to face one in particular, because of how brutal he was. Yes, Selendion, the lifeless king. It was too early for the worst of all vampires to make an appearance. But since it was level 5, our protagonist will be on high alert. So he will assume that he will be assaulted by Selendion, the worst of all vampires. Changing the subject a bit, Evangeline notices someone rummaging through the drawers. So Evangeline asks about her. Junior quickly hides something in her clothes, and the MC introduces her as Junior, Jupiter's granddaughter. Junior hopes they didn't see her looting the office and just greets them cheerfully. She seemed to be only a little older than Evangeline, and Evangeline, eager for affection, immediately calls Junior big sister. With the introductions made, Diane's grew pleased to rest with Evangeline. But there's no rest for them, as they could all be heard shouting that they were going to an after-party to hang out. And well, at least the MC is glad that Evangeline made friends her own age. Junior laughs at the situation, as she understood that this city was hell, but it was quite cheerful. No, hell comes later, says the MC. Don't you worry about that. Something that saddens Junior, as she had seen many nice and young people lose their smiles suddenly in battle. War not only brought death and misery, but it also took away the joy and hopes of living from good people. Something our MC is very aware of, and in his head, the image of the entire city in flames and all its people with sorrow on their faces still replayed. In any case, for now, the MC asked Junior to explain her abilities. She was an elementalist, meaning she could use almost all elements, and 3 of them she completely mastered. Wind, lightning, and water. Those were the 3 elements she controlled best. Despite her power, Junior didn't have a single achievement to boast about. Besides, she only knew how to shoot her magic forward. For a mage, Junior's potential was pitiful, as she possessed great abilities. But the MC hoped that by polishing them a bit, she would become stronger. And it didn't matter how pathetic she looked now. An elementalist with mastery in 3 elements was a very broken character. With her powers clear, Junior asks the prince if she could receive her salary for a year. Just like that in advance. Look at this girl, she doesn't hold back at all. But nothing of the sort, says the MC. And much less for a liar. Because Junior had the passive Fox's Den, an ability that lowered your stats and hid skills. In the game, characters with that ability were a headache, as they would try to scam the protagonist at the slightest opportunity. But now he had caught her read minus-handed, so the MC asks her to show her true power. Junior is surprised and asks the MC how he could have known. No mage in the world could have noticed that, not even her beloved grandmother. But how he knew was not important to the MC, and he urges Junior to show her power. She wanted money, and the protagonist wanted strong people, so they should do business. And so Junior showed her true power. And indeed, Junior was very broken. And the worst part is that the MC had no way of knowing if what Junior was telling him was true or not. But as soon as Junior realized that the MC would pay her more for each ability she had, she stopped pretending immediately. Without a doubt, she was just like her grandmother. And if she kept revealing powers, she would leave the kingdom broke. But oh well, powerful mages are worth it. And after a bit of a chat, the MC asks Junior if she had ever shot her magic at a person before. He didn't want to dig into Junior's past, but he makes it clear that they not only fought monsters, but that from time to time, humans with bad intentions appear. To the MC's surprise, Junior wasn't surprised by that question in the slightest. In fact, as far as she knows, magic was for killing other people. So, without mincing words, Junior states that she has already shot tons of people with her magic. And in fact, that was its usual use, and the one she liked the most. To be honest, Junior claims she was quite good at fighting against other people. Information that makes the protagonist quite happy, I think. The MC still found it hard to believe how well things were going, but the reality is that he was in a brutal world, where everything that breathed wanted to kill you without mercy. But then he saw people like Damien who hesitated to kill people, and his whole mind got a little twisted. He himself had never killed anyone, but he believes that if it were to defend someone he cared about, he would do it without thinking. In that world, killing was not the only way, but it was the safest way to stay alive. In any case, so that what happened to her grandmother doesn't happen to Junior, he warned her that some mages from the Shadow Claws caused that harm, so she should be careful of them. Although Junior hopes for the exact opposite and hopes to meet those people very soon too, get revenge. From that moment on, Prince Ash didn't have to worry about her, as she would do her part in her grandmother's, so that the prince would give her a good salary. This calmed the MC down more, but not because Junior was an ultra-rare class, but because she was Jupiter's granddaughter. The MC hasn't been paying attention to what the old woman has been doing behind his back, I think, huh? But well. Anyway, the next day, the MC's group headed to Zone 3 of the dungeon. Their objective was Junior's abilities. And what can I say, Junior is as broken as she seems. Every spell she cast was unique and powerful, to the point where the MC started to feel sorry for the poor zombies. But Junior's test was a complete success, and it was clear that she was a very talented mage. The first objective of the exploration was to learn about Junior's power, and the second was to determine which vampires they would face in the fifth wave. And it didn't take long for the MC to verify that they would indeed face Cell and Dion, the worst of the vampire lords. Apart from that, they also had a third objective there. And Bodhi, who came flying over the wall, confirmed to the MC that it was possible to carry out his plan. Something that was perfect for the MC, and with their third objective completed, the exploration was a total success. And since they couldn't advance past the base camp, they decided to retreat for the time being. But before leaving, the MC is struck by the city lights and was sure there were more hidden base camps out there. At that moment, the MC remembers the clown and his shadow claws. Once he swears to screw over in every possible way. With everything ready, the group leaves the dungeon, with Junior being the last to leave. She didn't stay behind on purpose. And once she cleans up all the blood, she returns to the mansion through the portal. 5 days later, we see the group gathered in the alchemy lab. It's not made very clear, but it seems it was Lily who created Gotham's new arms. They were so well made that Gotham wanted to give all his money to Lily. An idea she didn't like very much. After all, Gotham saved her life. So she just yelled at Gotham to leave and wheeled herself into the lab. The MC would like to give Gotham some rest time, but unfortunately that will be impossible. They were already short on time, and that very night they had a highly important mission. With that warning, Gotham said goodbye, although the MC noticed that he kept looking back for Lily. With him gone, the MC wanted to introduce his new mage to Lily. The moment she saw her, Lily realized that Junior had a lot of power, so she felt very sorry for her, because as soon as the MC is done with her, she'll be lucky if she only ends up in a wheelchair. But incredibly and surprisingly, Lily tells the MC that she had already recovered, so when there's another fight, he could count on her. This girl is up to something weird. Both the MC and I think. In any case, they were done there. And the MC was gathering all his men in the mansion. Because that very night, the MC planned to take control of the dungeon's base camp. Lucas, Jr., and the MC were heading to the portal, but on the way, they ran into Jupiter. She had heard that they were returning to the base camp and begs the prince to fire her granddaughter and take her to the fight instead. Jupiter wanted revenge on the mages who crippled her. That's why she begs the prince to take her to the fight and not her granddaughter, who was still very young and inexperienced. Jupiter had tried everything to keep her granddaughter out of the world of war, and that's why she was asking her to leave. But everything Jupiter said was in vain, as Junior had already signed a contract with the protagonist. So as a good mercenary, she will do her job and asks her grandmother to stop whining already. With no other choice, Jupiter asks the MC if she proves she's stronger than her granddaughter, would he leave her there? The MC doesn't even have time to answer when Jupiter calls for an official duel with her granddaughter. Grandmother and granddaughter quickly face off in a duel. Jupiter knew that Junior had other talents outside of combat, and that's why she'll beat them into her. An attitude that was starting to tire Junior, who promises to knock her grandmother down a peg. Without another word, Jupiter charges her lightning magic, and being the first to attack, she unleashes her fury on her granddaughter. But that attack was nothing to Junior, who, with another lightning bolt, deflected Jupiter's and destroyed part of the MC's garden. Well, not just a part, but a lot of it. And it made it clear to Jupiter that she had no chance against her granddaughter. Jupiter kneels before her granddaughter and begs her to stop what she's doing and just take her revenge on her. No, Junior says coldly, go rest at the temple, grandmother. Jupiter lost the battle, so she had no choice but to leave, not before asking the prince to take care of her granddaughter. The MC is left speechless by the situation, and without a doubt, there was a dark story between Jupiter and her granddaughter that he didn't have time to hear. Because for the first time in the story, we can see the prince's 3 main groups. In the main group were the strongest Lucas, Jr., Damien, and Evangeline. In the first subgroup was the Shadow Squad, led as always by Gotham. And the second subgroup was Diane's mercenary group. In total, there were 15 people, and together they were going to assault the dungeon's base camp, and they go straight to the camp. So Lucas and Evangeline will go to the front, while Junior and the MC will cover them from behind. As for Damien, he assures the prince that this time he will shoot at anything that moves and that he shouldn't worry about him. The MC didn't want to break Damien's morale, so he asks him not to force himself to do anything he didn't want to. Although the MC does tell Damien that he believes he had the talent to shoot humans and take them out of combat without killing them. He just needed to practice more, something Damien will do diligently. With the group ready, they all prepare to march. And united in arms, they cross the portal to the base camp. Lucas and Evangeline are ready for combat, but there didn't seem to be a single soul around. But blink and you'll miss it, because in a fraction of a second, they were completely surrounded. The clown appears in the background and, laughing, can't believe that the last player has come back for him. But player is not my name. It's Prince Ashfawn Biter Everblack, which isn't his real name either, but whatever. Everblack was the name of the largest human empire. Something that surprises the clown, as many centuries must have passed for the small country of Everblack to become an empire. It had been over 500 years since the Everblack Empire ruled the world. But that clown came from an era when even it was small. Anyway, the clown had no time for talk. After all, they were there to beat each other up. So his cannon was about to blow the MC to smithereens. But Damien appears through the portal, charging his aura. And with a precise shot, he got rid of the cannon once and for all. With the path cleared, Diane's group began the assault, carrying a very cool artifact with them. One that created a powerful barrier around the entire group. This didn't deter the clown, who sent all his men to attack the barrier. It couldn't block all the attacks, but the ones it didn't block, it made weaker. Thanks to that, with some skill, the warriors of Diane's mercenaries managed to evade the arrows. On the other hand, Evangeline was asking for something stronger, since a few said arrows were nothing to her. Ask and you shall receive, say the mages who left Jupiter crippled. Oh, I was looking for you too, says Junior, activating the spells at once. She clashed wind with wind and water with fire. Her water against fire won right away. So the first mage was out of the game. On the other hand, the wind mage was stronger than Junior's wind, which was annoying her quite a bit. But then Giga Chad Damien appeared, who under Junior's wind fired his weapon. The mage tried to block the shot with a barrier, but it was completely destroyed by Damien's shot, and it pierced his hand. With that distraction, Junior finished off the wind mage with a strong hurricane and, quite happy with her revenge, thanks Damien. With those exchanges of attacks, suddenly the battlefield fell silent. The MC had been there for almost a whole year, and in that time he had gained great power, and for that, the clown congratulates him. Seriously, this guy is not normal. And the MC didn't know what to think of him. Although for the clown, what he was saying was the most normal thing in the world. After all, living in that kingdom, he had already fought against hundreds of players. Although the clown meant something as they all end up dying. And the clown wondered what it would be like if they made peace and went to drink at a bar. Something we could perfectly do if everyone lowered their weapons, says the MC. But the clown laughs out loud. The clown had already told the MC before. Anyone who wanted to reveal the secrets of the kingdom had to be eliminated. So there was no choice but to kill each other, so the MC summons his magic swords. This pleases the clown, who swears to put an end to the last player once and for all. But that won't be possible, thinks the MC, looking at his map. Because the Shadow Squad managed to position themselves right behind the enemy, where Burnout made it rain fire on the enemy with his turbo crossbow. The enemies tried to evade the attacks, but it was all useless. With Burnout's explosion passive, everything was blowing up. Burnout struck the first blow, and the Shadow Squad awaited combat orders. This greatly surprised the clown, as he couldn't believe that 5 people had slipped past him as if it were nothing. Although here the MC cheated, as the Shadow Squad didn't come through the camp portal, but from the Zone 3 portal, and they got there by flying with Body's magic. The thing is, with that pincer attack, in a matter of seconds the Shadow Claws had been defeated. And the clown was cornered. If the clown was going to beg for his life, the prince asks him to be quick and dramatic. Very dramatic. The clown admits defeat, but he also had something to say to the prince. He couldn't kill him, says the MC as the clown is pierced from behind. The clown coughs up pools of blood, until he finally fell to his knees. Do you still think I can't kill you? Asks the MC. But then the MC looks up and sees the Shadow Claws disintegrating into nothing. This leaves the MC very confused, and he didn't understand what he was seeing. The clown says that the darkness of that kingdom was much deeper than the human mind could understand, so much so that the humans who inhabited it weren't even allowed to die. Let's see, why does no one speak clearly here? The MC wonders. But it was just as the clown said, That kingdom was pure darkness. Yeah, evil darkness, but give me something more concrete, asks the MC full of fury. But the clown was already disintegrating, although he swears to the prince that they will talk again if he manages to reach the deep darkness. With those words, the clown evaporated into nothing, leaving the MC with many questions, as without a doubt, something very, very strange was happening in that dungeon. And with what seems to be a dwarf looking at the MC from a window, this part comes to an end. Our protagonist was quite annoyed for defeating the clown only for him to vanish from his hands as if it were nothing. But before he could think of anything else, a rather angry guy appeared from behind. He seemed to be a dwarf blacksmith who was quite pissed off with the Shadow Claws because they destroyed his forge. His name was Kai, an old dwarf who entered the dungeon over 50 years ago and stayed there collecting rare minerals. In the game, as soon as you met him, his friendship with the hero was at its maximum and remained so until the end of the game, and he was also quite friendly. Quite different from how he is here, where he just rushes the group to light up the area. Lucas wanted to split that old man who dared to give orders to the prince in two, but the prince asks him to listen to the old man. This immediately cheered Kai up, who didn't expect any decent people to be left around there. The MC introduces himself as Ash, a master craftsman, and asks for the dwarf's name. The MC already knew his name well, but it was still good to ask for the name, as otherwise the NPCs would get very weird. So the dwarf introduces himself as the best blacksmith in the world, Kai. And although it was wrong for him to say so himself, he really was the best at what he did. Because Kai, I was the only blacksmith in the world who could create ultra-legendary weapons for the best characters in the game. So immediately, the MC and the group treated the blacksmith as if he were royalty, and together they repaired the forge in a jiffy. Without losing a second, the MC asked the blacksmith for silver weapons. That is, the best weapons in the game. These were difficult to create, and Kai asks how many he wanted. To start, the MC wanted about 15 weapons, but after those he wanted more. That amount of legendary weapons was insane, and the dwarf lets the MC know with a hysterical scream. To create just one silver weapon required a lot of effort and a ton of materials. Not to mention that Kai I had just met the MC and had no idea what he wanted to do with those weapons. The MC quickly replies that they were to defeat the vampire king Sel Endion, who was about to attack the city of Crossroom. Silver weapons were generally the most powerful weapons in the game, but they weren't very effective against vampires, as they were naturally resistant to them. That's why the MC needed special silver swords. The so-minus called stellar silver swords. And the only blacksmith in the world who could create them was Kai. Usually, those weapons weren't necessary until at least halfway through the game. But with the appearance of Sel Endion, they need those weapons no matter what. Here the dwarf tells us that he entered that dungeon with his two brothers. They were greedy, and every time they went deeper into the dungeon, they found even rarer minerals, until at one point, they came face to face with Sel Endion himself. That was the end for Kai's brothers, who was the only one to survive the encounter thanks to the sacrifice of his brothers. Kai asks the MC if he knew why his brothers sacrificed themselves for him. Something the MC knew perfectly well, because Kai I was the only one capable of creating weapons that could defeat him. In his possession, Kai had a good piece of stellar silver. That mineral represented the sacrifice of Kai's brothers, and he hoped the MC could pay the price for it. The MC didn't have much money at that moment, but he promises the dwarf to bring him the head of Sel Endion himself. Something that I found very funny, as the MC must be a pretty idiotic charlatan. In the end, the MC introduces himself as Prince Everblack, which didn't surprise the dwarf, as all Everblacks gave off a sinister smell. In any case, I didn't have material for 15 weapons. With what he had, at most, he could create 3 silver weapons, which was not enough for the protagonist. But for now, it is what it is, although the dwarf tells the MC that if he brought him more materials, he would create more weapons for him. Besides, the next time he returns to the base camp, the people of that base will have returned, and he will surely find someone interesting. Although more interesting than someone who turns to dust after dying was quite hard to find. The MC asks about it, and Kai explains that the Shadow Claws carried the curse of the kingdom. The MC had no idea about it, but apparently 3 curses reigned in that kingdom. The dwarf had no idea what 2 of them were. But the curse that all the natural inhabitants of the kingdom carried was immortality. After that news, the MC and his group returned to the mansion. There they reviewed what they knew. To begin with, when someone from the Lake Kingdom died, they would reappear somewhere in the city. It didn't matter how many times you killed them. They couldn't age or die. It was as if they were frozen in time. Due to the gigantic size of the city, one might think it was packed with people, especially if they were immortal. But the MC knew very well that at most, there would be 2 or 3 dozen people in the entire kingdom. In the game, there were about 100 NPCs in the entire kingdom, and half of them were other adventurers who were there just like the hero. And only about 40 people were native to the city. No matter how you look at it, the numbers didn't add up. And as we see the boarded minus-up houses of the city, the MC wonders where the entire population of the kingdom could be. Without a doubt, everything related to the kingdom was quite strange. But for Evangeline, immortality didn't sound like a curse, but more like a blessing. Everyone feared death, and even Lucas thinks that immortality was a blessing. The only one not convinced by immortality was Damien, who was sure that living forever was also a nightmare. In the end, everyone started to share what they thought about immortality. It didn't seem very important, but it was the first serious talk the whole group had together. The talk went on for so long that the MC had to force them to go home. Everyone was heading home except Junior, who lagged behind a bit. The protagonist approached and asked if she was okay. And she didn't seem to be, as she suddenly fell into the protagonist's arms. Her face was red, and she couldn't stop panting. Something that left the MC very confused, wondering what was happening there. At that moment, 1,000 things went through the protagonist's mind. Did Junior want his money? And honestly, he wouldn't mind in exchange for a child. But what would he name it? But leaving aside the protagonist's hornins, Junior is sorry to bother him. She had just felt dizzy for a moment, but Lucas was not happy at all, as that shady witch dared to touch the prince's perfect body. Damien asks Junior if she required healing or something similar. But she, with a smile on her face and bleeding from her nose, says she was perfectly fine. So she grabs her pointy hat and rushes out of the room. The MC hadn't noticed, but apparently, Junior's body was overflowing with magic, so much that it seemed like it was about to be fired at any moment. Lucas had already sensed that something was not right with Junior's magic. But since she did her job well and was powerful, he didn't say anything. But without a doubt, Junior was hiding something. Besides, Damien noticed something. Junior was not a smoker, and what she always carried in her pipe was pain medication. And she didn't just take a little. This puzzles the MC greatly, as it seemed a mage was suffering because of her magical power. Something quite strange. The thing is, the MC downplays the issue and assures that Junior was just so lazy that she never exercised, and that's why as soon as she left the dungeon, she almost fainted. Although of course the protagonist was in no position to say that, since he wouldn't touch a training ground with a 10-foot pole. So Lucas and Evangeline invite the MC to train with them, as after doing so, he will become a great warrior. No, I'll pass on that, says our protagonist. Although he didn't get out of doing something with them, and the next day, the MC couldn't even stand up. Evangeline and Lucas's training was beyond all human logic, and it was no wonder they were both killing machines. And then Ader arrives at the protagonist's office with news from the Empire. But first, to be clear, the Empire was not going to send reinforcements, something that angered the MC greatly, as he himself wrote a letter to his brother telling him everything that was happening there and that they would soon be attacked by vampires. Apparently, the Empire had already finished its war with the county of Bringer and was now slowly taking over all its territories. So until that operation was over, the MC and his city couldn't receive a single soldier. The MC thinks his brother must be a real idiot, because if the city of Crossroad fell, humanity would fall with it. And his brother should know that very well. And on top of that, his brother sent him another letter saying there were no soldiers for him. Something that really set him off. He wanted to kill his brother. The MC asked Satyr to request reinforcements again, and to say in the letter that if they didn't send reinforcements immediately, the Mad Prince himself would return to the Empire to throw a big party. This was going to be an all minus or minus nothing move, and the MC hopes that Ader is prepared for what's coming. Scene change, we see the group return to the kingdom's base camp. The MC and Lucas were very worried about the enemies, but Kaya Levi tells them they shouldn't worry about them. The dwarf, despite his sharp tongue, was quite happy to see the group of heroes. You won't notice because I can't say them, But the truth is, the dwarf dropped some real gems in every sentence, you wouldn't believe it. The thing is, thanks to Grandma Coco, the bad guys won't be showing up at the camp anymore. Coco seemed to be the typical wise old woman from fairy tales. But the truth is, she was a massive creature, much bigger than she looked. And on top of that, she adored gossip. The grandma grabs Evangeline and Lucas tightly and introduces herself as Coco. And her job there was, so to speak, to support the adventurers. To start, she's very worried about Lucas and Evangeline because they were both very thin. So she takes out some crying faces that she calls sweets and gives them to the group to eat well. Lucas and Evangeline were getting on their nerves with that witch and look at their prince, asking what to do. But first, the formal introductions. The sweet old lady was Coco of the cut, and she could literally cut anything in half. It might not sound very threatening, but that old woman mastered spatial magic to such an extent that she could even use teleports. In fact, all the portals scattered around the city were placed by her. The grandma feeds Lucas and Evangeline against their will, and while doing so, she explains to the prince that now the clown and his cronies won't be able to use the portals, and she also put a very powerful barrier around the camp. With Grandma Coco around, the base camp was a safe place for everyone again. Of course, there were still monsters that could pass through the barrier as if it were a game, with nothing. But for now, the grandma wanted to fatten up her little chicks. In any case, while they were eating with the grandma, the MC brought a ton of materials to Kaya the Eye. To create just one weapon from Kaya the Eye, you needed a lot of rare parts and tons of gems. That's why from the beginning of the story, the MC focused on his blacksmithing, and thanks to that, he could get almost any material using the power of money. In addition to the weapon materials, the MC brought him other rare materials that were useless to him. A gift for the dwarf that he took with great pleasure. With all the materials ready, they only needed one more thing. High-level enemy cores. Something the MC was about to get right at that moment. The MC goes to Coco, and she, very friendly, offers the MC delicious food. But it's better to leave the food aside, and the MC takes out a golden key from his pocket and asks Coco if he could use that door. Coco is surprised to see that key, and the MC explains that he got it by defeating the golden gargoyle. The old woman takes the key and goes to a small door that was nearby. But as soon as she inserted the key, the door became huge. That was the entrance to the golden room. So to speak, it was a secret level that hid tons of secret items, rare and of a very high level. Only Damien, Lucas, and Evangeline were there, and Damien asks if they should also call Junior. But she had a gold fever, so it was better to keep her far away from there. Besides, in that level, they didn't need any mages. In fact, all the group was carrying large sacks. Evangeline wasn't even carrying her weapons. They all complain about it, but the MC asks for patience, and as soon as they cross the portal, they will understand everything. Upon crossing the portal, they found themselves in a room of solid gold. There, the rules were simple. There were some creatures with large sacks, and if you defeated them, you got their items. Simple. Of course, it wasn't as easy as that, as they only had 1 minute to grab everything they could. The time started to flow, and the treasure goblins began to run. They were especially fond of jewels and valuable items. So the MC was quite sure there would be a great loot at the end of the dungeon. There were 3 enemies, and usually you only got to defeat 1 or 2 at most. But, having Damien in the group, everything changed. And immediately, Damien unleashed his fury on the enemies. They were annihilated instantly, so masterfully that even Evangeline was surprised. Lucas felt immense pride for Damien. Since Damien, Lucas, and the MC formed a trinity from the very beginning, they completely forget about Lily, but oh well. The thing is, this made him show off to Evangeline, and she just wondered what was up with this pest. But anyway, the time for chatting was over, because now it was time to collect all the loot. The dungeon had been completed, and they only had 5 minutes to grab everything they could and then get out of there. The mountains of gold were insane, and there was no way they were going to be able to take it all. That's when the MC bumped into something. It was exactly what they were looking for, a special ultra-rare class magic core. And so after 5 minutes, the exit portal appeared. Lucas and Evangeline wanted to continue looting the place. But nothing of the sort, says the Guardian of the Gold, who swallows the entire group and spits them out of the golden dungeon. In the game, they just teleported you. And really, The MC didn't expect to be swallowed and then spat out. But all's well that ends well, as the MC gathered a ton of money and also got the magic course. With that, the dwarf had almost everything, and he was only missing some dark crystal, an item that was dropped by the next dungeon boss. But for now they retreat from it. And back at the mansion, the MC takes advantage of the mountain of gold and gives a good handful to his men. Of course, there was also some for the rank minus and minus file soldiers, and surely they were very happy to receive extra pay. After that, the MC headed to the only inn in the city, where Junior should be staying. The MC went to her room, although he asked Lucas to wait outside. Upon arriving at the room, the protagonist knocks on the door, but all he got in response was a lot of sneezing from Junior. Junior seemed to be suffering, so the MC wanted to help her. So he gave a strong kick to the door and entered the room, to find Junior on the floor cleaning up a large pool of blood. Seeing her, the MC is surprised by the large burn on her face, as since she was hiding it with her hair, it was barely visible, although Junior quickly covers her face and says it wasn't actually a burn, and then proceeds to cough up more blood, driving the MC crazy. Junior tries to act as if nothing is wrong, and while coughing up pools of blood, she asks the MC what he was going to have for dinner that night. And 20 minutes later, they were both sitting in the inn's restaurant. There, Junior confesses that she was indeed a little sick. A little, she says, when she's about to cough up her lungs, says the MC. Unfortunately, Junior's illness was fatal. And with a smile, Junior calculates that she will live for about 3 more years, more or less. She coughs up blood again and asks her prince not to worry about her. The MC puts his hands on his head and tells Junior she should have told him sooner. But a sick mage was worthless, and Junior needed money. The MC doesn't know what to say to that, as he personally would have hired her anyway, since a mage is valuable in itself even if they are a bit sick. Although, of course, if he had known from the beginning, he wouldn't have put her in the main group, with all the overpowered members. Junior was very sorry for lying to the prince, but her family was huge, and she needed tons of money. And since her grandmother couldn't work anymore, it was her turn. So she promises the prince that no matter how broken she was, she would always give 100% in battle. And for that reason, she asked not to be fired. She had already proven she was powerful, so she just needed some time to now show the MC that she was worth every coin he paid her. And of course, she asked the MC not to tell her grandmother anything about her illness. After that, the MC went directly to see Jupiter. The MC had just given her a bag full of gold coins. And Jupiter doesn't know what she did to deserve such good treatment. Something the MC knew very well. After all, Jupiter gave her blood and sweat to protect the lives of the city. That warmed the poor old woman's heart. So in gratitude, she will tell him a story from 15 years ago. 15 years ago, she belonged to the first mage squad of the Ever-Black Empire. Back then, she was much younger, and her lungs absorbed all the tobacco in the world. In fact, she learned to use magic just so she could light her cigars more comfortably. Here, Jupiter's captain, Queen of the Sharp Wind, appears, quite angry with Jupiter, because she spent the entire blessed day with a cigar in her mouth. Jupiter loved her reputation as a crazy lady, and the Wind Captain had to follow her around all the time cleaning up her messes. The captain also asked Jupiter for cigars every time she saw her, although it was because Jupiter looted the soldiers' reserves and didn't leave a single cigarette for anyone. Both were Chaos Minus level smokers, and when they were together, nothing good could happen. And really, they spent their time at the camp gates, smoking and chatting all blessed day. Between the two of them, they destroyed everything in front of them. The Queen of the Wind united with Jupiter of the Lightning. It was practically thanks to the two of them that mage squads began to form in the Empire. And with them on the battlefield, the Ever-Black Empire never knew defeat. Although there was something that bothered both of them. Large, deep scars on their faces, something all the big shots of the Empire had, except them. But of course all those were warriors. And seeing a mage with scars was rarer than seeing a green dog. Without a doubt, they attacked from a distance and relatively safely. For that reason, they had no serious injuries, but they did have great medals for their achievements. So Jupiter proposes to get a huge tattoo on her face if she never gets injured. Something so stupid that Raina calls her all sorts of names. Jupiter was ignored in the Empire because she was always saying silly things like that. In any case, while they were chatting nonsense, a messenger arrives. The Empire was at war with a kingdom called Camellia, and the mages were sent to clear the fields of small groups of rebels. That was a very crappy job for Jupiter, as they had cleaned those fields dozens of times, but the rebels always reappeared. The thing is, the next day they will launch a full minus-scale attack on an area, something they had already done hundreds of times. Both mages were in their 50 seconds and with pockets full of gold. So Jupiter proposes they take a trip together. Jupiter's goal was clear: to find young, foolish men who would want to take care of a couple of old women. They both laugh at the idea of getting young boyfriends. So when they retire, they will go to some southern city and spend their days lying in the sun. Throughout that night, the two friends spent their time chatting about what they would do after retiring. And the next day, Jupiter and Raina investigated the enemy camp, but it didn't seem to be a soldier's camp or even aggressive at all. It seemed to be a normal town, as there were no soldiers or cannons anywhere. Jupiter and Raina asked for confirmation from their superiors, and they confirmed that the village indeed hid rebels and was therefore dangerous. That village was under enemy control, so as faithful soldiers, they had to reduce it to ashes. From a distance, Raina charged her magic at full power, trying to cheer Jupiter up, since after that mission they would go to the beach to look for it guys. After all, the Empire's higher minus-ups weren't ever wrong, and if they said that village was an enemy, then it was. So, get the job done quickly in time to retire. Jupiter and Raina were just soldiers, and as good soldiers, they just followed their orders. And that's how Jupiter unleashed all her fury on that village, which with a single lightning attack was blown to smithereens. That was just the first attack, as then Raina attacked with enormous wind cyclones. With that overwhelming power, they cleared the village in a matter of seconds. And now they would send the rank minus and minus file soldiers to investigate the village. For now the mage's work was done, so they could go undressed. But for some reason, this operation seemed very strange to Jupiter, and for the first time, she herself asked to go to the enemy village. They were mages and therefore very weak in close combat, and for that reason, the Empire forbade mages from touching the battlefield. But even so, Jupiter ignored her friend and ran towards the enemy base. Raina asked a common soldier to stop Jupiter, but of course who's the genius that's going to stop her? So Jupiter ran to the battlefield, which was completely in flames. The first thing she saw was a half-minus burnt child with a teddy bear in his hand. On the other side, there was an old woman who had been crushed in half by a wall. And a little further on, a mother tried to protect her children with her body, but it was of no use, and they were all charred. Jupiter falls to her knees, and she curses the Empire with all her might, because no matter how you look at it, that was just a normal town. They were all old people or children, and the massacre was absolute. Raina arrives looking for Jupiter and can't believe her friend is so calm after causing such a senseless massacre. But they were fighting against the kingdom of Camellia, which means they used guerrilla tactics and hid in civilian populations. Jupiter and Raina were just soldiers, and if they were ordered to pull the trigger, they had to do it without protest. They had been fighting the kingdom of Camellia for a whole year, and tired of the nonsense. The higher minus-ups no longer discriminated between soldiers and civilians. So they will do the most efficient thing, which was to purge them all. And that's it. Jupiter, of course, explodes in fury and can't believe that eliminating an entire town is the most efficient thing for anyone. Raina calls Jupiter a hypocrite, since they founded the mage corps in the Empire, hundreds of kingdoms and civilians had been raised by magic. Jupiter had been fighting in the Empire for over 20 years, and surely in many of her operations, she killed tons of civilians and innocents. That was the breaking point for Jupiter, where looking back, she realized she was a bloodthirsty butcher with hundreds of lives on her hands. Raina is surprised by Jupiter's reaction, as until now she had never said a peep about her operations. Jupiter was just another soldier, who, when given an order, obeyed without question. And all that was fine for her. Her fame grew, and within the army, she was highly respected. Jupiter felt so happy to contribute to the great ever-black empire that she never doubted her actions. But all those things were illusions in Jupiter's mind. They were really at war, and in the end, only one emerged as the winner. A mage's job was to fight from a distance. But when they stepped onto the battlefield and saw the reality, everything lost its meaning. Jupiter had just been denying reality, while watching safely from a distance. And then Jupiter hears cries for help. She doesn't think twice and runs to help, arriving at a huge burning cathedral. And under some burning rubble, we see a little Junior crying for her life. Jupiter rescues her immediately, and hugging her tightly she apologizes, as all that chaos was her fault. Then a priest appeared from among the rubble. He thought Jupiter belonged to some rescue team and, along with a bunch of children, asked for her help. But as soon as she sees them, Jupiter yells at them to hide, as it was not safe for them at all. It was no use, as Raina appeared on the scene and saw them all. Immediately, they were all put on their knees. There were surely more survivors, but for now, that group was all of them. The priest begs for mercy on his knees, and if not for him, at least for the children, as they were not to blame for anything. Raina was willing to grant the priest's wish, as long as he gave up the rebels who were in the town. But the priest says there was absolutely nothing there. Several years ago, the rebels came and took all the young people. But right now, that village was only of children and old people. The priest swears to God that there was nothing related to the rebels there. But Raina doesn't believe him and blows his head off with a wind spell. After all, Camellia and the Ever-Black Empire believed in different gods. So she aims her magic at the children and prepares to erase them from the map. But before she could do it, Jupiter jumped in front of her, receiving her friend's spell at full power. That's how Jupiter lost her left eye and asked her friend not to be so lunatic as to go around killing children. Jupiter understood they were at war, but those children were innocent of all evil. To Jupiter, her friend's actions were those of a total lunatic, as she was looking for any excuse to kill some simple children. Although for Raina, Jupiter was the lunatic. The High Command had a reputation for never being wrong, so if they decided that town was an enemy, it had to be eliminated, period. Raina wasn't doing that because she was enjoying it or anything like that, so she asked Jupiter not to make it harder for her and just leave it all to her. But Jupiter is firm and didn't care who she had to complain to. She would go to the High Command in person and make it clear that they were wrong about that village. That put Raina between a rock and a hard place. Since half of the mages there were loyal to Jupiter, a good civil war could break out between them. But above all, Jupiter made such a drastic decision because she thought her friend would never attack her and they would never come to blows. Luckily, that's what happened, and Raina left in peace. Jupiter could do whatever she wanted with the townspeople, but Raina calls Jupiter a hypocrite and says she will be expelled from the army later. Raina had enjoyed her time with Jupiter very much, but from that day on, they would go their separate ways. Without realizing it, Jupiter was left completely alone. And looking back, she had a bunch of children covered in blood and ash. After that, Jupiter kept her word. She stood before the High Command and got the ones responsible for the attack on the village expelled. Because of that mistake with the village, the High Command's reputation was stained for life. So in revenge, the mages paid the price, and the mage squads were mostly disbanded. Due to the loss of the mages, the war against the rebels lasted several more years. And a few days after it ended, that's when Jupiter messed up big time and was expelled from the army. She hadn't been completely expelled. After all, she was a great war heroine. But she was abandoned in a fishing village with only a couple of soldiers. But that didn't matter to Jupiter, as with all her saved money, she would build a large house in that town, where she would live with all the survivors of the ravaged village. It was at that precise moment that they all became one big family, and Jupiter became Grandma Jupiter. Returning to the present, the MC is surprised that Junior and Jupiter are not related by blood, as they actually had certain similarities, something that makes Jupiter quite happy. But inside, she carried a great burden, as Junior possessed a natural talent for magic even before meeting her. But because she was struck by a lightning bolt from Jupiter, her body was permanently damaged. Because of Jupiter, she had deprived the world of a genius among geniuses, as every time she used her magic, she shortened her life expectancy. Jupiter had no way to compensate for the harm she did to Junior, to the point that she felt panic in her presence. Because one day Junior looked her in the eyes and asked her to return everything she had stolen from her. And from that moment on, Jupiter was afraid of her. After hearing that, the protagonist didn't know what to say and just remained silent. At that point, Jupiter felt pride in faithfully serving the cause of the Empire. But on the other hand, she felt nauseous about everything she did as a soldier without even questioning it. So Jupiter asked the MC to be careful not to get drunk on power, as without realizing it, it devours you completely. That was the only advice an old woman could give to a young prince. Advice that hit the MC hard, especially since he was already well into his cups. At that moment, the MC wonders who he was. Was he Prince Ash or an RPG fan wrapped in a video game? Either way, That was the life he had to live. And after saying goodbye to Jupiter, she promises to have a long talk with her granddaughter. Junior had inherited her name and she considered her family, so they will sit down and talk things over calmly. At least Jupiter would like to understand her granddaughter a little. A few days later, the MC and his group received the first silver weapons. They were agile and did double damage to the undead, which made them perfect for their future battle. However, these weapons broke if you just looked at them, but still, the MC asks his men to use them until they are completely destroyed. These weapons were really expensive to make, and Evangeline wonders if it was okay for them to just use them like that. But after using a silver spear for a while, she looked so cool with it that she couldn't help but get quite excited. These spears were very different from the ones Evangeline used to use, but since she was a genius from the academy, she could use almost any weapon perfectly. She even thinks she could be better than Lucas at handling a sword, something that got on Lucas's nerves a bit. So quickly, and as always, they started arguing. But leaving those two aside, it was time to test their new weapons. So along with the main group, the MC Ray Minus enters the dungeon. The current main group will be the same one that will face Cell and Dion in the next defense, so everyone had to level up. The MC sighs at the idea of reaching the point where the super rare classes learn their ultimate attacks. But that's not until level 50, and there's a long way to go for that. So the MC will focus on himself and Damien, who had the lowest levels, and upon reaching level 35, both will learn new skills. Then Coco appears at the camp, offering the group something to eat, as it was clear they didn't eat or know how to. Leaving that aside, it seems Kaeleva wasn't around and had gone into the dungeon in search of rare minerals. This surprises the MC, as in the game, Kaeleva was a fixed character, meaning he never moved from his spot, and no matter what time you went looking for him, he was always there for you. In any case, Kaeleva had been around for 50 years, so his strength and levels must be very high, so the MC shouldn't worry about him. Leaving the dwarf aside, the MC would like to ask Coco for something. He wanted her to break a seal on an entrance to the ground. That was the path of the infamous loser, a place Coco advises the group not to visit. But the MC knows very well what awaits him down there, so he promises the old woman not to break and to come back in one piece. Such a cocky attitude that Coco loved. So the grandma released the seal, and a trapdoor in the ground opened, revealing a dark passage. That was the path of the great loser, and it wasn't as impressive as it sounded, as it was just a shortcut that skipped to the 4th zone and went straight to the 5th. You could say that skipping an entire level was a mistake, as the level 5 monsters will be much stronger, and indeed they were. The thing is, the area was optimized for farming experience. However, the path of the infamous loser had its rules. To begin with, no skills of any kind could be used, and if they didn't eliminate all the enemies in the destination area, the path would close and they would be trapped there. So only the bravest were allowed to take that shortcut. And his group, of course, was the bravest in the kingdom. But still, none of them wanted to go into that hole. So the MC, being the alpha male he is, went in first, and slowly descended a ladder in total darkness. And we already know what happens in the darkness in that dungeon. So that's what the MC did, until he finally hit the bottom and returned to the torchlight. With that, he officially entered the passage of the infamous loser, a route that was used by speedrunners to get to the Colosseum as soon as possible. The next to arrive at the passage was Lucas, who, from how badly the darkness had left him, asked for a moment to rest. The MC didn't ask what Lucas saw, as it must have been something quite strong if it was able to knock him down. In that passage, the MC's bravery passive skill had no effect, so with their own strength, each member of his group had to fight alone. Next, Damien fell from some height, then terrified, he repeatedly shouted that he was very sorry, and between tears, he begged for the torture to stop. Then, the prince arrived with his warm hand, which immediately calmed Damien's distress. After him, Junior came down, who, far from being scared or anything like that, was fascinated by that strange magic that even got into your mind. Of course, it was all for show, because although her mouth said nothing was wrong, Junior's legs were about to create a small earthquake. Although Junior shouldn't hide her fear, as in fact, they were all on the floor holding hands. Like a star in free fall, Evangeline fell from the sky. She held her breath for a few seconds and then dropped her weapons to hold on tightly to the rest of the group. They spent a good while holding hands. And Damien asks when they will move from the spot. But Damien shouldn't be in a hurry, as the whole group understood that the fear there was very strong. So for Damien's sake, they will stay holding hands a little longer. Look at this scene, people. This is good cinema. In the end, they stayed huddled together for almost 2 hours in total, and once they calmed down, they continued on their way. The path was actually quite long and boring, which the MC took advantage of to explain to his men all the traps and enemies they would see in the next area. So they walked down the hallway for several hours, but eventually, they reached the end. Now they had to climb a long staircase again, but luckily there was no curse on this one, so the group left the passage safely. The area was completely deserted and dark, but Lucas sensed an enemy. Something that was not possible for the MC. Someone let out a big yahoo, and large spotlights illuminate the main group, welcoming them to the city's Colosseum. The MC had explained that they would be safe upon reaching the Colosseum, but now they had an enemy right in front of them. And on top of that, the trapdoor they entered through slammed shut. With the exit blocked, large fireworks lit up the area, and the person in charge of the zone was euphoric about the MC's visit. He was the gladiator King Jackal of the burning Colosseum, and he was ecstatic to start the show. Jackal couldn't be happier about the presence of heroes in his arena. So the games would begin immediately, and the stands filled with beasts as spectators. They were all gathered there with a single objective to see the filthy dogs from the outside be massacred. Words that didn't sit well with Evangeline and Lucas, who were already getting fired up. But their opponent was not going to be Jackal, but the great beast Chimera, who had waited for years for someone to come and challenge it. So the first objective of the Colosseum was to eliminate the level 45 Origin Chimera. In that Colosseum, there was a unique system where spectators bet on who they thought would win. In their case, only one of the spectators bet on the heroes group. This annoyed the MC a bit, but after all, it was the first battle, and soon they would make it clear who was in charge there. The Chimera charges head minus on against the group, while the MC calls for the Black Queen for Damien. Due to the bets, the enemies in the group's attack would increase or decrease. It was only on the first attack made, but in the case of the MC's group, their attack increased by 100 times. So the MC aims his weapon at the Chimera and prepared his shot. Jackal knew that the MC wanted to use the damage bonus, but he still believes that the Chimera will withstand the blow. But I don't know about that, says the MC, who with one cannon blast turned the Chimera into a pool of blood, leaving Jackal quite stunned. Unintentionally, the MC hogged the experience of an entire boss. But that was great, and with great cockiness, the MC asks Jackal for more free experience. The second wave was going to be against an ice giant, coming directly from level 7. And it wasn't a normal giant, but Shirhain, a great general of the Giant Empire. But his grand title was absolutely useless against the MC's cannon. And once again, Jackal saw his monster disintegrated. The third battle was against the daughter of the Black Dragon, and here the bets were starting to even out a bit more. Although Jackal highly doubts he can find the daughter of the Black Dragon, as she almost destroyed the world in ancient times. With 8 wings, she soared through the skies, and with her 6 tails, she ravaged the land wherever she went. Right now, she only had 5 tails, but still, the dragon daughter was invincible. And this is starting to get boring really, because again, as if it were nothing, the MC blew the dragon's head off. The fourth battle was against the Goblin guy, and here the MC's group had already lost a large part of the damage bonus. The thing is, the Goblin god was on another level, and with his 8 weapons, he dissembled anyone who stood in his way. Unless it was the MC's cannon, of course, which once again blew a huge hole in the enemy. Something that greatly saddened the audience. After all, they had just lost their boss. Finally, the MC reached where he wanted to go, the 5th battle, where they will face the Fallen Bloods, a rare type of vampire. The Fallen Bloods enter the battlefield. Basically, they were fallen vampires, those who couldn't drink blood for a long time and lost their minds because of it. They charged head minus on against the protagonist with great fury, but the MC aimed and just fired. Although those beasts were faster than they seemed, and one almost evaded the MC's hit. But remember that the Black Queen had the passive of killing you if it touched you. So with a simple graze, one of the Fallen Bloods exploded into the air. Now only one enemy remained, and the MC planned to use it as a guinea pig. So the MC put away his weapon, and the group united to face it in close combat. The Fallen Blood and the main group clashed their forces. But since it was the main group, the vampire barely put up a fight. This was very disappointing, as the MC and Lucas were hoping to train with the vampire. but he turned out to be a pushover. But after all, he was a fallen vampire, meaning he wasn't even half as strong as he used to be, so it was normal for them to defeat him easily. The thing is, the visit to the Colosseum turned out to be quite disappointing in terms of power level, so the MC asks Jackal for something stronger. And as the MC asked, this time Jackal will have them face a real vampire. This caught the MC by surprise, but he certainly planned to take advantage of this confrontation. Jackal's vampire had been caught recently, so he didn't know its name and just sent it to fight. Huge spotlights illuminated the center of the battlefield, and there, a rather emaciated vampire with chains on its limbs appeared. His name was Bernardo, and he swears to Jackal that he will make him pay for all the evil he has done to him. That vampire belonged to the Nosferatu family, that is, Celandion's family, who in turn was the one who let Jackal do whatever he wanted in the arena. Meaning, Jackal hadn't realized it, but he had made a huge miscalculation. The truth is he didn't give a damn, and instantly left the vampire without arms. Jackal was tired of his slaves whining and didn't care what family that vampire belonged to. If you were in the arena, you had to fight to the death, period. Bernardo was captured by Jackal for the arena, so he didn't even have permission to protest and just had to do what Jackal told him. Jackal sends Bernardo to fight, and if he complained again, this time he would cut off his head. You understand or not understand? Asked Jackal. And even if he didn't understand, Bernardo had no other choice. Even if he didn't like it, he was now Jackal's slave and could only do what he was asked. Bernardo makes his arms levitate and puts them back on as if it were nothing. With them back in place, he feels very sorry for the MC and his group, but he will have to kill them for his own good. However, he's a reasonable guy, so he promises to kill the group without much pain. Although the truth is, the MC wasn't even paying attention to what was happening, as he was only thinking about all the experience that vampire would give him. So come on guys, line up. We're going to battle. And quickly, the whole group lines up and puts their hands out, leaving Junior quite puzzled. But she quickly understood after being hit by the MC's magic staff, which gave her a 20% damage buff with every spell she cast. The MC knows that Junior enjoyed the hit, but unfortunately, the MC only punishes once a day. But the MC is so twisted when he wants to be, something Junior also sees right away. And she calls the MC a pervert. The thing is, the MC's group was fooling around while the vampire was burning with rage. So, filled with fury, he charged head minus on against the group. The group remained perfectly calm, and each of them prepared for the fight. Vampires had two types of attacks. The first was blood magic, which, as its name suggests, involves the blood of the attacker or the victim. Their second method of attack was close combat, as their regeneration was superhuman, so they threw themselves into combat without hesitation and were generally brutal. Usually, a vampire only focused on one of these attacks, either blood magic or close combat. However, either of them, taken to the maximum level, turned the vampire into a threat to humanity. Unfortunately for Bernardo, he didn't seem to be good at either. So the main group quickly spilled the vampire's blood all over the battlefield. The vampire seemed agitated and only uttered curses. It certainly seemed that the main group was winning the battle. But one shouldn't underestimate the regenerative power of vampires, as in seconds, he had already closed all his wounds. The MC asked Damien if he could defeat him with one shot. And with his vision, Damien could see that the vampire was practically made of blood, but there was a kind of core that was spinning around. The MC wonders how he will face the vampires. In the game, you didn't face them until well into the story, and at that point, you already had powerful artifacts and weapons to fight them. But right now, it was too early in the story, and they didn't even have a single rare artifact or a single stellar silver weapon. So no matter how hard they hit the vampire, the reality is that they had a very difficult time finishing him off completely. At one point, the vampire charged at the MC. He was the weakest of the group, so the vampire planned to eliminate him first. But then the vampire received an arrow directly in the mouth. It was shot by Damien, who, watching over his prince, will not let anything bad happen to him. The same went for Lucas and Evangeline, who swore to decapitate the vampire for daring to attack the prince. So the vampire was brutally pierced by the silver weapons. This might work against the vampire, so the MC asks his groups to leave their weapons stuck in him. The vampire calls the MC's group brats, as in the Colosseum, he had received tortures 1,000 times worse. Well, let's see if you like this, says Junior. Who, using her comrades' weapons, channeled magic into them to perform a great electric spell, which left the vampire well and crispy. He screamed and Pinot exposed his vital core, something that didn't go unnoticed by Damien, who, with a great shot to the chest, separated the vampire's core. He screamed in pain and in an instant evaporated into nothing. F for Bernardo. That vampire was weaker than normal, but at least it served as practice for the group on how to kill them. They now had a way to kill vampires, so the MC was quite happy. And after defeating the vampire, they more than proved their bravery. So Jackal makes his presence known in the arena. King Jackal is now the boss of the 7th combat. To no one's surprise, there was no damage bonus in this battle. And that's because Jackal slaughtered every last spectator in the audience. Could he have stalked them? Yes, but this is better. This battle had to be won by Jackal, no matter what, and he will do anything to come out victorious. And the bad thing here is that Jackal was at an exaggerated level 75, and if they fought him, they would end up dead for sure. Jackal was impatient for the battle, so he is the first to attack the MC. In fact, Jackal was about to impale the MC when he tells Jackal that the Ever-Black family had never forgotten him, which left Jackal in shock. This makes Jackal stop his attack in its tracks and become very confused. Because in reality, Jackal was a spy sent by the Empire. The bad thing is that he was also kidnapped by the Colosseum, and after many years, he ended up living there. In the game, while controlling Lucas, you could use an item called Ash's Memory that made Jackal mistake you for Ash Ever-Black and stop his attack. The MC introduces himself to Jackal as the 3rd prince, Ash Ever-Black. This made Jackal fall to his knees on the ground. He thought he had been completely abandoned by the Empire and was just used by it. But the MC assures him that they still remember him. And even if the entire Empire forgot him, he, as the 3rd prince of the Empire, would never forget him, because his hard work was never in vain. Jackal breaks down in tears on the ground and can't believe that someone is still alive and remembers him. Jackal had even forgotten his original name, something the MC felt very sorry about. But he was also impatient for Jackal to leave him alone, as he was eager to continue with the dungeon. The thing is, Jackal's attitude completely changed. Just 5 minutes ago, he was a bloodthirsty villain, but now he was just another NPC. The MC immediately asked Jackal if he wanted to help him on his mission. Jackal was a super strong character who was at level 75, so if the NC managed to recruit him, he would be a great help. Unfortunately for the NC, Jackal had the title of Gladiator King, meaning his power belonged to the Colosseum, and outside of it, he was quite weak. Jackal was off the table, so the MC asks him for dark crystals, the material they went there for. Jackal becomes a merchant after your battle with him, but on this occasion, he will give all his crystals to the MC for free. Those crystals were quite difficult to get, as they were the materials to create the most powerful weapons in the game. With the crystals in the MC's possession, Jackal tells him that his energy power is 10,000. The center of the Colosseum was immense, so if he needed anything from there, he could ask for it whenever he wanted. In that case, the MC asks for a place to rest, since the MC can't do anything. The battle against the vampire left them exhausted. No one else felt sorry for the vampire. Poor Bernardo, rest in peace. The thing is, to the group's surprise, the inside of the Colosseum was quite nice and comfortable. Junior congratulates the MC for what he did in the arena, as with a few words, he convinced the final boss to be friends. And really, the MC didn't do much. At one point, they realized there was only one room, and there were boys and girls. But the MC calls Evangeline a small insect and Junior a blood dispenser. So on the men's side, I don't think the women should worry. Something quite rude for Evangeline, who, while riding like a worm, said she was not an insect. Evangeline has no choice but to defend her honor, so she grabs a pillow and prepares to put the MC on the floor. But the MC is no slouch, and grabbing another pillow will have to make it clear who is the king of the room. That's when Lucas and Damien enter the room, only to see their prince being abused on the floor by Evangeline. That couldn't happen on Lucas's watch, so he grabs another pillow and, with quite a bit of force, gives Evangeline a good whack. 2 men against a little girl was quite shady, so Junior entered the battle with her magic. That was too much, and Lucas and the MC asked Damien for reinforcements, but he was already fast asleep. So in the end, the girls took over the room, and the MC and Lucas were left in the mud. Lucas felt terrible for failing his prince at the most important moment. But at least they got to see Junior laugh for the first time. That smile was not like the previous ones, and it seemed that Junior had finally opened her heart a little to them. And now we have some dark memories of the MC. In them, the MC was in front of his screen, playing as always, until one of his first followers from many years ago told him that he was about to have surgery, so he wanted some words of encouragement from his favorite streamer. But the dream ends there as our protagonist wakes up with a jolt. Junior was by his side and asks the prince what was wrong with his dreams. And the protagonist confesses that he had a very great regret inside him, and that's why he dreamed of the same thing over and over again. Junior feels a little identified with the MC, as she also had many past regrets, and her nightmares were getting worse and worse. On the other hand, Evangeline and Lucas were sleeping like logs. And amidst so much calm, suddenly, everything began to tremble. Jackal runs into the room and shouts very loudly that they were in trouble, because the vampires were attacking them. In the Colosseum, the battle was brutal. Dragons, goblins, and giants, all united against the vile vampires. The MC couldn't believe what he was seeing. A real war between monsters. The MC thought that the vampire they killed was an insignificant nobody, but it seems he was more important than he appeared. In theory, everyone in the Lake Kingdom obeyed the Demon King, including Jackal, but the arena was his territory, and he will defend it from any enemy, even if it's Cell and Ion himself. Of course, Jackal asks the prince not to worry about the battle, as to become the Gladiator King, he had to suffer things 1,000 times worse. But you never know what could happen, so he asks the MC's group to escape through the secret passage. The MC had already conquered the Colosseum, so he could use that passage whenever he wanted. The MC and his group get into the passage. And before leaving, Jackal thanks the MC, as he thought no one remembered his name at this point. A name they haven't said yet, but okay. And the MC tells Jackal not to talk like that, as that's what you say when you're about to die. Something that was quite true, but Jackal promises the MC that he won't die easily. And before saying goodbye, Jackal gave a small gift to the MC. And with a good luck, Jackal stays to defend his Colosseum. By the way, Jackal's gift was a bunch of dark crystals, a clear sign that Jackal was prepared for his end. But they couldn't do much for him, so the group returns to the base camp to create anti-vampire weapons. And pay attention, folks, because I was really blown away here. Because suddenly, everyone feels an intense cold. And Lucas detects an enemy right in front. It was just one, and of short stature. But as soon as he showed himself, the MC knew very well who he was. The king of the vampires, Nosferatu, Selendiomiic. And at the speed of light, he passed through the entire group, destroying all the heroes' weapons along the way as if they were nothing. Lucas fears the worst and asks the prince to escape as best he can. Something he would have to do on his own, as Celendion, without even moving, sent the entire group flying. Junior, who was further back, charged her magic against the vampire. But remember, we are in the loser's passage, and skills were not allowed. So Junior couldn't conjure anything, and Celendion sent her flying right in front of the MC. The vampire calls the MC player and seems to be interested in having a chat with him. Despite looking like a child, the pressure his gaze exerted was superhuman and made it clear that he was far from being a child. Celendion asks the player if he would like to chat with him for a while. But the protagonist corrects him and asks him to call him Ash, and it seems that the protagonist really gets annoyed when he's called player. And well, for Celendion it made no sense. After all, you don't give names to ants. And in Celendion's eyes, everyone was an ant. In any case, Celendion apologizes to the MC, as it was not his intention to be rude. Wow, you could have said that before blowing up all my people, says the MC. But Celendion wanted to talk to the MC, and the quickest way was to get rid of the rest. Celendion makes it clear to the MC that if he wanted to, they would all be dead by now, so he could calm down for now. And really, Celendion didn't seem hostile, so the MC thinks that maybe they can talk in a civilized manner, so they both sit opposite each other. And the MC, quite cocky, asked the OP kid what he wanted from him. Celendion's questions were clear. He wanted to know how the MC was able to kill Orlop. Orlop? And who the hell is that? The protagonist wonders. Celendion explains that Orlop was the Spider Queen from the tutorial, someone extremely strong. Orlop was a big shot in the Lake Kingdom, and the MC killed her as if it were nothing. Apparently the spider's ult in the tutorial was because Orlop was about to lay her eggs, and for that, she needed to consume a lot of human flesh. However, the MC killed her before she could give birth to her children. You have no idea how sorry I am to hear that, the MC replies. The thing is, it was actually Damien who killed Orlop. And the MC asks if Cell and Ion was seeking revenge, to which Cell and Ion smiles with a macabre grin and says that he didn't give a damn about that useless spider. Cell and Ion gave the Demon King the excuse of going for revenge. But the truth is he cared very little for that stupid spider. And directly unclearly, Cell and Ion tells the MC that he wanted to die. He was simply fed up. The only way out he saw was his death. He was resurrected over 500 years ago, and since then, he has been looking for someone to put him back in the grave. Just in that last sentence, there were many things that confused the MC quite a bit. But the thing is, no matter how hard Cell and Ion tried, he could never go to the extreme and end up dead. In that sense, Orlop was very similar to him, and yet she died from a simple human cannonball. So the MC had the power to free them. He had the power to finally end their lives. The MC is a bit in shock from all this weird information. But the thing is, the MC was there precisely for that. To avenge the deaths of all the men who died in past battles and to cut off every last head of the kingdom's monsters. So the MC stands up imposing lion, makes it very clear to Cell and Ion that his head will not be the only one to roll, as he will not stop until he sees the Demon King himself impaled on a pike. The memory of Old Cross and all the soldiers who died in the tutorial runs through his mind. And shouting at the top of his lungs, he tells Cell and Ion not to worry, because without fail, his head will hit the ground. So that he wouldn't have to hold any more funerals, he will put an end to all evil in that damned kingdom. Why? For Shane, for Ron, for Zia, for Pate. And for all those heroes who died miserably, barely able to defend themselves. The MC remembered every last face of his dead men. So even if Cell and Ion didn't ask for it, the only path for the MC was to disembowel every last monster in the kingdom. The MC was a cocky bastard, but he made it clear to Cell and Ion that he wasn't all talk. Even so, Cell and Ion pokes the MC's body a bit, and it was too soft to kill anyone. This really pissed off the prince, but he assured Cell and Ion that his head would be hanging on his wall sooner or later. Our protagonist's attitude made Cell and Ion very happy, and he hoped they would see each other again very soon. Behind them, Lucas and Evangeline were about to attack Cell and Ion, but the MC wisely reacts, yelling for them to stop immediately. Back off, back off. He'll kill us all. With things made clear, Cell and Ion expects the protagonist to keep his word. And as he disappears, the MC wonders why he doesn't just off himself already. But whatever for now, they were safe and had to get back on their path. Still, everyone was a nervous wreck since they'd all been ridiculously defeated like it was nothing. And for that very reason, they had a lot of work to do and had to get back to base as soon as possible. And once they were back, the MC is surprised to see the dwarf with a demon branch in his hand. That item only appeared on the final floors of the dungeon, which meant it was incredibly powerful. Kelly BAI had a hard time getting it, but with it, he can create a weapon that will make things very difficult for the vampires. Star-silver weapons were naturally super effective against vampires, but with that extra branch, he'll turn those weapons into the vampire's natural enemy. With that, the dungeon exploration came to an end, earning them several nice chests. And if we check out the levels, we can see the MC jumped 10 levels at once and was almost at his goal of level 35th. Luckily, Damien did manage to hit that level. Subtitles made by the Amara.org community. We cut to the Lord's Mansion in Crossroad. There, our protagonist reorganizes his entire inventory after the long dungeon expedition. And one item had him a bit stuck: the gloves of screaming. That was the third piece of the screaming set, which was currently being used by Jupiter. The thing is, getting the entire set at once was very strange, and the MC was a little worried. So he decides to pay Ader a visit. Thinking about it, this was the first time the MC had seen Ader's workplace. And for a guy with just a desk and a sad-looking bed, he was doing pretty well. Anyway, the MC tells him they ran into Cell and Ion in the middle of the dungeon, which surprises Ader. This time, they were lucky and managed to get out of the encounter alive. But now the MC is afraid to explore the dungeon, because if another commander attacks them, they won't stand a chance. Ader analyzes the situation. But this wasn't a game anymore, it was real life, so anything could happen, something the MC knew all too well. After all, he himself broke several game rules, like equipping Damien with 6 weapons at once. The point is, they were in a huge mess, as there was no guarantee another impossible encounter wouldn't happen. If they weren't extremely careful, a game over would hit them before they knew it. Ader asks for a moment and, using his system, says he'll add new rewards and items to the shop. It wasn't much, but it would surely help prevent more than one incident. The first item was the boss radar, which would activate whenever one was nearby. Then there was the escape bomb, an item that was guaranteed to paralyze nearby enemies and give the party double movement speed. They were good items, but the only thing he could do with them was run for his life, which didn't fully convince the protagonist. But something is better than nothing, Ader says, so it'll have to be enough. Besides, the MC wasn't seeing the most obvious thing. With those items, he couldn't just run away. Ader was sure that difficult days were coming, but he was also sure that the prince would emerge victorious. The next day, the protagonist visited the blacksmith. There, the MC hands Jupiter a golden set of armor, which completely blew her mind. She can't believe they're giving her such an item and asks if it's a mistake. The MC wishes that were the case, but it turns out the armor comes with the curse of gold. Since Jupiter was already afflicted by it, it's all hers. And not just the armor. Jupiter was overwhelmed by such gifts, but now that she was weaker, she wasn't sure if she deserved to have them. Instead, Jupiter suggests giving them to her granddaughter, the one who was hiding away in her room. And as expected, her pain was getting worse, and blood wouldn't stop seeping from her body. But that didn't distract her. By observing Cell and IUM, she had understood something about his magic, and if she analyzed it properly, she could make the power of the vampires her own. Junior felt her magic getting stronger and stronger, but she wonders if it was worth it. After all, she didn't have much time left. And then, the MC came to visit. As always, he found Junior coughing up seas of blood, and something she didn't expect was that Jupiter was there too. The moment she saw her granddaughter covered in blood, her heart stopped for a second, sending us back 10 years into the past. Back then, Junior always had to push her grandmother to go to work and bring money home. No matter what Junior did, her grandmother was completely useless. Jupiter worked as a guard in a fishing village. They didn't pay much, but it was the only way she could support her family. And still, Jupiter didn't care about anything. She even asked to be hand-fed by her granddaughter. Which, in the end, Junior always ended up doing. Because after all, she loved seeing her grandmother happy. Although it was kinda true that Jupiter was totally useless. She had always belonged to the upper class of society, so she didn't know how to do anything at all. Cooking, cleaning, washing. That was the real magic for Jupiter. But there was one thing she could do, love her dear granddaughter, since she practically took care of everything else while she worked. But now, changing the subject a bit, Junior asks her grandmother for money. The thing is, Jupiter didn't know how to manage her finances, so her entire fortune evaporated in a matter of months after adopting all the children. Junior didn't care. Jupiter arrives at the guard's office. Aside from a smuggler they caught last night, the village was pretty quiet. The smuggler was screaming to be released, and if they did, he promised to give the guards a hefty fortune. But Jupiter kicks the guy's cage in a fury. Even if she was starving to death, she would never accept a bribe, leaving the prisoner aside. In the village, a body would occasionally appear floating out of nowhere. It was shady, but they didn't know what to do. This worried Jupiter a lot, because just 5 years ago, that village was very peaceful and quiet, but now it was a hotbed of crime. Jupiter just wanted to live in peace with her family, but without money, she had no choice but to stay there. She was so poor she even quit smoking a long time ago, although she thinks there might be some tobacco left in the contraband from the other day. Careful now. Anyway, suddenly a bolt of lightning is seen striking down. That was obviously magic. Jupiter ran to the scene, finding a terrified Junior on the ground. Some bandits had broken into the house and tried to rob them, and Junior had no choice but to use her magic. That was the first time Junior used her power, and without even knowing it, that terrified little girl became one of the most powerful mages in the world. But it couldn't all be happiness. Because suddenly Junior started bleeding from every orifice in her body. She was healed immediately by the village healer. He saw that Junior had great talent and magical power, but because of her scar, she couldn't channel that magic and felt tremendous pain. The priest was very sorry, but there was little he could do for Junior. However, the head priest in the capital might be able to help her. But of course, that required an insane amount of money, which Jupiter didn't have. In that case, Junior would die in a few years. Jupiter tried everything. She tried to do things right and take care of the wounded children. But now her dear granddaughter was about to die, and it was all because of that damn money. So she immediately pays a visit to the imprisoned smuggler, and coldly asks him exactly what kind of business he was running. A few days later, Jupiter showed up at home with bags of money. Not just that, but piles of clothes and toys for everyone. She even brought Junior a book she had been wanting for a long time. But Junior is no fool, and she asks Jupiter where all that money came from. Jupiter just plays dumb, saying she remembered she had some savings hidden away, so Junior shouldn't worry about a thing and just go have dinner with her siblings. And so the two of them prepared dinner together while the rest enjoyed their gifts. After that, Jupiter started smoking again, a habit she should have never given up. Until Junior appears behind her, quite euphoric. She was controlling 3 different elements in the palm of her hand. Junior was ecstatic and, jumping for joy, shouts that she wants to be a mage like her grandmother. But that's when Grandma Jupiter got grim and forbade her granddaughter from studying magic. Junior didn't understand, as she just wanted to grow up fast and earn money, so she could help her grandmother with work. Jupiter hugs her granddaughter and tells her not to worry about her, as she'll do whatever it takes to make everything okay. But soon after, the whole scheme was uncovered in the Empire. Jupiter had to care for 10 children with magical scars, something unthinkable for a common soldier. So the investigation into Jupiter was completed in days. She barely even defended herself and took all the blame. That's how Jupiter was permanently expelled from the Empire's army. But she didn't care. Still, Jupiter needed much more money and even considered becoming a fisherman. It was then that some shady guys approached her. Jupiter was finally free from the Empire, so they suggested she become a mercenary. An idea she wasn't too fond of. But mages were always in demand on the battlefield, and if she became a mercenary, she would surely make a lot of money. Jupiter didn't think twice and accepted the deal immediately. And that's how she once again became Lady Jupiter, the lightning mage. Junior didn't like that her grandmother would be away on a battlefield for long periods. But as a mercenary, Jupiter earned much more money, so she had no other choice. So even though what Jupiter wants most is to be with her granddaughter, for now, the only thing she could do was cherish the nights she was with her. After that day, Jupiter wandered the battlefields, lending her power to the highest bidder. However, she didn't turn as much money as she had hoped, so it wasn't long before she got involved in dirty and shady jobs that paid a bit more. Jupiter of the Lightning, the mage who wore her medals with pride, had disappeared. All that was left was an old woman greedy for blood and gold. In the end, even among the mercenaries, Jupiter earned a reputation for being cruel and evil, someone who would do anything for one more coin. In comparison, Junior was innocent and delicate, but she had to take care of all her siblings by herself while Jupiter was away. And the village people didn't help, as they were always pulling some dirty trick on them. Junior had to become strong, so she quickly became cunning and tough. And even against her grandmother's wishes, she continued to practice magic. She didn't want to disobey her grandmother, but she had no choice if she wanted to survive in this brutal world. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Jupiter, who barely ever came home, grew distant from all her grandchildren. They only spoke occasionally, when Jupiter sent some money, or when Junior sent her a letter. But other than that, not much else. And then the day Jupiter dreaded finally arrived. Junior turned 15 and, through her own investigation, discovered it was Jupiter who had destroyed her village and taken everything away. Junior sent many letters to Jupiter demanding an explanation. But at that point, Jupiter was already afraid of her granddaughter, so she didn't read the letters. Jupiter raised those children as best she could for as long as she could. But the fact remains that they all had lifelong scars because of her. And now we return to the present, where in a not-minus-so-minus friendly atmosphere, Jupiter, Junior, and the MC were enjoying dinner. The MC and Jupiter only went there to give the screaming set to Junior. But when Jupiter saw her granddaughter bleeding, things got serious. Jupiter is the first to speak, asking her granddaughter if she really intends to continue down the path of magic. And I think the author was high here because, come on Jupiter, you went there specifically to give her the mage set so she could be a mage. So I don't know. Anyway, Junior says that living as a mage is fantastic, as she gets paid well and enjoys her life. A life that's going to last less than 3 years, so there's that, says Jupiter. Jupiter asks her granddaughter if she wants to die before her. An idea that didn't seem so bad to Junior. Those words pissed off Jupiter, who asked the MC to excuse her, because she was clearly mistaken. Her granddaughter wasn't a good mage, so she'll be taking a screaming setback. After all, if Junior died before her, it wouldn't do her much good. Jupiter grabs her set back and storms out the door in a rage. The MC is a bit dumbfounded and tells Junior she should talk to her grandmother. But coldly Junior says that Jupiter was never her grandmother, and she never thought of her as such, not even for a second. The MC understood that Junior must be furious with Jupiter, but what she said was true. If Junior used her magic more, her heart wouldn't be able to take it, and she would die soon. Although that didn't matter. The MC can't argue with that. In fact, the MC even thinks he should push Junior harder, wringing her dry, because even then he doesn't think she'll survive the 5th assault. In any case, dinner was a disaster, but at least Junior is eating well, since the MC was paying for everything, obviously. The conclusion is that everyone had some pretty serious family issues, including the MC. And the worst part is, they have no idea what they are. A week later, we go to the blacksmith at the base camp. There, Lucas received Kelly BAI's first great creation. A*- silver lungs worth of mortality. Its class was super rare. And the best part was that it was basically an anti-vampire weapon. Not only did it deal double damage to them, but it also reduced their healing and even their movement. The weapon for Evangeline was a bit different. She already had her ultra- spear, and it would be a shame to waste it, so the MC took advantage of being in the real world and came up with the idea of creating a coating for the spear. Fortunately, Kelly BAI was a genius at his craft and was able to transform Evangeline's weapon into an anti-vampire one, which made her as happy as a little kid. However, Kelly BA asked the MC that when they have time, he'd like to take a look at Evangeline's weapon, as he believes it might have some hidden power. The MC already knew that, obviously, but he's surprised that Kelly BAI could tell just by glancing at it. He didn't give Damien a weapon, but rather some * silver arrows. Although these arrows were a bit special, and Kelly BAI was sure Damien would make good use of them, he also gives Damien a small crossbow. This one wasn't made of * silver, as he made it with leftover materials, and while it couldn't kill vampires, it could certainly fight against them. Because the crossbow had a passive that applied almost every debuff in the game, think Marvel, but worse. That weapon was actually extremely powerful, so much so that the MC can't believe it's a gift from the dwarf. However, Kelly BAI was firm about his payment. As soon as Cell and IUM fell, he wanted his head and his entire body for materials. That would be his final payment, and if the MC dared not to deliver, blood would run through the entire city. For now, he would just await the hero's victory. With the group of heroes armed to the teeth, all that was left was to come up with a good combat strategy. But first they returned to the city's blacksmith. He got a new set of armor for Evangeline, which made her jump for joy. Here, Evangeline shows us her cutest sigh, as she only asked about the armor's colors, not its stats or abilities. And then the information for the 5th battle is revealed. And we can see it's not going to be easy, as there were over 300 elite vampires, a couple of hidden bosses, and most importantly, there were 9 days left until the battle. Back to Evangeline, the MC slapped the guts armor on her, which was so dark and heavy that it left Evangeline completely stunned. But after all, she was the group's stank, so she had to have strong, thick armor. But Evangeline hated it with a passion, as it wasn't cute at all, especially not for a delicate lady like her. But even if she didn't like it, the fact is that this armor was seriously durable. It was created with the cores of level 3 giants. And not only was it durable, but it also granted the unstoppable passive, something like an anti-paralysis. In the game, this armor was the best for Evangeline until at least the halfway point. And even though she didn't like it, the MC was absolutely thrilled. Evangeline cries in frustration over how horrible her armor looks, something the MC could also understand. After all, in the Empire, they tended to dress with more elegance than practicality. In the end, Evangeline resigns herself to having to wear this horrible armor, but she asks the prince to make the next one a bit prettier. The MC doesn't promise anything, but if he knew one thing, it was that her final armor, called Snow White, was not only powerful but also the most beautiful in the entire game. In fact, the image of Evangeline wearing that armor was used in advertisements for the game, so it really was beautiful. But for now, she'll have to put up with this thick, ugly armor, and she'll do it by taking out her frustration on the vampires when she faces them. As for Lucas, he could only laugh and laugh, as Evangeline's misery fed him from within. He teased her so much that Evangeline started throwing punches. A few hours later, the MC was in his mansion with Ader. When Jupiter arrived with a bunch of people, the MC had been scolding her several times because she spent her nights bar-minus hopping. But she used the excuse that a rumor was spreading that the city had a foolish prince who overpaid his soldiers. The MC thought she was just saying that to avoid getting scolded, but now she had for put minus together people with her. This would be Jupiter's new group, and the MC could call them the Old Hunters, since everyone there was a veteran in their field, although the MC didn't want Jupiter to fight in the next battle. A very stupid idea, according to Jupiter, as she knew that without her power, many lives would be lost in the city. Jupiter wasn't a fool, so Jupiter asks for one more chance to be useful to her prince. In the end, the protagonist accepts, and they all have a meeting together in the mansion. Jupiter and Junior were sitting just a few feet apart, but obviously, they didn't even look at each other. In any case, it was a bit early to talk about serious matters, so they would all eat something together first. Such a good idea that Evangeline couldn't help but jump for joy. The food was on its way, so the MC would explain the basics of the battle in the meantime. To start with, there was Cell Ndium, who was said to have over 1,000 lives. And right there, half of the people in the room felt their stomachs drop. Lucas asks if they'll have to kill Cell Ndium 1,000 times. He asks mainly because they doubt they can even do it once. Ah, vampires. I'm sure you all know more or less how they work. They drink blood and control people with strange powers of seduction. The vampire king was no different, and in the past, he ruled a great empire. However, mysteriously, his entire kingdom and subjects were wiped out. But Cell Ndium followed the path of noblesse oblige, meaning a ruler must be responsible for all the lives under his charge. And for that reason, he split his soul into 1,000 pieces and divided them among his dead subjects. That was Cell Ndium's family, one for all and all for one, literally where each individual was unique yet part of a colony. In the 5th battle, they will be attacked by the 1,000 family members, and it would be impossible to burn every single one of them before they could defeat Cell Ndium. The MC was very clear about one thing. That son of a bitch Cell Ndium was unbeatable at this point in the story. So they'll do something simpler, they'll separate Cell Ndium from his people and eliminate them in an orderly fashion. Basically, it will be an army against an army, and a main group against a main group. However, each vampire in the battle will be unique, and the MC was about to explain each one, something he hopes his men will memorize well. 3 hours later, everyone was in shock from all the information the MC had given them. And the worst part was, they still hadn't eaten. After everything the MC told them, Damien highly doubts they can win the battle. Those vampires were in a whole other league, and they had nothing against them. And it's not just about the vampire army. But the MC tells his men not to lose heart, as all their past battles were difficult, but somehow they've made it to this day. The MC looks at everyone under his command and immediately remembers the end of the game. The end of the game, where everyone was dead except for Lucas. An ending that the MC promises will not happen, no matter what. And looking at Lucas, he promises he won't leave him alone in this dark world. But for now, they did a good job with the logistics, so it's time to eat and regain their strength. Meanwhile, in the Lake Kingdom, there was an underground mansion on the 10th floor. And there, it seems Cell Ndium took the MC's advice. Although he had already tried thousands of times, no matter what he did, he couldn't kill himself in any way. His butler, named Alpha, asks his master to stop this foolishness, as cutting him down from the rope every morning was a pain in the ass. Although he preferred that to him blowing his head off, because when he did that, he had to spend the whole day cleaning the walls. The cleanest attempt Cell Ndium made was that time he tried to starve himself to death. But, when he went mad with hunger, he destroyed the garden flowers, something that really pissed off his maid, named Beta. Cell Ndium tried to off himself almost daily, but no matter how creative he got, he never succeeded. The thing is, he not only carried a curse of immortality, but his soul was also divided among his entire family, so he actually had a pretty hard time dying. Cell Ndium says this was no life for him, as he's forced to be among the living against his will, and he can't even do what he wants. He found it somewhat ironic as the people of the Lake Kingdom were cursed with immortality. But he, who never sought it, ended up obtaining it, and it was eating him up from the inside. When his empire fell in the past, he thought he could finally rest in peace. But then the Demon King went and resurrected him 500 years ago. And ever since, he has been begging for death. Cell and IUM asks Alpha if he thinks the humans can kill him. An idea so ridiculous to Alpha that he bursts out laughing. Besides, Cell and IUM had been inactive for a long time, so his stored power was enormous. Alpha is well aware that his master longed for death, but he highly doubted that a few sad humans could do much. For Alpha and Beta, there was only one path to follow their master, until the very end of days. Still, Cell and IUM holds out hope that Prince Ash will keep his word, as his gaze showed nothing but determination. In fact, when he looked at Prince Ash, he couldn't help but be reminded of the heroes who killed him in the past. Keep an eye on that, it sounds important. In any case, whether the MC could kill him remained to be seen, as his troops were ready to march. Cell and IUM had been in the Lake Kingdom for over 500 years, and in that time, he did nothing but grow his troops, and even vampires from other families had joined him, so his power was immense. Although among all his forces, there were some special ones, those who received Cell and IUM's blood directly. They too had been waiting 500 years to come to the surface, so everyone was euphoric about the battle. Although there was one tiny problem. Nameless was blocking the exit. She was the last combatant of the Lake Kingdom, as she alone was blocking the passage of the waves. That woman didn't know when to stop. Still, she had been fighting in the Lake Kingdom for 500 years, and slowly, she was reaching her end. Besides, Cell and IUM's main forces were waiting calmly in the level 5 plaza, waiting for Nameless to get tired. So the vampires hated to admit it, but because of Nameless, they would have to use diversionary troops. While they distracted her, the rest of the group would leave the city. It was very shameful for them to be massacred by just one woman. But for now, they had no other choice. The truth is, if it weren't for Nameless, humanity would have been eradicated from the earth a long time ago. In the end, out of the thousands of troops the vampires had, only 1,010 high-class vampires could set out for the city. Compared to their total forces, it might seem small, but for Cell and IUM, it was more than enough to eliminate one sad city. And with that, Cell and IUM and his troops depart for the city. Meanwhile, on the kingdom's walls, the lesser vampires were flying through the air. That was the result of Nameless's devastating attacks. With every sword swing, she eliminated hundreds of enemies, yet it was just a countermeasure. So while she fought the low-class ones, Cell and IUM and his group passed by. Cell and IUM thought Nameless was beautiful, as it was very possible she could kill him. But if he died within the kingdom, the Demon King would just resurrect him again, so it was pointless. The Demon King didn't give a damn about the lives of any of his subjects, but if you died at the hands of Nameless specifically, he would bring you back again. At one point, Nameless let Cell and IUM go. She tried to go after him, but hordes of lesser vampires swarmed her. In the end, Cell and IUM and his group successfully left the Lake Kingdom, and for the first time in 500 years, they breathed fresh air. An air that was too pure, so they'll have to destroy the world to improve it a bit. And sitting on a great throne of bones, he and his army set off towards Crossroad. And now we go to the Temple of Crossroad. The MC wasn't a believer in God or anything like that, but on this occasion, he was indeed praying for a miracle. Although he didn't just go to pray, but also to leave a good sack of gold for Saint Margarita. They are about to wage a holy battle against the very kings of evil, that is, the vampires. And that was a fight that Saint Margarita should fight in person. In the game, there were certain conditions to recruit Margarita. The first was to always heal your wounds there, and the second was to leave frequent offerings, something he did religiously, so he hoped the saints would join him in battle. Margarita only knew how to heal wounds and didn't know how she could help in a battle. But that was precisely her job. Those words convinced Margarita, who without hesitation, places herself under the MC's command. With 2 days left before the assault, the MC went to the 4th level of the dungeon with his 4 groups. That level was a bit longer with several sub- dungeons, so they spent several days there. All the rooms were filled to the brim with lesser vampires and the occasional mini-boss, so the whole group got experience fighting them. The MC was especially impressed by Dune's group. As for the old-timers group, the MC didn't have to worry, as each one knew exactly what they were doing and proved it with every action. Together, they quickly cleared level 4 of the dungeon and dedicated themselves to clearing it several more times after that. And back in the city, they installed new defenses and capabilities for the walls of Crossroad. And luckily for the MC, the Demon King wasn't going to interfere in this defense, though not out of the goodness of his heart, but because the level's difficulty couldn't be increased any further. Something that already made the MC tremble. There was still one day left until the battle, so the MC asks all his men to rest well. The MC opened his system and looked closely at the status of each of his men, hoping that when he opened it again, they would all still be there. Now we go to the Crossroad Barracks. There, Dune's group was euphoric about the battle, as this would be their first. Since they all started at the same time, none of them had any experience, so it was very hard for them to get by as a group. But now Prince Ash had given them the opportunity of a lifetime, so they had to give it their all in battle. Prince Ash treated them all like blood brothers and even gifted them silver weapons and armor. Dune had already made up his mind he would rise through the ranks and be loyal to Prince Ash until the end of his days. Actually, no. The others didn't have such noble aspirations. This guy was taking care of his elderly parents who barely had enough to live on, so he sent all his money to them. And the bald guy over here had a brother with magical power, so he wanted money for him to get a good education. As for Dune, he was actually a bit of a drunk, and the first thing he'll do with his salary is buy an expensive brand minus name whiskey. Everyone saw Dune as the squad leader, but after hearing that they reconsidered a bit. But anyway, Dune's squad will be heading into their first real battle, and as a group, they had to engrave their names in history. Now we go to the elves' hidden base, where they were resting peacefully. Bodhi thought they should be training in the dungeon, but seeing everyone so happy, he lost the motivation. But wait a minute, where's Gotham? Bodhi wonders. When he goes outside, he sees him in a corner talking to someone. But when Bodhi surprises him, he says he was just getting some fresh air and that he must have imagined he was talking to someone. So he grabs all the little ones and discreetly starts playing with them, leaving Bodhi quite confused. But anyway, now we go to Damien's room. Like a true Chad, he couldn't stop talking to his weapons. He trained daily, to the point of almost fainting. And that was because he wasn't a marksman, so moving with a weapon was actually very difficult for him. So, to clear his head a bit, he takes a walk around the temple, where he finds Saint Margarita praying to God and asking what she should do. Apparently, she also had a lot of doubts in her mind. But for now, we go to Junior's Inn. There, the crazy girl wouldn't stop abusing her magical power, but she was on the verge of discovering the secrets of vampiric magic. Of course, Junior didn't want to die for anything. But at this point, if she didn't give her life in exchange, she would never catch up to her grandmother. Just a little more. She repeated over and over in her mind, without stopping her training for a single second. And now we go to her grandmother, Jupiter, who was also suffering from her previous injuries. At this point, Jupiter was just like her granddaughter, with the big difference that Junior was just a child. And now we return to the MC's mansion. There, Lucas and Evangeline were bringing out the best in each other. Their fights were simple. Lucas attacked and Evangeline defended, although Evangeline had the advantage since with her family passive, one path, she always blocked the enemy. Theft, but lol, Evangeline still went flying through the air, landing on the ground, completely in shock. And so was I, seeing Lucas's dark side, capable of using so much power. Lucas felt bad about it. And then the sky turned red. And our protagonist, on the walls of Crossroad, looks through his spyglass at a carefree Selenium, who with a smile and a wave, waits for the MC to be ready. "You're so screwed, you son of a b," our hero exclaims. And he immediately orders all his men to prepare for battle. They were all ready for it, but they also knew what they were up against, and this battle would not be like all the previous ones. They realized that very clearly when they saw a huge mass of over 1,000 ice zombies, joined by 20 fallen bloods. These were commanded by 7 normal vampires, who in turn were commanded by their generals, Alphin the vampiric general Beta. And of course, as the head of the army, the king of the dead, Selenium the Iced. But there was no need to worry. His army consisted of 300 soldiers and 900 mercenaries. Controlling the artifacts were Lily and Saint Margarita. Dune's mercenary squad was ready for battle, and the Shadow squad was just waiting for orders as always. As for the old hunters, they looked quite relaxed. As for them, it was just another battle to the death. On the other hand, the MC's main group, the strongest in Crossroad, led the defense with their enormous powers. This would be a battle between the living and the dead. A true battle between light and darkness. Who do you think will win, you shitty monsters? With that provocation, the zombie assault began. And the city soldiers prepared for it. The first wave begins, and it would be 300 normal zombies. As soon as they see them, the soldiers begin to fear for their lives, but the MC tells them not to lose their cool, as the battle will be long and hard. But let there be no doubt in anyone's mind that Crossroad will win this battle. It's then that the first zombies reach the wooden walls, so the artillery fire didn't take long to send them flying. The battle was brutal and short, and in a matter of seconds, they reduced all the zombies to ashes. Still, not a single soldier was happy about it, because those attacks were utterly useless. And after a few seconds of being dead, the zombies regenerated and got back on their feet. And that's how Cell and IUM's army worked. When one of his family died, their soul returned to Cell and IUM, and then he returned it to the body. Cell and IUM, along with his 1,000 loyal family members, made up a single massive life force. To kill Cell and IUM, they had to expose his dark core directly. But on the vampire side, Alpha was a bit disillusioned. They hadn't touched humans for hundreds of years, and instead of getting stronger, humans had gotten weaker. Although Beta is a bit more understanding. After all, at this point, vampires were legends, and it was normal for them to be feared as something unknown. In any case, if the battle continued like this, the mere lesser vampires would reduce the city to rubble. If just a couple of zombies managed to break through the wall, they could cause chaos. And they had 1,000 of them. And that wasn't the worst part. To defeat the vampires, the best thing to do was to keep a distance from them with pure artillery fire. But in the long run, that was useless, and Cell and IUM is surprised that the MC is so foolish. Maybe he just overestimated the protagonist because he managed to kill or lock, but it seems he was just another ape in the end. But Alpha tells him not to lose hope. After all, the battle has just begun, and humans bring out their best in moments of desperation. In the end, the zombies got past the artillery fire and began to climb the walls. This initiated the inevitable end for the humans. Just arrows on cannonballs? Are you kidding me, Prince Ash? But suddenly bloody animal parts began to fall. I was stuck on this image for a moment. How brutal. The thing is, Alpha was a bit confused by that. Although it was quite obvious zombies are dumb as rocks, so if there's meat in front of them, they'll drop everything and go straight for it. Something so embarrassing for the vampires that Alpha wants to disown his brothers. They were all vampires, but the higher the rank, the easier it was to resist your primal urges. This tactic caught the vampires a bit by surprise, because back in the Golden Age, heroes fought with more dignity and didn't use these kinds of dirty tricks. But anyway, the fact is that this only bought them some time. As soon as the zombies finish all the meat, they will continue their assault on the city. But suddenly, boom, the battlefield exploded in a bluish color. It was probably another one of the MC's cannons, but it wouldn't matter. No, wait a moment. Cell and IUM is in shock, not understanding how he had lost 300 souls. Not just lost, they had been completely destroyed. On the crossroad wall, zombies were piling up against it. And the MC, along with his men, now celebrate their first victory. And the MC hopes Cell and IUM is satisfied with that demonstration of power, as he racked his brain to figure out how they could kill the vampires. To put it simply, if you stuck a silver weapon in them and infused it with magic, you could directly eliminate a vampire. Of course, that process wasn't viable with 1,000 zombies. And remember how the MC told his people to use the silver weapons without hesitation? Well, it was because pieces of them were inserted into the chunks of meat. So once the zombies ate that contaminated food, they just cast a couple of spells to eliminate them all. Of course, they also used the MC's new toy, a super minus rare grade defensive cannon. One that made the MC extremely happy, as it had already paid for itself with its first shot. With the MC's simple tactic, the first wave of 300 zombies had been eliminated. In one fell swoop, the enemy army had lost 30% of its strength, of its forces, and the MC wonders what Cell and IUM will do now. For now, the second wave begins. 300 normal zombies joined by 10 fallen bloods. They were moving together, straight for the city wall. And if they wanted a war, they were going to get one. This time, in the form of silver cannonballs. Inside these cannonballs, the MC had also packed silver fragments, making them quite deadly. Still, it wasn't enough to finish off the vampires. That's where Jupiter came in. Using the screaming set and a buff from her ally, she rained down lightning upon the battlefield, scorching everything in its path. Most of the zombies died from that combination, but the faster ones and the fallen bloods avoided the attacks. For those who escaped Jupiter's attack, there was burnout. With her turbo minus crossbow, she covered the sky with golden arrows, ones that quickly turned into fire and chaos for her enemies. With Jupiter's magic and burnout's explosives, they eliminated half of the wave in a matter of minutes. Half of the enemy zombies had fallen. But the fallen bloods continued as if nothing had happened, and without anyone even being able to stop them. The MC tells Damien to eliminate 5 of them, and only 5, so as not to overload his power. Damien understood perfectly and, like a professional marksman, prepared to fire. And proving his worth, he eliminated his 5 targets in the blink of an eye. Damien acted like it was nothing and that he could perfectly continue shooting. But the MC knew very well that with great power must come a great burden. So he tells Damien to calm down and rest a bit. In fact, the MC was sure that if Damien didn't have to charge his power over and over, he would have eliminated the Demon King a long time ago. But anyway, that wasn't the case, and for now, the soldiers were throwing more meat laced with silver. This time it was the archers' turn to act. They waited for the zombies to eat the contaminated meat, then unleashed stealthy arrows upon them. That combination knocked the zombies to the ground, and then they were eliminated with the Manga cannon. With that shot from the cannon, the second wave had been practically annihilated, and only 5 fallen bloods remained. But they were quickly annihilated by the police, by Lucas and Evangeline's new weapons. The thing is, these weapons not only dealt double damage to vampires, but they also completely ignored the defense of other enemies. With those weapons, Lucas and Evangeline were unstoppable. And between them, they joked that they wanted to go home soon to have one of the prince's super sandwiches. And the MC will make them all the sandwiches in the world. If they get out of that night alive, of course. So he tells them not to fool around, as the battle hasn't even really started yet. On the other hand, Cell and IUM craved death above all else. He had already lived longer than he was supposed to, and tired of his endless life, he longed for eternal rest. But Cell and IUM had a dilemma with himself. His pride wouldn't let him just be killed like it was nothing, and by his own hand, nothing worked. Cell and IUM showed no mercy to any of his enemies, because what he wanted most was a fair battle, one where both sides give their all, and in the end, only one remains alive. That was, at least, the ideal death for Cell and IUM. And seeing his family members fall one after another, he could only feel one thing. The blood was rushing through his veins again, and for hundreds of years, he had forgotten that feeling. Not even Cell and IUM understood what he was feeling at that moment. Cell and IUM had cared for his family for over 500 years, and now they were being eliminated like trash. Cell and IUM was very patient with each of them. He taught them to walk, to suck blood, and other things that vampires do. But now, none of that mattered. Cell and IUM didn't understand what he was feeling, but at least Alpha is glad that his master is happy. The first wave was decimated just before reaching the wall, and the second fell right as it touched it. So Cell and IUM sends all the remaining troops to see how far they can get. As for the MC, he watched the second wave being reduced to ashes. Cell and IUM only had 40% of his forces left, so he must be plotting some cunning plan. The MC observes him with a spyglass, but all he can see is a macabre and shadowy smile from Cell and IUM directed at him. He had lost 60% of his family, yet he still looked quite happy. And to the MC's surprise, the third wave also attacked head minus on. Something so stupid that even the MC fears something strange is about to happen. With that frontal assault, it was practically like handing the victory to the MC, but they were approaching quickly, and they had to decide how to respond to the attack. For the moment, they'll punish them with artillery fire and see what happens next. Of course, it wasn't enough, so Burnout fires from behind. She practically counted as an entire artillery army by herself. However, this time something strange happened. The zombies in the front began to take huge leaps, and with their own bodies, they blocked Burnout's explosives before they hit the ground. This caught the protagonist by surprise, who was not expecting such a lame tactic at all. The thing is, the zombies in this wave were not like the rest. To begin with, there were the armored ones that were blocking the attacks. Then there were some with longer legs than the rest, and they evaded any attack directed at them. Finally, there was a type of support zombie. These made the other zombies go into berserker mode, which turned the rest of the zombie army into true blood minus hungry beasts, and together they charged against the walls. Because of these strange zombies, the MC had to slightly change his plans, and he had to activate all his artifacts at once. They immediately went into action, and with their enormous combined power, they destroyed the zombies. The battle was intense and fierce, with the wall's cannons read minus hot from non minus stop firing. Still, it wasn't enough and he needed powerful magic. In the first waves, Jupiter was able to show off, but she was already at her limit. So the protagonist has no choice but to rely on Junior. Junior's role in the battle was key to victory, and if she let her guard down, the whole plan would go down the drain. Of course, Junior reassures the prince, as she was quite confident she could do her job well. Although, of course, Jupiter protests. After all, the role of the main mage still belonged to Jupiter. But the battle was going to be long, and he needed Jupiter to rest for the fight later on. The same went for Burnout, but in her case, she just had to reload her crossbow and then fire again. The zombies then began to reach the wall, and with their long claws, they climbed it as if it were nothing. Lucas and Evangeline would be in charge of eliminating them, joined by Dune's squad, who was euphoric to be entering his first battle. Although the MC tells them not to get too motivated, as their role was only for support and to gain experience. Finally, the first zombie climbed over the wall, and is immediately greeted by a good kick from Evangeline. Behind her were Dune's men, who, altogether, managed to take down a single zombie. Compared to them, Burnout was continents away, as a single shot from her was equivalent to an entire artillery barrage. A bit further behind was Junior, doing weird things with her magic, because she was determined to prove that her magic was much more powerful than Jupiter's. So, almost miraculously, it suddenly started to rain, soaking the entire battlefield. And then a bolt of light. It fell with the fury of a dragon, devastating everything in its path. That was the true value of an elemental mage. Combined spells, which together could even wipe out entire nations. Jupiter is amazed by her granddaughter's spell, and she could do nothing but congratulate her for it. Something that caught Junior by surprise, and she asks what her grandmother said. But her grandmother wouldn't repeat it, so she hopes she enjoyed it the first time. But what are these two crazy women doing with the drama in the middle of a battle? Snap out of it, yells the MC. Because no matter how many zombies they eliminated with their magic, there were still hundreds of them left. At that moment, the MC calls for the army of old minus timers. The MC didn't like using them in battle, as they died like flies on the front lines. Although the MC understands very well what kind of world he's in and knows that without sacrifices, he won't achieve victory. Something the MC regretted deeply, but in the end, he has no choice but to send his men to the front. Something they understood perfectly and were ready to fight. And so both armies of pawns clashed their forces. The battle was brutal and short. Luckily, the soldiers won the battle against the zombies and the fallen bloods, and somehow, there weren't many casualties. For now, they were doing well. The vampire army had already been eliminated, and if they could hold on, they could win the battle. But then Damien warned of what was to come. Alpha and Beta, along with the other elite vampires. And at the head of them all, the vampire king himself, Selendum. In the game, the exact same thing happened. Until 99% of the vampire army was eliminated. The bosses wouldn't start to move. That was quite strange, but the MC wasn't going to wait for them to reach the wall. So the artillery fire unleashes a volley of shots. As soon as Beta sees them, she enters battle mode. She shows us her Wi-Fi minus made potential and, with a single great attack, cuts all the cannibals in half. This left the MC completely stunned, as what she did was superhuman. That was the power of Beta, Selendum's physically strongest vampire, and a tank that sucks blood. She presents herself before her master and hopes he liked the fireworks, something Selendum enjoyed very much. And now, all that was left was to continue their march. If the artillery fire didn't work, maybe an attack from Burnout would. So she launched a rain of enemy arrows upon all the enemies. But there, Alpha stepped forward and, just by raising his hand, stopped all the arrows. And unfortunately, that wasn't the only thing he could do. Because now with the arrows in his possession, he redirected the attack towards the wall. This terrified the soldiers who saw a rain of fire coming down on them. The MC yelled at his men to take cover. But it was too late, and an intense explosive rain fell from the sky. The attack was devastating to the wall. and by a hair's breadth, Lucas and the MC almost didn't make it. That chaos was caused by Alpha, Cell and IUM's strongest mage and the best user of blood magic. The MC requests a damage report. But luckily, the damage wasn't as bad as it seemed, as a magic barrier was protecting them. It was the product of the barrier artifact. Usually, Lily wouldn't activate them until the MC gave the order, but this time she used them without permission, something the MC didn't mind at all. Unfortunately, not everything was good news, as one of the elves was seriously injured. This was the perfect moment for Margarita to act. She stepped forward with her hands glowing. Immediately after, huge balls of light covered the wall with their warm light, and slowly, the wounds of all the fallen began to close. The closer one was to the saint, the faster they would heal, so the most seriously wounded had to be treated by her. And when things calmed down on the wall, the moment arrived. Cell and IUM and his elite guard were right at the city gates. The MC was curious to know why he hadn't lifted a finger until all his men were dead. To the MC, it was as if his own kind were pets or something similar. And honestly, Cell and IUM didn't understand that question. After all, humans also had hunting dogs. Well, for vampires, zombies are nothing more than disposable dogs, so he felt no sorrow for them. Of course, Cell and IUM loved each and every one of them, but in the same way a human loves their dog. But at the end of the day, it was still a dog. No matter how much humans loved their pets, they didn't eat at the same table. Although, well, in their case, vampires didn't sit at the table, as their food usually ran away screaming, just like the appetizing humans waiting on the walls. Cell and IUM says they should be grateful, as their sad lives will feed a glorious being. The vampire's gaze upon the wall was intense, making it clear to the soldiers that they were nothing more than food to them. For his part, Damien just watched in silence, until the MC orders him to wipe the smiles off his enemies' faces. Damien didn't hesitate for a second and fired his silver arrow. Just a sad arrow like all the others, Alpha thinks. But when he tried to stop it, it didn't, and it pierced through his arm as if it were nothing, to the point where he was about to lose his head. Alpha was about to lose his head at the hands of Damien. Luckily for him, Beta jumped to his rescue with great agility and broke Damien's arrows as if they were nothing. This made Cell and IUM mock Alpha, as an arrow almost killing him was pathetic. And it certainly was pathetic, but Alpha felt it firsthand. Damien's arrows were different from the rest, a warning that was taken lightly by the rest of the lesser vampires. And for that very reason, 3 of them were pierced through like paper. Alpha doesn't even flinch at their losses and sees that these arrows were different from the rest, as they were made with metals from another world. Pay attention to that. The thing is, these arrows alone wouldn't be enough to eliminate the vampires. But this time, they weren't attacked by arrows, but by powerful lasers that evaporated the vampires' heads. Cell and IUM recognizes that power immediately, and to make sure he blocks one of those shots with his bare hands. There was no doubt. A weapon that was capable of harming him. Back on the wall, Damien had already fired a lot with his weapon. So before he got exhausted, the MC sends him to rest. On Cell and IUM's side, he was already tired of games, so he sends Alpha and Beta to destroy the city, an order that these two will gladly fulfill. At their movement, the soldiers didn't stand still and fired their arrows at them. Of course, a normal soldier's attack was useless against the commanders. To begin with, Beta was so tough that normal arrows didn't even pierce her. In fact, with just a little effort, she leapt over the enormous wall as if it were nothing. The soldiers panicked, and before Beta's imposing presence, they all knew their time had come. Beta greatly enjoyed seeing her food with faces of despair. However, a long time ago, her throat was slit, and she lost the ability to speak, so she couldn't take the time to properly mock the humans. It wasn't even worth it to ask them to beg for their lives. Something that drove her mad, but at least she could still slaughter them. Beta's strength was Herculean, and with her enormous power, she destroyed part of the wall and left the soldiers in misery. Beta had done her job and had opened a safe route to the city. So now Alpha uses his enormous magic to create a bridge of ice over the wall. In a few minutes, Alpha appeared on the wall, joyfully announcing that the end of the humans was near, as the King of Death himself was about to make his presence known in the city. Cell and IUM was euphoric, as it had been a long time since he'd had so much fun. A pity it was all about to end. But, wait, suddenly something catches Cell and IUM's attention. The gates of the wall had opened wide, and our prince walks out. But not just him, but accompanied by a couple of soldiers, who in an instant placed a table and some drinks before the prince. The soldiers leave, leaving the MC completely alone, and he kindly asks to chat with Cell and IUM for a while. Something that obviously left him a bit in shock. And pay attention now because some good info is coming. For now, the MC's plan was going swimmingly, as his plan was always to reach this point. In the game, the protagonist had a special command. Commanders meeting. And basically, it made both commanders sit down and talk for 10 turns. Of course, the MC had no idea if that command would work in real life. But luckily for him, Cell and IUM sat down at the table and didn't cut off his head. In theory, these meetings were used to reveal game secrets, its lore. But since in the game the one who possessed this ability was Lucas, the MC almost never used it, as leaving Lucas out of the battlefield for 10 turns was insane. But right now, the commander wasn't Lucas, but him. One turn was equivalent to about 3 minutes in real life, and not being a combat type, he was the perfect character to distract Cell and IUM for a while. The MC's goal was simple: keep Cell and IUM off the battlefield for 30 minutes. Meanwhile, the rest of the vampires were heading to the top of the wall, and Cell and IUM delights in his future victory. But the MC was so sure of his victory that he's even going to allow himself the luxury of getting drunk with the Vampire King. And he assures Cell and IUM that if he just waits a few minutes, they will all be a pool of blood. But now, going to the wall, chaos reigned everywhere. And it was understandable because if a vampire bit you, you either turned into a zombie or died instantly. A fate no one wanted. So by the prince's orders, the common soldiers retreated from the battlefield, and only the strongest will face the vampires. And so, all the soldiers abandoned the wall, and on it, only the heroes of Crossroad remained. On the enemy side, 5 vampires appeared on the wall, and since they had been inside the Lake Kingdom for centuries, they were eager to taste fresh blood. Intentions that terrified all the soldiers. Of course, Lucas was not going to let any of his men get hurt. But it wasn't going to be easy, as they would need all their strength to fight Beta and Alpha, so the battle would be quite difficult. The main group had trained thoroughly to fight against Beta and Alpha. Therefore, Dune's squad offers to stop the lesser vampires, although that was going to be their role from the beginning. So he asks Lucas for permission to march. But the mission had changed. Dune and his men were only supposed to serve as support, but fighting vampires on their own was another matter. Lucas didn't know what to do. If Prince Ash were with him, he would know what to do, as always. But Lucas couldn't keep depending on the MC's decisions. Still, Lucas decides he will follow the protagonist's plan to the letter, without deviating from it one bit. Beta was tired of waiting for the humans, so she's the first to step forward. Lucas comes out to meet her and stop her. Alpha, of course, had no intention of missing the party. But to send him to sleep quickly was Evangeline, who, shrouded in her dark armor, promises to put the ugly vampire in his place. Lucas and Evangeline will take care of tanking the enemies, while the rest must look for opportunities to deal damage. On the other hand, the old Timers squad and Dune's squad will be in charge of holding back the vampires. Of course, Dune and the old Timers part was the toughest, as the power difference between them was overwhelming. The common soldiers hadn't yet abandoned the wall, so as the elite, they had to protect them. Of course, Dune and his men must not forget that they were serving as support, and if they thought they were about to die, they should run in the opposite direction. The vampires work rule and cunning and would use anything to break the humans' morale. So the role of Dune and the old Timers was not to kill the vampires, but to hold them back until they could be helped. With all objectives clear, the vampires charge into battle, and are fiercely received by the heroes of Crossroad. Back at the meeting table, Cell and IUM was a bit bored, so he proposes a bet to the MC. If the MC won the battle, Cell and IUM would spare his life and watch the end of the world with him. A declaration that terrifies the MC a bit, because it meant that even if he lost all his men, he wouldn't care, and he could easily reduce the city to dust by himself. Anyway, the MC asks what would happen if Cell and IUM won the battle. But that didn't seem to interest him as much, and he just looked at the MC with a carefree smile. This pissed off the MC a bit, and he swore to Cell and IUM that his men were so strong they could even defeat him. But going to the wall, what he expected but didn't want to happen happens. And we can see one of the vampires with a severed head in his hands. Normal -rank heroes had it pretty tough in that world. The high- class ones, even if they made a few mistakes, could keep going, But the normal minus class ones didn't have that luxury, and every battle was life or death. For them, the battlefield was everything, as in every fight they had to show courage, ingenuity, and strength. They all had great power within them, and for that very reason, they fought harder than anyone to reach their dreams. Dune and his men were well aware of this. So even if they were told them to do something, they only followed the orders they were given, as they knew perfectly well they could lose their heads very easily. However, Dune's squad was quite special, as they had always been a team, and together they were very strong. So much so that they even believed they could defeat a vampire. However, the vampires were cunning and cruel, so they completely ignored Dune's and the old minus timers squad and went straight for the soldiers. They were brutally attacked by the vampires. After being bitten, their bodies were left dry and devoid of life. The leader of the old minus timers army sees the reality. They were between a rock and a hard place, so he draws his weapon and prepares to buy his men some time. The captain of the Twilight Army, a veteran hardened in 1,000 battles, and since joining the army in the second scenario, he had fought loyally for Crossroad. For that very reason, his death was as miserable and vain as possible. As if it were nothing, he had been chopped into 1,000 pieces, and he didn't even manage to buy a single second for his men. As for the captain of the Twilight, they never told us your name, but we will miss you. The Twilight soldiers flew into a rage and swore to avenge their captain, something that terrified Dune, as he watched up close as all the soldiers were brutally massacred. That army of old men knew perfectly well what would happen to them, but they still charged head minus on against the vampires. The old men had lived a long time and had become the greatest. They knew how to recognize an enemy they couldn't defeat. But even though old age gave them wisdom, it also prevented them from fleeing a battle, and they paid the price of combat with their own blood. For now, Dune and his men had kept their cool, but now they were watching before their eyes as colleagues they were drinking with just a few days ago were being devoured. Dune's tank Helson couldn't take the pressure anymore and charged at the vampires alone. Helson was level 25 and thought he could at least cause some injury, but nothing could be further from the truth, because without even being able to see it, his arm-on head were detached. He went flying, and 3 thirsty vampires stood before him. Helson apologizes to his friends, and immediately after, one of the vampires cuts off his head. Dune goes into shock as he's splattered with his friend's blood. Just a few hours ago, Helson told him about his dreams, but now, he lay on the ground lifeless. The rogue girl was also about to jump into combat, but luckily, Dune managed to control her. If they lost their cool, only death awaited them, and the vampires wouldn't stop mocking them. In fact, after drinking Helson's blood, one says it tasted terrible, and they spit it on the ground. Something Ayla couldn't stand, and she leapt into combat. Dune didn't want to, but if they left Ayla alone, they would kill her like it was nothing. So Dune's entire squad charges into combat. Unfortunately, there was no battle at all. Dune's men had fallen like flies, and Ayla, in tears, feels so stupid for leading them all to their deaths. Ayla had been friends with Dune for as long as she could remember, and it's even because of her that he's a mercenary now. But that didn't matter now, because shattered and covered in blood, she now lay on the ground lifeless. And let's be real, from the moment this group was introduced, it was clear what was going to happen to them. But still, it was very brutal. Dune tells Ayla not to apologize to him. They didn't do anything wrong at any point in their lives. They just wanted to fulfill their dreams. Dreams that were out of their reach. Dreams that they themselves knew would never come true. Still, he was happy to be with the real protagonist, because even as support he would be helping in some way. They were born as normal humans, and for that reason, they had big dreams. Dreams that rarely came true. Since he was a child, Dune admired the great generals for their great power and strength. Of course, he never aspired to become one and was content with being one who was in a corner, but at least he was there. But as soon as you wanted to step out of your role and get a little closer to your dream, just like a moth drawn to a flame, it could only end in tragedy. Of course, in the current case, the vampires are no radiant light, and Dune was not an insect that was going to give up so easily. And then the group of old minus timers appears from behind. Dune's reality was a bit distorted. His group hadn't died chasing their dreams, but because they broke formation and some monsters dismembered them. The battle wasn't over, and Dune had to keep a cool head. Some vampires had silver weapons stuck in their bodies, so that his friends wouldn't have died in vain. Dune gets to his feet. If they all managed to stop the vampires' advance together, the mages could finish them off easily. So the sorceries cast an ice spell against the vampires, while the rest attack head minus on. But the mage's spell was insignificant to the vampire. Just by using a little of his blood magic, turned the old mage into a sieve. The rest of the old minus timers didn't stand a chance either, but it didn't matter how veteran they were. The reality is that only a handful of people in that world could fight against a vampire. At least their distraction helped Dune a little. Wrapped in fury and anger, he managed to stab the vampire that killed Ayla. But damn, my man, I knew this was going to happen, but still, no, please no. Dune had lost his head, just like all his men. And the worst part is that the blood of the old minus timers in Dune's group tasted awful to the vampires, so without even devouring them, they tossed them aside and move on. The soldiers on the wall tasted terrible, but the vampires hoped the people in the city would taste better. The sorceress, even while dismembered, was still alive and laughing her head off. Something that puzzled the vampires, and they asked if she's not afraid of death. And of course, she was afraid of death. But very soon, the vampires will fear something much more powerful than her. Jupiter and Junior enter the battlefield. Without a doubt, a mage's role was the worst on the battlefield, because while everyone else faced the enemy, mages had to face their own internal battles. While all their friends die, the mages from a distance must charge their magic. On this occasion, Junior will help her grandmother with her power. And if that wasn't enough, Lily activates the magic amplification artifact on Jupiter. Jupiter becomes one with the mana and the lightning, to then unleash all the fury of the heavens upon her enemies. The vampires took Jupiter's magic with their own bodies. And although it was powerful, it wasn't enough to finish them off. But remember that Jupiter's magic strikes twice. And that second impact was indeed powerful. So much so that it even broke the ground of the wall and slammed the vampires into it. The vampires suffered tremendous damage, exposing their cores, but they still had the strength to get up. Something that wouldn't be possible in the presence of the almighty Damien, who, proving he was the coolest, eliminated 3 vampires in an instant. The 2 that were left got scared shitless, so they ran away. It was no use, as they were quickly blocked by the Shadow Squad, who, without a second thought, filled the vampires with holes. Olga and Skull were carrying firearms of the lowest level, but they were still so powerful they could eliminate a vampire. With the 5 vampires dead, Damien confirms the success of the mission. So he goes to check if the rest of the team is okay. But Jupiter stops him immediately. Damien needed to focus on other things right now, and Jupiter didn't want him to see his fallen friends. Damien didn't protest at all and obeyed Jupiter instantly. Remember that Damien memorized every image that entered his sight, so it was better not to have any more nightmares. Jupiter, for her part, was a bit shaken, so Junior offers to heal her a little. But Junior's place wasn't there, but with the main group fighting against the commanders. Damien and Junior knew what they had to do now, so without looking back, they marched to the next battle. After that, Jupiter approached her friend Jenny. She was agonizing on the ground and with a smile says she knew this would happen from the first moment she stepped on the wall. It turns out that Jupiters for old minus timers were retired and only returned to the battlefield because vampires had harmed them in the past. Jenny doesn't regret dying on the battlefield. Not if, in doing so, she could take several vampires with her. But she does deeply regret the sacrifice of Dune's squad, because without them, the vampires would have won. Dune and his men literally gave their lives for the success of the mission, so they should get all the credit. And what good is credit if you're dead? Jupiter asks with a cigar in her mouth. Promising warriors had died as if it were nothing in just another battle. A fate that Junior was also about to meet. Jenny didn't think so. After all, human life was fleeting, and the only thing you could leave behind were stories about yourself. At that point, Jupiter just hopes that the deaths of the old and the young have served for something. Jenny started to remember past battles with her friends, when suddenly she stopped breathing and her life left this world. But wait a moment, because not everything was bad. With Jenny's last breath, she gave life to others. To the rest of the group of old minus timers, who, still bleeding and with their bodies deformed, got back on their feet. The battle for the survival of Crossroad was far from over, and the group of old minus timers heads to the next fight. At this point, the group of old minus timers was more of a burden than a help. But still, they raised their weapons and, saying goodbye to their old friend, marched into battle. For the moment, Dune's squad had been completely wiped out. The vampires took advantage of the squad's youth and mocked them, which caused each member of the squad to act on their own. As a result, they all ended up dying. However, their deaths were not in vain, as they were the ones who stuck the silver weapons into the vampires. A group of nobodies had been given the opportunity to be useful in battle. They took it and were useful to the very end. That was the curse of normal minus class heroes. They only had one chance in life, because a second one was impossible for them to get. At that moment, the MC system alerts him to the loss of Dune's squad. This, of course, surprises the MC. But Cell and IUM could only laugh, because so far the MC was keeping his composure well, watching his men die one after another. And Cell and IUM wonders how long he can hold out. Until now, only second minus rate soldiers had died, but now Cell and IUM will go directly for the prince's friends. On one side, Evangeline faced Alpha, and not far from them Lucas and Beta clashed their weapons. Alpha looked Evangeline up and down and wasn't very convinced. He is Cell and IUM's first son and didn't want to face such a young girl, but a strong, hairy minus-chested man. In fact, Alpha worries about Evangeline, as sending a girl against a vampire was certainly foolish. Here Evangeline had the opportunity to say something badass and look like a god, but instead, she tells the vampire she'll leave him like one of the toasts the prince makes for her. I'm not making this up, she really says that. And look at her, all proud. But anyway, the vampire was sure Evangeline was just a brat, so he was going to finish her off quickly. To do so, Alpha shoots a bunch of blood projectiles at her. But Ava, using her one-path ability, evaded every attack as if it were nothing. She leapt and ran across the battlefield, until she could reach Alpha and deliver a powerful upward strike. This made the vampire retreat, and he certainly wasn't expecting it. Evangeline felt grateful for her strong new armor, but the truth is she could barely move in it, and with that armor, she was just a walking tank. Luckily for her, she had the unstoppable passive, so she could move with a bit more freedom, but it still significantly reduced her damage and speed. Of course, Alpha noticed that immediately. And despite Evangeline's heavy armor, she was quite fast. But if Alpha reduced the damage and increased the number of attacks, Ava wouldn't be able to defend against everything. So that's what Alpha did, and he unleashed a large number of projectiles on Ava. But to the vampire's surprise, this time Evangeline didn't evade them, but charged head minus on with her shield. If the attack was very powerful, Evangeline just had to dodge it. But if it was weak, well, she'd block it. After all, it was an attack. And not only that, but now she had absorbed a ton of damage from Alpha himself. So, happy as can be, Evangeline charges with her power at maximum, creating a huge explosion that we can only see from a distance. Changing scenes, we move to Lucas and Beta. Both were skilled warriors, and for several minutes they observed the enemy without barely blinking. Beta didn't have much sympathy for humans, but as soon as she saw Lucas, she knew he was a warrior on her level. Lucas remained perfectly calm, while the vampire was gradually losing her patience. Until Lucas's simpleton face got to her, and lunging with her axe, she set out to decapitate Lucas. In fact, she struck such a massive blow that it should have crushed Lucas like a fly. But, God minus dear Chad, Lucas appeared behind her without her even noticing. And the worst part is that Lucas didn't even take the opportunity to attack. He just stood there looking at Beta as if she were nothing more than a pebble in his path. This attitude from Lucas was really getting on Beta's nerves. Humans were nothing but her food, and filled with rage, she charged straight at Lucas. Lucas, completely calm, just evaded the blow. Something Beta anticipated and she counterattacked, but it was no use. In fact, Lucas mocks her for how slow she is, saying Cell and IUM was 1,000 times faster. In fact, that speed wasn't even enough for a war minus up, so Lucas unleashes a strong and powerful sword strike. Beta blocked it as best she could, but still retreated several meters. At this point in the battle, Lucas had already killed over 100 enemies, so his power was through the roof. That ability got stronger every time Lucas used it, and at this point, he was unstoppable. So if this vampire wasn't even good for training, she had to be eliminated. Now we return to Evangeline. Somehow her body had been covered in threads, and she was completely immobile. The thing is, Alpha had been spreading his magic all over the battlefield from the very beginning, and now he had total control of the battlefield. In fact, in that position, Evangeline looked very appetizing. So Alpha doesn't think twice and sinks his teeth into her. We don't know what happens there, so we go back to Lucas and Beta. She had managed to block Lucas's weapon with her own body. Something that really surprised Lucas, as his sword was supposed to be a true vampire anicap. But far from it, Beta's regeneration was so strong that her wounds were already closing. Beta flashes a malevolent smile, and now Lucas was about to lose his weapon. Though that wouldn't matter, as at distance he was an easy prey for Beta, who wanted to cut him into. And now a little reminder: vampires suck blood, in case anyone forgot. The thing is, they could go quite a long time without drinking blood and not lose their sanity. But on the battlefield, things were very different, as they used a lot of energy fighting and had to continuously absorb blood from their victims. That's why as soon as Alpha had Evangeline in his sights, he pounced on her without thinking. Unfortunately for him, all he managed to do was get Evangeline to stab him in the mouth with her lance. The MC had already explained to Evangeline that Alpha drinks your blood after tying you up with his threads. But let's remember that Evangeline has the unstoppable passive, so those threads weren't actually holding her. She just had to put on a little show, and Alpha threw himself right onto her lance. This of course surprised the vampire, as he hasn't left the kingdom for many centuries, so no one should know his fighting tactics. In fact, even 500 years ago when they were at war with the ancient kingdoms, his magic was quite unknown. But still there was someone in the kingdom who knew all his moves. Without wasting any more time, Alpha retreats as best he can. He kept calling Evangeline an inferior being or an incestuous human, but that inferior being left him without half a face. So if an inferior being left you without a face, then what does that make you, a vampire? Less than scum, says Evangeline. This infuriates the vampire, who can't believe he's taking insults from an insect. But even though it seemed Alpha was losing his cool, it was quite the opposite. Alpha was a veteran hardened in over 1,000 battles. He knew perfectly well what his rival's capabilities were and if they were capable of finishing him off. And he was very clear at that moment that if he took another lance hit from Evangeline, he would lose his head without a doubt. So he conjured a powerful ancient magic spell. They appeared in the form of a blood tornado, and even with their terrifying appearance, Evangeline charged head minus on. The thing is, Evangeline's armor was actually a piece of very high technology. It was created especially for her and her unique combat style. So after taking a lot of damage, it would slowly dismantle itself to allow Evangeline to move more agilely. Evangeline got closer and closer to Alpha, and seeing his death approaching, Alpha unleashes another volley of projectiles, ones that Evangeline had gotten so used to that she could even play with them. The vampire had just become a pile of meat for Evangeline, and he, barely able to defend himself, received Evangeline's power. Changing scenes, we see Lucas cut in half. But wait a moment, did the weapon pass through him as if it were nothing? And yes, that's exactly what happened, and Lucas vanished from between Beta's hands. He had activated his ghostly form ability, an ability so difficult to use that this was the first time Lucas had been able to use it. Of course, that ability was given by equipment and not by Lucas's own power, something he didn't like very much. The thing is, it became clear to Lucas that vampires were fearsome when he faced Cell and IUM in the dungeon, so he hasn't stopped training to the point where he's the one looking down on the vampires. Still, Lucas was still weak and knew that if he fought Cell and IUM, he wouldn't be able to protect his prince. But what is he saying now? Asks Beta, as she charges with her weapon. Beta was also fighting to protect her king. And in fact, she became a monster just to be able to protect him. But why are you giving Lucas ideas, you crazy woman? After hearing that, he says that he wouldn't mind ceasing to be human if he could protect his prince with it. This leaves Beta in shock. Something Lucas took advantage of to land a good hit and send her flying. Beta couldn't believe it. A mere human was beating her in strength. But wait a moment, are we sure Lucas is human? Because it seems even Beta is doubting it. And hold on folks, because they drop a bombshell on us here. It seems that Lucas possessed a very well-hidden ability, one that even the players were afraid to use. Its name was bestialization, and it seems to have left Lucas in a trance-like state. At that moment, Beta feels that something is wrong. Something was up with Lucas. In Lucas's case, he will give everything to protect those he cares about. So he planned to use Beta as a guinea pig, to see if with this new power he could then kill Cell and IUM. Going over to Ava, she watched as Alpha slowly turned to dust. So she decides to go look for Lucas. How victorious! He was standing over a completely dismembered Beta. His power was still active, and as soon as Evangeline saw him, she feared the worst, as he certainly didn't look good. But hold on folks, because our heroes got confident too soon. Like in any good game, a big boss had a second phase, one that would come with a spontaneous resurrection by the vampires. They had now completely lost their sanity and intelligence, but in exchange, they gained great power. Of course, the group knew this would happen. So the elves, along with Damien and Junior, were ready to spring into action. Alpha rises before Evangeline in the center of a vortex of blood. Something that actually made Evangeline happy, as it meant the party was about to be over. As for Cell and IUM, he still had the same expression as at the beginning of the battle. It didn't matter how many died, enemies or allies, he remained the same. Something the MC didn't like at all. But there was little he could do, as his job was to keep Cell and IUM off the battlefield. Something that, even though he didn't like it, he had to do. When the MC first saw Cell and IUM, he thought he was a reasonable person you could talk to. But nothing could be further from the truth. Cell and IUM was a monster, and therefore, he thought and acted like one. Cell and IUM gets a bit playful, and he asked the MC what he thinks about nightmares. But not silly nightmares, but those where a huge monster appears that wants to devour you. The MC responds in the most logical and boring way possible, saying that nightmares are just a product of the subconscious and so on. A response so simple that it even bored the Lord of the Dead. So he changes his approach and asks the MC if he has nightmares. But for now, let's go back to the wall, where chaos and destruction ran rampant. Alpha was showing off all his blood power, and with it, he kept Evangeline under an intense rain of fire. She calls for reinforcements, which unfortunately were not ready to act. Something that was disastrous for Evangeline, as she was taking Alpha's brutal attacks one after another, on Beta's side. She was attacking Lucas like a cursed beast. Of course, Lucas was still the fierce warrior from a few minutes ago, so he didn't make it easy for Beta. Still, Beta's strength had increased enormously, and this forced Lucas back. In a moment of carelessness, Lucas is attacked from above. Of course, he dodged the blow with agility, but Beta was prepared for that. And with great speed and bestial strength, she hit Lucas right in the stomach. The blow was so brutal that pieces of Lucas's silver armor went flying. Lucas took a mortal blow and could do nothing but fall on his back. Evangeline and Lucas were against the ropes. Both were cornered and wounded, and the worst part is they were about to be dismembered. But now, yells Lucas, and a strange net coming from nowhere falls on them. It seemed to be a normal net, but the vampires seemed helpless against it and could only crawl on the ground. That net had come from the hands of the Shadow Squad. It had taken them a while, but Gotham, with his power as a metal mage, transformed Star Silver into fine threads. That net was very powerful against vampires. Unfortunately, it had to be created and used on the same battlefield, so it wasn't really very easy to use. In fact, that trap of threads and metal was only effective if Alpha and Beta entered their second combat phase. Beta tried to break the threads with her brute force, but before she could, 2 accurate arrows were embedded in the commander's necks, and immediately after, a huge and powerful lightning bolt struck them. That was the result of Damien and Junior's combined attacks. Luckily, they won the battle, and Evangeline sighs in relief. Because if the battle had dragged on, Beta and Alpha would have entered Phase 3, where they both fused and became a true monster. But thanks to the silver net, both were immobilized and couldn't move to fuse. In any case, Evangeline was surprised by the prince. Because somehow, that no one understood, Prince Ash knew perfectly well how the battles would unfold. But the thing is, this battle wasn't over yet, and Lucas, in God- of War mode, departs for his next encounter. Not just him, of course. Damien Jr. and Evangeline, along with the remaining elves, will march by his side to the final battle. From a human perspective, that situation was surreal. The king of the vampires sitting at a table with a mere human. If the vampire wanted, he would only have to lift his hand, and Prince Ash would lose his head, something that kept Evangeline from being able to look away. Although at this point, Evangeline had already gotten used to the MC's crazy antics, as he always charged head minus on as if he knew beforehand that nothing could happen to him. But whether he knew or not, Prince Ash was irrelevant to Lucas. His only job was to eliminate all the monsters that stood in his way on the wall, and that included the quiet vampire boy, who was sitting calmly next to the prince. Realizing that Beta and Alpha had been eliminated, Cell and IUM flashes a smile. In a betrayal, he grabs the MC by the neck with a strange blood spell. Cell and IUM had been patient up to this point in the battle, so now it was his turn to take action. So, taking the prince hostage, Cell and IUM climbed the wall in complete calm. Upon reaching the top, he threw the prince hundreds of feet into the air. He sent him so far and with such force that Prince Ash almost died hitting the ground. Luckily for him, Bodhi and Damien jumped to his rescue. And here the MC feels a bit cheated, as he thought he was having a civilized chat with Cell and IUM. Something that wasn't going to happen. After all, Cell and IUM had already made it very clear that everyone on that wall was nothing more than blood bags to him, the prince included. In fact, Cell and IUM thinks the MC sees his companions the same way he does, as blood bags. The thing is, Cell and IUM played along with the MC as much as he wanted, so it was time for Cell and IUM to act as he should. Cell and IUM had awaited his massacre for so long that Bloodlust was about to possess him. And when the Vampire King began to expel his blood magic, he made it clear to the rest of the group that the final battle was about to begin. Cell and IUM looks at all the MC's men and with sharp eyes wonders which of them will be the most dangerous. They all had enormous potential, but Cell and IUM was sure that the most dangerous was undoubtedly Prince Ash. The thing is, Cell and IUM had been expelling dark magic on the MC the whole time, but since he had the courage passive, it had no effect on him. In fact, Prince Ash was the closest thing to the heroes of old in the present day. It was clear the MC was dangerous, so Cell and IUM decides he will kill him first. Could he have done it like 40 times already? Yes, but he decides to do it now, which is much better. And sorry to be a pain, but you gotta call it like you see it, Cell and IUM. Come on. You had the MC in your grasp, you could have killed him easily, but you let him go and then decide you want to kill him. Nah man, that's some serious plot error. Anyway, Cell and IUM lunges for the prince at the speed of light. But this time it wasn't going to be like the last, and Evangeline jumped in his way, blocking him with her large shield. This surprised Cell and IUM, but Evangeline's strength wasn't enough to stop him. Although she didn't intend to just block him, and Evangeline threw some in Cell and IUM's face. He swallows it whole, and Evangeline tries to pierce him with her lance, but Cell and IUM is faster and evades the attack. Even with his eyes closed, Cell and IUM was almost untouchable. So fed up with it, Evangeline detonates the star-silver in her lance in Cell and IUM's face. Cell and IUM took a good hit straight on. And he admits it wasn't bad, but without losing the macabre smile on his face, he says that power wasn't even enough to tickle him. And he proved it by expelling a beam of blood that sent Evangeline flying far away. Lucas jumped to her rescue, but he only managed to get them both trapped in Cell and IUM's attack. His blow was brutal. And no wonder, after all, Cell and IUM was the only vampire in the world with all skills at maximum. It didn't matter if it was strength or magic. Cell and IUM was at the top of both categories, and even Damien's shots had no effect on him. The MC finds himself cornered, so he'll pull from his inventory. And he uses a magic we've seen before, the almighty summoning magic. And on this occasion, the protagonist was able to summon the chimera they fought in the Colosseum. Of course, that creature had absolutely nothing on Cell and IUM, but at least it will buy the rest some time. Although unfortunately, it wouldn't be much time, as Cell and IUM tore the chimera to pieces just by looking at it. That was so brutal that not even the MC expected it. The pieces of the chimera fell from the wall like an intense rain. And under the vortex of blood, Cell and IUM lunged for the MC's head. He could already see his head rolling on the ground. He could even feel Cell and IUM's sharp fangs on his neck. But then Olga got between them, taking a bite from Cell and IUM, right before the MC's astonished eyes. The MC goes into shock, and Olga just looks at him with a smile and her typical friendly greeting. That was her farewell, and it's been a pleasure. In a flash, her inner body fell to the ground. Seeing his companion fall, Skull completely lost his sanity. And completely forgetting his bow, he lunged at Cell and IUM with a simple knife. Of course, the MC desperately ordered him to fall back. But it was too late, and with a simple movement of his arm, Cell and IUM cut Skull in two. The blood of his allies covers the prince completely. Something that didn't last long as like a vacuum cleaner. Cell and IUM drank every drop of blood on the scene. And he actually enjoyed it quite a bit, as elf blood was a rare delicacy. But he was still hungry and was eager to know what the prince tasted like. But unexpectedly, Cell and IUM is pierced from behind. He was wounded by Lucas's hand, in beast mode, who without a second's hesitation reduced Cell and IUM to tiny pieces. Lucas's sneak attack was brutal and effective, and Cell and IUM lay like a pool of blood on the ground. Cell and IUM wonders what's up with Lucas, as it was the first time he had seen a power like that. In fact, he mistakes Lucas for another one of the commanders, as it was clear he wasn't human. The protagonist didn't see it before, but now he had no doubt. Lucas was using bestialization. And that was very, 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 very bad. And the protagonist had to stop him immediately. But Cell and IUM would take care of that, using his blood magic. After reforming, he sets his gaze on Lucas. Lucas had taken one of Cell and IUM's extra lives, something that hadn't happened in centuries, so Cell and IUM was euphoric. But the thing is, he still had another 153 lives left. The prince and the rest of the group gather before Cell and IUM. And around them, they only had the horrible sight of all their fallen allies. Many were common soldiers, but others were good comrades minus and minus arms. They had lost approximately 150 men. And for every soldier killed, Cell and IUM gained a life. And the MC asks him why he doesn't resurrect his men with them. And sure, Cell and IUM could resurrect his men perfectly. But he alone was worth more than 150 lives, so he won't do it. Cell and IUM will fight alone, survive alone, and destroy the world with his own hands. Alone. What a shitty reasoning, says the MC, summoning his swords. An attitude that Cell and IUM quite liked, although he highly doubted he could be defeated more than 150 times in a row. Although at this point, the MC could only call Cell and IUM a liar. He kept repeating that he wanted to die over and over. But that wasn't the reality. What Cell and IUM loved was the thrill of being on the brink of death. But in reality, he was just another coward. Cell and IUM said he wanted to die or fight in a fair battle, but he just accumulated lives and then fought in a completely safe way. Besides, vampires by nature believed they were better than others, and there was no way their king would want to die just like that. But of course, Prince Ash was just a simple human bound by the laws of the living, so he could never understand what it's like to die and be revived over and over again, to the point where nothing of your old self remains in your body. Something that, of course, the MC didn't know, nor had any interest in knowing. After those words, the MC buffs his men with the master's staff. And united in arms, they prepare to fight Cell and IUM. Where's Junior in all of this? In any case, it didn't matter if it was 150 or 1,000 times. The prince and his men will reduce Cell and IUM to ashes as many times as it takes. Both sides declare war on the other, and for the victory of their side, both clash their forces. Unfortunately, they were still for humans against the king of the vampires, and in a flash, he took down the entire group. All of the MC's allies were on the ground, and if he had an ace up his sleeve, now was the time to use it. If you give me just 2 minutes, I'll show it to you, says the MC mockingly. But Cell and IUM is already tired of the MC's games, so he was going to finish him off. Thanks for the meal, Prince Ash, you were fun to the very end. But then something huge fell from the sky. A huge and massive spear that fell from the sky and pierced Cell and IUM through the middle. It was the joint attack of Bodhi and Gotham. They spent all their time on the battlefield gathering the pieces of the silver weapons, to then create a large silver weapon and be able to paralyze Cell and IUM with it. A stake in the chest was the classic method of killing vampires. What they did wasn't the same, but it was a bit similar. And the thing is, yes, Cell and IUM was trapped, but that won't last long, and as soon as he breaks free, he'll finish everyone off. Theft, honestly, I don't think you're going to recover from this one, says the MC. Because Junior, in a corner of the wall, had been charging a spell for quite a while. Her ultimate spell is about to be completed, and with 30 more seconds, she will blow Cell and IUM off the face of the earth. Cell and IUM is surprised to see that magic, as there was no doubt that magic belonged to him. Junior only saw Cell and IUM's power once and only for a few seconds, but it was enough for her to replicate it. This drove Cell and IUM mad, as blood magic was the secret magic of the vampire family, and for a mere human to possess it was blasphemy. Yeah, well, watch me blast you right in the face with it, says Junior. Cell and IUM's magic was incredibly powerful, and Junior was absolutely thrilled to be able to use such tremendous power. Thanks for watching the video. We go back a few hours before the Battle of the Fifth Scenario, just the night before the assault. And in the MC's mansion, Junior confesses that she lied to the prince. Remember, she possessed the fox's Mito ability, so she could trick people with incredible ease. The thing is, Junior possessed a magic that was capable of eliminating Cell and IUM himself. But of course, that magic was immensely powerful, and if Junior used it in her current state, it would be disastrous for her. Although, it was something she had already accepted and was prepared to do. The MC asks what will happen to her grandmother afterward, but to Junior, that old woman was never her grandmother, so she didn't care what she thought. And now we return to the present and see Junior charging at Cell and IUM with her enormous power. The MC had finally managed to see Junior's stats, and she was at a surprising level 50. When she arrived in the city just a few weeks ago, Junior was at level 40th. In a short time, proving she was a genius, she gained 10 levels on her own. The point is, by being level 50, Junior had unlocked her third hidden ability, Elemental Deconstruction, one of the most broken debuffs in the game, which practically eliminated the enemy's magic or the magic in an area. Originally, the MC had a much more convoluted plan to fight Cell and IUM, but with that power in Junior's hands, everything became much simpler. Although Junior was also hiding something else, her body was already on its last legs. Junior had less than a year to live, and every time she used her magic, that time shortened more and more. Still, Junior unleashed her magic with all her might, to the point where even parts of her clothes disintegrated into nothing. Junior asked Cell and IUM if he really wants to die. Cell and IUM said that a long life was boring and meaningless, which really pisses Junior off. She wanted to live more than anyone, to see tomorrow and enjoy a peaceful life. But unfortunately, she was deprived of that path a long time ago. So, using everything she has left, Junior swears to destroy everything in her path. The great sorceress, Jupiter Jr. Her life will be short and fleeting, but she swears she will leave a hole so huge that the entire world will remember her for it. That will be Junior's final test, as well as her destiny, and also her deepest desire. Cell and IUM finds himself backed into a corner and tries to attack Junior. He had the ability to nullify any enemy magic, but since that was also Junior's ultimate ability, it had no effect on her. Cell and IUM completely loses control, unable to believe he's about to be eliminated by his own magic. Still, he manages to attack Junior, so Lucas and Evangeline step up to protect her. They block Cell and IUM's magic as best they could, but they were still sent flying over the wall. Cell and IUM wasn't finished yet. He conjures a large magic circle under the prince's feet. Huge red lightning bolts shot out from it, but luckily for the MC, Damien rescued him with a great leap. After that, the city's lesser mages made their appearance, led by the beautiful Lily, and supported by Margarita's healing magic. Their objective was simple: stop Cell and IUM's attacks for as long as possible. They used all their barriers and magical protections. But Cell and IUM, with a single shot, eliminated all the mages on the wall. All except for Lily, who managed through the night to block Cell and IUM's magic until the very last second. It was too much for little Lily, and she collapsed unconscious on the ground. Junior was left defenseless and her spell wasn't fully charged yet. Cell and IUM laughs at Junior, saying that after the scare she gave him, he'll crush her like a fly. But then Jupiter's brave veteran warriors appeared, making a huge ruckus, ready to give their lives for the success of the mission. A wish that was granted instantly, as Cell and IUM sliced them apart with his blood magic. There was no one left to stop Cell and IUM, and he had Junior right in front of him. As she continued to charge her magic, she watched Cell and IUM summon enormous magic circles, from which hundreds of projectiles shot out towards Junior. She watched as her end was about to come sooner than expected. A sight that, from behind, Jupiter could not bear to watch. So she ran with all the strength her old body would allow, just to be able to protect the one who shone brightest in this world. Junior was the beloved granddaughter of that stupid old woman, and she would do anything to keep her safe. Jupiter leaps in front of her granddaughter, and with a massive lightning bolt, a part of the wall is blown to bits. Now we go back a few years, to the moment Jupiter adopted Junior. Because of Jupiter's brutal attack, Junior couldn't remember her name or her past, so she asked her grandmother to give her hers. And that's how the little abandoned girl became Jupiter Jr., and Jupiter was delighted to have a new family. So from that day on, The sweet girl with the huge scar was named after Jupiter. Junior never said why she wanted her grandmother's name, but it was clear she wanted it because she wanted to be like her. Junior's only wish in life was to become a great mage like her dear grandmother. She wanted to grow up fast and start working as soon as possible, so that, just like her beloved grandmother, she could help the small and the weak. But now, back to the fight. Jupiter's lightning had disintegrated most of Cell and IUM's magic, but some of his attacks got through and headed straight for Junior. Before her, her grandmother stood firm. She spread her arms and shouted with all her might. Then she was brutally riddled by Cell and IUM's magic. Junior watches, stunned, at what is happening in front of her. But she couldn't waste time, and as she fell to the ground, Jupiter screamed at her granddaughter, Fire. Her granddaughter obeyed, and a huge ring of light formed on the battlefield. It positioned itself over Cell and IUM and began to radiate in intense light. This was magical deconstruction, Junior's ultimate ability. It was so potent that even Cell and IUM screamed that such power was impossible. No, it was very much possible. The vampiric magic, his own magic, the one he took centuries to perfect, was now in the hands of a brat who, in just a few days, had completely surpassed him. Cell and IUM had been completely subdued. Thanks to elemental deconstruction, he could no longer use any type of ability or spell. Not to mention, thanks to the large silver weapon that held him immobile, he couldn't move an inch. A vampire who could use neither his body nor his magic. Cell and IUM knew his fate was sealed. The MC's entire group approached him with their weapons raised. They had to kill Cell and IUM 150 times, so what was about to happen wasn't going to be pretty, something Cell and IUM was well aware of. Moving away a bit, we go to the group of mages. Margarita was doing what she could to heal Jupiter's wounds. She had a fatal wound, and all she did was ask for Junior. She was right beside her, and although she knew Jupiter was about to die, she still didn't know how to talk to her. After all, it's true that Junior never saw Jupiter as her grandmother, or anything like it. After all, she was the one who completely ruined her life. Not only did she destroy her entire village, but she left her with scars that would kill her very soon. Literally, Jupiter had completely destroyed Junior's life. Even her dream of becoming a great mage would never be fulfilled because of her. Still, Jupiter was the one who raised her. She was the one who taught her how to study and how to treat her wounds. Together they learned how to cook and do chores. Plus, Jupiter always told her a good story before bed. Jupiter of the Lightning, the same day she destroyed a village, took in an abandoned child and wept for her. And for all those reasons, Junior could never see Jupiter as her grandmother. Junior hated and detested her, but at the same time she admired her and wanted to be like her. Jupiter was never her grandmother. She was someone much more important than that. Jupiter was her dear mother. This takes Jupiter completely by surprise. With Junior hugging her, she now called her mom over and over again. Jupiter can't believe what she's hearing and felt proud that the magnificent Junior considered her a mother. Sometimes a look said more than 1,000 words, and Junior and Jupiter just stared at each other for several minutes, until Jupiter says that she wanted to say goodbye to this world as a true mage. Something that Junior, as a good daughter, will help her mother with. So Junior helps her get to her feet and approach the rest of the group. Jupiter had the right to land a solid blow on Cell and IUM, something she'll do after enjoying her last cigar. With it, she points at Cell and IUM and says he should be grateful, because he's about to receive, in the flesh, the final bolt from the one and only Jupiter of the Lightning. A bolt so powerful it wiped out several of Cell and IUM's lives at once, to the point that part of the core shattered into 1,000 pieces. He still had dozens of lives left, but Jupiter single-handedly vaporized all of them. "That was a good one, wasn't it, kids?" says Jupiter. Immediately after, she collapses to the ground and, in Junior's arms, wishes that she can enjoy what's left of her life peacefully. But what Junior wanted most was to live just like her mother, so that's what she would do. Jupiter regrets nothing in her life, because after all, she got a fantastic daughter at the end of her days. Jupiter's mind was slowly fading, and the whispers of the wind reminded her of her large family, who must be playing somewhere in the country. Jupiter's exhaustion was extreme, and she could barely keep her eyes open. But everything was done, and Jupiter could go to rest. In Junior's arms, Jupiter takes her last breath, as if she were just taking a nap, and would wake up at any moment. Jupiter of the Lightning, 30 years as a soldier and 10 as a mercenary. She had a life full of action and violence, but her end was the most peaceful thing that could happen in that brutal world. With Jupiter's passing, the MC bids her farewell with honors. And now there was only one thing left to do. Make the damn Cell and IUM suffer as much as possible. He no longer had his core and was out of lives. In fact, the MC mocks him, saying that if he had used those lives to revive his men, the story would surely be very different now. To the MC, Cell and IUM was no brilliant leader. In fact, he was nothing more than a brat who liked to play king. Cell and IUM tried to protest, but before he could, the MC ran him through with his weapons. Of course, the fun wasn't just for him. First Lucas, followed by Evangeline, and of course Damien. They all left their marks on Cell and IUM's body. When the warriors got tired of beating him, Lily burned him with her fire. And then from up close, Lily shot him with a monocannon. In the end, Lily alone had killed the vampire about 20 times. He was on his last legs, but since he was still a very strong vampire, he kept healing himself over and over again. At one point, what was left of the army of old veterans shows up and asks to help. Not just them, of course, but the rank minus and minus file soldiers joined in as well. Together, they were going to give Cell and IUM a grand farewell party, one in the form of blades and blood. Things were going pretty well, but no matter how many times they killed the vampire, he wouldn't stay dead. And worst of all, Junior's spell was about to disappear. And after that, Cell and IUM would be free again. He laughs out loud and says that with his current power, it's as if he has another 50 extra lives. Something the MC finds amusing, because even if Junior's spell was about to end, he planned to kill Cell and IUM no matter what. Although, in reality, the MC was pretty pissed off at Cell and IUM. So the MC planned to play with him for a while, specifically with his commander's eye power. Cell and IUM was completely broken, so he couldn't fight back. As soon as the MC ordered him to act like a puppy, Cell and IUM obeyed instantly. Cell and IUM, the king of vampires, and also of death itself. Now he was being humiliated like a mere human. But who told you could look me in the face, dog? Words that made Cell and IUM lower his gaze in a show of total respect and obedience. The MC had obtained a new skill not long ago and was eager to put it to the test. It was called DCMIO, and it basically allowed you to enslave a stage monster. Cell and IUM, semi-slave. The MC shouts. After activating the skill, a collar of light appeared around Cell and IUM's neck. And just like that, Cell and IUM had become the MC's Pokemon. And he could give him an absolute command that Cell and IUM could not refuse. Cell and IUM can't believe what he's seeing and asks the MC if he really plans to turn him into his pet. You wish you were my dog, says the MC. Cell and IUM's fate was death, one way or another. Of course, the MC would love to keep him as a pet, but his men's morale was at rock bottom, so Cell and IUM's death would boost it immensely. Cell and IUM tries to fight back. After all, he never gave up. But dogs don't get a say, and the MC swears he will execute him as soon as he can, gently. An idea that was applauded by everyone present on the wall. So the MC approaches Cell and IUM and orders him to kill himself, and to stay dead for good this time. Instantly, Cell and IUM turns his claws on himself, and for several hours, Cell and IUM dismembered himself over and over again. It was a visceral spectacle of blood and bones, to the point where he even begged for mercy and asked to be killed with Damien's weapon, since that could kill him quickly. But Cell and IUM wasn't going to die that easily, because what Cell and IUM wanted above all else was an honorable death on the battlefield. Something that was obviously too good for him. He could barely move and begs Prince Ash for a warrior's death. Like hell, says our MC. Cell and IUM's death had to be as miserable and insignificant as possible, just like any other monsters should be. Cell and IUM continued to tear himself apart on the ground with each passing minute. And with every blow he took, he knew his life was drawing closer to its end. In his mansion, he spent his days trying to die, but he was really just doing it for fun, as he knew perfectly well that there was no way for him to die. Cell and IUM has some pretty deep thoughts about life and death at this point. "Would you just die already, you pest?" exclaims the MC. Finally, Cell and IUM sense his end. And as thanks for killing him, he'll give the prince a piece of advice. The Nightmare King who ruled the Lake Kingdom was beyond all logic in this world, so he asks him to think twice before picking a fight with him. The MC would have liked to ask a couple of questions about that, but then Cell and IUM stopped moving. Cell and IUM, the king of vampires on death, who possessed more than 1,000 lives and was almost believed to be immortal. But he had finally died, and at the hands of mere humans. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single smile for the victory. Instead, they quickly began to collect the bodies of their fallen comrades. Without losing a second, they had to inspect the walls and recover any materials left by the dead vampires. Everything was chaos and dust, but now the war of the 5th stage was over. Although the collection of bodies was long and sad. Everywhere you looked, you could only see soldiers with their dead friends or family in their arms. Something that sadly included Junior and Jupiter. Not long ago, the MC told Jupiter he would build a luxury hotel and that she would be the first to stay there. Something that, now that she was dead, she would never be able to do. On the L's side, they mourned the loss of Olga and Skull. The MC always prepared something for them to eat at night, and they were always very happy about it. Especially Olga, who, from the very beginning, always looked at the prince with a huge smile. A smile that will never return, but the prince hopes his companions will never forget it. Jim's group had insisted thousands of times for the prince to let them enter the battlefield. The MC had allowed them, and now, not a single one was left alive. The old captain of the Twilight Army, the one who saved his life on more than one occasion in the 2nd and 3rd acts. He also lay dead amidst the laments of his comrades. Let's not forget the dozens of rank minus and minus file soldiers who lost their lives, those with whom they had been drinking and joking just a few days ago. The MC was the commander of Kairos Rose City and promised himself that he would not break for anything in the world. On the battlefield, a human life was worth little more than an arrow or a piece of metal. And even if the whole world came crashing down, the MC had to stand firm. The MC enters a tent where Lucas, Iva, and Damien were waiting. There they hand the prince the list with the names of all the casualties. The MC had a broken and haggard face, to which Lucas tells him that he didn't have to act in front of them. This was too much for the MC. He immediately fell to the ground and, full of regret, shouts that he could have done so much more to save more lives. He knew exactly how the battle would unfold, and for that very reason, he should have organized a plan where everyone could have made it out alive. Damien and Deva approached the prince and asked him not to be so hard on himself. Everyone on the wall knew perfectly well that they were facing the impossible, so the MC shouldn't regret anything, as he certainly did everything he could. The MC couldn't help but burst into tears like a 5-year-old child. Although at that point, they were all 5-year-old children. So even Lucas couldn't hold back his tears. 9 heroes and 146 rank minus and minus file soldiers. That was the sacrifice for the rewards of the 5th stage. The ones who caused the most damage in the stage were the MC and Junior, and all the surviving heroes leveled up. However, the death toll was shocking, and we can also see that most of the heroes were either wounded or in critical condition. For days later, a funeral was held for the dead. The monsters they faced this time were vampires, otherworldly beings that ate people. The soldiers who fought in the battle knew that perfectly well. But still, they gripped their weapons tightly uncharged at the enemy. As a result, many good soldiers had lost their lives, but in exchange, they had protected the peace of Kairos Roth. For the bravery of every fallen and wounded soldier, the citizens of the city smiled, and the battered wounded received cheers from the entire city. Unlike monsters, they did not have long lives. They suffered pain and sorrow with each passing day, but still, Prince Ash did not long for immortality. Humans fight against the shadows, even if they are about to be devoured. To the MC, there could be nothing more beautiful than that. He wasn't the only one. They faced pure terror with the edge of their weapons and left that world in a blaze of glory. But just like the soldiers, the civilians of the city also had to fight. They had to explore the world, create new contraptions, or bring new life into the world. That was the responsibility of every person in the city of Kairos Roth. After those words, they observed a few minutes of silence for the fallen. And after that, the prince addressed the surviving soldiers. In most of them, you could see something clear in their eyes. Why did I survive while others who were stronger lost their lives? Survivor's guilt. That was also a very strong emotion among the soldiers. And sometimes it could be so strong that it could end your life. Without a doubt, they fought a brutal and bloody battle, and the MC can only be thankful that they protected him as well. After that, the MC approached two graves that were set a little apart. They belonged to Olga and Skull, and at their feet, their friends were saying goodbye. Olga and Skull weren't their real names, but code names given by the Empire. And it pained the MC to see those names etched on their tombstones. But that was how the Shadow Squad operated. In reality, elf squads are rarely buried. In fact, they are usually thrown to the side of the road until they are nothing but bones. But thanks to the MC, at least Olga and Skull can rest properly, something for which they were very grateful. "Oh, grateful? You've got to be kidding me," exclaims the MC. Because of him, a lot of good people had died. But for now, there was little else they could do, so the MC invites the elves to dinner at the mansion to plan the next defense. Meanwhile, in the cemetery, Evangeline couldn't stop crying and shedding tears. She had become good friends with June's squad, and even personally trained them for a long time, so she was completely devastated by their losses. At first, she didn't like them very much, since they defeated her in the duel at the spa, but then they became great friends. Evangeline was in a really bad state, and the MC has to ask Lucas to calm her down and take her to the mansion. With everyone out of the cemetery, the MC looked at the names of Doom's squad one last time, before continuing on to his next adventure. The MC was gathering all his heroes, and even Margarita was invited. To the MC, Margarita was already one of his soldiers, and there was little she could do to get rid of him now. Damien asks about the three who were left from the group of old men, but they had already fought their share, so the MC leaves them in peace. Jupiter's three old veterans ward off as steel tanks, which is why they survived the combat, but they were so badly injured that they would never be able to lift a weapon again. The old group of hunters had also been completely wiped out, but the MC won't abandon them to their fate and will do whatever it takes for them to at least have a peaceful life. Something his great friends, Jupiter and Junior, wouldn't be able to do. Now we go to the Mercenary Guild. There, Junior was cleaning Jupiter's old room. Although there wasn't much to clean, since Jupiter only had her uniform and a few old rags. One uniform for bottles of whiskey, and for boxes of cigars. Those were all of Jupiter's belongings. But then Junior sees a small bag. Inside were all the letters Junior had sent her over the years. In almost all the letters, only one thing was said. "Grandma, send money, there's nothing to eat." Junior's letters were sometimes a bit harsh, but in the end, they were okay. She always wrote, "Grandma, we miss you, so come back soon." Although those were her letters from when she was younger, as her current letters only asked her grandmother Jupiter for more and more money. Junior was torn up inside and doesn't know how to deal with the fact that she couldn't have been more honest with Jupiter. If she had, maybe things would have turned out differently. But wait a minute, folks, remember the plants Jupiter bought from No Minus name behind his back? They were to extend one's life. But it turns out they weren't for Jupiter, but for her beloved granddaughter who had one foot in the grave. That plant was called a century root. And Jupiter bought it for her granddaughter from the beginning, but she was so busy on the battlefield that she completely forgot to give it to her. Junior grips the root tightly, and she can't believe her grandmother kept something like that for her. Without a doubt, her grandmother was a fool. And then the MC enters the room, very sorry to interrupt Junior in her thoughts. Junior now calls Jupiter Mom and says that her mother wouldn't want to see her sad all the time. This was perfect for the MC, as he was gathering all his men in the mansion. The MC puts on this grim face and says he prepared something fun that will make everyone forget the dead in an instant. Something fun? Junior wonders with a clear look of concern. We go to Ader's room, and let me tell you, there's not going to be anything fun. Instead, it's an impossible scenario where they'll end up fried. The next assault will be against dragons made of water. Straight up, and they only had 7 days to prepare. No matter how they looked at it, that was impossible even for Ader. But of course, it was a dark event from the Nightmare King, and this time the next assault would be sooner than expected. The soldiers were exhausted, and there was no way they could repair the walls in such a short time. This time the enemies were going to be powerful, and on top of that, they could fly. The MC was so angry he even bit Ader hard. "This game is trash," screams the MC. And if he were in the real world, he would have smashed the console against the wall several times by now. But Ader doubts that since after all, the MC faced any situation that came his way with courage. Of course, the MC wasn't planning to give up, but he would have to use unconventional methods. And it was actually quite simple if they got reinforcements from the capital. They could defend themselves quite well. The Empire's army is very strong. The soldiers were very well trained, and almost all the captains, generals, and commanders were high-level heroes. However, The Empire thought Prince Ash was trash, so the MC would have to force their hand. Prince Ash had already threatened to cause a scene if they didn't send reinforcements. And since they didn't send them, the MC was planning to cause a huge one. He'll turn the Empire so upside down that they'll give him all the soldiers he asks for. The MC had been a good prince and commander until now, so it was time to go back to his roots and become the mad prince he was always meant to be. To begin, the MC proclaims that he will betray the Empire and they will become rebels. "What is this lunatic saying now?" asks Evangeline. And it's exactly what they heard. From now on, they are rebels and will fight against the Crown and the ever-black Empire. In case you didn't make it clear, he repeats it. The city of Kairos is seceding from the Empire at this very moment. And from now on, they will be the new Kairos Empire. And of course, the MC will be the new all-powerful emperor. Lucas tries to ask something, but the MC silences him and says he's not accepting opinions on the matter. All the heroes at the table had to choose stay in Kairos and fight for the new empire or leave. The room fell into total silence, and the MC gave his men 1 hour to give him an answer. The MC left, and after that, his men discussed the matter intensely. Some stayed in the garden, thinking as if nothing had happened, but others left the mansion immediately. Lucas then goes to see the prince with some questions. Lucas knows perfectly well that the MC's intention is to force the Empire to send reinforcements. But that plan was extremely risky, as the Empire does not forgive traitors, under any circumstances. From the lowest ranking civilian to the Emperor's own son, everyone goes to the guillotine. They had the example of the Belinger Principality, which got a little cocky and was brutally massacred. And Kairos wasn't even a whole territory, just a city on the Empire's borders. Without a doubt, they would be wiped from existence in an instant. Evangeline was sure it was madness. But on the other hand, Damien will do whatever the prince says, no matter what. "I don't know what you're talking about. We're dead. 100% real, no fake," says Junior. The MC was very glad that his companions gave him their opinion, but he didn't care. Besides the reinforcements, the MC had other reasons to declare treason against the Empire, but he would explain that another time. After that, the MC met with the elves in the garden. They were already sentenced to death by the Empire, so as far as they were concerned, they now belonged to the prince and would follow him wherever he went. A loyalty so firm that the MC did not overlook it and acknowledges that the elves are on another level. Changing the subject, the ones who left were Lily and Margarita. Margarita came back 10 minutes later. Apparently, she just went to the temple to pray and clear her mind. Although in reality she had no doubts, she knew from the first time she set foot in the city that her destiny was there. So she will remain with the people of Kairos no matter what. And if the city's governor's path was to rebel against the Empire, so be it. With things cleared up with her, only Lily was left, who appeared before the prince with a lot of things, obviously to say goodbye to him and get out of the city and never look back. Lily had lost the ability to walk to protect her prince, and she was fine with that. She faced death head-minus on several times protecting her city, and she was fine with that too. Lily was prepared to die for her city at any moment, but treason was more than her mind could handle. Of course, she loved all the good companions she made in that place. "But no, keep a cool head, Lily," she says, slapping herself. Lily looks at the MC with a cold, serious expression, and tells him clearly that she's going to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" says the MC, grabbing her by the ponytail. Lily uses all her strength to get away as fast as possible, but the prince won't let her go until she hears what he has to say. And now, in the meeting room, the MC tells everyone that the treason was a lie, obviously leaving everyone with a what the hell look on their faces. It was clear, if the prince announced treason or something similar, it would only rain fire from the sky. So why did he organize this whole charade? Asks the MC. Because there was a spy in the city. They had one of the Empire's dogs in their ranks, and the MC put on that whole show to see if he could find them. "Where is the spy?" asks Lucas. And they were among them in that very room. The MC puts on a grim face and hopes the spy is ready. Now we go back to the night before the battle of Stage 5, where Ader shows the MC something strange. It was Gotham speaking mysteriously. Since nobody trusted the elves when they arrived, the MC had Ader watch them with the camera system, just in case. However, the Shadow Squad was so loyal and efficient in combat that the MC had completely forgotten about them. He even changed their name from Squad 8 to the Shadow Squad. But then his cameras caught him doing something strange. Gotham was talking with someone, and although they both should have been preparing for the battle of Stage 5, they were meeting there. The other person was Margarita, who in Ader's video is seen confessing that her job was just to watch what happened in the city. But now Prince Ash had put her on the front line, something she didn't like at all. She was complaining about it to Gotham since, in theory, the spy job belonged to the elves. The point is, with that video, it was clear that Margarita and Gotham were working for the Empire. In the video, Margarita said she was going to flee, as she only knew how to heal people, not fight monsters. But Gotham calmed her down, promising that he would keep her safe. It was at that moment that Bodhi appeared and cut their conversation short. And I have to admit, I thought all along that Gotham was talking to Lily. But anyway, it is what it is, and the images were clear. Margarita and Gotham were spies. This also took Ader by surprise, as even he had started to trust them. After that, Ader kept Margarita under strict surveillance, but all she did was pray in the temple. Margarita had said several times that she was going to contact headquarters, but she only prayed in her temple. Ader could only spy on one person at a time, so the MC proposes setting a bait. The MC would say something outrageous in front of the spies, and they would rush to report it to headquarters. And they would see how they do it. That's when we return to the present, where Margarita and Gotham were immediately arrested. Looking back, it was actually so obvious it even pissed off the MC. To begin with, Gotham never sacrificed anything in combat, as his arms were always made of metal. And Margarita made a big drama about her arms, when the truth is that the rank -N- file soldiers receive worse injuries continuously. Lily, of course, is in shock upon hearing this. Lily put her own magic and soul into healing Gotham's arms, but it turns out it was all a lie from the beginning. In the end, Gotham confesses. Indeed, he lost nothing in battle. With that drama, he could win the trust of the people in the city. But aside from the arms, everything else he had with Lily was genuine. Yeah, right, says Lily, walking out the door. The thing is, the MC didn't really care that they were spies. Hell, it would be weird if there weren't any. All the MC asked for was their loyalty when fighting on the battlefield, but now they had been caught red-handed. So from that point on, no one would trust their words. Gotham admits he was a spy for the Empire from the beginning. But, seeing his companions tied up in a corner, he assures them that they had nothing to do with it. Besides, he and all the elves were already dedicated to the city, and he swears he will sacrifice his life for the prince and the good people of the city. But the MC tells him to shut up. Now they had to hear what Margarita had to say. As soon as the MC mentioned betraying the Empire, Margarita went straight to the temple. She was so worried about the matter that she didn't notice one of the MC soldiers was following her. And that's how he discovered the strange method of spy communication. It was the temple statue. Margarita quickly told them everything, about how Prince Ash was completely crazy and wanted to betray the kingdom and fight against the crown. The statue was silent for a few minutes, until it ordered Margarita to join the rebels and continue being a spy. Of course Margarita protests. She was a priestess, not a spy. And right now, she should be healing sick people. Something that obviously mattered little to headquarters, so they forced Margarita to continue as a spy. The thing is, the MC is quite surprised that the temple statue has the ability to communicate with the Empire. I said it was a microphone, but obviously, it wasn't a microphone. But that statue was a great magical artifact. The point is, the MC knows very well that Saintess Margarita just wanted to heal the wounded. But the fact is, she was a dog of the Empire who dared to bite the hand of her master. That was something the prince could not overlook, and Margarita had to pay in some way. If the MC wanted to right now, he could hang Margarita from the wall. But he won't. Instead, he'll let her continue to heal her patients as always. Of course, his forgiveness wasn't free, and the prince expected Margarita to be loyal to him from now on and to know who holds the leash. Obviously, the MC wanted something from Margarita, and a few minutes later, we can see her praying in the temple. There she tells headquarters that the whole revolt thing was a lie from Prince Ash to find her. And they fell for it completely. Margarita is very sorry, but she had failed in her mission. Then the MC appears behind her, grabs Margarita, and says that forcing a saintess to do bad things should only happen in porn. I mean, you are bad people, and as the third prince of the ever-black empire, I demand to speak with the person in charge. Although the MC knew perfectly well who it was. Fernandez Everblack, the second prince of the empire and the only one with the power to create something as unique as the communication statue. The MC seemed angry and demanded to speak with his brother at that very moment. The MC approached the statue alone, and from behind it, he heard the words of a microphone test. It was the first time the MC had heard that voice, but he knew perfectly well that it belonged to the second prince, Fernan as ever black. "Hey Fernan, how's it going, little brother?" The MC had no idea how to talk to his brother, so he opted to be friendly. The MC starts talking a lot of nonsense, to the point that his brother tells him not to talk too much, as their communication could be intercepted. "Are you messing with me?" asks the MC, who could possibly intercept a communication exclusively transmitted by a statue. The second prince had been spying on the city as he pleased, so now he shouldn't be shy with the MC. Fernandez admits that it's the first time he's been caught, and as the dark side of the empire, he feels ashamed. The MC laughs and tells his brother that as brothers, they should talk more often and get along. So the MC starts asking him brotherly questions. "Did you eat well? Are you still with that toxic girl they gave you for your birthday?" Fernandez only appeared in brief texts in the game manual, so the MC had no idea what he was like. The thing is, Fernandez rushes his brother, as using that magic was not cheap for the empire, but since the MC wasn't paying, he didn't care. The point is the second prince was getting tired of the MC's nonsense, so he was about to end the call. "Not so fast," says the MC. His dear little brother had planted a spy in his house and was caught red-handed. The MC is clear he wanted reinforcements for his city in less than 2 days, or else the entire city would be destroyed by monsters. Fernandez immediately understands that the MC's whole act was to ask for reinforcements, something very dramatic coming from the Mad Prince. But the MC had been messed with from the beginning of the game, so if he had to be dramatic, he swears to Fernandez that he had much more of that in store. But he was still stubborn. All the Empire's soldiers were in the Belinger Principality, cleaning up that territory. The war was over, but the Emperor had decided to eliminate every last dragon minus blood from there. So until then they couldn't send a single soldier, and it wasn't because his brother didn't want to, but because they were direct orders from the Emperor. Well then, it turns out the Empire that controls more than half the world couldn't send a few soldiers to the border, so the MC decides he will take soldiers from the other half that remains unconquered. "What is this lunatic saying now?" asks Fernan. The MC said it quite clearly. He will go through the regions destroyed by the Empire, recruiting every loose soldier he can find. That obviously sounded like a rebellion, and a nasty one, but Prince Ash assures him he won't do anything bad with his new forces. In reality, the MC was doing the Empire a favor, as he would leave all the Empire's neighbors without a single soldier, and then the Empire could do what it always wanted: control all its territories without anyone bothering them. Of course, then they would have all the soldiers gathered in one place, and after that, who knows what could happen. If the MC was going to die in a few days anyway, he would make sure to leave a nice farewell gift for the Empire. Apparently, there was a dragon queen that the Empire was desperately looking for. She was the last descendant of a long line of fire dragons, and just as she was the queen of the elves, she was a prisoner in the Empire, but now she was free and gathering her men. That was information that Princess obviously shouldn't know. And of course the MC knew perfectly well what was happening, because in the game, your first big choice as a commander was whether to ally with the Dragon Queen or not. It was the typical to minus path choice. If you allied with the dragons, you received many strong allies, but in return, the Empire branded you a traitor and treated you with hostility. Of course, you could ignore the dragons and continue with the Empire, as if nothing happened. The city of Kairos Roth was on its last legs, and the Empire wasn't sending help, so the MC would have no choice but to ally with the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen was in prison for a long time, but her followers still numbered in the thousands. And if he could gather them all in the same place, they would become a force to be feared by the Empire. Fernan calls the MC crazy, as he was practically declaring war on the Empire. But it was Fernandez who didn't understand. He still didn't understand how terrifying the monsters on the border could be. They were more of a natural disaster than a living being to fight against. The Empire was ignoring them while the entire city of Kairos Roth was suffering. The city had been patient and had suffered innumerable casualties, so the MC makes it easy for his brother. Instead of the MC choosing, it will be his brother. Either he sends reinforcements immediately, or he'll have a rebel army on the borders in a few weeks. The choice was his. And choose wisely, little brother. If you don't, thousands of lives will be lost for nothing. Hesitantly, Ferdinand asks how many soldiers would be needed, and the MC explains his next scenario. They were going to fight against 700 Viverns, so they should send enough to fight them. And for how long? Well, for at least 4 or 5 battles. Ferdinand accepted every one of the MC's requests, and if he had accepted from the beginning, the two of them might even get along. Ferdinand, completely defeated and humiliated, hopes that Ash has had enough, because what he just did will not be overlooked. He had gone way too far with his threats, and his words would bring punishment sooner or later. To solve it, the best thing would be to talk face to face, says Fernandez. Something that surprises the MC, although he was pretty sure he was just referring to illusions or projections. In any case, the MC was done with his brother, so with a bit of magic, he shatters the priceless communication relic into 1,000 pieces, something that even made Saint Tess Margarita's cream. Apparently, Lucas was a believer in God, and a very devout one. So the MC asks him if he would hate him if he destroyed every statue in the temple. Something that obviously Lucas would not do. In fact, hand me a hammer, I'll go first. Margarita was devastated by her statue, and the MC orders Lucas to spend 3 days in the temple, smashing everything that looked suspicious. Then he turns to Margarita, who gets scared to death when the MC looks at her. She didn't even have to be asked. She immediately nodded and swore to help the prince in whatever was needed. The MC understood that Margarita hated him now, but he was sure that her goddess would prefer her praying to the wind rather than a false idol. But anyway, one thing down. Now it was Gotham and the rest of the elves' turn. The MC points at him with his wand, and directs his swords at them. Not to kill them obviously, but to release their bonds. The MC will never judge a person by their race or appearance, but by the actions they performed throughout their lives. The elves had more than proven which side they were on, shedding tears and blood. And for that very reason, the MC decides to trust them one more time. The elves can't believe their luck and thank their lord. But freedom wouldn't come for free, and the MC wanted Gotham to tell him every last detail about his mission and everything else. And the truth is, his mission didn't sound like anything out of the ordinary. Gotham's mission was simple: infiltrate the city and if anything strange happened, report it to the capital. For that, there was Margarita, who could talk to the Empire from her temple. Gotham also had another separate mission, but it was one he never fully understood. And that was to keep a very close eye on the MC's assistant, that is Ader, the game director. Many strange things happened in that world. People calling him a player and other things that could only be explained if a hand of God was loose in the place. It was hard to believe that someone thought Ader was the creator of that world. But it turns out the Elf's order was given personally by the second prince, Fernandez. The MC no longer had any doubts. He and his brother needed to have a long, serious talk. But let's not get distracted. The first thing the MC does is order Gotham to be a double agent. He will maintain his connection with the Empire, and they will take full advantage of it. Gotham's mission was going to be simple: gather every piece of information he can and lie as many times as necessary to get his way. Something Gotham swears to do for the honor of the elven race. Of course, it won't be easy, as the Empire's intelligence is vast, and they will surely have Gotham under very close watch now. Gotham told the MC absolutely everything about how the Empire's spy squads operated. The MC already knew everything anyway, but it was nice to see that Gotham didn't hold anything back and confessed absolutely everything. After the talk, the MC asked them for something that only the 3 elves could do. But without knowing what it is, we go to the MC's office, where the whole group of heroes was. To begin with, the MC decided to forgive Gotham and Margarita. After all, they were just pawns following orders. This obviously didn't sit well with Lily, but she said nothing about it. Of course, the MC didn't ask them to trust Margarita, let alone Gotham, and they had to watch him with 1,000 eyes so that nothing similar would happen again. The betrayal of 2 members of the group was devastating for their morale, but they could do nothing but move forward. And they had to do it quickly, as they would be besieged in just 7 days. As for reinforcements, the MC highly doubts they will send them, but you never know what might happen. But it wasn't all going to be sadness and confusion. They had suffered heavy losses in the 5th stage, but they also obtained lots of valuable things, so everyone will receive a nice gift. We immediately go to the dungeon's base camp, where the dwarf greets the prince with shouts, as he actually thought he would have died at the hands of the vampires. He was too old for nonsense, so he asked the prince to at least send him a letter to let him know he was okay. And next time, the prince promises to send one, but for now, he brought him a small gift, something that was inside a coffin, and the MC was sure Kaya Leva I would enjoy it like a child. Without opening it, he already imagines what's inside, but just in case, he asks if they made sure he was dead. And he asks mainly because, upon taking a look, that damn demon looked like he was about to wake up at any moment. Luckily for everyone, he was dead for good. And really, Kaya Levi didn't want to do anything with Cell and IUM's body. There were no materials worthy of his hammer in the bodies of vampires, so he will just set it on fire until there is nothing left of it. And that's exactly what Kaya Levi did, watching his enemy burn. He hopes that now his brothers can rest in peace and their souls leave that cursed kingdom. Is that a dwarf crying? Asks the MC, mocking him. With all the tact in the world, I think so. But they weren't tears of sorrow, but tears of joy, as the MC surely brought him fabulous materials to play with. And indeed, he brought him a lot of wonderful materials and also monocores. Some so pure and good that Kaya Levi is annoyed they came from a vampire's body. Although there was one in particular that blew his mind. Obviously Cell and IUM's core. With that core, Kaya Levi could create the Nightmare Slayer. Nightmare Slayer? Asks the MC. Well, if you killed a dragon, they called you a dragon layer. If you killed a vampire, well, a vampire slayer. In the case of a commander like Cell and IUM, they could be called nightmare beings. Well, Kaya Levi could create weapons that could defeat even those nightmares. In the game, weapons created with boss items were only slightly stronger than normal, but it seems that in this world, they go a bit further, something the MC found fascinating. Of course, such a powerful piece of equipment came with many dangers, says Kaya Levi. Well, Damien has been using one for a while now and he's fine. Well, that's very bad, says Kaya Levi, because if a Slayer weapon killed too much, it could awaken. The result of the awakening could vary depending on the user. It could cause them to awaken great hidden powers. Or, on the contrary, it could devour their soul in an instant. And look at him. Here he is, calmly cleaning the dark weapon. The weapon we're talking about was the Black Queen, the weapon created with the core of Olop, the Spider Queen. And to the MC's surprise, only 3 more kills were needed for it to awaken its powers. The MC thought they were just objectives to make the weapon stronger. But with what Kaya Levi told him, now he fears the worst. The MC was already finding it very strange that Damien was so broken, and it seems he will have no choice but to stop using that weapon. So, I should make a weapon with Cell and IUM's core, right? Asks the dwarf. No, you make it. Unfortunately for the MC, not making the weapon was not an option for him. The Black Queen was such a broken weapon that it could change the course of a battle on its own. There was no way the MC didn't want another one. Anyway, the dwarf reassures the MC. Slayer weapons could barely be wielded by a handful of people. But Damien looked completely normal and calm, so they shouldn't worry about him. As long as the wielder of the Slayer weapon has a clear and strong mind, they can handle its power. Kaya Levi explains that normal weapons were already dangerous in themselves, right? I mean, they could fall on you or you could cut yourself by accident. Well, Slayer weapons were the same, just a little more dangerous, but in return, they give you great power. In any case, Kaya Levi was clear that he would create a weapon with Cell and IUM's core and asks the MC what kind of weapon he wanted. Junior was the one who killed Cell and IUM, so they should create something for her. So he asked the dwarf to create something for mages. A few hours later, the MC returns to his mansion, where he was about to check the countless rewards for completing the 5th level. That amount of chests felt a bit wrong, as if the dead in battle were leaving a final gift. Spoils of war won with the blood of fallen soldiers. But anyway, our protagonist opens a few chests, and his heart suddenly skips a beat. Those rewards had to be wrong, so the MC had to calm down and analyze them well, one by one. That's what he did, and there was no doubt. He got the entire Secret Dawn set in one go, a super broken set that turns you invisible for 10 seconds after killing an enemy. On the other hand, he received the complete Screaming set again. All of that was very suspicious, but it didn't end there. He also received an ultra-minus rare artifact called From the Beginning again. It was a pretty broken but difficult minus-to-minus use artifact. Basically, it was to return whoever was reflected in it to where they were a while ago. Something like a teleport. In the game, the MC mostly used it to send enemies back to the dungeon to buy some time, but its size was very small and could barely reflect a couple of enemies at a time. It was a somewhat difficult artifact to handle, but undoubtedly very powerful. So the MC is happy about it. Now it was time to check the ultra-rare mission chests, the ones that contained the juiciest rewards. "Let something for me come out, god of luck," shouts our protagonist. And he got exactly what he asked for, a piece of the commander's flag. It was exclusive equipment for the Prince Ash character, and having all 5 pieces of the flag allowed you to form the complete flag. The MC is happy to receive his character's own equipment, but he needed 5 pieces and only received 1. Touching the piece of the flag activated a mission in the system: gather the 5 pieces of the flag. That didn't sound good at all to the MC. In the game, the location of characters' personal equipment was related to their story, so the MC knew more or less where to look for them. But with Ash, it was different. He was a good minus for minus nothing. And worst of all, he has no idea what his past was like. Anyway, another problem on the list, says the MC. So he hopes to have more luck with the next chest. And he did, as an invisibility tunic appeared. This made you level 3 invisible, but if an enemy detected you, all enemies would come after you. The MC hadn't seen that item before, but it certainly seemed very good, at least for him. In any case, the last chest was left. And let's hope it's something good. And ho, 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 said the chest in Santa Claus mode, as the Karma Devour appeared from within. It was a super broken weapon, but in the game, it was mostly used to correct characters' paths. For example, a paladin who had fallen to the dark side could heal his aura. Or conversely, a necromancer who had been blessed by the light could break free from it and continue his deeds. Throughout the story, many characters with that type of problem appeared, but thanks to the Karma Devour, he could cure their abilities as if it were nothing. The sword's traits were best if Y and Sanctify. One was the opposite of the other, and possessing both, you could appease any cursed soul. In any case, that sword fell from the sky at the perfect moment. Because with that sword, the MC planned to eliminate the bestification abilities from Lucas's body. The MC didn't know what kind of crazy things he would have to face in the future. But for the lives of all the fallen, he will make sure that the living do not waste their lives. After checking the rewards, the MC takes a look at the destroyed wall. And not just the wall, as most of the heroes on soldiers were injured. So this time, they won't be able to raid the dungeon. Besides, they didn't have proper weapons, and the MC was pushing Ader to get new equipment. Repair the wall, heal the wounded, get new weapons, and recharge the artifacts. It might sound easy said in a rush, but it was impossible even for a god without powers. 4 days later, we go to the city temple. There, the MC meets with Lucas. He had spent 3 days cleaning the temple from top to bottom. And apart from the communication statue, there was nothing else strange there. Although Saintess Margarita had locked herself in her office and was barely seen. Although when Margarita was seen, it wasn't for anything good either. Apparently, the woman was a real drunk and spent her time drinking and mumbling that she did nothing wrong and that she shouldn't have ended up there. In fact, look at how good the Saintess is. There in her office, whiskey in one hand and a cigar in the other. I don't know why, but it reminded me entirely of Jupiter. Could she be her real daughter? Back with the MC, he hands the Karma Devour to Lucas. The MC wasn't interested in how he obtained the power of bestification, but from now on, he was strictly forbidden from using those powers. Lucas will become much stronger, so much so that he won't need that kind of power, so he had to listen to the prince's words and not use them again. But Lucas didn't see it that way and will use any kind of power to protect what's important to him. But the truth is, there were always many ways to save those you care about, so the MC asks Lucas to be patient and gain strength naturally. Prince Ash liked Lucas just the way he was and didn't want to see him changed for anything in the world. Words to kind for a humble soldier. So Lucas promises to obey the MC. After the talk, Damien appeared. Thanks to him, Lucas had an easier time searching every corner of the temple, so he was enormously grateful. The Saintess seemed to remain secluded in her office, but Damien and the other priests continued to heal the wounded with all their might. And that was great, but since the MC was there, he'll give a small gift to his favorite boy. And he gave him none other than the Cloak of Invisibility, an item so broken that Damien highly doubts he can possess it, although the MC thought differently. Damien was by far the most broken character in the group, so he should have the best possible equipment. After that, the MC explained the cons of the Black Queen weapon and that if he killed 3 more enemies, it would awaken its power. So Damien had 3 more shots with that weapon. After that, the weapon will be completely sealed. With that clear, the MC shows up at Margarita's office. She was lying on the floor and between sobs, screams that she only wanted to heal people. The goddess of light granted her the power to heal the wounds of her companions, and that's why she entered the church and became a priestess. But as soon as she entered the priesthood, she was promoted through many ranks and sent to Kairos Roth in a flash. Still, she was a devotee of God and will heal anyone who needs to be healed. But upon arriving at the city temple, the statue suddenly spoke to her, and the Empire turned her into a spy. And worse than being sent as a spy to a city infested with monsters, Prince Ash puts her on the front line. The Saintess only did what those above her asked, but now she had been caught being a spy, and surely the whole city hated her for it. Saintess Margarita's penta good, while whining on the floor, and the MC could do nothing but listen to the cries of that drunkard. The MC tried to calm her down, but fed up with everything, Margarita renounced being a Saintess with a big tantrum. The MC grabs the Saintess and tries to clear her mind with a good shake. The prince understood that the Saintess felt used, but right now, the prince needed her to fight. The Saintess pushes the prince and asks if he wasn't listening to her and was just messing with her. Margarita was a devotee of God and will leave the city as soon as she gets the chance. But I don't know about that, says the MC. Saintess Margarita was the first spy caught in the act of service to the Empire. That was very, very, very bad for her, as there was no way the Empire would leave her alone. At that moment, the Saintess becomes aware of her new reality and wonders what will become of her now. And to be clear, the MC tells her that the most likely thing is that the Empire will make her disappear out of nowhere. She starts crying on the floor, obviously, and the MC takes advantage of the situation to invite her back to the group. If she was loyal to Prince Ash, he would keep her safe with all his imperial power, and the Saintess knew that the prince kept his word. In any case, there was no negotiation. Either Margarita joined the prince, or she would most likely vanish into thin air. They had some friction along the way, but now the MC is happy to have the Saintess back on his team. After clearing things up with the Saintess, time flew by, and the day of the 6th assault arrived. They only had a week and barely had time to prepare the defenses. Most of the heroes were quite injured. Not to mention the wall was completely destroyed, as was the equipment of every soldier on it. But, to the monsters, it didn't matter, and they appeared in large numbers. The Wyverns had arrived at the city, and the Empire's reinforcements still hadn't shown up. If the reinforcements were coming, they should at least be able to see them in the distance. But there wasn't even that. Apparently, the MC's piece- shit brother had lied to his face, and they were alone in this battle again. As already explained, Wyverns are a sort of cheap copy of dragons, but they still had high magic defense and spat fireballs. Flight plus ranged attack plus high defense. Wyverns were a real threat to humans. And in front of the Wyvern army was something worse, 30 enormous fire Wyverns. You could say they were the tanks of the dragons, and with their fire power, they could absorb explosions and fire magic like it was nothing. But wait, because there was something worse than them. The Soul- called 3- headed dragons or Trishalas, the most powerful Wyverns of their species. And the worst part is, there were 3 of them. On the other hand, the forces on the wall were pathetic. Not only were they at half strength, but they were also very short-staffed. The wave of Wyverns flew straight towards Kairos Roth, and for the umpteenth time, the MC exclaims that this game was absolute trash. But there was no choice but to fight tooth and nail, or they would be Wyvern food. The walls of Kairos Roth prepare to fire, and the fire Wyverns lead the enemy assault. The MC prepares to give the order to fire, when suddenly something surprises him. Something strange and enormous was floating right above the city. That thing pulled out some enormous cannons and opened fire, a fire that was directed at the Wyverns, who were brutally massacred by the power of those cannons. The Wyverns were defenseless against that power and could do nothing but fall dead from the sky. The MC, of course, is completely stunned by what was happening, but Lucas seems to know what's going on. That was a flying ship, an artifact created with ancient magic many centuries ago, and only a handful remained in the whole world. And the Empire's largest ship, the Soul- called Imperial Ship Alcatraz, was lending them a hand. And hold on tight to see who the Empire sent to help the prince. Someone who made juniors but clench. None other than Raina of the Wind, Jupiter's old friend. She and her army will be under the command of Prince Ash for 5 battles, so she asks for instructions to wipe them out, although there wasn't much doubt about what she had to do. Eliminate all the damn monsters. An order that Raina, along with her entire army, will carry out immediately. The 3 Imperial ships formed a battle formation. And on the main one, a lot of mages were accumulating their mana onto Raina. Suddenly, a huge magic circle appeared over the dragons, and from it emerged a powerful hurricane that devastated everything below it. The Wyverns were resistant to magic attacks, but in Raina's wind, they seemed to be made of paper. That was the result of combining the magical power of 5 elite mages. Something that amazed even Junior. The MC was also freaking out. He knew very well that magic barely worked against Wyverns, but still, they were reduced to misery. Subtitles made by the Amara org community. Although the 3 major elites were another story. Those Wyverns, although they were Wyverns, were considered dragons, and their magic resistance was through the roof. That, of course, didn't stop Raina's army, who positioned the Empire ships towards the dragons and loaded their cannons. And the rain of fire she unleashed was otherworldly, covering the entire battlefield in fire and death. The MC had asked for reinforcements, but they sent him an army capable of conquering a country. 3 Imperial ships along with a bunch of high-minus class mages. Those were very valuable resources for the Empire. Lucas seemed to know Raina. She was better known as the Blade of the Wind and was practically the face of the Empire's mage corps. In fact, she was so powerful that she was placed under the direct command of the Emperor and has been away from the Empire's borders for many years. This really bugs the MC, as it was clear that Raina did covert work and other shady stuff for the Empire. In any case, the help is welcome. Although seeing Junior very tense around Raina, he asks about her. But Junior plays dumb and just says she was impressed, although she whispers under her breath that fate creates the most amusing encounters. We'll see what happens here. This made it clear to the MC that Junior at least knew Raina. But anyway, leaving that aside, the Wyverns were massacred. And with that, stage 6 had been completed. And if I'm being honest, I thought someone else was going to die here, but oh well. Raina and her army land on the ground and present themselves before the prince. She introduces herself again as Raina and says it will be an honor for her to fight alongside the prince. Yeah, right, why are there so many of you? Asks the MC directly, and with quite an attitude. The Imperial Court couldn't be so generous with him all of a sudden, no way. There were 50 elite soldiers along with 5 court mages. An insane amount. The MC was sure there was a catch. And of course there was. Prince Ash had been summoned to the capital, and the army of soldiers along with the Imperial ships were his escorts. The MC asks why he is being summoned, and Raina says that his father missed him and just wanted to talk to him. Although the MC highly doubts that. The king of the Empire lived completely alone in a corner of the palace, so whoever summoned him, it certainly wasn't his father. But that was no longer the concern of a sad soldier like Raina, as she was just obeying orders. So Raina asks the prince not to make it difficult and just get on the ships. The MC stands motionless for a few minutes, to the point that Raina asks him if he was thinking of disobeying the Empire's orders. In that instant, everyone drew their weapons. And in a blink, every person in the place had a weapon at someone else's neck. Of course, the soldiers on the wall didn't stand still either and were ready to open fire at any moment. Raina feels very bad for the king of the Empire, as she will have to tell him that his beloved son did not want to obey his orders. Both armies pointed their weapons at each other, and at Raina's neck was Lucas's sharp sword. In the end, Raina backs down and asks him not to take it out on her. After all, she is just following orders from above. Of course, everything would change if Prince Ash was really thinking of betraying the Empire. The MC should have realized by now, but with the Imperial ship, she could reduce Kairos Roth to ashes in a matter of seconds. If she didn't, it's because they still believe the MC can be saved. So if they didn't kill all the people of Kairos Roth, it's because they are both from the Ever-Black Empire. That is, above all, they were on the same side. So for that very reason, Raina kindly asks the MC to please put down the weapons and go spend some time in the capital. The problems of the Imperial Court usually stay in the Imperial Court, and very rarely did they resort to violence. In the end, the MC lets out a big sigh, and asks Lucas to lower his weapon. The same went for the rest of the group. And Raina of course ordered her men to stand down in the same way. The MC agrees with Raina, and if his father really wanted to see him, then so be it. Still, the MC was the commander of Kairos Roth City, so he asks for a day to prepare for his departure. Raina hesitates for a few minutes. But a little patience isn't bad, so Reina and her men will wait until the next day. And now we go to the MC's mansion, where he was happy as can be, as he really thought they would cut off his head without a second thought or worse, but luckily it didn't come to that. The MC laughs out loud at his good luck, although his group doesn't know what to think because they don't see any luck anywhere. But anyway. But whatever. What Reina said was true. If they wanted to, Prince Ash would already be dead. So he doesn't think anything will happen to him in the capital. Lucas asks to go with the MC, but he forbids it. At that point, it didn't matter how much help the MC received. If the Empire wanted them alive, they would live. And if the Empire wanted them dead, they would be killed. So the most important thing now is not to weaken Kairos Roth's forces. In any case, while the MC is away, Lucas will be the commander of the city. Originally, he is the commander of Kairos Roth, so the MC thinks he will do well naturally. Besides, being supported by the Empire's elite, they might seem few, but they were actually very powerful. So the MC asks Lucas to command these new troops well. Lucas didn't seem very convinced about leading an entire city. But well, if the prince said so, he will do it. On the other hand, Evangeline is ordered not to leave Lucas's side. She was the future countess of the city, so she had to learn everything about the job and help Lucas throughout the process. As much as possible, something that, with a good pat, Lucas promises to do. However, Evangeline insists a lot on him bringing her some sweets. Typical of the city, and if he didn't, he would know the true wrath of Evangeline. In fact, she was so obsessed with those sweets that she felt no shame in sending the prince for them. Anyway, next are Damien and Junior. He sends them to keep a close watch on the Allied army, and if they saw anything strange, they were to report to Lucas immediately. And Junior had to keep an especially close eye on Reina, because if she did anything strange, Junior would be the only one capable of stopping her. As for Lily, she will return to the main group while the MC is away. Something Lily accepted without complaint, which worried the MC quite a bit, as she had been acting very somber and sad since they uncovered the spies. But that was a problem the MC didn't have the luxury of getting into now. Anyway, the main group was left like this. The MC had already given the elves some missions before in hopes they will complete them all. And honestly, the elves' mission was not going to be pretty. Even the MC thinks he went too far. But it was necessary if they wanted to achieve peace at some point in the future. The elves were clear on what to do and swear they will fulfill their mission at any cost. Finally, only Saintess Margarita was left. Look at her lying there in a corner, completely depressed. The thing is, she will do as she always does and continue to heal on the front lines of the battles. Something she had already accepted, but she didn't like it one bit. The orders to his group were clear, and just in case, the MC leaves tons of instructions for different situations. Although the MC was worried about something, Gotham had the Empire's secret mission to keep a very close eye on Ader. Sure, he told him he's the game director and therefore a kind of god. But is that all? To begin with, what does it mean to be the game director? Ader asked the MC to reach the true ending of the game. But after that, he never mentioned the topic again. Besides, the MC never had time to think about complicated things as he was always organizing defenses or immersed in a battle. In any case, what is Ader's true objective? And if the MC talked to his brother, who had been watching him from the beginning, maybe he would find out something about him. Just in case, the MC asks Ader if he was on his side. Ader replies that he was completely on his side, although more than that, he was actually betting everything on him. So Ader says that rather than being on his side, you could say they shared the same fate. The same fate, huh? Something that was bad for Ader, thinks the MC. Because in truth, the MC didn't give a damn about the end of the game. He just wanted to reach one in which the maximum number of people survive. That was all the MC could think about at that moment. After a few hours, the MC met with Lucas, where the MC suddenly gets serious and asks Lucas something. Lucas, don't you? You've known from the beginning that I'm not Prince Ash. Words that left Lucas in shock. Lucas had been Prince Ash's bodyguard since he was just a child. He spent many years with the prince and should have known his habits and customs inside out. But incredibly, he never said anything about the MC's change in behavior. He just stayed by the prince's side, as if he fully trusted his new persona. The MC was now on his way to see his family, people he knew absolutely nothing about, and anything could happen to him. So, at least he wanted Lucas to know the truth and what he thought about it. But Lucas was stubborn and says he sees the MC the same as always, as when they were children. So he didn't understand the question. And hold on, folks, because something very heavy is coming. Lucas asks the MC if he doesn't remember the second to last night of the tutorial assault, something he obviously doesn't, as that's the day before the MC reincarnated. Well, it turns out that the night before the MC's reincarnation, Prince Ash summoned his soldier Lucas and told him that the next day he would suddenly start behaving like a different person. But he shouldn't worry. Prince Ash will always be Prince Ash, and he asks Lucas, who he just calls Soldier here, to always stay by his side and support him. At that moment, Lucas didn't understand, but the next day it happened just as the prince said. He suddenly began to act like another person, but he was undoubtedly still the same Prince Ash. Of course, Lucas was surprised at first, especially when he called him by his name for the first time, as he had never done that before. But since he was warned in advance, he acted normally. And all that is very nice, but let's not overlook the important thing. Did Prince Ash know he was going to switch bodies? And if he knew, did he just let it happen? At that point, it would be difficult to explain to Lucas that he is actually a gamer from another world. So he takes advantage of the original Prince Ash's story and will continue with it. The thing is, the MC uses the excuse that he knew he was going to lose his memory the next day and that he was actually acting on instinct all along, as a prince should, rather than from his memories. Something that made total sense to Lucas and explained why he didn't know many things he used to. But it didn't explain why the prince was now an expert on monsters and dungeons, when before he had no idea. That's very simple, says the MC. Surely my old self sacrificed his memories to obtain information and knowledge to help humanity. Sure thing, chap, I believe you, and Lucas seems to as well. In any case, with things clear now, the MC could speak more confidently with Lucas, so he asks him for information about his family. To begin with, he tells him that the previous Ash was a crazy guy. Every day he could come up with a different crazy stunt, and not the fun kind, but the cruel and ugly kind. Although he did have some good days where everything was love and peace around him. But at any moment his personality would suddenly change, and he would become a despotic tyrant. Lucas asks the MC to position his face and neck in a certain way, leaving the MC with the face of a true villain, the appearance that Prince Ash always used to have. The crazy guy thought he was far above the people around him and always looked down on anyone who approached him. With the prince's past covered, now it was time for his family. Although in the time they have, he will only tell him some key things. To begin with, the MC's position in the empire was that of the spoiled prince, so the higher -ups completely ignored him. Although he did speak with the emperor in person many times. Something quite strange. In those moments, Lucas always feared for the MC, as Lucas couldn't be with him, so he never knew what the king and the prince talked about. With that, the MC should basically know how to behave in the palace. But what about the rest of the family? You haven't said anything, but oh well. Although he does warn him about a certain little person, one who could not be considered human, and was the personification of chaos itself. The MC is stunned and asks who that person was. But Lucas keeps quiet and confesses something else. In the capital, his fiancée was waiting for him. "What are you telling me now?" screams the MC. But there was no more time for explanations, and the next morning, Prince Ash meets with Raina. The MC boards the Imperial ship. And upon his departure, all the soldiers of the city see him off with honors. The soldiers of Kairos Roth were strong, and with Lucas as commander, they should be fine. Of course, he hopes that Raina will continue to help in the coming battles, something she promises to do. No, look me in the face. I'm serious. If this is some kind of dirty trick to get me out of the way, your head will be the first one I cut off. Raina fell completely silent at those words, something the MC didn't like one bit, who asked her to affirm like a good soldier. Something she did immediately unpolitely asked the MC to board the ship. The MC takes one last look at his group, and with a smile promises everyone to bring them gifts from the capital. Something everyone will eagerly await. "I will return," says our protagonist. And with those words, he set off for the capital aboard the Imperial ship, leaving the future of Kairos Roth to the people of Kairos Roth themselves. Although it might not seem like it, the MC was very nervous. Since arriving in that world, the only things he had seen were the dungeon and the city of Kairos Roth. But now he was heading to the enormous capital of the Ever-Black Empire. His mission to meet with his father, the Emperor. Although he'll do other things along the way, like beating up his brother Fern and as or recruiting every strong person he sees. Bento, I have a fiancée. Is she hot? In any case, he will find out soon, as the Empire ship sailed through the sky at an astonishing speed. With this, the 6th stage of the game ends, leaving Reina as the MVP of the level. Subtitles made by the Amara, or community. 3 days have passed since Prince Ash departed from Roth towards the capital of the Empire, and the MC was desperate, as 3 consecutive days of flying at high altitude had him on the edge of a breakdown. Luckily for him, the gigantic motherships began to descend, as they had arrived at the very center of the world, the capital of the ever-black empire, Terra Nueva. Its size was gigantic, so enormous that it seemed hundreds of times larger than Roth. The MC thought that city would be dark and gloomy, just like his city, but nothing could be further from the truth, as the brightness of the palace could even blind a normal person. Upon the prince's arrival, his butler, Albert, came to pick him up, someone the MC had no idea about. Luckily, Lucas had told him a little about him, and he wasn't just a butler, but he practically organized everything about the palace. Now it was time to act like the real Prince Ash, so he calls his butler a decrepit old man and says he should retire once and for all. This left all the servants in shock, and the MC wonders if he had gone too far. But not at all. In fact, they were the most important words. The most beautiful words Albert had heard from his prince. So he had truly matured on the battlefield. Albert was genuinely happy for his prince, and he couldn't even imagine what kind of demon the real Ash must have been. In any case, Albert will guide Prince Ash to his bedroom, although his bedroom was far from the palace, so they had to take a long walk. However, when they arrived, the MC was left speechless. His house looked like a mini-minus city covered in gold. There was so much luxury in the place that by selling everything, he could fight in Roth for a whole year. The MC was going to spend a good while in that place, so he spent hours exploring his new home to memorize it. Luckily for the MC, they didn't throw him in a cell as soon as he arrived, something he thought would happen. The MC then notices a painting of Prince Ash with what appears to be his mother. Lucas told him that Ash's mother was dead, but apart from that, he gave no further details. The MC had no idea who that woman was. And yet, when he looked at her picture, he felt something inside. In any case, now it was time for dinner, and like any good spoiled child, they even chewed his food for him. The servants were so overbearing that the MC wanted to do everything himself, something that made his servants cry, as the prince finally learned to eat by himself. The thing is, while he was enjoying his dessert, Albert told the MC several things. To begin with, they were going to celebrate the victory against Belinger County, a party that Albert thought the MC planned to attend, but he had no idea. As the real war was not over, the enemy duke was still free with some of his forces. Belinger County was a former ally of the Empire, so to appease the masses, the mechanisms of war were used. The media told lies to the population so they wouldn't make a fuss. Wow, just like in real life, the war against Belinger was very problematic. That's why, as soon as the MC threatened to do the same, his brother Fernandez made him return to the city. With that clear, the MC could get a better idea of how things worked there. In any case, the party will be in a week. And that wasn't the only surprise. Albert organized a meeting so that Prince Ash could meet with his older brother, Lark. This surprises the MC, because when his brother arrives in the city, the entire imperial family will be there. Something quite strange. During the day, the MC asked Albert to educate him on court etiquette, while at night he tried to sneak out. Of course, they had the prince under very close watch, and the MC couldn't take a single step outside the palace. For now, they were reading him quite well, so he won't do anything strange. But then, he remembers he has an invisibility cloak, so back to the mischief. The cloak worked like a charm. And in front of his guards, the MC wondered if it was worth taking a walk around. Subtitles made by the Amara org community. Obviously, it was worth it, so he left the palace without anyone noticing. And then he could see with his own eyes how wonderful the city of Terra Nueva was. The city was not only huge, but it was inhabited by lively residents. But the prince wasn't there for tourism, but to visit a very specific place. That place was the construction office. With a good kick, he knocks the door down. And without wasting a second, he heads to the director of the place. If you remember, the MC wanted to build a luxury hotel in the city. To build it, he needed permission from the construction office. The MC wanted to do it the right way, paid what he had to pay, and requested the permits he needed. But hotel was not only to make money, but also some high-class heroes would only appear in the city if you had the hotel built. But because of the construction office, the prince's plans were on hold, so he demanded an explanation from the director. Apparently, the director of the office was under a lot of pressure not to build anything in Kairos Roth. And that was strange, as there shouldn't be many people scarier than him, and yet the official was terrified. The MC asks who was threatening him, but the director refused to say anything, so he threw the prince out of the office and slammed the door in his face. But if they didn't want him at that construction company, the MC would ask another one. Unfortunately for him, no one seemed willing to work for the prince, so he was losing his patience. He wonders if it was his brother or the emperor himself who was tripping him up. But they didn't act that way. In any case, the MC reaches his second objective in the city, the Heroes Guild. So the MC prays to the god of luck to find a good super-rare class hero. Although in reality, you couldn't recruit mercenaries in that place, but you could find out where they were. So the MC enters the guild, full of excitement. And ho, as soon as he entered, he found a very powerful one. Unfortunately for the MC, it seemed to be a maid who was waiting for him. Her master wanted to see the prince, so she asks him not to ask questions and just follow her. That girl must serve whoever was tripping him up. That person had no qualms about intimidating a royal prince, so they must be someone very powerful. Just to be sure, the MC asks what would happen if he refused to follow her. Something very obvious to the maid, she would force him. Subtitles made by the Amara, or community. The MC opens his arms and with a smile tells her to go ahead. This shocked the maid, and she asks the prince if he was sure. Although in reality, the MC also wanted to see her master. So yes, come on. He decides to follow her. This surprised the maid even more, as she thought Prince Ash would simply run away. But anyway, if everyone was in agreement, the maid will guide Prince Ash to her master. And she seemed to be in the Winter Silver Merchant's office, the largest trading hall in the world. In the game, the Winter Silver Company was the largest in the Empire and appeared in many of its documents. But for some reason in the game, the company seemed to be cut content or something, as throughout the entire game, you can never talk to them or even trade with them. In the game, they did nothing at all, but in the MC's playthrough, it seemed they had something against him. In any case, the MC is guided through the place to a heavily guarded door. Behind it, the master of the place awaited. The MC enters the room and everyone leaves, leaving the MC alone with the woman. She looks him up and down, but doesn't say a single word. This made the MC tremble, as the miserable Ash surely owed a huge debt. After all, the original Ash was a real lunatic, so it wouldn't be surprising. As for the girl, she didn't understand why the MC was so nervous. After all, she is his dear wife. "My what now?" asks the MC. But it didn't matter how the MC felt, or how much he hated her. The families agreed that they would marry, so that's what they will do. And finally, the MC remembers that girl. She was Serenade Wintersilver. In any case, that place was no place for a meeting, so Serenade asks the MC to follow her. And in the next scene, they were on a boat on the city's shores with a glass of wine. Everything happened so fast that the MC didn't even have time to react. Lucas had told him something about his fiancée, but only a few details. As for Serenade, she didn't understand the MC's behavior. Usually, Prince Ash spent his time torturing her, but now he didn't even say a single word to her. Serenade understood that he hated her, but not even saying a word was too much. The MC asks her if she was worried about him. Something Serenade says was true. "Don't mess with me. You're screwing me over all over the city," says the MC. Although in reality, it wasn't like that. The Winter Silver family promised to give Prince Ash the best of the best, all because of their marriage pact. So the small companies had nothing to do in Kairos Roth, and it will be Serenade herself who organizes the best of the best for his city. Serenade will give the MC anything he wants, even money for gambling if he wanted. She offers it, again, the most expensive liquor or the finest materials. Whatever it is, she will give it to him. That seemed very exaggerated, so the MC asks for the catch. And there was no catch, just what their families agreed upon. The Winter Silver family will give Prince Ash everything he wants, and in return, he will get her pregnant. "The what now?" asks the MC again. The MC turns as red as a tomato and backs away. This bothered Serenade, as the prince was well known for his nightly parties with hundreds of girls, but for some reason, he wouldn't even look at her. Serenade burst into tears and asked the MC if she was so ugly that he couldn't even look her in the face. Serenade's origins seem to be humble, so she thinks she still carries the smell of trash from her old life, and that's why she bothered the prince. Serenade was heartbroken. She wanted to give her all for her prince, but he couldn't even look her in the face. The MC was just a player in that love story, so he had no idea what the relationship between Ash and Serenade was like. She dries her eyes and apologizes to the MC. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, and the first thing the prince sees of her is her crying, so he surely hated her even more now. It was late, and they had spent a good time together, so Serenade asks the MC for a carriage. Serenade apologizes to the MC again for her behavior, and asks the prince to call her if he wanted tequila or money. Serenade was happy to see her beloved husband safe, so she hopes he rests well. After that, the MC returned to the palace. The Winter Silver family was the largest in the entire empire. With them on his side, the buildings in Kairos Roth will advance gigantic ally. However, the MC couldn't think clearly. In the city of Kairos Roth, he met everyone individually and as himself. But, in that city, all his acquaintances were not his, but belonged to a ghost from the past. From his butler to his fiancée, they all belonged to the old Ash. The MC wondered if it was okay to get involved with these people, as Serenade was not the only one. The MC was in a dilemma not to get involved with anyone, or on the other hand, to accept his inner Ash. Until now, the MC had thought of Ash as a separate character, and the MC didn't think it was right to take over his entire life. In any case, his meditation ended abruptly, as a mysterious hand grabbed him by the neck. It belonged to Serenade's maid, who with great force pulls the prince out of the carriage. The maid didn't seem to be in a joking mood and calls the prince damn trash. This left the MC looking like a scared doll. The maid had been putting up with the prince because Serenade truly loved him. But every time he appeared, Serenade suffered more and more. The maid had already decided his fate. No matter what happens to her afterward, tonight she will kill the prince with her own hands. The maid was dead serious, so the MC prepared for combat. The maid's name was Elise and she was of the super-rare rank, so she was surely very strong. Still, the MC had fought in countless battles and emerged victorious, so he was confident he could win against a single enemy. Elise then activates her ability, Coffin of Swords. This immediately alerted the MC. That character was not the maid Elise, but the blade dancer of the dead Elizabeth. That character was an absolute beast, but since the MC only knew her from her combat clothes, he didn't recognize her. Lucas had been wrong to warn him about his fiancée. The real danger to him was that woman. In any case, because he was her master's fiancé and out of an act of compassion, Elizabeth promises the prince to kill him in a single blow. Something the MC is grateful for, but he was pretty sure she would make him suffer a lot. The MC fires his magic swords, which are disintegrated as if they were nothing by Elizabeth. She was very strong, extremely strong, so much so that any attack against her was useless. Although Elizabeth acknowledges that the MC had become quite strong, so now she will go harder. But that was already enough for the MC, who at the last moment begs Elizabeth to stop. Something that obviously wasn't going to happen. So Elizabeth summons the third sword of death and launches herself at the MC. Her attacks were aimed directly at his neck, and all he could do was evade and ask Elizabeth to stop. But the maid's name was Elise, and she asked the MC not to call her Elizabeth again. She was about to die in a mission, and thanks to the Winter Silver family, she was still alive, so she abandoned her assassin name and now lived as an ordinary maid. Although that was about to end, as after killing the prince, she would have to take her own life. She had already prepared everything. Their bodies would appear in a dark alley, and it would just look like they were ambushed and eliminated. That way, her master Serenade would be free of all blame. And above all, they would be free of the disastrous Prince Ash. Elise attacks again, and for her master, she swears to end it all. Elise's attacks were fierce and fearsome. And while the MC evaded as best he could, he told Elise that in the end, everything would be known, and her master would pay the price. Those words convinced no one. So as soon as the MC let his guard down for a second, Elise unleashed a mortal attack on him. Using his magic, he deflected the attacks a little, and thanks to that, he managed to survive, but at the cost of being pinned to the wall. The maid planned to use that to her advantage, so she summons other death swords and attacks again. Elise's attacks were relentless and swift, which was leaving the prince with very few options. But at the same time, it made him want to defeat her and take her home on a leash. Nice. But for that, he had to subdue her. Luckily for the MC, he knew all her moves. Although it didn't matter that he knew them, Elise's movements were precise and on another level. So it didn't take a second to leave the MC dry of mana. That being the case, the MC had to bet everything on his lucky punch. Although in reality, it was a trap, as Elise could identify the value of the enemy's equipment. So when she sees she will be attacked by a high minus value object, she will evade it by instinct. That was perfect for the MC, as he actually wanted to hit the wall next to him. The wall fell to pieces on top of them, and Elise wanted to evade the rocks, but then the MC paralyzed her using his command ability, causing her to take all the rocks and fall defeated. On the ground, she asks for a quick death and that he also forgive the Winter Silver family. Something that, for obvious reasons, the prince did not seem willing to do. Elise had been overconfident in her abilities and thought she could get away with it at all times. She thought there would be no consequences for all her actions, and now she was on the ground begging for forgiveness. Without a doubt, Elise did something very stupid. And now, because of her, the entire Winter Silver family will pay the price. And since these two were very lonely in the city, Prince Fernandez, the MC's brother, suddenly appeared, having come out to look for him. Luckily, he found his brother safe, but he couldn't help but ask what was happening there. Although there wasn't much to ask. Just by looking around a little, you knew what had happened there. The Winter Silver family had rebelled against the Empire, so everyone was being investigated and accused of rebellion. My God, my brother doesn't mess around, thinks the MC, but he could say little. Until he took the maid in his arms and said that they were actually dating and things got out of hand. The maid was about to protest, but the MC gives her a huge spank and asks her to play along, at least if she wanted to stay alive and for her master not to go to jail. The MC says that he and the maid were arguing over something silly, but that they were about to clear it up and get wild in a hotel. The MC really liked that girl, so his older brother didn't have to worry about him. Elise's soul withered little by little, with the mere idea of thinking she was the MC's lover, but she had no choice but to put on a good smile. The MC spins a good story of love and drama. With the maid, one so detailed that it made the maid very nervous. In any case, it seems that this was nothing more than one of the prince's romantic incidents, so Fernandez will let it go. Still, Prince Ash had just arrived in the city, so his brother asks him not to fool around. So he asked the MC to say goodbye to his lover and accompany him to the palace. Elise was very confused and asks the prince why he helped her. Something quite simple so that she would start to trust him. He is well aware that he has been scum all his life, but he swears he will not harm Serenade for anything in the world. So for Serenade's sake, what happened that night will remain between them. And back in the carriage, his brother tells the MC to stop seeing the Winter Silver family, as the engagement between them will be cancelled in just a few days. The MC asks why, something that surprises his brother. From the beginning, the Empire's plan was to use the Winter Silver family to create the roads between the cities and provinces. Those roads were already built, so now they could break the engagement without any repercussions. Fernandez tells his brother not to worry, as his brother would never let him marry into an inferior family, and sooner or later he will find him a high-born wife. In any case, thanks to Prince Ash, the Empire's roads were built and it didn't cost them a single coin, so now they could break the engagement. Prince Ash had played his part wonderfully, and now all that was left was to tear apart the Winter Silver Company. That's why Serenade was so desperate to have imperial blood in the family, because without it, she was doomed to be devoured. Fernandez insults people of lower class in every way possible, something that makes him apologize to the MC. After all, his mother was nothing more than a simple commoner. Leaving the engagement aside, in a week they will have the victory party. So Fernandez asks his brother not to cause a scene. After many years, his older brother Lark will be in the city. And when they are all together, they will awaken their father from his long sleep. It will be the first time in many years that the Guardians will be together. So Fernandez was very excited. Guardians? Awaken father from his sleep. What are you talking about? Wonders the MC. In any case, Fernandez understands that his brother is angry, as he was fighting alone on the southern border, a brutal place to fight. For that very reason, he should speak very well to his father when they are together. That way, it would be easier for him to receive reinforcements and help. And above all, to avoid the fate of destruction that awaits them. The MC should remember it, as it was the oath they made as guardians. To rebel against fate and shatter it to pieces. What the hell is this guy talking about? The MC keeps wondering. What exactly is the imperial family, and what exactly is done in the center of the world? There were many questions, but the MC is locked in the palace, where without wasting a second, he used his command on Albert. That was giving himself away, but right now he needed answers, and Albert was perfect for that. Unfortunately, Albert didn't seem to know anything about the Emperor or the Guardians. And that was very strange, as the matter of the Guardians seemed to be a secret that only the imperial family knew. On the other hand, Albert did know the story of his mother, the second empress of the empire, Dustie, as well as many other things about the Winter Silver family. It even seems that Serenade and Prince Ash had a history going back many years. The MC had found out many things about the original, but he still couldn't imagine what kind of guy he was. The MC only knew about that world what appeared in the game. In theory, his life there will only be 3 years, as once he reaches the end, he doesn't know what will happen to his body. Many things could happen, from staying in Ash's body to returning to his old body. In the worst minus case scenario, he would simply disappear as if nothing happened. It was all a mess. So the MC decides to make it ultra-minus easy for himself. He will do whatever he wants, whenever he wants. Period. For now, his desire was to save as many people as he could, so that's what he will do. In his 740 to play through S, not once had he saved Prince Ash's life. And this time, he will not only save Prince Ash's life, but he will become him and carry the name of Ash. So he hopes the original won't be angry with him. The next morning, the MC shows up at the Winter Server Guild, where he is lovingly received by his future wife. Surely, the MC was in a hurry for his materials, but Serenade assures him that everything was already in motion. Although that wasn't what the MC wanted. The reality is that the MC was invited to a big party. He didn't know how to dance, so he asked Serenade to teach him. Obviously, he meant a teacher, so Serenade will find him the best one in the city. But the MC approaches her and says he wanted her to teach him. The MC understood that Serenade was very busy, but if possible, he wanted her help. Serenade is in shock at what she hears. So out of emotion, she throws her chair and promises the MC to teach him as best she can. Now we go to the K. Ross Roth Cemetery, where Raina of the Wind was visiting the grave of her old friend Jupiter. She opposed the entire empire and lost all her noble privileges, and all for an insignificant death. And then Jupiter's daughter arrives. Raina remembered Junior as that little girl for whom Jupiter lost everything. So she asks if she remembers her, something that didn't really matter. Junior had already forgiven her mother's sins, so she held no grudge against anyone. But he was also about to die, something that obviously had nothing to do with her. And sure enough, Raina didn't care. But if Junior died soon, Jupiter would be very sad. Putting that aside, Raina asks how Jupiter's death went, to which Junior replies that she died like a true mage. That was already more than most people could ever achieve. So for Raina, it was enough. Now we cut to the alchemy workshop where God Hand was begging Lily for forgiveness. He never wanted to deceive her, but the truth is he had no other choice. And now he had to leave the city to complete a mission for the prince, and it was almost certain he wouldn't be able to return. But Lily didn't care about any of that, still showing no signs of life, as God Hand apologized over and over. If by some miracle, he completes his mission and manages to return to the city, he hopes Lily will forgive him and see him again. With a face full of regret, God Hand says goodbye. And with those words, God Hand and his group leave the city. Now let's head to the MC's mansion, where Evangeline was lazing around all day. Her laziness was extreme, and without our hero around, she felt no motivation to do anything. But Evangeline wasn't the only one. With the MC gone, every member of the group was just doing their own thing. Besides, the city wasn't in the best shape. In the previous battle, they had lost a ton of good people. And the reinforcements from the capital were arrogant and annoying, which was really getting on Evangeline's nerves, a fact that Lucas found amusing. After all, Evangeline came from the capital and used to be exactly like them. But, you know, she's Evangeline, a cute girl, so she's allowed to be that way. Evangeline made Lucas laugh with all her nonsense, but in truth, he couldn't have been more worried. It seems the city's warriors and the reinforcements from the capital were not getting along at all and were already starting to clash. Without the MC around, the soldiers of Crossroad didn't know what to do. At the same time, it seemed like Queen Reina herself was causing the most chaos in the city. The whole place was a powder keg about to explode, and without our hero there, they felt completely stuck. Evangeline asks with a worried tone if her prince will return, a question to which Lucas could only offer silence as an answer. Now we go to the mansion's garden, where the saint, Margarita, was casually enjoying a good cigar. She didn't understand how she'd ended up like this. One day she was healing the wounded and doing her best. But as soon as the MC caught her, she turned to drinking and smoking. The thing is, no matter what Margarita did, she was an enemy to all and an ally to none. The people of Crossroad looked at her with contempt, and the Holy Order would soon arrive to punish her. She was just a low-rank priestess, happy with curing minor illnesses and receiving thanks from her patients. That life had vanished, and the saint wonders what will become of her now. The poor saint had run out of cigars. Luckily for her, Reina was there to offer her one. Although obviously, Reina wasn't there to be friendly. She was there to kill a useless spy from the Empire. Margarita panics and starts running. But it was useless against Reina, who with her powerful magic, was about to reduce the saint to nothing. She was about to be torn to pieces. But by a miracle from God, something came out of nowhere and deflected Reina's attack. It was an attack from Damien who, since he never gets tired of farming aura, appeared to rescue the priestess. To Reina, Damien was a nobody, so she attacked him with everything she had. But her attacks were neutralized one by Damien. This left Reina in shock. Nullifying a single spell was already difficult. But Damien did it perfectly against a whole barrage of them. Damien couldn't be human. And Reina wasn't just saying that. But nobody messes with Reina of the Wind, so even if it cost her all her power, she would eliminate her target. But then Lucas and the others appeared, forcing Reina to stop her attack. Lucas, filled with rage, demands to know what's going on. Reina apologizes, saying it was just a joke that got out of hand. But Lucas didn't care. The next time she pulled a stunt like that, she would pay dearly. It's unclear if she took the threat seriously, but she swore it wouldn't happen again. Then, fixing her gaze on Margarita, she tells Damien that it doesn't matter how far they run or where they hide. In the end, they will find them. After that, Reina left in peace, but not before exchanging a look with Junior. Lucas didn't want to believe it, but now he had no doubt that Reina was there to cause chaos, openly and without any shame. This was bad. Reina was a person to be feared, so Margarita could only break down and cry, knowing her death was just around the corner. At this point, all Lucas could do was pray for his prince's return. And speak of the devil, we cut to him in the capital. He was meeting with his beautiful wife, Serenade. She was so beautiful that our hero was left speechless. But the MC wasn't there to admire his wife. He was there for her to teach him how to dance, something she was delighted to do. The problem was, the MC was such a klutz that he kept stepping on Serenade's feet over and over. Our hero was so rough that Serenade thought he was doing it on purpose, since he had a reputation for mistreating people he hated. Prince Ash apologizes to her, promising that he's just a terrible dancer. Serenade had bruises all over her legs, which made her remember something from her past. 10 years ago, she and Prince Ash danced together, and just like this time, they kept falling to the floor. Those were fond memories for Serenade, one she treasured in her heart. So she holds on to the MC tightly and promises to teach him how to dance once and for all. And that's what they did for several hours, until the MC finally stopped stepping on Serenade's feet. And then, out of the blue, the MC tells Serenade that her family will be destroyed. This sudden news obviously leaves her in shock. But the MC tells her not to make any strange moves, and to act as if nothing's wrong, because more than 1,000 eyes were watching them. Learning to dance was just an excuse for the MC to be able to talk to Serenade. He tells her how the Imperial family planned to use the Winter Silver family from the very beginning. The worst part was that just using the family wasn't enough. The Empire wanted the Winter Silver family completely destroyed. The MC asks if she ever suspected anything. Serenade replies that she feared the wedding might be cancelled at worst, but having her family destroyed was too much. Regardless, our hero promises to protect Serenade and her entire family. In the game, the Winter Silver Guild was nowhere to be found, most likely because they get destroyed. The MC is no fool. The MC had already decided to truly become Prince Ash, so he would protect his wife. In a few days, the Council of Guardians would be held, a meeting between the Emperor and his sons. And in that meeting, our hero would defend his wife. But for that, he needed to be prepared, so he asked Serenade what her company's greatest strength was. Apparently, although they are a merchant guild, they were still very young, so they had little physical power. What they did have was a lot of juicy information on the upper echelons of society. If it was information, the MC could work with that. So for the next few days, our hero will play the part of a merchant. With his plan memorized, the dance lessons came to an end. Serenade was very confused by the MC. She thought he hated her, but now he was helping her. She couldn't believe it. After all, she was a first-generation noble who came from the streets. But the MC didn't care about that and truly wanted her by his side. He wasn't just saying it either. His attendant, Albert, had told him that Serenade was actually Prince Ash's first love. As for the MC himself, he didn't really care that much. After all, he had only known her for a couple of days. But that's just how business is. If you want something, you have to work for it. After that, the MC visited Serenade several more times to dance. The eyes of his brother Fernandez were always on him, but he still didn't do anything. And 3 days later, the first prince of the empire, Lars Avalanche Everblack, arrived in the city. They called him the Indomitable Knight, and he held ultimate authority over the entire army. For a moment, the MC's and Lars's eyes met, and in the blink of an eye, with a brutal leap, Lars was standing right in front of his brother. He looked like he was possessed by a demon, and the MC wondered if this was the day he would die. Lars approaches his brother with bloodshot eyes, and the MC had already accepted his fate. Lars grabs the MC with force, only to give him the most glorious yet in history. Lars was finally with his dear little brother, and he was overflowing with joy. Our hero didn't understand a thing, so Albert quietly explained that his brother Lars had taken care of him ever since their mother died when they were little. Albert already knew about his prince's memory loss, so he would drop him bits of extra information from time to time. In any case, Lars was treating the MC like a 5-year-old kid, which was honestly embarrassing him. But Lars just couldn't control himself. After all, his beloved little brother had been fighting hordes of monsters, and he couldn't do anything to help. Anyway, with the brothers reunited, it was time to see their father. The Council of Guardians was about to begin. On the way to the palace, Lars's treatment of his brother didn't change much. Lars carried his dear brother on his shoulders, saying that now that they were together, he could ask for anything and his brother would get it for him. Along the way, they ran into their other brother, Fernandez. So Lars put the MC aside for a moment and went towards him. And for a moment, Fernandez experienced his dear brother's love firsthand. He showed so much affection that even the MC enjoyed watching it. With things calmer, Lars tells his brother that the victory party was premature, since the enemy Duke was still on the loose. I'll summarize this quickly. Fernandez announced the victory against County Blinjet because things were getting really messy in the north of the empire. Some dukes were even threatening to rebel, just like our hero, so they announced the victory to stop anyone from doing anything stupid. As long as Lars captures the enemy Duke quickly, everything will be fine. In any case, the victory party wasn't what was important. The important thing was the Guardians meeting. A meeting held behind a massive magical door. And behind that door was an enormous tree that radiated immense magical power. And at the foot of the tree rested Peacemaker Everblack, Emperor of the Everblack Empire. Instantly, Fernandez and Lars kneel before him. And a little further back, the MC did as well. Apparently, each of them defended one side of the empire. The Emperor defended the northern region, and it wasn't going well for him at all. The west was Lars's responsibility, who reported that things were mostly under control and they would soon take the county of Bringer. Fernandez was in charge of the empire's interior, and some dark forces were making things very difficult for him. And then it was the MC's turn. He stands up suddenly and says that all of this was nonsense. He explains that he received a hard blow to the head and his memories were all jumbled, so he was having a hard time keeping up with his brothers. Much to his own regret, the MC says he doesn't understand anything at all and asks why they are the Guardians. The Emperor understands his son's situation, so to start, he tells him that he is the Guardian of the South. The branches of the tree behind them were white, and that tree was the blackthorn tree, one that was always supposed to be black. The first Emperor planted that tree as the foundation of the empire, But 7 years ago, it suddenly froze over. The tree was frozen, but it was still functioning perfectly. Using its power, the emperor took a glimpse into the future. And he saw that in 10 years, the entire empire would be reduced to rubble. That premonition was 7 years ago. Meaning, the world had 3 years left, something our hero knew all too well. The thing is, using the tree's power, the emperor saw 4 major causes for its downfall. The first would come from the west, at the hands of a madwoman with an evil dragon who wanted to destroy the empire. That's why Lars was always at war in that region, to find her and cut off her head. The second force would come from within the empire itself. They didn't know who they were, but sinister individuals threatened to destroy the empire from the inside. That battle was being fought in the shadows, and Fernandez was in charge of it. The third force would come from the north, where the gods of the ancient traces were gathering to avenge their bloodlines. That battle was taking place in the spirit realm, so the only one who could fight there was the emperor himself, and he had to do it alone. The fourth force would come in the form of waves of monsters, arriving from the Lake Kingdom. That was the southern front, where Prince Ash fought bravely with the little he had. The 4 of them were the guardians of the empire, and the only ones who could connect with the magic tree and use its power. Here, the MC notices something pretty strange. The emperor was in an RPG with magic and swords, while Lars was in a real -time strategy game. Fernandez was in a mafia and resource management simulator, while he was in a base defense game. The game was called Defend the Empire, and you certainly had to do it on all fronts. The MC then asks why the southern front was so neglected and understaffed, since it was just as important as the rest. This makes the emperor laugh, as the old Ash had asked him the same thing 7 years ago. The original Ash was no fool and understood that the southern front was the most important of all, and at the same time, the most abandoned. But the thing is, it was true, the southern front was the most important. But the toughest battles were on the other fronts. The other 3 fronts were just holding a defensive line, and if they fell, it would be the end. But if Crossroad fell, it would still have time to regroup and fight back. Besides, there was another important reason. The monsters weren't after the empire, but the entire world, whereas the other 3 threats were coming directly for the heads of the imperial family. Peacemaker didn't maintain an empire by being a good guy. He certainly wasn't the guardian of the world, but an emperor, so it was clear where his resources had to go. The emperor's logic made sense. After all, even if he dies in the city of Crossroad Falls, there were still dozens of cities between them and the empire. The emperor's reasons were logical to him. Everything must be for the sake of the empire. If you didn't understand that, you couldn't move forward. The MC could understand the emperor's reasoning, but still, it's him and his men who are being sacrificed like they're nothing. Our hero was about to stir up some serious trouble. Luckily, before he could do anything, the emperor said he would reinforce the city of Crossroad. Prince Ash had fought bravely for his empire and had become a true man, something his father was very proud of. It was a shame that the MC had forgotten all his past memories, but maybe that was for the best, since he was now a decent and competent prince. The emperor promises to send reinforcements to Crossroad, but in return he wanted him not to cause a single problem for his brothers. The emperor was already tired and had to continue his battle in the spirit realm. There would be a party in a few days, so until then, they would rest. His sons wish him a good night. Unfortunately for him, the only thing that awaited him in his dreams were terrible nightmares. With that, the Council of Guardians meeting came to an end. "Oh, by the way, Ash, I found you a good bride," says Fernandez. As Fernandez promised, he found his brother a good high-born woman. She was the princess of the kingdom of Area. They were on the northern border and were key to defending that area. Ash says he would like to marry Serenade of Winter Silver, something that obviously wasn't an option, as the engagement with the princess was made a long time ago, and they were even aware of the plan involving the Winter Silvers. Fernandez tells his brother not to do anything stupid. He just had to endure an arranged marriage, and after that, he could return to Crossroad with elite troops. And amidst all the tension, Lars suddenly appeared to hug his dear brothers. They were all guardians of the Empire, so each one had to fulfill their role, something our hero understands. Now we'll see a little of Ash's past. Ash's mother was a friend of the Winter Silver family, so Serenade used to visit their house very often. But there was one day when Serenade was very sad and downcast. Ash treated Serenade like she was his little sister, a treatment she really didn't like at all. The thing is, the Winter Silver family bought their noble title with money, not achievements, They were merchants, so they couldn't help it, but it still made the Winter Silver family quite marginalized. In the eyes of the nobles, the Winter Silver family was of dirty blood, so Serenade didn't have a single friend. Or at least, that's how it was until she met Prince Ash. The two of them became friends right away, and Serenade's lonely life slowly began to brighten. However, the way people treated Prince Ash was 1,000 times worse. After all, his mother was just a commoner from the countryside. Both families were alone, so the Countess Winter Silver and Ash's mother formed a great friendship. The fact is, Ash was tired of them being insulted, both him and his little sister. So he promised to create a world where all people, no matter where they came from, could be happy. Subtitles by Amara, or Community. A world where neither of their mothers would ever have to cry again. In that moment, Serenade knew one thing for sure. When she grew up, she would fall in love with that boy. Whether he could keep his word remained to be seen, but she would follow him for the rest of her life anyway. And now we return to the present with Serenade. She was working very hard. On top of her job, she had to give the students lessons, which left her with only 3 hours of sleep each day. And yet Serenade was so happy she felt like she could fly. The rebel prince, the one who does whatever he wants, whenever he wants, had come to her for a favor. Prince Ash was actually a great dancer, but he was pretending to be clumsy to get closer to her. That's not actually true, but let's let Serenade dream a little longer. In any case, she is now aware that her family could perish. It was a strange time to be happy, but still. Serenade was willing to give up everything just to get a little closer to the prince. Serenade was ready to go back to Herden's lessons. But then she is informed that her father is on his last legs. She runs to his room, where her dying father was reaching his hand out to her. His only concern was whether Serenade was pregnant with the MC's child yet. She remained silent, which made her father explode with anger, as he had used all his resources to get his daughter into the imperial family. Their family had suffered abuse from the nobles their entire lives. Even when they earned merits of their own, they were still ignored. The Winter Silver family was one of the richest in the world, but they still had to cleanse their bloodline with the imperial family. There was only one way to do that for Serenade to have a child with Prince Ash. Serenade's father had hoped that Ash and his daughter would marry for love, since they were friends as children. But when Ash grew up, he completely ignored Serenade and never called her again. That's precisely why her father had to orchestrate the entire construction plan to get Prince Ash to agree to marry his daughter. To Serenade, this didn't make much sense. Sure, she would mix their bloodline, but with a third prince, the outcast nobody wants. So they would probably end up in the exact same position. Still, Serenade's father was obsessed with mixing their blood, so Serenade had to do everything she could. It was Serenade who proposed the marriage to the prince. Though more than a marriage, Serenade asked the prince for his seed to cleanse her bloodline. At that moment, Prince Ash looked at Serenade with contempt, and told her that in the end, the Winter Silver family was just like the rest. Despite his words, Prince Ash accepted the engagement. But that same day, when Serenade returned home, her mother was leaving, unable to bear watching what her husband was forcing their daughter to do. Could she have taken her daughter with her? Yes, but no, she left all by herself. The thing is, after that, her father fell ill, and now Serenade was the one running everything. As for her father, he was so sick that all he did was rave, repeating over and over that he wanted to mix their blood. His lunatic behavior left Serenade frozen in place. Serenade had no choice but to flee. And when she got home, she was all alone. She felt so sick she wanted to throw up. But all that sickness vanished in an instant when she saw her prince. Serenade didn't want to marry the prince on her father's orders. That was just an excuse on her part, to go with the flow. She truly wanted to stay by Ash's side, like they did when they were kids, and laugh together forever. And then she realized something obvious. Serenade had asked Prince Ash for his imperial seed, when what she should have told him was that she loved him and wanted to be with him. But that was in the past, and for now, they would just dance a little. And they did just that for a good while, making Serenade the happiest person in the world. However, the MC didn't feel the same way. He had to be rational, choose a girl hated by the nobility, or a princess of an entire kingdom. If he marries the princess of Arion, the empire will become much stronger. Plus, the kingdom of Arion was very powerful, so they could reinforce his city very efficiently. The choice was clear, but still, the MC's gamer instinct told him that the Winter Silver was hiding secrets. The MC asks Serenade how the plans are going, to which she replies that they're going perfectly. They had completely reorganized the company and were now dedicated to information gathering. Subtitles by Amara or Community. And honestly, they weren't bad at it at all, creating a network across the entire empire in just a few days. In any case, the MC demands absolute perfection. Otherwise, things will get very, very ugly. The MC didn't quite understand why, but for some reason, he wanted to stay with Serenade. At this point, our hero just hopes he won't regret it in the future. Now, let's go to the palace, where Albert, with tears in his eyes, begged the prince not to cause any trouble, something he promised. But with his invisibility cloak, the MC's honesty went down the drain, so it didn't take him 2 seconds to slip back out into the street. The city was lively and spectacular, a place he'd like to bring all his friends. And then Elise appeared from around a corner. Her expression was grim, and she was carrying a massive coffin, so people were looking at her as if she were the Grim Reaper herself. Serenade had asked Elise to protect the prince, and since she was sure he would sneak out into the street again, she waited for him to appear. The invisibility cloak was almost perfect, but Elise could see right through it. The MC asks Elise if she still hates him. Obviously yes, but since her master loves him, she tolerates it. The MC asks if there were any problems in the Winter Silver family, to which Elise replies that everything was quite alright. This worried the MC a little. The Imperial family still hadn't cancelled his marriage, and the Winter Silver family was calm. If it was still early, it was possible the MC could change things at the victory party. But then Elise smelled something strange. It wasn't burnt food or incense from the shops. It was from a fire not too far away. To no one's surprise, the Winter Silver mansion had suddenly burst into flames. Elise looked for her master, but she was nowhere to be found. So she threw a bucket of water over herself and prepared to enter the house, but the MC stopped her in her tracks. But no one could stop her. If her master burned in the mansion, she would too. Giving her life for her master was something Elise would do with pleasure. Luckily, it wasn't necessary, as Serenade was right behind them. But this wasn't a good place to talk, so they moved away from the scene. Hidden from view, Serenade takes out some documents that the MC had requested. Unfortunately, they were badly burnt, and Serenade was only able to rescue a small part. Still, information is information, even if it was blurry and confusing. But Serenade had done her part and gave the MC exactly what he was looking for. Serenade just hoped she had served her prince well. Which, of course, she did perfectly. So the MC rewarded her with an invitation to the victory party. This left Serenade in shock, as Prince Ash had never invited her to absolutely anything. But unfortunately, she can't go, since all her clothes were burned, and in rags, she would only be made a fool of. So Serenade asks the MC not to force her to go, as everyone will want to make fun of her. But that was not an option. The MC needed Serenade at that party. The Winter Silver family was already being attacked, so they had to move quickly. If Serenade wanted to survive, she had to go to that party, no matter what. So, with no other choice, Serenade promises to go to the party, even if it's as a beggar. After that, they discuss their future plans for hours, until the fire finally died down, and the Winter Silver mansion was completely destroyed. The cause appeared to be a fire arrow, likely from the Empire's shadow forces, the ones Fernandez controls. The MC asks Elise to protect her master well. He didn't even need to ask. From this moment on, anyone who gets near her master will be split into. As for Serenade, she will hide in the alleys until the time of the party. Done. It was going to be tough for her, but the MC was sure she could make it to the party. And with the next day's sunrise, the day of the party arrived. Oh, we don't get to see the party because this is where this part of the story ends. So what can I say, guys? Lily is still my favorite. But honestly, Serenade isn't bad either. We'll see how this whole marriage thing ends up. Personally, I think the MC is going to make Fern and his look like a fool or something similar to get his way,